Chapter 1. The beginning of saving Uchiha Shursui. Uchiha Hanye suddenly opened his eyes, confronted by a world that was both strange and familiar. The ancient decor and the rustic ninja tools serve as clear indicators that he had traversed realms. He found himself in the world of Naruto. Memories surged from the depths of his mind, revealing his identity. He was Uchiha Hanye, an orphan bereft of both parents. The realization of being an Uchiha filled his heart with shock and unease. The harsh reality crashed down upon him like cold water, as the Uchiha clan was on the brink of an impending doom. What should I do? Why have I transmigrated into the Uchiha clan? Why not in Boruto's era, but rather Naruto's? A great weight seemed to press down on Kanye's chest. He understood that in this world, power was paramount. Without it, he had no right to exist. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Host has successfully crossed over, and the dual cultivation strengthening system has been activated. Dual cultivation strengthening system? A glimmer of hope sparked in Kanye's eyes. Akin to grasping a lifeline, he had encountered the power of systems in countless transmigration novels and recognized this as his sole opportunity for a reversal of fortune. System, what functions do you possess? He inquired eagerly. This system allows you to rapidly enhance your abilities through dual cultivation with the opposite sex. Each session of dual cultivation will grant you system points, which will be utilized to augment your chakra, ninjutsu, taijutsu, and other capabilities. The system replied coldly and mechanically, devoid of emotion. Excellent. Truly wonderful. Kanye clenched his fists, determination gleaming in his eyes. He recognized that his path to reversal would commence from this very day. With no retreat available, he could only forge ahead with courage. Taking a deep breath, Kanye's heart brimmed with resolve and bravery. He vowed to reshape the fate of the Uchiha clan with his own hands and inscribe his own legend. As he stepped out of his home, a gentle breeze caressed his cheeks, bringing a refreshing coolness. Suddenly, he halted, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he spoke to the air. System, shouldn't I receive a beginner's gift package? Ding. Host's inquiry detected, should the beginner's gift package be canceled? The system's voice remained consistently mechanical, yet it seemed to carry a hint of mischief at that moment. No. Upon hearing this, Kanye's expression darkened instantly. His brows furrowed, and a displeased smirk formed on his lips. Of course, I want to claim the beginner's gift package. Do you really think you can swallow it, you wretched system? Sensing the host's discontent, the system hastily responded, the beginner's gift package has been opened. Congratulations, host. You have received the ultimate charm elixir. This elixir is specially crafted by the system. Upon consumption, you will instantly become a captivating young man who can enchant countless members of the opposite sex. Kanye's eyes sparkled with delight upon hearing this. He understood that in this world where strength reigned supreme, charm was also an indispensable asset. With the ultimate charm elixir, he believed he could swiftly draw closer to those he admired. With that thought, Kanye promptly set off towards the streets of Konoha, fully aware that he had numerous admirers in the village, making this the perfect opportunity to leverage his newfound charm for rapid strength enhancement. After days of meticulous planning and relentless effort, Kanye successfully engaged in dual cultivation with several admirers. During this time, he amassed a considerable amount of system points without hesitation. He invested these points into enhancing his chakra, each upgrade making him feel more powerful than ever before. After breaking through his limits, Kanye's chakra capacity soared to the level of a genin. He reveled in the surging chakra within him, confidence illuminating his gaze. However, a new and significant problem soon arose. While strolling down the street, Kanye suddenly paused, his brows knitting together like two closely intertwined mountain peaks. Forming a deep Chan character, he was not pondering a question, but rather felt an urgent sense of agitation. His recent frequent escapades for cultivation had inadvertently stirred ripples among the higher echelons of Konoha, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, especially that venomous side Danzo. That wretched old man was notorious for devising schemes against the Uchiha clan. Whenever someone went missing, it was likely his doing. Kanye stroked his chin. Sensing the air around him growing thick with tension, he keenly detected that someone was watching him. As for who it was, It was painfully obvious, no need for guesswork. The root ninjas, clad in dark cloaks with piercing gazes, silently trailed behind him like phantoms. "Oh dear, I can no longer endure this. I must retreat to the Uchiha compound to hide," Kenya murmured to himself, his pace involuntarily quickening. Before heading back, he made it a point to visit the girls he had cultivated with in various settings. Facing different admirers, he spoke earnestly. "Dear girls, I have some matters to attend to, and it's not suitable for me to venture outside for a while. If you wish to find me, come to the Uchiha compound. I will be waiting at home." Upon hearing this, the girls' eyes sparkled, as if they had stumbled upon hidden treasure. Once back home, Kenya couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. He believed he had outsmarted everyone, successfully evading the scrutiny of Konoha's higher-ups while continuing to enjoy sweet moments with the girls. "Ha! Life has never been this delightful." Kenya laughed heartily, his laughter echoing in the afternoon sun, as if even the sun was amused by him. Time flew by. The dusk painted the sky like ink wash, while Kenya's home shone brightly, resembling a city that never slept. A figure silently scaled the wall, none other than Uchiha Itachi, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, seemingly able to penetrate all darkness. However, the sight before him made him widen his eyes in shock, nearly stumbling to the ground. Through the paper-thin window, he beheld two figures entwined in intimacy. One was Uchiha Hanye, while the other was a graceful young woman with enchanting curves. The two appeared to be engaged in a mysterious ritual, each movement and sound igniting a fiery tension in the night, exuding an aura that was both blush-inducing and heart-racing. This guy is nothing short of a lecherous fiend. How utterly depraved. Itachi's lips twitched, astonishment flooding his mind. Even a battle-hardened ninja like him felt an inexplicable awkwardness and flutter within his chest. An overwhelming impulse surged within him, as if he wanted to rush in and join their dual cultivation. He inhaled sharply, attempting to quell the turmoil in his heart. Yet that tantalizing atmosphere coiled around him like a venomous serpent, ensnaring him in its grip. "No, how can I, Uchiha Itachi, be swayed by such base desires?" Through gritted teeth, Itachi resolutely suppressed the impulse. He turned to leave, but the unrest within him lingered. In the shadows not far away, Uchiha Shursui quietly observed the unfolding scene. Having witnessed Itachi's departure, curiosity and amusement flickered in his eyes. What trick is Kenya up to? Even Itachi has been ensnared. I must see what's truly afoot here. A playful smile graced Shizui's lips as he stealthily approached Kenya's abode. Cautiously peering in, the sight before him made his pupils constrict. It was a scene of three engaged in dual cultivation. With an additional person present, it was exponentially more scandalous than what Itachi had witnessed. Every detail burned like wildfire in his heart, quickening his pulse. Goodness, Kenya is quite the player. Shizui's eyes widened in surprise, lamenting that having keen eyesight was also a form of torment. Reason warned him to look away, otherwise he too might find himself ensnared. "No, I must leave." Shursui hastily retreated a few steps, turning away from this dangerous place. As he walked away, he muttered, "Kenya truly knows how to have fun. How could I, Shursui, nearly lose my grip?" But the real danger emerged days later. It was a deep night in the death forest of Konoha. At that moment, a disheveled Uchiha Shursui was fleeing, pursued relentlessly by root ninjas. Due to his foolish loyalty, he had revealed his Manjiki Sharingan abilities to the higher-ups of Konoha, resulting in a sinister plot by Danzo against him. After much effort, he had escaped from the root's lair. Yet, under Itachi's feigned kindness, he had fallen victim to an ambush, narrowly escaping death. Now, the root ninjas were intent on preventing his return to the Uchiha compound, relentlessly hunting him down. They seemed to be everywhere. In addition to those pursuing him, others had set ambushes along the way. Yet, Shursui deftly evaded them, their attacks landing as ineffectively as strikes upon cotton. But ultimately, their sheer numbers proved overwhelming as Uchiha Shursui found himself ensnared in dire straits. A shadowy figure abruptly materialized beside him. It was Uchiha Hanye. he had long since acquired the Manjiki Sharingan. The ability of his left eye, concealment, allowed him to erase his presence, rendering him nearly imperceptible, while the power of his right eye, instant death, ensured that any adversary caught in his gaze would meet their demise. His eyes, cold and resolute, seemed capable of piercing through the abyss to reach the very souls of his foes. He fixed his icy stare upon the root ninjas, while Uchiha Shursui remained oblivious to the unfolding situation. One by one, the ninjas fell beneath his frigid gaze, as if claimed by the grim Reaper himself. Uchiha Shursui turned his head, observing the silhouette of Uchiha Hanye, his heart swelling with gratitude. Little did he expect that, in this perilous moment, someone would rise to his defense. "Thank you, Hanye. I never imagined you would be so powerful." Uchiha Shursui gasped, his breath labored, his eyes shimmering with a mixture of emotions upon hearing these words. Uchiha Hanye merely cast a sidelong glance, remaining silent as he silently led Uchiha Shursui away from the battleground. They ventured deep into the forest of death, seeking refuge in a concealed cavern. "You have saved my life, and I should repay you, but right now," as Uchiha Shursui spoke, he noticed Hanye suddenly drawing near, extending his hands. "You need not say such things. There is no need for gratitude." Uchiha Hanye's voice was cold and unwavering as he declared, "I saved you solely because I require your eyes." Chapter 2. The Ancestral Hall and the Betrayal of Uchiha Itachi. Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Shursui was taken aback, staring incredulously at Uchiha Hanye. Unable to trust his own ears, a myriad of black runes enveloped his body, marking the cursed seal of self-imprisonment. "Do not hold it against me. Shursui, all I do is for the sake of our clan's future," Uchiha Hanye stated, rendered immobile. Uchiha Shursui soon felt the icy tips of Hanye's fingers brush against his eye sockets, only to experience the excruciating sensation of his eyes being plucked from their very orbits. "Relax, Shursui." Uchiha Hanye intoned calmly, "The one who should express gratitude is your Sharingan is now mine." Holding the two Sharingan in his hands, Uchiha Hanye closed his eyes, guiding the system to fuse the ocular powers in that instant. A monumental transformation overtook Uchiha Hanye's eyes, as the ethereal Manjiki Sharingan gradually opened, exuding an aura of haunting power. After a few minutes of acclimatization, Uchiha Hanye sealed the Manjiki Sharingan. He then procured a single Tomo Sharingan from the system's marketplace. "Shursui, awaken swiftly," Uchiha Hanye softly urged, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. "What is happening?" "My eyes." Uchiha Shursui struggled to open his eyes. Astonishment etched upon his features as he exclaimed, "I seem to recall you extracting my eyes. I have replaced them with a new pair." Uchiha Hanye's tone was grave and commanding, devoid of pretense, as he clandestinely employed the powers of the Manjiki Sharingan. "It is the eyes of a fallen Uchiha warrior. I have bestowed upon you a new vision through the use of yang release techniques." "Were you planning, Hanye?" Uchiha Shizui's voice trembled with uncertainty. "The higher-ups of Konoha intend to annihilate the Uchiha clan. You must steel yourself to fight for our family's sake," Uchiha Hanye asserted, his voice icy and resolute. "Otherwise, the Uchiha clan shall be extinguished. You would not wish for your kin to be slaughtered, would you? Not even the children will survive." Uchiha Shursui stood in stunned silence. Never having fathomed such a grim fate, his heart swelled with rage and sorrow, yet simultaneously ignited a fierce determination. "We must alert the clan at the very least. I must inform the clan leader. I want to save them." Uchiha Shursui clenched his fists, his voice brimming with conviction. "That is precisely my intention. Let us proceed." Uchiha Hanye nodded in agreement, leading Uchiha Shursui out of the forest. Upon exiting the forest of death, they traversed shadowy pathways, ultimately arriving at the residence of the Uchiha clan leader. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Makoto had yet to retire for the night. Upon seeing Uchiha Hanye and Uchiha Shursui, they welcomed the two inside for tea. Clan leader Fugaku, Lady Makoto, Uchiha Hanye bowed deeply, stating, "I have urgent matters to discuss. Please prepare yourselves mentally." The couple exchanged a glance, an ominous premonition stirring within their hearts. "Hanye, what has transpired?" Uchiha Fugaku's voice bore a hint of anxiety. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Hanye recounted in detail the heinous actions of Uchiha Itachi and the root ninjas with each word. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Makoto's expressions grew increasingly grave. Itachi, how could he do this? Uchiha Makoto's voice quivered as tears brimmed in her eyes. He has betrayed our clan. Uchiha Shizui's voice was devoid of emotion as he stated. He has conspired with the root ninjas, who have been assassinating our kin for some time. They plan to eliminate me and then initiate the clan's eradication. The couple gazed in shock at Uchiha Hanye and Uchiha Shirsui, struggling to accept the reality before them, yet the unwavering determination in Uchiha Hanye's gaze assured them that he spoke the truth. We must be prepared. The voice of Uchiha Fugaku resonated with unwavering determination as he declared, for the honor and dignity of our clan, we must fight to the bitter end. However, upon finishing his words, he stealthily exited the room and discreetly released a carrier pigeon. Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Hanye instantly launched an attack, utilizing the lethal ability of his Manjiki Sharingan to slay the pigeon. The bird plummeted from the sky. Landing on the courtyard floor, the atmosphere became palpably awkward. What do you mean, clan leader? Are you summoning Itachi to eliminate us? You are culpable as well. As the clan leader, you have betrayed the family. Have you not? In the face of Uchiha Hanye's relentless accusations, Uchiha Makoto wiped away her tears, clutching a kunai in her hand. She was prepared for battle, yet she was no match for Uchiha Hanye. Moreover, the previous encounter had already instilled a binding curse seal upon them. Shirsui, bring the clan leader to me. I want him to witness how I treat his wife. I want him to suffer. Uchiha Hanye overpowered Uchiha Makoto and exacted a brutal revenge on Uchiha Fugaku, exclaiming, "Traitor, you have no rights. You are no longer the clan leader. Thus, the clan leader's wife is no longer yours. I want you to see clearly." As Uchiha Hanye's words grew increasingly fervent, so did his actions. The following day, Uchiha Hanye convened all clan members under the authority of Uchiha Fugaku, neglecting the duties of the guard. All clan members gathered in the ancestral hall. Except for Uchiha Itachi, just as the members of the clan congregated in the hall, murmuring anxiously in a tense atmosphere, Uchiha Itachi suddenly burst in. Silencing the bickering within, he bore an air of cold indifference and authority that seemed foreign to the Uchiha clan. What do you intend to do? Are you betraying Konoha? Do you still regard Konoha? Uchiha Itachi's voice pierced like an icicle, striking at the hearts of those present. He positioned himself as if embodying the protector of Konoha. Akin to Sarutobi Hiruzen in their minds, the clan members exchanged glances, a wave of inexplicable panic washing over them. They could not fathom why a gathering within the clan would incite Konoha's scrutiny. The members were intimidated by his presence. However, Uchiha Shirsui stood undaunted and stepped forward. You are the traitor of our clan. You are the disgrace of the Uchiha. Uchiha Shirsui's eyes glimmered with a faint red hue as his one-tomo Sharingan activated. Angrily pointing at Uchiha Itachi, his voice brimmed with resentment. You suggested that Konoha massacre our clan. What right do you have to question us? A flicker of astonishment crossed Uchiha Itachi's face as he widened his eyes at Shirsui. Roaring, where is your Manjiki Sharingan? What have you done with it? His voice betrayed an incredulous disbelief. Was it not taken from you by you and Danzo working in tandem? What pretense is this? You are merely accusing the guilty. Uchiha Hanye coldly interjected, deliberately aiming his words at Danzo and Uchiha Itachi, seeking to incite the clan's fury. You speak nonsense. Uchiha Itachi bellowed, but his voice was gradually drowned out by the murmurs of the clan members. You know full well the deeds you have committed, you traitorous wretch. I long to slay you this very moment. Uchiha Shirsui continued, his voice resolute and powerful, his expression contorted with rage. He pointed to his one-tomo Sharingan, declaring, to obtain my Manjiki Sharingan, you conspired with Danzo. You stole my eyes. This is the evidence. Look closely. Are these my own eyes? The clan members began to murmur amongst themselves, their gazes shifting between Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shirsui. Some displayed expressions of fury, while others fell into contemplation. You are slandering me. Uchiha Itachi roared in indignation. I have never done such a thing. I refuse to accept it. Yet his words seemed feeble against the rising tide of suspicion from the clan. Kenya, what is the meaning of this? Why does Shirsui possess a one-tomo Sharingan? An elder of the clan began to question Uchiha Hanye at that time. I fortuitously discovered Shursui. Otherwise, he would have met his demise. Uchiha Hanye replied, a hint of pride evident in his tone at that moment. His eye sockets were empty, so I had no choice but to secretly bring him back to the clan grounds and replace his eyes with those reserved by the clan. The gazes of the clan members once again fixated on Uchiha Shursui, their hearts swaying towards Uchiha Hanye's assertions. Uchiha Shursui was the pride of the clan, although the members were unaware that he had previously awakened his Mangekyou Sharingan. They now recognized the significance of this event. The fact that his eyes had been taken was undoubtedly a profound disgrace to the clan. Shursui's eyes, someone whispered in disbelief. The atmosphere grew stifling, and the members began to murmur, their accusations against Uchiha Itachi surging like a tidal wave. It must be Uchiha Itachi. He has betrayed the clan. He has taken Shursui's eyes. We cannot let him go. Uchiha Itachi must be dealt with severely. The angry voices of the clan echoed through the crowd, their ire palpable. Uchiha Itachi stood amidst the throng, isolated and helpless, his gaze filled with unending fury. Overcome with emotion, he activated his Mangekyou Sharingan, preparing to ACT in that moment. Uchiha Hanye also activated his Mangekyou Sharingan, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. He unleashed his lethal ability, an invisible force shooting forth from his gaze. Striking Uchiha Itachi. Itachi's body stiffened, his eyes filled with unwillingness and rage. Yet, he had no time to react. As life rapidly ebbed from his being, he widened his eyes in shock, collapsing onto the floor of the ancestral hall. His expression was contorted, and his Mangekyou Sharingan lay bare, flickering with an eerie glow. The clan members were stunned by the sight before them, unable to believe their own eyes. With his Mangekyou Sharingan deactivated, Uchiha Hanye slowly approached, gently grasping Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyou Sharingan, as if preparing to crush it. However, unbeknownst to others, he was actually absorbing and merging Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyou Sharingan through the system. Chapter 3. The Slaying of Danzo and the Third Hokage. Uchiha Hanye's Sharingan form underwent a remarkable transformation. The six-tomo pattern slowly rotated in his eyes, emanating a captivating brilliance. Alongside his own Mangekyou Sharingan, he had fused the Mangekyou Sharingan of Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Fugaku, and Uchiha Itachi. Each fusion granted him the selection or upgrade of new abilities. His powers surged to unprecedented heights, encompassing spatial concealment, lethal gaze, hypnosis, and brainwashing, a pocket dimension, a colossal avatar, and spatial teleportation. These abilities were manipulated with the ease of a mere plaything in his hands. Due to his use of the hypnosis and brainwashing capability, the Uchiha family of three became exceedingly obedient, the sole exception being Uchiha Itachi, who had perished. Thus, following Itachi's demise, they exhibited no signs of turmoil. Their gazes seemed to regard the death of a stranger before them. That I have purged the traitors from our clan. What am I? I am a hero. I shall lead the clan to create brilliance once more. I will make the Uchiha great again. Therefore, I shall become the clan leader. Who is in favor? Who is opposed? The voice of Uchiha Hanye reverberated within the shrine, his gaze radiating confidence and authority. The clansmen were awed by his imposing presence, bowing their heads in submission. Without wasting a moment, Uchiha Hanye proceeded to employ his hypnotic abilities, instilling trust among the clansmen gathered in the shrine. Before the body of Uchiha Itachi had even grown cold, Uchiha Hanye ascended to the position of the new clan leader of the Uchiha family. Standing amidst the shrine, he surveyed his clansmen, a profound sense of satisfaction swelling within him. Perhaps it was due to Uchiha Itachi's prolonged silence that Shimura Danzo could no longer contain himself. He stormed into the Uchiha territory with root ninjas. He discovered all were congregated within the shrine. Upon witnessing 3,000 clansmen, young and old alike, activating their Sharingan, or even advancing to Mangekyou Sharingan, a chill coursed through his veins. Several clansmen, formerly wielding the three-tomo Sharingan, had directly awakened the kaleidoscopic eyes. These crimson orbs fixed their gaze upon the root ninjas, inducing a sense of dread within them. What do you intend to do here? Are you staging a rebellion? I warn you, it would be wise to surrender, Shimura Danzo bellowed, his single eye seething with fury as he stepped forward, striking his cane against the ground with force. Yet, his voice sounded feeble outside the shrine. Uchiha Hanye offered him no response. Unleashing his ocular ability of instant death, An invisible force engulfed Shimura Danzo in an instant. Before he could invoke Izanagi, he collapsed to the ground, his eyes closing forever. The root ninjas he brought with him followed suit, experiencing sudden cardiac arrest, falling lifelessly. Witnessing this, the Third Hokage, the mastermind behind the scenes, could no longer restrain himself. He approached with numerous clan leaders and elite ninjas. Uchiha Hanye, how dare you commit such acts of slaughter on the territory of Konoha? A true embodiment of demonic behavior. You indiscriminately slay the innocent and spare not even your own kin. You are the very incarnation of a demon, destined to bring disaster and suffering to Konoha. The Third Hokage's voice grew louder, yet it betrayed an unmistakable air of hypocrisy. His anger was but a fade. His hatred merely a disguise concealing his true nature. Uchiha Hanye regarded Sarutobi Hiruzen coldly, his eyes filled with disdain and mockery. Sarutobi Hiruzen, your hypocrisy repulses me. You profess to act for Konoha while secretly colluding with Danzo, aiming to usurp our Uchiha clan. After the conclusion of the Third Shinobi World War, how many Uchiha clansmen vanished without a trace? How many perished on missions? Do you dare claim these events have no connection to you? You are the true demon. As his words hung in the air, the surroundings seemed to freeze. Sarutobi Hiruzen's countenance darkened, and he shouted in fury, "Nonsense! You slander me! I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, have dedicated my life to Konoha. How could I commit such despicable acts? I am the benevolent father of Konoha." Yet, as he spoke, the other clan leaders and elite ninjas began to murmur amongst themselves, observing Sarutobi Hiruzen's furious demeanor. Doubts crept into their minds. After all, the discord between Danzo and the Uchiha had long been an open secret, and as Konoha's leader, Sarutobi Hiruzen had failed to take any action. Sarutobi Hiruzen, do you think we are oblivious to your true nature? We are well aware of your collusion with Danzo. You speak of Konoha, yet you are merely protecting your own reign and interests. You are utterly unworthy of the Hokage title. The clan leader speaks true. You are the real traitor. We shall fight for the honor and dignity of the Uchiha. The voices of the Uchiha clansmen grew louder, their emotions swelling. Sarutobi Hiruzen, your duplicity is sickening. The fourth Hokage might have survived. Yet he did not. Why was it not you who perished? Why was it not you who invoked the dead demon-consuming seal? Uchiha Hanye continued. Do you believe you can deceive everyone? I tell you. Your schemes have been unraveled. Today, I shall restore clarity to the villagers of Konoha. I shall seek justice for the Uchiha clan. As his declaration resonated, a formidable aura erupted from him, warping the air around them. The clan leaders, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, were left staggered by this overwhelming presence, instinctively retreating a few steps. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as Konoha's leader, quickly regained his composure. How dare you? This is intolerable. He inhaled deeply, then proclaimed, Uchiha Hanye, do not be so arrogant. Today, I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, shall slay you for the peace of Konoha. Prepare to meet your demise. A powerful surge of chakra emanated from Sarutobi Hiruzen, igniting the air around him. Yet, before Uchiha Hanye, this chakra appeared feeble and insubstantial. He regarded Sarutobi Hiruzen coldly, remarking, having spoken so much, the time has come. You may join Shimura Danzo. The six Tomo Sharingan spun wildly, resembling the brilliant stars in the night sky, unleashing a terrifying power. Sarutobi Hiruzen, a legendary figure known as the Invincible Hokage, now felt utterly powerless before this force. How is this possible? It cannot be. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice trembled, each word laced with disbelief. He attempted to muster his chakra to resist the overwhelming force. But his efforts seemed trivial in the face of such might. In the next instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen crashed heavily to the ground. Dust enveloped him as he struggled to rise, only to find his strength depleted, his body feeling utterly drained and immobile. After a few futile attempts, he grew weaker, ultimately succumbing to death. Are you also here to slaughter us, Uchiha? Enemies of the Uchiha deserve death. Uchiha Hanye's gaze cut through the crowd like a blade, his voice icy and merciless, as if he were prepared to execute the next victim. Facing the multitude of clan leaders, he made his intentions unmistakably clear, stating, if you are foes, then prepare to pay with your lives. And no, we were compelled to come here. It was all under the duress of the Third Hokage. One clan leader stammered, trembling, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. his eyes filled with fear and pleading. "We truly harbor no such intentions. Please, show us mercy." Another clan leader wiped the sweat from his brow, urgently agreeing, his voice rife with desperation and terror. They endeavored to distance themselves from their antagonistic ties to the Uchiha clan. Yet beneath the weight of Uchiha Hanye's formidable presence, their words rang hollow. "Just speak the truth. As long as you do, I shall know you are not enemies." Uchiha Hanye's voice was devoid of emotion. His chilling aura unwavering. He scrutinized the assembly and continued, "You shall accompany us now." The clan leaders exchanged glances, their faces etched with shock and confusion. Yet, under the immense pressure of Uchiha Hanye, they dared not voice any dissent. "What are we to do?" One clan leader mustered the courage to ask, his voice quaking. Uchiha Hanye shot him a cold glance, a cruel smile curling at his lips as he replied, "You will have your clansmen encircle the territories of the 4 great clans of Konoha. The Sarutobi clan, the Yamanaka clan, the Shimura clan, and the Mito clan. None shall be spared. They shall all face annihilation." This proclamation struck like thunder in the hearts of the gathered leaders, their eyes widening in disbelief as they gazed at Uchiha Hanye. "This is madness," one clan leader exclaimed, his voice thick with terror and unease. "Madness?" Uchiha Hanye sneered. "They were the ones who initiated hostilities against our Uchiha clan. Their cruelty shall not go unpunished. Now, you have but 2 choices. Follow me. Or," he paused, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes, "perish here. Accompany the Third Hokage to the grave. Accompany Danzo to the grave. Accompany the root ninjas to the grave." The clan leaders were awestruck by his imposing presence. Bowing their heads in submission, they understood that at this moment, Uchiha Hanye was no longer an adversary they could easily confront. Their only option was to yield and follow in his footsteps to execute this audacious plan. As Uchiha Hanye led thousands, surging like a tidal wave towards the bustling streets of Konoha, the entire village of ninjas seemed to tremble and feared. A cold, ruthless glint flickered in his eyes, as if he intended to reduce all the splendor of this land to ashes. The Konoha before him was no longer a bastion of tranquility and prosperity, but had devolved into chaos and panic. People fled in all directions, the streets thick with dust and the palpable scent of fear. Clearly, this state of panic had persisted for some time. Uchiha Hanye furrowed his brow, sensing the villagers' unease permeating the air. He turned to the clan leaders behind him, his voice icy and authoritative, inquiring, "Why did the 4 great clans flee in advance? Have you betrayed us?" The leaders trembled as they responded, their voices nearly drowned in terror. "We truly do not know." One leader stammered, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, that he feared that any displeasure from Uchiha Hanye could lead to his instantaneous demise. Uchiha Hanye smiled coldly, his gaze imbued with an unassailable resolve. He activated his Manjiki Sharingan, employing its hypnotic capabilities. The eyes of those clan leaders gradually became vacant, as if their very souls were being siphoned away. "Is that so? You truly have no knowledge of a betrayal?" Uchiha Hanye's voice flowed like a lullaby, luring them into a trance. "That I do not know. I am unaware." The leaders mechanically echoed the same phrases, satisfied. Uchiha Hanye activated his Manjiki Sharingan. He turned to his fellow Uchiha clansmen, his voice resonant and filled with fervor, proclaiming, "Brothers and sisters, we have triumphed. The cowards of the 4 great clans have fled. They are now traitors, and we shall reign over this land. We shall become the true masters." Under Uchiha Hanye's rallying cry, the clansmen erupted in cheers. They brandished their kunai and swords, their eyes alight with fervent zeal. "Seize the remaining members of the 4 great clans and bring them to the plaza before the Hokage building. And you, gather the villagers. I shall convene a public trial." With his command, the ninjas sprang into action. They darted through the streets of Konoha like hawks, infiltrating the territories of the 4 clans and capturing the remaining individuals. The villagers were summoned to the vicinity of the Hokage building. The plaza before the edifice swelled with a throng of people, their mass resembling a swarm of ants. Uchiha Hanye now stood atop the Hokage building, surveying the crowd below. His gaze was filled with indifference and cruelty, as if he were observing mere insects. The elites of the 4 great clans are truly heartless, to abandon so many clansmen without hesitation. Without a trace of remorse, he laughed derisively, as if witnessing a farcical spectacle. Suddenly, Uchiha Hanye's tone shifted to one of gravity, stating, "Though you may be pitiable, You cannot claim innocence. The time has come to pay for all that you once enjoyed. Just then, an Uchiha clansman rushed forward, breathless. Report, clan leader, the Ninetales is missing. It must have been taken by the 4 great clans. Uchiha Hanye's brow furrowed, but he quickly regained his composure that it matters not. The Ninetales is merely a colossal chakra beast. Should it be needed, we shall simply recapture it. If Uchiha Madara can capture tailed beasts, so too can I. He waved his hand, and a clansman handed him a megaphone. Uchiha Hanye took the device, inhaled deeply, and proclaimed loudly, "Today, I have an announcement to make. The era of Konoha has come to an end." His voice thundered, shaking the very souls of all present. "I in the land of fire. The age of ninjas has also concluded. We shall establish the shogunate of the land of fire, and I, as the shogun, shall reign over you." The villagers of Konoha began to murmur among themselves. But the proceedings were far from over that a figure appeared beside Uchiha Hanye, the daimyo of the land of fire. With hollow, vacant eyes, the daimyo took the megaphone and declared, "I am deeply disappointed in your third Hokage. He has instigated discord within the land of fire. Thankfully, the Uchiha clan has restored order. A shogunate shall be established. You shall all become the shogunate's guards, just as ninjas have supplanted the samurai. Now, the shogunate's guard shall eradicate the ninjas of the land of fire. The responsibility of judging the crimes of the 4 great clans now lay with Shogun Uchiha Hanye." As the daimyo's words echoed, the plaza fell into a profound silence. The crowd gazed up at Uchiha Hanye and the daimyo, maintaining silence as they awaited the next words. "Thank you, esteemed daimyo, for your support, and I extend my gratitude to all for your cooperation. I shall now briefly outline the reasons for their guilt." Uchiha Hanye surveyed the kneeling men of the 4 great clans in the plaza, stating, "Your leaders are ruthless, yet I shall not be as merciless as they. After all, there are far too many of you. Thus, I shall only deal with you adult men." That a cold light gleamed in his eyes as he clenched his fists, as if to crush the fury within. "Your transgressions may seem distant, yet they are intricately linked to the present situation. The second Hokage was ambushed during negotiations in the Hidden Cloud Village, ultimately perishing in battle. Why did Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and the others, as his guards, allow the second Hokage to fall behind and sacrifice himself, while they returned safely to Konoha?" A mocking smile curved his lips as he sought to fabricate a false narrative. Sarutobi Hiruzen could hardly escape the web of culpability. Yet how did he ultimately ascend to the position of Hokage and become the ruler of Konoha? His voice turned low and frigid as he continued. The era of the second Hokage, though briefly glorious, had already begun to reveal signs of decline. That he was exceptionally intelligent, yet he also led Konoha to the precipice of doom. Chapter 5. Judgment of the 4 Great Clans and Execution. The second Hokage established the Umbu to consolidate his power. He created the police force to bind the Uchiha clan as his watchdogs. He even founded the Ninja Academy, pushing commoners onto the battlefield, generating an unending supply of war fodder. All this was merely to maintain his dominion. Uchiha Hanye's gaze brimmed with anger and disdain, his words dripping with contempt for the second Hokage. That he continued, "Most of the ninjutsu he invented were targeted at our Uchiha clan's Sharingan. The Konoha police force was but a tool to sap our will, keeping us mired in trivialities, unable to elevate ourselves. Simultaneously, he incited the villagers' resentment toward us, gradually distancing us from the center of power." Uchiha Hanye took a deep breath, as though intending to unleash all the fury contained within him. He continued to weave his falsehoods, stating, "At that time, the ninja clans were not united. Everyone was wary of one another. The second Hokage's myriad tactics instilled fear in all. They feared becoming the next Uchiha to be oppressed. Thus, they conspired with the ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village, alongside the guards Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and others, to orchestrate this assassination." Uchiha Hanye raised his left hand, his expression fervent, declaring, "In the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen became Hokage, but he was merely a puppet. Even wielding great power, he existed only in name. Yet he learned how to collude with the enemy, uniting with foreign threats, leading to the annihilation of the Senju clan's elite in war. In the aftermath, the Senju clan fell into utter decline. Can you still see their presence today? Even the princess of the land of fire, Tsunade, has distanced herself from the power center of Konoha." Pausing for a moment, Uchiha Hanye continued, Is there no issue with all this? And you, who benefited from the gains he provided, are you not guilty? His words were charged with inquiry and indignation, his gaze piercing through the crowd as if to devour them one by one. That he declared, "Now that the trial is concluded, I shall execute you." As his words fell, Uchiha Hanye abruptly conjured a pitch-black sphere in his hand, as if it had devoured all light. Without a shred of mercy, he hurled this orb into the center of the square, whereupon it instantly expanded, resembling a colossal black hole, ravenously consuming the men of the four great clans. To the bewildered onlookers, Uchiha Hanye appeared as a demon, ruthlessly erasing the lives of those men. Yet, the truth was far more complex. The men who had been devoured were not dead. Rather, they had been transported to Uchiha Hanye's hidden paradise. This was a miniature world akin to the real one, yet brimming with mystery and the unknown. After accomplishing this feat, a glint of cunning flashed in Uchiha Hanye's eyes. He gently called out to the system, inquiring, "System, do you possess any other functions? Perhaps something related to resource utilization? I have no desire to kill for the mere sake of killing. I seek profit." Ding! The system detected the host's query and activated the recycling function. The cold, mechanical voice of the system resonated in his mind. Members of the four great clans can be exchanged for system points. Do you wish to proceed with the exchange? Upon hearing this response, Uchiha Hanye's eyes instantly lit up. He responded without hesitation. Exchange. Exchange them all for me. This is simply marvelous. Ha! His voice brimmed with excitement and ecstasy, as if he could already envision boundless wealth beckoning to him. The howling wind swirled around Uchiha Hanye, accompanied by a group of loyal Uchiha clansmen, their eyes shimmering with a blend of reverence and fervor. Lord Clan Leader, what should we do with the remaining women and children? One clansman cautiously inquired, his voice faint and trembling amidst the roaring winds. Uchiha Hanye's gaze was as frigid as ice. He slightly turned his head, stating indifferently, "Boys, subject them all to sterilization, severing their bloodline. Girls, let them serve as child brides for a time. As for the adult women, they shall become concubines for the men of our clan, enriching our household. Regarding the elderly women, let them engage in household chores, extracting their final value." Uchiha Hanye's words bore no trace of compassion, as if these lives were but insignificant ants in his eyes. This was precisely the manner of operation he pursued. That he detested waste. Every resource must be utilized to its fullest potential. At that moment, a forgotten figure flickered in his mind, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Uchiha Hanye snapped his fingers, as if commanding the world itself, and asked, "Where is Sarutobi Izuma? Is he still at the Fire Temple?" The clansman promptly replied, "Report, Lord Clan Leader. He remains at the Fire Temple." Perhaps unaware of the situation here, but we cannot rule out the possibility that someone has informed him. Uchiha Hanye nodded, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. That he turned to his clansman, declaring, "I shall personally capture him. You are responsible for matters here. Ensure order is maintained and avoid chaos. Furthermore, the body of Sarutobi Hizashi must be properly preserved. It will prove useful later." With that, he summoned a massive avian summoning beast. The creature soared into the sky with astounding speed, carrying him directly to the Fire Temple. The Fire Temple was nestled within a tranquil valley, surrounded by mountains, shrouded in mist. Upon Uchiha Hanye's arrival, the entire valley seemed enveloped in an atmosphere of impending slaughter. He knocked on the door while casting a sharp gaze around his surroundings. After a few seconds, the door creaked open, revealing a monk peering out. Upon seeing Uchiha Hanye, the monk's face exhibited a flicker of panic. However, he quickly composed himself and ushered Uchiha Hanye into the temple. The head monk personally received Uchiha Hanye, his expression grave as he stated, "Sarutobi Izuma has already departed." Uchiha Hanye furrowed his brow slightly. "Where did he go? Did he mention anything to you?" As he spoke, he gradually activated his Manjiki Sharingan, a powerful hypnotic force instantly permeating the air. Under the influence of this force, the head monk began to struggle to recall his conversation with Sarutobi Izuma. He mentioned that the Sarutobi clan sought him for something, but after he left, he headed south towards the Land of Fire. The head monk responded with difficulty, "Are there any others? It seems there may be unexpected gains." Uchiha Hanye nodded. "Oh, you have any items that facilitate mutual sensing? Something for communication?" The head monk hesitated for a moment, but ultimately revealed the truth. "Our identity tags have a mutual sensing function." Chapter 6. capturing and torturing Saratobi Asuma, having obtained the identity tag from the Fire Temple. Uchiha Hanye smiled with satisfaction. Thank you very much for your cooperation. He activated his Mangeki Sharingan, the six-pointed pinwheel spinning within that a powerful suction emanated from him, enveloping the entire Fire Temple and its inhabitants. The Fire Temple, along with everyone inside, was mercilessly absorbed into Uchiha Hanye's hidden paradise, whereupon he unceremoniously sold everything to the system in exchange for system points. Uchiha Hanye precisely infused chakra into the identity tag. The tag trembled slightly before emitting a faint glow. The sensing waves spread like ripples, ultimately locking onto a direction in the southern land of fire. Uchiha Hanye's eyes shimmered with determination and ruthlessness. He could almost see his target and sense the impending storm that he leaped onto the already prepared avian summoning beast. The creature let out a skyward cry, its wings flapping, stirring a whirlwind as it rapidly pursued the target. The silhouette of the avian beast traced a brilliant arc across the night sky, akin to a shooting star streaking across the heavens. After a period of tracking, Uchiha Hanye indeed encountered the familiar figure of Saratobi Asuma in the southern land of fire. His distinctive beard stood out prominently in the darkness. Accompanied by a group of fleeing ninjas from the Saratobi clan, Saratobi Asuma was still on the run. Upon seeing the man before him, Uchiha Hanye's heart surged with an uncontrollable fury. His eyes activated the Mangeki Sharingan, and as his focus sharpened, a tremendous chakra erupted, culminating in the formation of a massive black hole. The black hole radiated a destructive aura against the night sky, resembling a demon that devoured all, opening its gaping maw to engulf Saratobi Asuma and his companions. Caught off guard by this sudden assault, Saratobi Asuma and the surrounding ninjas were left speechless, unable to react in time as the black orb mercilessly consumed them. Echoes of anguish screams pierced the night, swiftly drowned by the black hole, leaving behind an eerie silence. As tranquility descended, it felt as though time itself came to a standstill. Uchiha Hanye stood atop the avian beast, his gaze cold and profound, murmuring to himself, "Let us begin with you. It's time to have some fun. The anger of my clansmen requires an outlet." Utilizing the abilities of his hidden paradise, he traversed the distance and returned to the Hokage building. When Uchiha Hanye reappeared, he was already holding the bruised and battered Saratobi Asuma. There was not a shred of pity or sympathy in his eyes. In the square before the Hokage building, another body was bound to a cross, silently hanging there. It was Saratobi Hisashi, the former Hokage, now reduced to a lifeless shell. His eyes were hollow and deep, as if recounting tales of past glory and honor, but at this moment, only endless desolation and sorrow remained. Uchiha Hanye ordered that Saratobi Asuma be bound beside him. Upon regaining consciousness, Saratobi Asuma found himself facing his father's lifeless body. In that instant, it felt as though his heart had been struck by a heavy hammer, an overwhelming wave of grief and rage surging within him. "Father, this cannot be." Saratobi Asuma struggled to free himself, but the ropes tightly restrained him. Helplessly, he gazed at his father's corpse, tears streaming down his face like a flood unleashed, soaking his cheeks. His heart brimmed with despair and anguish. He could not accept this brutal reality. He attempted to scream, but his voice was hoarse and feeble, reduced to silent sobs. "Oh dear, are you crying already? Saratobi Asuma, are you truly so fragile?" This so-called guardian of the 12 ninja guardians. The voice of Uchiha Hanye sliced through the silence of the square like a frigid blade, forcibly drawing Saratobi Asuma's attention back to the present. He looked up to find himself bound in the plaza before the Hokage building, surrounded by a throng of people, all of whom were members of the Uchiha clan. Their eyes glimmered with a crimson hue, a manifestation of their anger and hatred towards the Saratobi family. A shiver ran through Saratobi Asuma. He endeavored to maintain his pride and dignity as the son of the Third Hokage. How could he show weakness before this assembly of Uchihas? "You are truly treasonous. Do you even comprehend the gravity of your actions?" he shouted, though his voice trembled slightly, betraying the fear he sought to conceal. Yet, Uchiha Hanye remained unmoved, striding confidently towards Saratobi Asuma. His gaze was filled with indifference and disdain, as if he were observing a mere jester performing. "What do you have to say? Do you still believe yourself to be the Prince of Konoha? Your father is the true traitor," he uttered, his voice low and chilling, each word piercing Saratobi Asuma's heart like a cold steel needle. "Konoha is now but a relic of the past. The daimyo has declared it. Sarutobi Asuma's face turned ashen. He could hardly bear such humiliation and condemnation. He struggled against his bonds, yearning to retaliate, but the ropes held him fast, rendering him immobile. All he could do was glare at Uchiha Hanye with eyes brimming with fury and resentment. Pitiful, lamentable, laughable, Uchiha Hanye observed, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he regarded Sarutobi Asuma's contorted visage. He shook his head slightly, as if dismissing Sarutobi Asuma's wrath. Sarutobi Asuma, do you believe you can change anything? Your father's sins will exact a toll upon your entire clan. His merciless tone instilled an unprecedented sense of despair in Sarutobi Asuma. Around him, 3,000 Uchiha clansmen glared with eyes aglow. Erupting into derisive laughter, they reveled in Sarutobi Asuma's disheveled state, a sense of satisfaction swelling within them. Regardless of age or gender, they approached him like merciless executioners. Armed with sharp blades, they advanced step by step, their Sharingan gleaming with cruelty and madness. With each slice, suffocating pain blossomed across Sarutobi Asuma's body, leaving him with wounds of varying depths. Just as blood threatened to burst forth, Uchiha Hanye waved his hand gently, and the light of yang release enveloped Sarutobi Asuma, miraculously healing his wounds. This relentless cycle of life and death nearly shattered Sarutobi Asuma's spirit. He writhed in agony, yet what tormented him even more were the cold, indifferent gazes of the villagers surrounding the square. Those who had once revered and feared him now bore witness to his suffering, some even participating in the infliction of deeper wounds. Sarutobi Asuma, do you comprehend the essence of true despair? Uchiha Hanye observed Sarutobi Asuma with a smile that brimmed with derision and disdain. Perhaps you are currently experiencing unprecedented torment, but allow me to inform you. It is not enough. I shall make you taste what constitutes the ultimate humiliation. With that, he commanded that Sarutobi Asuma be suspended in midair, a wooden donkey placed beneath him. Sarutobi Asuma was relentlessly slammed against the wooden contraption, each impact rendering him closer to the brink of death. Cold sweat coated his brow, his body trembling from the excruciating pain. Are you hungry? Allow me to provide you with a morsel before we continue. Uchiha Hanye said coldly, a smirk playing upon his lips. But I shall offer you something far more peculiar. He gestured towards Sarutobi Kinomaru, who had been brought forth. The once lively and cheerful boy now wore a pallid expression, his eyes filled with terror. Chapter 7. The ultimate humiliation of indescribable pain under the harsh glare of the lights. Sarutobi Asuma's face appeared ghostly pale. Choose one. Sarutobi Asuma, will you gnaw on your father's aged flesh, or savor your nephew's tender meat? Uchiha Hanye's voice was as frigid as ice, capable of freezing the very air around them. Each syllable struck Sarutobi Asuma's heart like a merciless blade, ensnaring his soul in an abyss of darkness. In the suffocating silence, someone suddenly lunged forward, ruthlessly tearing off Sarutobi Kanoru's trousers, exposing his pristine flesh. Spotless, there is nothing left. This scene struck Sarutobi Asuma like a thunderbolt, shattering the last bastion of his resolve. His eyes widened, filled with flames of anger and despair that threatened to engulf his reason. He fought desperately against his bonds, yearning to rush to his helpless nephew and shield him from this brutal humiliation. Yet his restraints held him firmly in place, rendering him powerless. Sarutobi Asuma, this is the retribution for your family's misdeeds. Uchiha Hanye's voice rang out once more, tinged with a sickly excitement and cruel satisfaction. We have eliminated your nephew's concerns. Now, do you have anything to say? Tears glistened in Sarutobi Asuma's eyes, a mixture of fury, despair, and helplessness. Clenching his teeth, he summoned all his strength to roar. Uchiha Hanye, you heartless beast. You shall meet a fate worse than this. One day, you will suffer a retribution 1,000 times more brutal. However, his outcry was drowned out by the laughter of those around him. His fury felt utterly futile. The onlookers resembled a pack of bloodthirsty beasts, reveling in this inhumane torment, savoring the bloodshed and excitement. Uchiha Hanye merely regarded Sarutobi Asuma with cold indifference, his eyes seeming to penetrate the very essence of his soul. He understood that Sarutobi Asuma's anger and despair were but futile struggles that end this cruel game. He was destined to become a wretched creature, tortured to death. If you refuse to speak, then I shall make this cruel choice for you. Uchiha Hanye's voice was ice-cold and resolute as he waved his sleeve, orchestrating a grim ceremony. Soon, two enormous frying pans were brought before Sarutobi Asuma, steaming ominously, sending chills down his spine. After ensuring Sarutobi Asuma was sufficiently fed, Uchiha Hanye mocked. You actually consumed it? How revolting! Sarutobi Asuma, you are indeed a wretch beneath even the beasts. How does it feel? Is it more unbearable than any pain you have ever endured? Sarutobi Asuma's throat was choked with flesh, rendering him voiceless. His heart brimmed with rage and despair, but even more so with self-loathing for his impotence. He loathed himself for his inability to protect his kin, for his failure to prevent this tragedy. This is merely the beginning. I shall no longer indulge you. With those words, Uchiha Hanye turned his back, departing without casting a glance back. He left behind a cadre of medical ninjas, instructing them to take turns watching over Sarutobi Asuma, ensuring he would not perish too swiftly. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner, anxious and fearful eyes were fixated on the harrowing scene unfolding in the square. These individuals, once loyal hounds of the four great clans, now faced an unprecedented predicament. Their hearts were filled with sympathy and concern for Sarutobi Asuma, yet also suffused with dread at Uchiha Hanye's ruthless methods. They gazed upon the once exalted Sarutobi Asuma, now akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, subjected to relentless torment. Each pained groan pierced their hearts like a sharp knife, sending their emotions spiraling between fear and anger. Yet, they dared not act recklessly. Surrounding the square, the crowd was dense, with Uchiha clan warriors omnipresent. They understood all too well that any misstep could plunge them into an abyss from which there was no return. They could only pray in silence, hoping Sarutobi Asuma would endure this trial. This was precisely the outcome Uchiha Hanye desired. He sought not only Sarutobi Asuma's anguished cries, but also aimed to use this brutal spectacle to eradicate all latent forces of rebellion. He was akin to a calm angler, using Sarutobi Asuma as bait, casting his hook to await the catch of dissenters that he intended to ensnare all those who harbored unrest, leaving them with no room for rebellion. This was his strategy, to secure peace at home before confronting external threats. The following morning, although the sunlight was gentle, it fell upon Asuma Sarutobi like the chilling edge of a blade. The spark that once illuminated his eyes had long since faded, leaving behind only a hollow void and despair as he wandered aimlessly in the square like a mere specter. Not long ago, the sunset-hued visage he had long yearned for bore witness to his woeful state. He had come to comprehend the words of Uchiha Hanye. The true depth of humiliation lay in the fact that the woman he cherished could see his tragic plight so clearly. At this moment, Uchiha Hanye stood beside 3 crucifixes in the square. His gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk, surveying the multitude of elite shinobi gathered around him, drawing a deep breath. His voice resonated with clarity and conviction. Esteemed colleagues, I have summoned you here today to announce a momentous piece of news that bears profound significance for us all. As his words echoed through the air, the atmosphere around the square shifted instantaneously, becoming solemn and charged with tension. That a palpable sense of anticipation and unease hung in the air, akin to the stillness before a tempest. Each shinobi widened their eyes, holding their breath, eagerly awaiting Uchiha Hanye's next move. Their hearts pounded heavily, akin to the relentless beat of a war drum, as every cell within them quivered in anticipation of the impending revelation. Uchiha Hanye slowly continued, his voice imbued with undeniable authority. For far too long, the power and resources of Konoha have been monopolized by the 4 great clans. This corrupt state of affairs has reached a point that demands change. This proclamation detonated within the crowd like a bombshell, igniting waves of unprecedented excitement and shock among the shinobi. Uchiha Hanye's voice rang out like a resounding bell, filled with unwavering determination. I shall lead an extraordinary revolution. The distribution of power and resources shall be utterly rewritten here. His words ignited a fierce blaze within the hearts of every shinobi present, illuminating their eyes with the shimmering light of newfound hope and opportunity. In addition to the current 6 departments, I shall establish the agricultural department, the artisan department, the diplomatic department, the resource department, the construction department, and the commerce department. These shall become the new pillars of our shogunate. Chapter 8. The temptation of power and the blood oath. Around the bustling square, voices clamored like tumultuous waves crashing against the shore, each wave rising higher than the last, as if countless sprays were battering against the rocks with fierce intensity. Villagers had gathered, conversing animatedly about the shogun's reform plans, their emotions soaring as if they might break the heavens. Each voice carried the fervor of the villagers' excitement. "Did you hear? The shogun is implementing reforms," exclaimed one villager, waving his arms in exhilaration, his voice brimming with anticipation and curiosity about the unknown. "Indeed, I have heard. This reform should overturn the old system, granting everyone the opportunity to shine," another villager chimed in, his eyes sparkling as if he could already envision his own glorious future. Yet, the specter of risk loomed over these reforms. "What if it fails? Wouldn't we suffer the consequences?" interjected a concerned villager, his brow furrowed, worry etched across his face. "Humph, risk. Where there is no risk, there is no reward. I suspect you fear that your position will be lost after the reforms," retorted a tall villager, casting a disdainful glance at him, his tone laced with provocation. "You? How dare you?" The provoked villager's face flushed with anger as he pointed an accusing finger at the other. The crowd surrounding them surged forward, some offering placation, while others incited further chaos. The scene descending into disarray at a quaint tea house nearby. A white-haired man draped in a mysterious black cloak sat quietly in a corner, resembling a solitary mountain. He listened intently to the fervent discussions of the villagers outside, his own emotions simmering like an ever-growing flame. The white-haired man furrowed his brow slightly, letting out a soft sigh. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, the sound contrasting starkly with the tumult outside. Meanwhile, the elite shinobi within the white-clad man's view were whispering among themselves in the square. Their voices were low, yet in the vast space, they resonated like the irritating buzz of mosquitoes. "The shogun just mentioned reforms," one shinobi murmured, his eyes glimmering with excitement. "What do you think of this matter?" "Indeed, this is significant. Typically, newly established departments wield tremendous power and resources. We must think of ways to secure our positions within them." Another shinobi eagerly interjected, his tone suffused with desire and greed. The discussions among the shinobi intensified, emotions running high. They were filled with anger, worry, and doubt, their sentiments intertwining like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Yet, in the center of the square, Uchiha Hanye remained still, like a stone statue. His icy gaze swept over the crowd. The agricultural department, artisan department, diplomatic department, resource department, construction department, and commerce department are all newly established and in dire need of talent. "Is anyone willing to take on these roles?" he stated deliberately. His expression remained inscrutable, as if he could see through their very souls. Uchiha Hanye awaited their response, allowing them time to digest the enormity of the information presented, anticipating their decisions. Moments later, one shinobi stepped forward, his eyes shining with determination. "I wish to join the resource department. Whatever plans the shogun has, I will support them wholeheartedly. I too wish to join." "I will fight for the shogun," shouted another. "I as well." With more and more shinobi stepping forward, the square erupted in fervent cries that a strange smile graced Uchiha Hanye's lips as he took a gentle step to the side. With this movement, the three figures bound to the crucifixes became even more visible to the onlookers. An oppressive atmosphere permeated the air, as if even breathing had grown heavy. Among the three, aside from the pale Asuma Sarutobi, the other two, Sarutobi Hisashi, had already succumbed to death, while Sarutobi Konoha barely clung to life, as though he could expire at any moment. Uchiha Hanye's gaze lingered upon the faces of the shinobi, finally settling on those who displayed fear and hesitation. "Then show me your blood oath. Use the kunai in your hands to wound Asuma Sarutobi," he intoned, his voice striking like a hammer against each heart present. "If you do this, I shall acknowledge you, and you shall become the most loyal allies of the Uchiha clan." His words reverberated through the square, like a command igniting the inner turmoil of the crowd. Some exchanged furtive glances, weighing the pros and cons. Others clenched their fists, seemingly suppressing their inner conflicts, while yet others turned pale, as if they could already foresee the impending bloodshed. "No, I cannot do this," protested one shinobi, his voice filled with terror and struggle. His gaze flickered towards Asuma Sarutobi, his face a mask of conflict. Asuma was his friend, his former comrade. How could he be expected to make such a choice? "Do not hesitate. This is our opportunity," urged another shinobi in a hushed tone, his eyes gleaming with fervor. He gripped his kunai tightly, as if ready to strike. As his words fell, another voice scoffed derisively. If you lack the courage, do not blame us for being unsparing. Taking a deep breath, the shinobi steeled himself, his kunai slicing through the air. With a flash of cold steel, blood was drawn, and a crimson line appeared on Asuma Sarutobi's body. Uchiha Hanye extended his hand, employing a healing technique to staunch the bleeding of Asuma Sarutobi. "What position did you say you desired?" he asked, pausing theatrically, while the shinobi immediately replied, "Shogun, I wish to join the resource department. Please grant me an opportunity to prove myself." "Very well. From this moment, you shall be the minister of the resource department," Uchiha Hanye exclaimed, clapping his hands in celebration. "Congratulations! Let us all applaud. Let us warmly celebrate the birth of our esteemed resource department's leader." In the midst of the crowd, a certain jonin concluded his discussion that he turned to his companion, his eyes brimming with resolve, and declared, "I shall also join. If we do not act, how do you suppose Lord Uchiha Hanye will regard us? What opportunities will remain for us in the future?" Chapter 9. The establishment of the Shogunate Council and its members. Uchiha Hanye's directive to the jonin to harm Asuma Sarutobi was, in essence, an open conspiracy. Once they committed this act, they would no longer have a chance to be mere fence-sitters. With one leading the charge, the rest of the jonin felt no psychological burden. The kunai in that jonin's hand dripped with blood, like the first strike that breaks the ice. This scene compelled the other jonin, as if driven by an invisible force, to surge forward in unison, each emulating the other. Their eyes sparkled with fervor and determination, and the kunai in their hands fell like rain, leaving behind gaping wounds on Asuma Sarutobi's body. With each wound, the sound of blood gushing forth resonated, merging into a gruesome symphony that Asuma's injuries worsened. Yet in the next moment, Uchiha Hanye swiftly healed his wounds, preserving his life. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood, heightening everyone's senses, quickening their heartbeats and breaths. After this, the remnants of the 4 great clans, along with those who once opposed us, will no longer tolerate our existence, murmured one jonin. But as long as we can attain power, it is worth it. He abruptly lifted his head, his eyes gleaming with fervent light, proclaiming, "We shall possess supreme glory and status. We will become the benefactors of the Uchiha clan, and our names will be etched in history, sung by future generations." The faces of the jonin radiated with manic smiles, their movements becoming more rapid and resolute. They seemed to have forgotten Asuma Sarutobi's past kindness and status, consumed only by their yearning for power. "Ha! Now is the era of the Uchiha. You are quite perceptive, which pleases me greatly." Uchiha Hanye laughed heartily, his voice filled with pride and arrogance. This was the quintessential Uchiha maniacal laughter. He continued, "The 4 great clans? Whether they can rise again is a question. From this day forth, the entire ninja world shall prostrate itself at the feet of the Uchiha clan." As the last jonin struck the final blow upon Asuma Sarutobi, they completed this cruel and resolute declaration of allegiance. The atmosphere around the square reached a boiling point, the air seeming to tremble. Uchiha Hanye acted once more, swiftly healing Asuma Sarutobi's wounds, maintaining his life. His gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, swept over each jonin present, and a mysterious smile graced his face. As if everything lay within his control, that he spoke slowly, his voice deep and powerful, declaring, "I hereby announce that in order to further enhance our governance system, I will establish a brand new position. Council member. Each of you present has the chance to become one." This statement rippled through the crowd like stones cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring layers of anticipation. The expressions on the jonin's faces transformed into a kaleidoscope of emotions. They exchanged glances, confusion, curiosity, and excitement intertwining. "A council? What is that? Why have I never heard of it?" murmured a jonin from a lesser clan. Scratching his head, his face etched with bewilderment, as if shrouded in thick fog. "It seems the general truly intends to reform, even proposing such an unprecedented concept." Another jonin whispered to himself, his eyes glinting with curiosity and excitement, as if foreseeing a storm of change sweeping through the entire village. "A council? Council members?" another jonin from a lesser clan repeated, chewing on these unfamiliar terms, his eyes sparkling with a desire for the unknown and a thirst for exploration. "Thus, could we common ninjas also ascend the ranks and partake in decision-making?" an eager young jonin exclaimed. His voice brimmed with longing and aspiration for the future, as if he could already envision himself standing in the council hall, strategizing for the future of the shogunate. Uchiha Hanye smiled faintly, confidence and composure radiating from him. The shogunate will establish a council, divided into the upper and lower houses. He continued, the upper house shall belong entirely to the Uchiha clan, wielding judicial authority. The lower house, however, will gather the wisdom of all members to collectively deliberate the future of the Land of Fire. Uchiha Hanye's words resonated like thunder, shaking the very souls of all present. The jonin, like reeds swaying in the wind, began to murmur among themselves. Discussions erupted like waves in a storm, surging throughout the square. The Uchiha clan monopolizing judicial power. Is this not an extreme concentration of authority? More so than ever before, remarked a jonin from a major clan, his brow furrowed with evident discontent and doubt, as if a dark current stirred beneath the calm surface of the lake. The general must possess profound foresight. We need not rush to conclusions. A seasoned jonin spoke slowly, his voice steady and powerful, akin to a clear spring in the mountains, imbued with a unique wisdom and tranquility. His gaze was deep, as if able to pierce through layers of mist to discern the trajectory of the future. At that moment, Uchiha Hanye's voice resounded once more, echoing like a mighty bell that reverberated through the hearts of all. The lower house, also known as the Commoner's House or the House of Representatives, will empower you, as members, to exercise legislative, financial, and administrative oversight authority. The legislative process shall be propelled by you all, undergoing vigorous debate. 3 readings, and then submitted to the upper house for deliberation, ultimately presented to me for approval and enactment. Is this truly happening? Us common ninjas can possess such significant power, a jonin suddenly exclaimed, standing up in excitement. His voice trembled with overwhelming enthusiasm, as if unable to bear the shock of this sudden momentous news. His eyes sparkled with uncontrollable joy, as though he could already see himself standing at the pinnacle of power, striving for greater rights for his clan. Yet, this elation was short-lived, as it was shattered by the concern of an older jonin. Furrowing his brow, the elder voiced his deep worries, but the Uchiha clan controls the upper house. Can we common ninjas and lesser clans truly make a difference in this game of power? His question detonated like a bombshell, reigniting the emotions of the jonin, as discussions surged once more, tumultuous as waves in a tempest. However, at this moment, a jonin from a major clan suddenly scoffed at a glimmer of resolve flashed in his eyes as he stated, "Humph, regardless, this is an opportunity. We must seize it well and strive to secure more rights for our clan." Chapter 10. The current offenders and the ambush from the shadows. After the jonin received their respective appointments, they entered the Hokage building, commencing their work in their offices. Yet, amidst this solemn occasion, a shocking scene unfolded. Uchiha Hanye grasped Hinata's hand tightly, her hand feeling as if caressed by a warm spring breeze, causing her heart to race instantly. Following this, Uchiha Hanye abruptly raised the large iron pincers held by both, clamping down fiercely on Asuma Surtobi's groin. With a sound of shattering, the groin exploded, instantly enveloping the air in a bloody stench. Uchiha Hanye casually released his grip, discarding the large pincers. His gaze was solely fixed upon Hinata. Upon her eyes, which darted around in panic. "Hinata, look at him, such a weak and incompetent fool. Does he truly deserve your heartfelt devotion? His frailty, his ineptitude, is this what you seek?" Uchiha Hanye's voice was deep and magnetic. Imbued with an irresistible allure, he caressed Hinata's hands, now stained with blood, which appeared tender in this moment. That Hinata's mind seemed to empty at this instant. Her emotions teetered on the brink of collapse. Unable to comprehend the scene before her, she could not accept that the companion who once fought alongside her was now subjected to such a gruesome fate at the hands of Uchiha Hanye and herself. What shocked her even more was Uchiha Hanye's gaze, so filled with deep affection, as if he intended to devour her whole. "Will you marry me? My general's mansion still lacks a mistress." The voice of Uchiha Hanye echoed once more, this time infused with a gentler tone, as he proclaimed, "Become my general's wife, and allow me to safeguard your life with my strength." The thoughts of Yugao Yuhi spiraled into disarray. Instinctively, she wished to decline. Yet she found herself at a loss for words, gazing into the depths of Uchiha Hanye's affectionate eyes and feeling the warmth radiating from his hand. Her heart was ensnared in a tangle of confusion. Unable to clarify her thoughts, she had never anticipated that Uchiha Hanye would choose such a blood-soaked setting to propose. "Red, what are you truly contemplating? Are you still mired in memories of Asuma Surtobi?" Do you not realize that from the moment I encountered you in my youth, my heart has been irrevocably yours? Everything I have sacrificed for you. Does it not surpass that of Asuma Suratobi? Uchiha Hanye's voice reverberated across the vast square, each word imbued with intense emotion and unwavering resolve. His body exuded a profound obsession, constantly swaying his thoughts towards Yugao Yuhi, compelling him to dispel this fixation. At that time, he was the Prince of Konoha, a figure I could never hope to rival. Yet now, the attempts of the four great clans to annihilate the Uchiha family have faltered. They are left to flee this land like dogs without a master. Uchiha Hanye's voice crescendoed, his emotions surging, as if he sought to unleash all his pent-up resentment and fury. He grew increasingly agitated, startling Yugao Yui. She found herself swept up in this storm of emotion. An inexplicable fear swelling within her as she observed Uchiha Hanye's contorted visage, a chill crept into her heart. Asuma Suratobi is but a dying man, and I am the general of the Land of Fire, wielding immense power, nominally second only to the feudal lord. Yet my authority is unparalleled. Uchiha Hanye's words brimmed with arrogance and hubris, as though he intended to trample the entire world beneath his feet. His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging. Daiti appeared as if he aimed to expel all his rage, but ultimately, his hands fell limply to his sides. He slowly approached Yugao Yuhi and softly uttered, "I apologize. I should not have raised my voice at you, but know that my intentions are sincere. Marry me." His voice resonated with a plea and expectation, akin to a lost child seeking the way home. As Yugao Yuhi beheld his tender countenance, her heart wavered momentarily. However, at that instant, Uchiha Hanye suddenly descended into madness that he shouted, "No need to deliberate. Let us consummate our union now." His declaration startled the surrounding Uchiha clansmen, who leaned in to discern the unfolding drama in that moment. As Uchiha Hanye engaged with Yugao Yuhi, he cast a scornful smile at Asuma Suratobi. He brandished a whip, striking Asuma with ferocity. Each lash resonated like a hammer upon Asuma's heart. "Awaken, Asuma Suratobi. Witness what I am doing. I am the ultimate victor." Uchiha Hanye's voice dripped with provocation and mockery, his eyes glistening with triumph. Meanwhile, Yugao Yuhi could only silently endure it all. Her heart was rife with conflict and turmoil. She found herself powerless to resist. Deep down, she knew Uchiha Hanye harbored no love for her. If one truly loved another, they would never act in such a manner. This was merely his revenge against Asuma Suratobi. At that moment, an unassuming villager approached, his steps hesitant, as if wrestling with inner turmoil. Summoning his courage, albeit shyly, he stammered, "General, may I strike him?" His voice trembled, each word an arduous struggle, imbued with a yearning for the future and a challenge to his own bravery. Uchiha Hanye, absorbed in his own affairs, glanced up upon hearing the words, his gaze sharp as lightning. Briefly assessing the villager, a slight smile graced his lips, as though he had glimpsed the man's desires and insecurities. He casually drew a shuriken from his waist and tossed it lightly to the ground, remarking, "Oh, what position do you aspire to? A civilian role, perhaps?" At that very moment, the sunlight became blindingly bright. The shadow of the villager, under the sun's rays, slithered closer to Uchiha Hanye like a cunning serpent. Suddenly, a knife emerged from the shadow. In an instant, swift as lightning, it aimed for the space between Uchiha Hanye and Yugao Yui. The atmosphere thickened with tension, as if every breath around them had been suspended. The knife bore a lethal intent. Should it connect, Uchiha Hanye would surely be gravely wounded. Yet, in this moment of peril, Uchiha Hanye remained remarkably composed. He had anticipated the villager's actions that a surge of electricity coursed through his palm, coiling around the incoming blade like a serpent, firmly seizing the deadly strike. His gaze sharpened, transforming into that of a beast ready to unleash its fury. Chapter 11. Interrogating Jiraiya from all directions, Uchiha Hanye swiftly formed a hand seal, causing an identical shadow clone to materialize beside him. Together, they grasped the blade, exerting their combined strength to yank the hidden assailant from the shadows, hurling him forcefully to the opposite side of the square. The white-haired man traced a graceful arc through the air before crashing to the ground with a dull thud. This spectacle ignited fervor among the Uchiha clansmen, who activated their Sharingan, their unique crimson eyes fixated on the man rising from the ground. Their gazes brimmed with fury and vigilance, poised to unleash an attack at any moment. "How dare you ambush our Uchiha family's general? You despicable wretch," one Uchiha clansman bellowed, his voice resonating throughout the square, filled with indignation towards the assailant. "We cannot let him escape. Let us eliminate him." Another clansman echoed, brandishing his ninja blade, eager to charge forth. The surrounding Uchiha warriors blocked any route of escape for the assailant. Yet, Uchiha Hanye appeared oblivious to the commotion. He continued with his business, as if nothing had transpired. Regardless of the unfolding events, nothing could deter him from his intentions. Meanwhile, his shadow clone approached, eyes brimming with vigilance and indifference. "It is your turn now, Uchiha Fugaku." With these words, a distortion in space occurred, and the figure of Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, materialized like a specter. "Uchiha Fugaku, unleash fire release. Great fireball." With this command, Uchiha Fugaku swiftly formed hand seals. Each movement flowed seamlessly, precise and fluid, as though honed through countless trials. Chakra surged within him like magma on the verge of eruption, teeming with boundless energy and destructive potential. His gaze turned sharp and resolute, his Sharingan activated. As if to pierce through all obstacles and strike at the enemy's vital points, the torrent of fiery chakra erupted from Uchiha Fugaku's mouth, igniting the surrounding air. The flames roared like a colossal beast, rapidly expanding into a massive fireball, akin to a burning star, casting a crimson glow across the entire square. The fireball carved a searing trajectory through the air, hurtling towards Jiraiya with the force to annihilate all in its path. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. The air around the square warped under the fireball's intense heat. The Uchiha clansmen were awestruck by the might of this strike, their gazes filled with reverence and anticipation. They understood that this was Uchiha Fugaku's ultimate attack, a symbol of their family's honor and dignity. However, in the face of this sudden onslaught, Jiraiya remained unervingly calm. His eyes betrayed no hint of panic. His heart beat steady, exuding an air of composure and confidence. He was well aware of Uchiha Fugaku's prowess, yet he believed himself capable of countering the assault. Jiraiya swiftly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash his signature technique, fire release, fireball. He merely held the chakra-infused oil in his mouth, gently exhaling it before igniting it with a fire technique. The fiery orb blazed in the air, swiftly transforming into a searing fireball that clashed violently with Uchiha Fugaku's great fireball. At that moment, a deafening roar erupted, and sparks flew in all directions. The surrounding temperature surged rapidly, as if the very air had ignited. Following the collision, the end of Uchiha Fugaku's great fireball gleamed with a dazzling blue-white hue. With an unstoppable momentum, the great fireball surged towards Jiraiya's fireball. Meanwhile, the flame's tip had also turned blue-white after Jiraiya's continuous chakra output was refined, leading to an intense confrontation. The previously disadvantaged fireball, under Jiraiya's manipulation, began to push forward again. Both sides reached a stalemate. In this moment, their attacks reached their zenith, and the atmosphere was thick with tension and intensity. After a protracted standoff lasting several minutes, the chakra output from both combatants abruptly ceased, akin to broken strings of a musical instrument. The raging flames dissipated like a tamed beast, leaving behind a lingering warmth that still exuded a sense of searing oppression. Uchiha Hanye's shadow clone stood before Jiraiya, his voice as chilling as the biting winds of winter. "What brings you back? Is it the sight of your teacher's son being tormented that you cannot bear?" he asked sharply, each word striking Jiraiya's heart like a hammer. "And what of before, when the weak were in distress, needing assistance? Where were you then?" His voice brimmed with disappointment and anger towards Jiraiya. His eyes flickered with a complex blend of emotions, a nostalgic yearning for the past entwined with a helplessness regarding the present. "When the Fourth Hokage fell in battle, were you wandering the ninja world in search of the so-called child of prophecy? And when his orphan child was bullied, where were you? Still roaming the ninja world, indulging in your freedom and joy." The intensity in Uchiha Hanye's shadow clone's voice escalated, his chest heaving as if to release every ounce of pent-up dissatisfaction. "What is it that you seek to accomplish by returning now?" he continued to question, his tone laden with confusion and disbelief. "Is it for the sake of your so-called justice, or for your hypocritical compassion? You are merely a selfish escapist. You have never truly cared for their lives and suffering." The shadow clone of Uchiha Hanye gestured emphatically, His emotions reaching a fever pitch, he roared, each word a heavy blow to Jiraiya's heart. Do you not see them as human? If it were not for the higher-ups of Konoha orchestrating the clan's extermination, would I need to resort to this? I have the right to take revenge. To torment him, what gives you the authority to stop me? The air around them seemed to thicken with the weight of his fury and disappointment, particularly affecting the members of the Uchiha clan, who felt his anguish deeply. Jiraiya remained silent for a long while, his profound gaze intertwined with a complex tapestry of pain and helplessness that he knew he could not evade Uchiha Hanye's inquiries, nor could he offer any rebuttal. Taking a deep breath, he spoke in a low, resolute tone. You are right. I have no right to prevent you from avenging Asuma Surtobi, but am why past evasion and negligence have indeed overlooked many. However, I still wish to tell you that kindness begets kindness. His eyes conveyed a profound plea and hope. Yet, Chapter 12. After failing in verbal combat, the time for action approaches. Oh, you even know what you are saying. The shadow clone of Uchiha Hanye contorted his face. His eyes bloodshot as he bellowed in fury. His voice thundered across the open space, causing the surrounding air to tremble slightly. His clenched fist seemed to condense all his rage into palpable force aimed at obliterating everything before him. What do you understand? He continued to shout, each word erupting from the depths of his heart. He looked up at the sky, tears shimmering in his eyes, yet he held them back, saying, You are an orphan. Can you fathom the anguish of a family on the brink of annihilation? His voice resonated with endless sorrow and wrath, as if he sought to pour out all his suffering. You urge me to relent. He chuckled coldly, his voice sharp as a blade, seemingly slicing through the stillness, and then set the tiger free, waiting for them to overturn everything. A frenzied glint danced in his eyes, as if he had plunged into an irretrievable madness. Do you take me for a fool? He roared again, his tone laced with disdain and mockery. Let me tell you, I, Uchiha Hanye, would rather shatter than remain whole. Today, Asuma Surtobi must die, and his family must pay the price. At that moment, Jiraiya stood calmly on the opposite side, his demeanor composed, his eyes deep as the ocean, letting out a soft sigh. His voice was calm and resolute as he said, Is it not possible to repay evil with virtue? Though his words were quiet, they struck Jiraiya's heart like a hammer. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Hanye's face twisted into a smirk of derision. He shook his head and replied, Repay hatred with kindness? What then is to be offered in return for kindness? Is there nothing to discuss? Jiraiya inhaled deeply, biting his fingertips until they bled. The crimson droplets fell onto the ground as he swiftly traced a mysterious and imposing mask upon his face. Following this, he formed hand seals, placing his hands upon the ground. The air around them seemed to solidify as a tremendous energy began to gather silently. In a puff of smoke, 3 enormous toads materialized out of thin air. Their colossal bodies sparkled with a yellow glow in their eyes. The first to come into view was a red-skinned toad with a smoking pipe, its skin as vividly red as flames. This was Gamabunta. Exhaling curling wisps of smoke, it exuded an air of authority, seeming to command the very realm of toads with a single word. Beside Gamabunta stood a red-skinned toad wielding a shield and a fork. This was Gamaken. Its skin was equally fiery, yet it bore a more steadfast and resolute demeanor. With a massive shield and a spiked fork in hand, it positioned itself in one corner of the arena. On the opposite side of Gamabunta was a blue-skinned toad strapped with dual swords. This was Gamagoro. Its skin was a deep azure, creating a stark contrast to the 2 red-skinned toads. Each shoulder bore a sharp blade, glinting ominously in the moonlight as it lightly swung its arms, exuding a lethal aura as if ready to engage in battle at any moment. Jiraiya stood firmly atop Gamabunta, clapping his hands together, which prompted the toads to unleash a thunderous roar, a clarion call signaling the impending storm. Let us converse once more. Let us not escalate this matter. Jiraiya's voice reverberated in the vast expanse, as he endeavored to quell the brewing tempest with the last vestiges of reason. However, the shadow clone of Uchiha Hanye's eyes sparkled with unwavering resolve, indicating he had made up his mind to see this battle through to its conclusion. He gestured for the surrounding Uchiha clan members to swiftly retreat, simultaneously instructing them to direct the nearby residents to safety. In an instant, the area transformed into an empty expanse, leaving only a few individuals and the 3 imposing giant toads. You are a ninja. You have taken many lives. Thus you have no right to condemn me. Uchiha Hanye's voice was icy and resolute, locking eyes with Jiraiya as if seeking to penetrate his inner turmoil and hesitation. Moreover, your intent to unleash large-scale ninjutsu here reveals your utter disregard for the weak. You only care for those you hold dear. His words struck Jiraiya's heart like a razor-sharp blade. That Jiraiya's expression shifted slightly. But he quickly regained his composure. He recognized that this battle was inevitable, and he must give his all. Yet, he aimed to buy time to prepare for sage mode. Friends, why not sit down once more and discuss this calmly? Blades are blind. Should things escalate, it will surely be difficult to contain. Jiraiya endeavored to quell the impending conflict with a gentle tone. Yet, his words appeared feeble and ineffective in the face of Uchiha Hanye's frosty shadow clone, which shimmered with resolute determination in its gaze, seemingly deriding Jiraiya's proposal. With a slight elevation of his chin and a mocking curve at the corners of his mouth, he uttered, "Since we have come this far, why not fight to the bitter end and let the outcome determine our fate?" As he spoke, another figure materialized in the void, Uchiha Shursui, akin to a sword of darkness, patiently awaiting the moment to unsheath. In the next moment, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui simultaneously summoned their chakra, unleashing the complete form of Susanoo. These towering giants, clad in resplendent armor, loomed nearly 200 meters high, as if they had emerged from the annals of myth. Their blades glimmered with a chilling light, capable of cleaving through any obstacle. Their eyes radiated an insatiable bloodlust, as if intent on utterly annihilating their adversaries. Meanwhile, Uchiha Hanye's shadow clone employed the more formidable technique of the Dharma form, resonating with the very essence of heaven and earth, magnifying itself to an inconceivable scale. Transformed into a colossal figure larger than Susanoo itself, its appearance bore little distinction from its original form, save for the dual one-handed swords it wielded, emanating a searing brilliance, capable of incinerating all in its path. Humph! Do you think your petty cleverness can deceive me? The Dharma form giant of Uchiha Hanye curled his lip in disdain. His piercing gaze fixated upon Jiraiya. "Do not presume I am unaware of your intentions to stall for time and utilize the sage mode of Mayaboku Mountain." His voice dripped with confidence and derision. As if victory were already within his grasp, he continued, "Though I possess great faith in my ability to vanquish you, today, Uchiha Hanye shall grant you no opportunities. Your fate is singular, to fall beneath my blade." Chapter 13. Yet my pain surpasses yours. The blades in the grasp of the Dharma form giant blazed with an inferno at that moment. The entire battlefield seemed ignited by this conflagration. The air thick with heat, he swung the fiery blades toward Jiraiya, who stood atop Gamabunta's head. Gamabunta, clutching his sword tightly, drew it with the swiftness of lightning, aiming to counter the infernal assault. Yet, the Dharma form giant stood like an unyielding mountain, its power formidable enough to shake the very foundations of the earth. The clash of their weapons resonated with a thunderous roar. In this contest of might, Gamabunta could clearly perceive the stark disparity in strength. Gritting his teeth, muscles taut, he struggled to withstand the cataclysmic force. In a moment of peril, Gamabunta exhibited remarkable agility, twisting his form to narrowly evade the lethal strike. Nevertheless, his heart brimmed with frustration and fury, a blazing fighting spirit leaping like wildfire in his eyes. Meanwhile, a fierce battle erupted nearby. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui, the two titans of the Uchiha clan, engaged in a life-and-death struggle against Gamagoro and Gamaken. Flames soared skyward, weaving into a searing inferno. The potency of their fire techniques was on full display, as their flames erupted in a dazzling display of light. The surrounding square became enveloped in this scorching blaze. As if the very air were ignited, the Dharma form giant suddenly unleashed a tremendous kick, sending Gamabunta hurtling through the air with tremendous force. His massive form traced a breathtaking arc, crashing into the tumultuous flames above. The flames roared like a ferocious dragon, ravaging the sky, scorching every inch of air into distortion. In an instant, Gamabunta's body was engulfed by the fire, his skin turning a deep crimson as if scorched like charred bark. The agonizing pain compelled him to emit a tormented howl, echoing across the battlefield, filled with despair and helplessness. Yet, the sound abruptly ceased. His entire form transformed into a thick white mist amidst the air. A ripple emerged, and Gamabunta's colossal shape materialized once more, his eyes glinting with fierce resolve, his blade shimmering with a cold light. aimed directly at the head of the Dharma form giant. In an instant. The Dharma form giant's dual sword struck with the swiftness of lightning, piercing through Gamabunta's resilient skin with unerring precision. He gazed intently at Jiraiya, his eyes, those 6 Tomo Sharingan, seeming to contain a swirling cosmos. Consuming all emotion, as he declared, "Yet my pain surpasses yours." Chapter 14. Jiraiya's severed arm returns to Miyaboku Mountain. The blade danced with ferocious flames, akin to a bloodthirsty fire dragon. Uchiha Hanye, radiating an air of invincibility, swiftly swung his sword towards Jiraiya. In this critical moment of life and death, Jiraiya's body moved with ghostly agility, evading to the side. Like a flash of lightning cleaving the sky, he artfully dodged the lethal strike. However, the fiery blade, though it did not strike him directly, cleaved into his left arm. The searing pain pierced through him like 1,000 arrows, causing Jiraiya to furrow his brow. In the next instant, accompanied by the crisp sound of shattering bone, Jiraiya's left arm fell limply to the ground. The mingling of flames and the scent of charred flesh formed a poignant tableau. Uchiha Hanye coldly observed this scene, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. Brandishing his single-handed sword, the fiery blade pointed menacingly at Jiraiya. His voice, however, was frigid and devoid of mercy, as if it could freeze the very air around them. "This time, I shall sever but one of your hands, a minor lesson for you. Depart. Do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you again, lest next time I not only take your hand but also expose you to the true taste of hell." His voice bore an endless threat and murderous intent that I have not yet. Jiraiya's voice trembled, tinged with unwillingness and resolve. His sage mode had been exhausted. He was gravely injured, staggering as if a mere gust could topple him. Yet his gaze remained unwavering, as if an indomitable force sustained him. You still wish to rescue Asuma Sarutobi. How admirable. Are you truly unafraid of death? Uchiha Hanye regarded Jiraiya with a frigid stare. Dispelling his jutsu, causing all phenomena to shatter like bubbles, revealing his true self, he held his sword with one hand, the once leaping flames now extinguished. Yet, the blade still emanated a disquieting heat, an invisible intensity capable of melting anything. Jiraiya did not retreat even an inch. He stood tall, locking eyes with Uchiha Hanye. In his gaze, a steadfast flame seemed to burn. He inhaled deeply, filling his lungs with the charged air of battle. His voice resounding with conviction. "I, Jiraiya, know not the meaning of fear in this life. In today's battle, even unto death, I shall not falter." Uchiha Hanye was momentarily taken aback by this sudden declaration of resolve. He had not anticipated Jiraiya's unwavering tenacity. The coldness in his eyes slowly morphed into a flicker of astonishment, yet it was fleeting, soon replaced by an even sharper murderous intent. You truly wish for death. Your choice shall dictate your fate." No sooner had he spoken than his figure vanished like a specter, reappearing before Jiraiya. His fist clenched tightly, he unleashed a tremendous force, the air howling as if torn asunder. Although Jiraiya had been prepared, he found himself caught off guard by this sudden onslaught. A powerful impact surged through him, sending him hurtling away like a meteor streaking across the sky, towards the midst of a fierce battle. In this dire moment, Gamaken extended his long tongue, agile and strong, wrapping Jiraiya securely like a serpent and placing him atop his head. "Jiraiya, this battle has reached its end. It is time to depart." Gamaken's voice was deep and resolute, urging Jiraiya to relinquish his intent to fight. Meanwhile, Gamaguchi remained on high alert, 2 massive blades poised against Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui, ready to respond to any sudden developments. Uchiha Hanye approached slowly, his gaze fixed upon Jiraiya atop Gamaken, a smirk of derision playing on his lips. "Now is the moment. While my mind remains unchanged, I can allow your escape, but should you persist in your folly, you will endure suffering far more grievous than Asuma Sarutobi." His words dripped with endless threat and malice. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui had ceased their skirmish, their eyes turned in unison towards Uchiha Hanye. "Filled with complex emotions that I will not leave. I can still fight. I shall never flee." Jiraiya's voice rang out from Gamaken's head, resolute and defiant. Though he was gravely injured, his eyes sparkled with indomitable spirit. Yet, Gamaken paid no heed to Jiraiya's insistence that it extended its tongue once more, gently placing Jiraiya within its mouth. Then, The two colossal toads transformed into a swirling mist of white, departing the scene, returning to Miyaboku Mountain. The earlier Uchiha clansmen had led the surrounding residents to safety and were now returning. Their faces were etched with astonishment and disbelief. The elite shinobi from the Hokage building streamed out. Their gazes fixated on Uchiha Hanye not far away, their expressions filled with shock and admiration. This is simply unbelievable. The general has defeated Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, exclaimed one elite shinobi, his voice brimming with incredulity. We previously chose to retreat in the face of such formidable foes. Another elite shinobi's voice was laden with deep remorse and shame, his face flushed as if stung by his own cowardice. A heavy and oppressive atmosphere enveloped the air, yet it was interspersed with respect and admiration. The Uchiha clansmen murmured amongst themselves, while other elite shinobi expressed their awe. The general remains unflinching in the face of danger. Utterly composed, his eyes have never revealed a hint of panic. This is the mark of a true warrior, a seasoned shinobi remarked earnestly, admiration gleaming in his gaze. Indeed, the general merely utilized shadow clone technique to subdue Jiraiya. His strength is truly unfathomable, another young shinobi chimed in, his voice brimming with reverence for Uchiha Hanye. The crowd dared only to converse from afar, not daring to approach the square. Meanwhile, Uchiha Hanye continued his business. Do you still concern yourself with Asuma Sarutobi? He is yet to respond. Uchiha Hanye's eyes sparkled with an insightful light, as if he could see into every corner of Hinata's heart. He relentlessly pursued his objective, akin to an artist meticulously sculpting a masterpiece. With confidence on display, he wove floral arrangements before the assembled crowd. Uchiha Hanye sighed softly, his voice imbued with depth, gently whispering. Moreover, you have been pursued by him for so long yet remain untouched. Does this not prove your lack of affection for him? Chapter 15. Uchiha Obito's Ethereal Combat. Uchiha Hanye's words struck like a hammer upon Hinata's heart. She clasped her mouth, as if to stifle the emotions threatening to spill forth. The kaleidoscope of emotions flickered in Hinata's eyes. Sorrow, anguish, struggle, and an indescribable joy. She wished to remain silent, simply bearing the weight of it all. Within Hinata, emotions surged like a tempest-tossed sea, tumultuous and unyielding. She understood that she could neither evade nor resist. She could only silently endure the onslaught of feelings at that moment. Behind Uchiha Hanye, a sudden swirl of air manifested like a harbinger of an approaching storm. A figure slowly emerged, a mysterious individual clad in a black cloak, their face obscured by an orange tiger-striped mask, exuding an aura of cold danger. The masked figure gripped a chain glinting with a chilling light, poised to unleash a lethal strike. Yet, Uchiha Hanye displayed no sign of alarm. Instead, his eyes gleamed with a playful spark that, it appears today, is quite lively. Uchiha Hanye's lips curled into a smirk of irreverent amusement. As if he regarded the impending crisis before him as merely a game, the atmosphere was thick with tension, enveloping Yugao, who clenched her fists in anxiety. Suddenly, with a swift motion, she constricted, ensnaring Uchiha Hanye. Just as the man in the tiger mask launched his attack, Uchiha Hanye sprang into action. With a surge of strength, he grasped Yugao's waist and forcefully spun his body, wielding her as a weapon to deliver a crushing blow to the tiger-masked assailant behind him. The impact was thunderous, as if it sought to obliterate everything in its path. Accompanied by a resounding crash, the masked figure was sent soaring through the air, tumbling before eventually landing with a thud on the ground. Meanwhile, Yugao suffered a head injury from the collision, blood trickling down and staining the earth beneath her. Don't worry, Yugao, allow me to heal your wounds, Uchiha Hanye exclaimed upon witnessing her plight. He promptly employed the yang release technique. Gently pressing his palm against her injury, a wave of warmth emanated from his hand, instantly mending her wounds. Uchiha Hanye's demeanor was cold and haughty, akin to a ruler commanding the battlefield. Obito, you have sullied the Uchiha name. You are unworthy to bear it. I once believed you would cower in the shadows. Yet after merely a slight provocation, you could not resist revealing yourself. He tilted his chin slightly, his voice dripping with disdain. What a disappointment. Your recklessness is an affront to the Uchiha clan. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui surged forth like twin bolts of lightning. The shadow clone stationed afar also initiated an attack, launching a barrage of shuriken directly at the tiger-masked figure. Yet the masked man, or rather, he should now be referred to as Uchiha Obito, remained unfazed, as the shuriken pierced through his form without inflicting harm. Uchiha Shursui, employing the body flicker technique, had already materialized beside Uchiha Obito. His speed was so extraordinary that it nearly defied perception. Though Obito was in a phantasmal state, he was compelled to proceed with caution against Shursui's ghostly presence. Just as he prepared to counterattack, he was taken aback to find that the Uchiha Shursui before him had multiplied into a dozen figures. These clones launched a simultaneous assault, appearing as phantoms yet possessing tangible forms, making it nearly impossible to discern reality from illusion. This is quite troublesome. Obito's voice held a tremor of astonishment, clearly shaken by Shursui's unique method of attack. This is an offensive combining the body flicker technique with intangible shadow clones. Shursui, you truly live up to your reputation. Obito's voice was hoarse and grim. But do you think this will be enough to defeat me? The two engaged in a relentless exchange, each employing the same strategies. Unable to gain the upper hand over the other, each collision reverberated with a deafening roar, as if threatening to tear the very battlefield apart. Their combat skills approached an apex of perfection, with every strike and defense executed with astounding precision, leaving onlookers in AWAS. The battle intensified. Uchiha Fugaku felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. He anxiously surveyed the unfolding conflict, yet the speed of the combatants surpassed the limits of human sight, rendering him unable to intervene. Obito flitted between corporeal and incorporeal states like a specter, each transition obscuring his true position. His figure danced like an elusive mist, confounding any attempts to seize him. This ability seemed insurmountable, yet Uchiha Hanye possessed the means to counteract Obito's prowess. His space concealment technique also straddled the line between reality and the void. His shadow clone appeared capable of transcending spatial barriers, locking onto Obito's true location. Obito, do you truly believe your intangibility makes you invincible? Uchiha Hanye's voice was sharp and self-assured. As his words lingered in the air, one of his shadow clones lunged toward Uchiha Obito like a leopard. The clone's speed seemed to shatter the confines of time, arriving at Obito's side in an instant. With a fierce kick, it struck Obito with tremendous force, as if to shake the very heavens, causing the surrounding air to tremble. With a resounding crash, Obito's form was sent hurtling like a shooting star, propelled several meters away before crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Obito writhed in agony, struggling to rise. His mask shattered from the earlier impact, revealing a twisted and grotesque visage. His body felt ensnared by invisible chains, the sheer force of the blow threatening to shatter his bones. His eyes brimmed with disbelief. The arrogance and confidence he once held now utterly dissipated. How is this possible? How could you? Obito's voice quaked, his eyes wide as if seeking to pierce through the fog of uncertainty and grasp the truth before him. You are merely hiding in the fissures between reality and the void. Uchiha Hanye's tone was cold and composed, his gaze glimmering with a piercing intensity as he continued, I too possess a similar ability. Thus, what difficulty would there be in my shadow clone striking you? Chapter 16. Restoration of true name and banquet for all. Uchiha Hanye's voice echoed across the vacant square, akin to a chilling wind penetrating the hearts of all present. Each word he uttered was like a sharpened blade, mercilessly shattering Uchiha Obito's final defenses, laying waste to his dignity and arrogance. Fool, do not think that you... Obito roared in fury, yet before he could finish, his voice was stifled by an unseen force, dwindling into weakness. Anguish and resentment intertwined in his gaze, yet he found himself powerless to reverse his fate before the astonished eyes of the crowd. Uchiha Obito's form suddenly twisted and vanished from sight. He retreated to his Kimui space, leaving behind a scene of chaos and an eerie silence. He resembled a jester, having recently flaunted his might in a bid to impress the onlookers, only to be instantly incapacitated and rendered immobile by Uchiha Hanye. The stark contrast of his earlier bravado and current predicament sent a chill through the spectators, instilling in them a profound respect for Uchiha Hanye's strength. In the Kamui space, Obito roared in rage, unable to accept his defeat, yet he could only place his hopes in White Zetsu, yearning for a glimmer of recovery from his injuries, driven by the instinct for survival. Obito returned to his lair. There, White Zetsu awaited, and upon witnessing his condition, unhesitatingly merged with him. The seemingly inexhaustible tendrils deftly replaced his damaged bodily tissues. Kuro Zetsu, I command you to keep a vigilant watch on Uchiha Hanye. Obito's voice brimmed with determination and coldness. At that moment, a peculiar creature emerged within his sight. It was white Zetsu, half of its visage shrouded in darkness. Its form resembled that of a Venus flytrap. Yet its eyes, concealed in shadow, glimmered with cunning and ferocity. It was the greatest puppet master of this world, Kuro Zetsu. Kuro Zetsu regarded the pallid Uchiha Obito with a glimmer of concealed disdain in its eyes, yet maintained a tone of reverence. Rest assured, Obito, that I shall meticulously document every one of his movements, and I will not let you down. Meanwhile, on the square, Uchiha Hanye had concluded his task. Yugao lay sprawled on the ground, her gaze seemingly unfocused, yet fixated on Asuma Sarutobi, who hung upon the cross. Sunlight cascaded down upon Uchiha Hanye, who stood bathed in golden radiance, tilting his head back to embrace the warm rays upon his face. As if seeking to disperse all fatigue and gloom with this gentle light, that he inhaled deeply, then exhaled slowly, as if shedding the burdens of his heart. My spirit has finally found a moment of tranquility. He murmured softly to himself, his voice imbued with a sense of relief. Ever since the moment of his transference, a singular obsession had lingered in Uchiha Hanye's mind, akin to an inescapable shadow that incessantly tormented his soul. Yet, at this moment, that fixation seemed to disperse like a gentle breeze, allowing his thoughts to gradually clarify and attain tranquility. The flicker of complex emotions flashed in his eyes, a poignant reminiscence of his identity intertwined with a deep-seated sentimentality for the past. His gaze betrayed a profound nostalgia. He pondered, Tian is my true name. How could I forget the person I once was? If I were to be forgotten, would I still be myself? A faint smile graced Uchiha Hanye's face, one that radiated liberation and solace. As if he had resolved upon a momentous decision, he mused internally, the obsession of Uchiha Hanye is finally waning, the very burden that has prevented me from resting peacefully and clouded my judgment. Now, I shall reclaim my true self. Uchiha Hanye, or rather he should now be referred to as Tian, turned to his side to gaze at Yui Kurenai, his eyes brimming with tenderness and anticipation. He yearned to eradicate the influence of this flesh and no longer be shackled by his past identity. Thus, he resolved to restore his birth name and embark upon a new chapter in his life. With a deeply affectionate demeanor, Tian looked at Yui Kurenai, his voice resonating with conviction and hope. Kurenai, tonight we shall hold a wedding, and you, as my lady, should call me by my new name. Tian gently cradled Yui Kurenai in his arms, as if he were cherishing a rare treasure. That he strode with determination towards the bathhouse, a gentle smile illuminating his face as he softly said, Kurenai, I shall take you to cleanse yourself and change into fresh attire. As for Sarutobi Asuma, he seemed to have been forgotten amidst the clamor of this world, neither mentioned nor regarded. As night descended, the clearing above Hokage Rock became a vibrant spectacle. Tian had long orchestrated a splendid arrangement with the Uchiha clan members, the banquet tables laden throughout the expanse. The flickering flames danced in harmony with the stars, infusing the night with an air of mystery and romance. Numerous esteemed figures gathered, their presence causing a ripple of excitement across Hokage Rock. The clan leaders of the ninja tribes congregated, whispering about this unexpected wedding. I heard that Kurenai has been played by him publicly for so long. Does he truly not mind? He is actually getting married? One leader queried, his face etched with confusion. Indeed, I share your bewilderment that I thought he was merely seeking revenge against Sarutobi Asuma. A fleeting amusement, yet here he is, intending to wed. The thoughts of this young man are utterly unfathomable, another leader echoed. Hey, do not speak so recklessly. I have heard that Tian genuinely pursues Yui Kurenai. He has been enamored with her since childhood, interjected a seemingly informed leader. He does this merely to prove his strength, to win Kurenai's heart willingly. After all, he is a man of great stature. The banquet continued, laughter and revelry filling the air. As the festivities began to wane, leaving only the flickering lights of Hokage Rock and an empty plaza, Tian held the slumbering Yui Kurenai, his footsteps steady as he traversed the tranquil night, their silhouettes elongated beneath the moonlight, resembling lovers transcending time and space. However, beneath them, a tense atmosphere began to unfurl in the plaza. Shadows darted like phantoms, reaching the guards' defenses, swiftly abducting the unconscious Sarutobi Asuma. The occurrence transpired so abruptly that even the air seemed to freeze momentarily. As someone rushed in to report this sudden upheaval, Tian merely shook his head. A hint of a nonchalant smile playing on his lips. It's nothing. Let him go, he remarked, his voice imbued with an unruffled confidence, as if he had foreseen all that was to transpire. Sarutobi Asuma was swiftly taken away by a group, heading south towards the Land of Fire, where a vast expanse of dense forest lay, a labyrinth of hills and caverns, nature's own maze. They navigated the thicket with agility and finesse. Chapter 17. The Annihilation of the Remnants of the Sarutobi Clan. Upon entering a certain deep cavern, these mysterious figures rescuing Sarutobi Asuma immediately employed Earth-style ninjutsu to seal the entrance, ensuring that the outside world remained oblivious. The interior of the cave was dim and enigmatic, illuminated only by a few flickering oil lamps. As a faint sound echoed, a figure emerged from the depths of the cavern. He bore an astonishing resemblance to Sarutobi Azashi. Albeit younger, his eyes gleaming with a sharp intensity, he was Sarutobi Hizashi's younger brother, the current clan leader, Sarutobi Getsuzen. Approaching Sarutobi Asuma, he playfully kicked him with his foot, speaking in a tone laced with mockery. "Awaken, my foolish nephew." However, these kicks seemed to possess a peculiar magic. The once unconscious Sarutobi Asuma stirred to consciousness with each nudge. This spectacle astonished those present. "Uncle, what should I do? I have consumed them." Sarutobi Asuma's voice trembled with despair, his hands clutching his throat as if trying to expel the agony and guilt festering within. His eyes were bloodshot, tears welling but held at bay. His heart brimmed with boundless hopelessness and helplessness. As if the world were collapsing, leaving him a forsaken soul amidst the ruins. His pallor resembled that of parchment, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead like a waterfall, mingling with the tears that slipped from his eyes, culminating in a poignant tableau. In response to Sarutobi Asuma's unraveling, Sarutobi Getsuzen merely cast a detached glance his way before settling upon a nearby stone. His voice steady and resolute, he stated, "Asuma, the past is immutable. All you can do now is look ahead. Contemplate how to grow stronger, how to exact vengeance." His words struck Sarutobi Asuma's heart like a sledgehammer, jolting him into clarity. He lifted his gaze, his bloodshot eyes locking onto Sarutobi Getsuzen, his voice imbued with newfound resolve. "Uncle, how many of us remain? Are all the clan members here? Do we possess the capacity to retaliate?" Sarutobi Getsuzen nodded slightly, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. His gaze deepened. As if reminiscing about bygone days, he spoke slowly. "Though our numbers are few, each member is an elite of the Sarutobi clan, that we share unwavering conviction and indomitable will. If we unite, we shall surely vanquish our foes and restore the glory of our clan." Listening to his uncle's words, Sarutobi Asuma felt a surge of fervor. He clenched his fists tightly. As if channeling all his strength into that moment, he realized he could no longer wallow in past sorrows and despair. For the next few hours, Sarutobi Asuma felt like a traveler groping in the dark, persistently exploring the enigmatic cavern. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the foliage, the outside world became a cacophony. A throng of Uchiha clansmen surged forth like a tide, their gazes sharp and icy. Behind them, the leaders of the ninja tribes followed like a pack of wolves, their eyes glinting with cruelty and avarice. Tian stood at the forefront, clad in a black battle robe, his long hair billowing in the wind. Exuding an aura of unyielding authority, he scanned the cavern ahead with keen eyes, a confident smile curving his lips as he spoke in a deep voice. "Everyone has feasted and rested well yesterday. Thus, we must give our all in this battle, leaving no room for regret." His words resonated powerfully, echoing through the vast forest, igniting the fighting spirit within all present. The Uchiha clansmen and the other ninja tribe leaders nodded in agreement, their faces etched with determination and resolve. Meanwhile, within the cavern, Sarutobi Asuma and the members of the Sarutobi clan prepared for battle with palpable tension. They understood that this confrontation would determine the fate of their clan, heightening the urgency in the air. However, under the encouragement and guidance of Sarutobi Moonslash, they gradually stabilized their emotions and began to methodically arrange their defensive measures. Tian stood at the forefront, wielding his single-handed sword. He took a deep breath, feeling the surge of chakra throughout his body, and instantly entered the fire-release chakra mode. In that moment, the blade in his hand seemed to be kissed by the blazing sun, with scorching flames dancing along the sword's edge, distorting the surrounding air in a wavering shimmer. Let me show you a trick first. Lu Tian's voice was deep and powerful as he flicked his wrist. The flame-imbued sword shot through the air like a meteor, piercing directly towards the sturdy entrance of the cave. The blade, under the gaze of onlookers, carried a destructive force and completely embedded itself into the hard rock. At that moment, a deafening explosion erupted. Flames erupted in all directions, creating a truly spectacular scene. That a massive crater was blasted at the cave's entrance, and the rocks that had previously blocked the way were shattered. As if the entire mountain was trembling. I call this move Flame's funeral. Lu Tian slightly tilted his head, surveying the destruction he had wrought, a glint of pride flickering in his eyes, though his words were humble. The overwhelming aura of dominance and confidence emanating from him was impossible to ignore. This was a skill born from his insights after countless enhancements, reminiscent of Captain Yamamoto's sacrifice of an arm in the fiery cremation. Inspired by profound emotions. That moment, a thunderous roar suddenly resonated from deep within the cave. That a searing tongue of flame erupted violently like the breath of a fire dragon. The flames, akin to a demon imprisoned for a millennium, finally broke free from their shackles, furiously venting their rage and power upon the outside world. Lu Tian showed no signs of retreat. He stood like a boulder, shielding his companions in the front line. The flames enveloping him seemed to resonate with the raging fire, together orchestrating a visual feast. That he inhaled deeply, feeling the chakra within him surge like boiling magma. Meanwhile, those behind him were equally resolute. They swiftly formed hand seals and united their efforts to unleash water release. Water barrier, a torrent of water gushed forth, coalescing into a formidable barrier. The clash of water and fire instantly produced a tremendous roar and steam, enveloping the entire battlefield in a thick mist. The forces of both sides collided and intertwined continuously. Each encounter between fire and water resembled a breathtaking contest, leaving everyone present breathless, just as the two forces faced off. Locked in a stalemate, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from deep within the cave. The roar resounded like thunder, reverberating against the cave walls, filled with anger and resentment. "Asuma, you traitor, how dare you ambush us? Have you forgotten how your father died? How you were mistreated? Have you forgotten who sent someone to rescue you?" Chapter 18. The Sarutobi clan annihilated by a filial son. The once rampant flames within the cave seemed to be abruptly choked by an invisible force, coming to a sudden halt. The embers flickered in the darkness, illuminating the fierce battle within the cave. The metallic clang of weapons clashing, accompanied by deep growls and screams, echoed like a chaotic yet fervent symphony. "How interesting. They've turned against each other." Lu Tian smiled slightly, his eyes glinting with cunning. His voice was low and resolute, akin to a massive stone thrown into a lake, creating ripples, as he said, "Everyone, search for any other exits. We must not let them escape." As Lu Tian's command fell, the once formidable army swiftly disbanded, scattering like a pack of leopards. They moved in small groups, silently enveloping the area in a stealthy encirclement. Lu Tian deactivated the fire release chakra mode, a playful smirk dancing on his lips. He turned to Hinata Hizashi beside him, feigning ignorance, and asked, "Hizashi, what exactly is happening inside? Has the battle reached its climax?" At that moment, Hizashi's expression was dark and foreboding, resembling a sky shrouded in ominous clouds. Sinister veins bulged beneath his skin as his Byakugan activated, perceiving everything within the cave. That he witnessed the heart-stopping scenes of battle. Turmoil swirling within him. Sarutobi Asuma, now resembling a frenzied beast, was wielding his chakra blades with reckless abandon, attacking the members of the Sarutobi clan. That a frenzied madness glimmered in his eyes, as if he were completely under the spell of an unseen force. Sarutobi Moonslash had unfortunately fallen victim to Asuma's ambush, bearing a horrific scar on his back, blood staining his garments. He collapsed onto the ground, enduring excruciating pain, yet still cursing defiantly, expressing his anger and unwillingness to yield. Hizashi furrowed his brow, his voice trembling slightly as he said, "Asuma is attacking his own kin, appearing to have lost his sanity, as if plunged into a state of madness." Madness? To what extent? Lu Tian's voice was low and powerful, imbued with a penetrating force. His words carried an indescribable sense of pressure that sent chills down Hizashi's spine. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, despite the morning chill, beads of perspiration dotted his brow. He gazed at Lu Tian, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes, a mixture of astonishment and unease. "General, please do not jest with me." His voice quivered as he struggled to maintain composure. The battle within the cave. The level of madness. Could it possibly be your doing? Upon hearing this, Lu Tian's eyes gleamed with a hint of admiration, seemingly impressed by Hizashi's perceptiveness. Oh. He feigned surprise, elongating his tone and raising an eyebrow. A hint of mockery lacing his voice. You seem to know too much, which troubles me a bit. As his words fell, the surrounding air seemed to thicken. A chill surged from Hizashi's core, causing him to involuntarily take a step back. Meanwhile, Lu Tian maintained a smile, yet his eyes radiated a chilling intensity. Should I consider silencing you? Lu Tian's voice suddenly turned low and eerie, carrying an unspoken threat. His words struck like a sharp blade aimed straight at Hizashi's heart. Instantly, Hizashi's complexion turned pale, his heart racing wildly. He realized he was completely at Lu Tian's mercy, subject to his whims. General, Hizashi took a deep breath, striving to make his voice sound more resolute. If you truly wish to silence me, then please proceed. No sooner had he spoken than Lu Tian halted his steps. He quietly scrutinized Hizashi, seemingly assessing his courage and determination. After a brief pause, he suddenly burst into laughter, his voice filled with appreciation and delight. Haha, what a bold Hizashi! I was merely joking. Why take it so seriously? Did I frighten you? As Lu Tian's words echoed, the tense atmosphere began to dissipate. Hizashi exhaled deeply, feeling an unprecedented sense of relief and liberation. At that moment, Lu Tian abruptly turned, gazing towards the cave, stating, "The battle inside is nearing its conclusion. I must go and wrap things up." His voice was low and firm, imbued with an undeniable authority. With each step he took, the ground trembled slightly beneath him, as if the earth itself was parting to make way for him. Upon entering the cave, a pungent scent of blood assaulted his senses. Lu Tian's brow furrowed slightly, yet his expression remained impassive. His gaze swept through the cave, landing on Sarutobi Asuma, who was covered in wounds, blood-soaked yet still emanating a fierce and deranged glimmer in his eyes. Surrounding him lay a multitude of fallen Sarutobi clan members, their lives extinguished like extinguished candles, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. Lu Tian advanced, treading upon the corpses littered across the ground. He stopped before Sarutobi Asuma, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes. That he spoke in a calm tone. Sarutobi Asuma, you have indeed performed admirably. You are a well-behaved dog. His voice echoed within the cavern, imbued with an indescribable gravitas and admiration. Sarutobi Asuma lifted his gaze, a flicker of intricate emotions passing through his eyes. Gratitude, reluctance, and helplessness intertwined. Lu Tian paid no heed to Sarutobi Asuma's reaction. Instead, his attention shifted to Sarutobi Moonslash, who lay prostrate on the ground. A cold smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, and his voice dripped with a chilling cruelty, laced with mockery. Ha ha ha, he exclaimed. Sarutobi Moonslash, I dare say you never anticipated this. This lad has now become my loyal assassin. When I command him to head east, he shall not veer west. His fate rests firmly within my grasp. What have you done? Why does he? Sarutobi Moonslash's voice was frail and trembling, each word seeming to be squeezed from the depths of his throat. That he struggled to rise, yet his wounds and weary body rendered him powerless. He could only lie there, his eyes filled with rage and despair, fixed upon Lu Tian, yearning for an explanation. Lu Tian regarded Sarutobi Moonslash, his expression devoid of the earlier mirth. Coldly, he replied, "Want to know? Do you truly believe I would divulge such information? There are many things in this world that are not yours to know. I am not your teacher, nor am I obligated to satisfy your curiosity." Chapter 19. Lu Tian's Konoha Reconstruction Project. Lu Tian's voice reverberated through the cave, infused with a chilling indifference and derision. "However, you ought to hasten your pace," he continued, a glimmer of mockery flashing in his gaze. "Otherwise, you shall not see your brother in the Pure Land. You two brothers could reunite there to this." Sarutobi Moonslash's body trembled violently. His eyes widened in horror as he stared at Lu Tian, his heart brimming with unending fury and despair. He understood that he would never have the chance to uncover the truth. He could only depart this world. Clutching his bitterness and confusion, silence reclaimed the cave, interrupted only by Sarutobi Asuma's faint breaths and the sound of blood dripping. Next, you are to infiltrate the remaining 3 great clans, seizing opportunities to assassinate them, just as you have done today. Do you understand? Lu Tian's voice was low and resonant, akin to the distant drums of war, shaking Asuma's very soul. That a spark of resolve flickered in Asuma's eyes as he inhaled deeply. Seemingly absorbing all the courage and determination within, he bowed his head slightly, replying with utmost respect, "Yes, master, I shall not fail my mission." At that moment, Tian extended his palm. Chakra pulsated within his hand. Radiant and healing, he gently pressed his palm against Asuma's various wounds, a warm current flowing into Asuma's body, soothing his injuries instantaneously. As Tian withdrew his hand, the light in the cavern gradually dimmed. With a subtle wave, he enveloped all present into his ethereal realm. The deceased were reclaimed by the system as points, while Sarutobi Asuma was placed in the depths of the mountainous forest of this region. In Tian's eyes, system points resembled precious gemstones, yet he did not pursue power blindly. Instead, he meticulously plotted each step forward. His strategy for allocating points was primarily focused on chakra and comprehension. Akin to a finely crafted artwork, each stroke imbued with profound wisdom, Tian had already attained sufficient strength. He now devoted all system points to elevating his understanding that it was as if he could perceive the essence of the world. Grasping truths that eluded others. As his comprehension deepened, the required system points grew increasingly substantial. This felt like an endless challenge. Yet Tian reveled in it. He savored the sense of achievement that accompanied each enhancement, as well as the process of continual growth through challenges. Rather than directly allocating points to ninjutsu or taijutsu, Tian preferred to train and comprehend through the enhancement of his understanding. He was acutely aware that true strength does not stem from external gifts, but rather from one's own insights and cultivation. Knowledge acquired from the written word is but superficial. True understanding requires personal experience. Only the power that genuinely belongs to oneself can bring peace of mind. Emerging from the dim cavern, Tian cast a glance at Hinata Hizashi before him, his voice imbued with an undeniable resolve. "Let us proceed, clan head Hinata. The threat posed by the Sarutobi clan has been thoroughly eradicated. However, the transformation of Konoha is far from complete. Challenges and opportunities lie ahead." With that, Tian turned away. Uttering a command, his hands swiftly forming seals as he unleashed earth release. Rock collapse. The cavern's ceiling trembled violently, rocks cascading down. The equilibrium of the entire cave shattered in an instant, heralding a colossal collapse. The thunderous roar reverberated through the forest, as if even the heavens were trembling in response. Dust billowed, obscuring the sky, and the once pristine cavern was swiftly buried beneath boulders and earth, concealing all within the depths of the ruins. This sudden upheaval drew the attention of those nearby, many rushing to investigate. Upon witnessing the scene before them, expressions of shock and reverence adorned their faces. Yet Tian remained unfazed. He clapped his hands, redirecting their focus. "Ladies and gentlemen, the matter has been resolved. The hidden dangers of the Sarutobi clan have been entirely eliminated. Now we must continue our efforts in the reconstruction of Konoha. Let us return." On the journey back, Tian glanced at the composed Hinata Hizashi beside him, but a playful smile graced his lips as he spoke. "Clan head Hinata, I have heard whispers of a remarkable young woman in your clan. One who has recently come of age and possesses extraordinary talent, surpassing many of her peers. Alas, she hails from the branch family. Does she not?" Hinata Hizashi's countenance revealed a blend of pride and regret at the mention. He nodded slowly, responding, "You must be referring to Hinata Rin, my lord. She is indeed a brilliant gem of our clan, unmatched among her contemporaries, even outshining those her age." A glimmer of appreciation flickered in Tian's eyes. He smiled faintly and said, "In that case, I wish to take her as my personal attendant. What say you, clan head Hinata?" Upon hearing this, a look of delight spread across Hinata Hizashi's face. He quickly clasped his hands together and replied, "It is truly an honor for Rin to receive such regard from you, my lord. On behalf of her and the Hinata clan, I extend my heartfelt gratitude." Yet within Hinata Hizashi's heart, a flicker of doubt quietly arose. He pondered to himself, why does my lord specifically mention Rin? Although her prowess is remarkable, her striking beauty is what truly captures attention. It seems my lord is also captivated by her allure. Despite his speculations, Hinata Hizashi kept his thoughts to himself. He understood well the importance of Rin garnering the favor of his lord at this juncture. It was undoubtedly a fortuitous turn for the Hinata clan. Upon returning to the Hokage building, Tian's gaze was immediately drawn to the bustling activity surrounding Hokage Rock. That it was not merely the industrious workers, but also the ninja clans proficient in earth release techniques navigating through the scene. collaboratively erecting new structures with their hands and jutsu. They employed earth release to lay foundations, pouring solid groundwork. Meanwhile, patrolling ninjas, akin to guardian deities, meticulously inspected the sensory barriers, ensuring no oversight. Stepping into the once familiar Hokage office, Tian found it transformed. All remnants of the past had been cleared away, leaving behind an expanse filled with anticipation. Through the bright glass windows, he gazed upon the surrounding edifices and the bustling crowd below. A surge of inexplicable exhilaration coursing through him. Just then, a gentle knock sounded at the door, and a graceful young woman entered. It was Hinata Rin, her presence illuminating the room. She was indeed more striking than in the photographs. Her delicate features and tall stature radiating an indescribable charm. Chapter 20. The whispers among the nations of the ninja world. In an instant, Tian felt as though his heart was ensnared by an unseen force, rendering him breathless. Echoing in his mind were cries of urgency. Reveal, 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 reveal. The cacophony of sounds grew increasingly distinct and piercing. Threatening to rend his thoughts asunder, he understood that it was his own inner admiration and yearning for Hinata Rin's beauty that quietly stirred within him. Yet, he was acutely aware of the true source of his turmoil. These feelings did not entirely belong to him. Rather, they were subtly influenced by Uchiha Tian's fervent obsession with beauty. Tian found himself ensnared. His eyes shimmering with a gluttonous glint, a trickle of salivation escaping the corner of his mouth. With great difficulty, he spoke, his voice laced with seduction. Rin, you surely do not wish to remain shackled. Like a caged bird unable to soar freely, do you? Allow me to liberate you from these constraints. His words were steeped in hypocrisy and selfishness. His so-called assistance was merely a pretext to fulfill his own desires. Having uttered his proposition, Tian, driven by lust, made an inappropriate advance towards Hinata Rin, attempting to disguise his sordid intentions under the guise of mentorship. His actions were rife with disrespect and violation towards her, completely deviating from the essence of genuine assistance and care. Meanwhile, across the nations of the ninja world, news from Konoha had already sent shockwaves through the lands that it was akin to a colossal boulder cast into a tranquil lake. Creating ripples upon ripples, the atmosphere was charged with a burgeoning sense of disbelief. In the land of lightning, amidst the towering peaks, the village of Konoha was ablaze with an uncontrollable frenzy. The Fourth Hokage, renowned for his might and muscular prowess, was currently a tempest of fury. In a fit of rage, he smashed his sturdy desk to smithereens, splinters flying in all directions. He bellowed, "This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Konoha is in turmoil, and the Third Hokage has met his end. Why should I not lead an assault and seize this vulnerable land of fire?" His roar reverberated across the skies of Konoha. As if even the heavens trembled in response. That moment, a calm voice, akin to a gentle rain, extinguished the flames of his agitation. It was Tutai, the seasoned ninja of Konoha, wearing an eye patch. He approached slowly and spoke with tranquility. "Hokage-sama, please temper your anger. You have yet again destroyed a desk. This belongs to our village." While his words were serene, they bore the sharp edge of a sword. Piercing the Hokage's heart, he understood that the Hokage's wrath was not without merit. But at this critical juncture, a level-headed approach was paramount. He continued, "Moreover, that Uchiha Hanye, now known as Uchiha Tian, possesses the strength to slay the Third Hokage. His abilities are not to be underestimated. It is said that his powers are enigmatic. The Third Hokage had no chance to retaliate before his demise. That we must proceed with caution." Tutai's remarks fell upon the Hokage like a bucket of cold water. Gradually quelling his frenzied emotions, he recognized the truth in Tutai's words. Uchiha Tian's prowess was indeed formidable. Yet, even so, the stirrings of impulse and battle lust within him remained unyielding. "Tutai, you are correct. We cannot act recklessly." He inhaled deeply, his gaze imbued with resolute determination, and declared, "But we cannot let this opportunity slip through our fingers. Dispatch someone immediately to investigate Uchiha Tian's whereabouts and strength, while reinforcing our village's defenses. Once we identify our chance, we shall strike without hesitation." Simultaneously, a similar scenario unfolded in the land of Earth, in the vast expanse of Awagakure, where rocks and loam intertwined to form a magnificent tapestry. The third Hokage, Inoki, sat across from his son, Kuratsuchi. Their faces bore the weight of seriousness and concern. The aging Tsuchikage bore deep lines etched by time upon his visage, his eyes reflecting a steadiness wrought by hardship. Though anxiety flickered beneath the surface, his brow furrowed, hands clenched into fists as he wrestled with the tumult of his emotions. Kuratsuchi, what is your perspective on the situation in the Land of Fire? Anoki's voice was low yet powerful, resonating with gravity. I have heard that while Konoha still bears its name, it has effectively become the stronghold of the shogun. The power of this shogun rivals, if not surpasses, that of the former Hokage. Kuratsuchi, as Anoki's son and a capable figure within a Wagakure, maintained a professional demeanor, standing tall with unwavering resolve, unyielding even in the presence of his father, Tsuchikage-sama. I believe we should act with utmost caution. He spoke earnestly. Perhaps we should enlist the Akatsuki to probe into this Uchiha Hanye, or rather, Uchiha Tian. Anoki nodded, a flicker of determination crossing his gaze. That is precisely my thought. Reliable intelligence suggests that this Uchiha Tian could dispatch Sarutobi Hiruzen in an instant. His abilities are indeed enigmatic and likely stem from the power of the Manjiki Sharingan. We must approach this matter with care and vigilance. As father and son exchanged glances, resolute determination glimmered in their eyes. At this moment, in the windswept land of wind, Sunagakure appeared shrouded in an endless veil of dust. Within the office of the fourth Kazekage, Gaara, with his striking red hair, fixed his piercing gaze upon the elder Chiyo and the elder of the village. His voice resonating with fervor and resolve. Why should we not seize this opportunity? This is a divine chance. We must overthrow this so-called alliance. Gaara's voice rang out with conviction, reverberating through the very walls of Sunagakure. In this moment, we can invade the Land of Fire. Even if we must concede a few steps back, we must ensure that our banner flies proudly upon the soil of the Land of Rivers. Having weathered countless storms, Chiyo was a woman of wisdom. She gently shook her head, her tone soft yet imbued with firmness. Hold on, Gaara, we must not act impulsively. She cautioned, the previous Third Great Ninja War has taught us a valuable lesson. Our strength in Sunagakure is still insufficient. We cannot afford to be the first to reveal ourselves. Otherwise, we will only draw calamity upon our heads. The elder of the village nodded in agreement, affirming, Chiyo's advice is sound that we should observe the situation before taking action. With the fourth Raikage's temperament, he will undoubtedly not remain idle. Let us wait. Results will soon reveal themselves. Chapter 21. Someone intends to test Tian, the Land of Water, a mysterious realm composed of countless islands. Is most famously represented by the village of Kirigakure, perpetually shrouded in mist. At this moment, however, the office of the Mizukage was suffused with an oppressive and frenzied atmosphere. Uchiha Obito had transformed into the embodiment of fury. Wielding a long whip that lashed mercilessly against the youthful visage of the fourth Mizukage, his eyes blazed with a mad fire, his voice suffused with boundless rage and resentment. Damn it, you insufferable fool. This is infuriating. Uchiha Obito's roars echoed throughout the office, as if he sought to shake the entire Land of Water to its core. After venting his fury, he coldly contemplated his next course of action. He intended to transmute his wrath into power, manipulating the fourth Raikage to wage war against the Land of Fire, while simultaneously exacting revenge upon the Land of Water, a dual victory in his eyes. To him, the Land of Water was a source of perpetual pain, an eternal adversary that he yearned to unleash his fury upon them, to make them suffer under the weight of his vengeance. Over the years, he had plunged Kirigakure into chaos, leading to the slaughter of numerous bloodline clans. He had previously attempted to orchestrate grand events, only to be thwarted by the efforts of the elder, Genji. That old man consistently stood opposed to him, obstructing his plans. Yet, the current Uchiha Obito was no longer the same as before. In comparison to the fourth Raikage, he appeared even more volatile and impulsive. Consumed by rage, he no longer considered the consequences. Fixated solely on the flames of war, even if it meant exposing his identity, he deemed it a necessary sacrifice. He growled, his voice brimming with resolve and madness. He was prepared, ready to instigate chaos in both the Land of Fire and the Land of Water. Regardless of whether his manipulation of the fourth Mizukage was discovered, his eyes glimmered with a frenzied light, as if he could already envision the flames of war igniting. He yearned for Tian's demise. Uchiha Obito manipulated the fourth Mizukage, compelling him to summon all the elite shinobi of the Mist Village. As he prepared to instigate a war, this news spread throughout the Mist Village. During the assembly, the elder Yuanshi immediately stood up in opposition. Despite his advanced age and emaciated frame, every word he uttered resonated with authority and gravitas at the center of the conference hall. Elder Yuanshi's gaze burned fiercely as he fixed his eyes on the controlled fourth Mizukage, his voice booming with strength. Mizukage, what benefits do we gain from waging war? Elder Yuanshi spoke with a grave tone. War is no trifling matter. A moment's carelessness could drag the entire nation into the abyss. You are not as young as you appear. Do not forget, how old is your son now? You must consider both your nation and your family. Under the influence of Uchiha Obito, the fourth Mizukage's expression momentarily stiffened, but soon returned to normal. That he raised his head, an unprecedented determination and fervor gleaming in his eyes, as if he were entirely under Uchiha Obito's control. Elder Yuanshi, hear me. The land of fire is currently in turmoil. This is our prime opportunity to strike. The fourth Mizukage's voice suddenly grew deep and resonant, declaring, why have we trained so diligently if not to stand atop the world one day? We have nurtured our forces for 1,000 days to utilize them in a single moment. It is time to showcase the true strength of our water country. Hearing this, Elder Yuanshi furrowed his brow. A hint of hesitation crossing his face. He was acutely aware of the fourth Mizukage's ambition and madness, yet he understood that once war erupted, the consequences would be dire. Gazing into the fervent and resolute eyes of the manipulated fourth Mizukage, he felt a flicker of uncertainty arise within him. Are you resolute in this? Elder Yuanshi inquired solemnly, his thoughts shifting like shadows. Indeed, the fourth Mizukage replied without hesitation, I have made my decision, no matter the cost. I shall make the land of fire pay. Elder Yuanshi sighed deeply, shaking his head in resignation that he knew he could not thwart the fourth Mizukage's reckless plan and could only strive to mitigate the losses of war. Very well, Elder Yuanshi spoke in a low tone. You shall lead the forces into battle. We will remain here in the Mist Village that if you achieve success, we will support you. But remember, war is no game. You must act with utmost caution. With that, Elder Yuanshi turned and departed the conference hall, his heart heavy with anxiety and trepidation, uncertain of the fate this war would bestow upon the entire water country. Simultaneously, the Rain Village remained shrouded in an incessant downpour, the raindrops pattering, adding an air of desolation and silence to this cyberpunk-style village. Deep within the Rain Village, Nagato, appearing frail as if a gust of wind could topple him, was overshadowed by the colossal outer path golem, emanating a disquieting sense of oppression that he gazed ahead at Konan, his eyes flickering with complex emotions. That Uchiha Luton, he has emerged like a comet, and his presence undoubtedly introduces the greatest variable into our plans. Nagato's voice was low and hoarse, as if eroded by time and affliction. His words were laden with resignation and anxiety, as though he foresaw the tempest looming ahead. Konan looked at Nagato, her heart swelling with compassion. She was acutely aware of his deteriorating health, the outer path golem continuously siphoning his chakra, each breath seeming a struggle against death itself. According to intel from the Rock Village, the third Hokage appears inclined to commission us to test that Uchiha Luton. Konan's voice was soft yet resolute, as she sought to alleviate some of Nagato's burden, but it seems they are still in discussions. Should we accept the commission if it comes through? Absolutely. Our Akatsuki organization requires substantial funds to support our plans. Nagato inhaled deeply, a flicker of determination crossing his eyes. He nodded slowly, speaking with conviction. Moreover, that Uchiha Luton will inevitably become our adversary. He is so powerful that if we do not resolve this soon, he will pose a significant threat in the future. After speaking, Nagato suddenly succumbed to a violent fit of coughing, covering his mouth in a desperate attempt to suppress the sound. His complexion grew even paler, as though a mere breeze could scatter him to the winds. Seeing this, Konan rushed to support him, her eyes brimming with concern. Nagato, your health? Konan's voice trembled, unsure of what words could comfort this man who had always been their pillar of strength for both her and the entire Akatsuki organization. Nagato waved his hand, signaling that he was fine. I am aware of my condition, but I cannot simply give up. I must contribute my last ounce of strength for Akatsuki and our plan. He took a deep breath, calming himself before continuing. I can still fight. If the third Hokage truly commissions us to test Uchiha Luton, I will personally handle this significant problem. As he spoke, Nagato was overtaken by another violent coughing spasm. His body seemingly drained of all energy. Konan held him tightly, tears welling in her eyes. She understood that this man had sacrificed so much for them and the entire Akatsuki, yet she felt powerless to share his burden. Chapter 22. The creation of the chakra breathing technique to eye in the whirlwind of several days. Luton seemed to transform into an unceasing point-accumulating machine. Fully immersed in the endeavor, he cleverly utilized the pretext of a grand ethnic amalgamation, orchestrating intricate arrangements that led various shinobi clans to forge marital alliances with him. Within just a few days, he amassed a harem exceeding 100, a number that left many astonished. Amidst this whirlwind of alliances, Luton exhibited no signs of fatigue. Rather, he appeared increasingly invigorated. He understood that these unions not only garnered him substantial system points, but also fortified his relationships with the various shinobi clans, laying a solid foundation for his future plans. Yet, Luton was not blinded by the opulence before him. A grander ambition resided in his heart. He once again poured a vast amount of system points into enhancing his understanding. As if watering and fertilizing the tree of his wisdom, in an instant, his comprehension blossomed, breaking through new boundaries as if reaching an unprecedented height. At that moment, Luton grasped the essence of cultivation. He closed his eyes, simply inhaling deeply. As he felt the chakra pervading the air around him, he began to experiment with creating a new cultivation method, the chakra breathing technique. This technique would allow chakra to be refined with each breath, coursing through his body and condensing into a powerful life force. Luton recognized that this cultivation method would become a crucial weapon on his future path. He devoted himself entirely to this practice, relishing the wondrous sensation of chakra flowing within him. When Luton reopened his eyes, they shone with newfound depth and brilliance. He sensed that every cell in his body had been infused with renewed vitality. Operating at an astonishing frequency, they spun like high-speed tops, unleashing formidable energy. The intensity and power of this frequency astonished him. The rhythm of his heartbeat resonated like war drums within his chest, intertwining with the vibrations of his cells to create an exhilarating symphony. After several hours of arduous training, Luton finally reached a breakthrough moment. His cellular frequency soared to an astonishing 100 Hz, symbolizing not only a leap in speed but also a testament to his strength. His chakra could naturally generate electricity instantaneously, reaching a staggering 10,000 volts without any transformation. This power surged through his body like raging lightning, filling every muscle with explosive force. Luton's heart brimmed with awe and joy as he realized the transformative potential of this chakra breathing technique, which would reshape the entire world. Ordinary individuals would merely need to practice this breathing technique, without any innate talent for ninjutsu, to possess the strength to defeat lower-ranked shinobi. This discovery left him so exhilarated that he was nearly compelled to let out a howl of triumph. However, there was a significant prerequisite. One must successfully master the chakra breathing technique. He understood that this method of cultivation was not devoid of barriers. Not everyone could effortlessly grasp it, compared to the talent required for ninjutsu. This demand was considerably lessened, yet it still posed a tremendous challenge for the average individual. Nevertheless, Tian remained undaunted. He firmly believed that as long as this chakra breathing technique was made public, it would undoubtedly unleash the latent potential of the common people under his command, granting them strength comparable to that of lower-ranked ninjas. The resolute glimmer shone in his eyes, as if he could already envision a future brimming with hope. Hesitation was a word absent from Tian's lexicon. Whenever he contemplated an action, he would immediately set it into motion. Such was the vigor of his execution. At this moment, Tian emerged from the training room, his face radiating an unprecedented sense of determination and confidence. He summoned all the council members, prepared to unveil a secret chakra breathing technique that had the power to alter the world. Within the council hall, the atmosphere was tense and solemn. Tian stood before the assembly, his voice resonant and unwavering, declaring, "Esteemed council members, I have convened you all to disclose a cultivation method previously unknown to us, the chakra breathing technique." As the details of the technique were revealed, the council erupted into a frenzy. Those members who held the rank of upper ninja, typically composed and profound, now engaged in animated discussions, their voices rife with astonishment and disbelief. "Is it true what you say, General?" A black-clad upper ninja rose, his expression one of shock as he gazed at Tian. "Is this chakra breathing technique truly as miraculous as you claim?" Indeed, its effects surpass your wildest imaginings, Lu Tian replied, nodding slightly, a confident smile gracing his lips. With proper practice, even ordinary individuals can attain strength akin to that of lower-ranked ninjas that it feels like a dream. Another upper ninja, a blonde woman with striking blue eyes, could not help but exclaim, "General, how did you come across this cultivation method? That remains my secret. However, I can assure you, no one understands this chakra breathing technique better than I do." Lu Tian replied with a faint smile, offering no further elaboration. "Even after you have mastered it, you will never surpass me." His words struck like a thunderclap, stirring a tempest of awe and reverence among the council members. They buzzed with excitement, their faces etched with astonishment. The general is truly remarkable to have discovered such a wondrous cultivation technique. Indeed, if this is the case, would our strength in the land of fire not double? Could we not dominate the realm of ninjas? Absolutely. If ordinary people can practice this chakra breathing technique, the future of our land of fire holds limitless potential. Conquering the ninja world is no longer a mere fantasy. Amidst their fervent discussions, Lu Tian felt an unprecedented sense of pride swell within him. He recognized the satisfaction that came from successfully showcasing his prowess. With his chin slightly raised, his tone exuded undeniable authority and confidence as he addressed the members of the education department. "You will be the first inheritors of this cultivation method," he continued. "Once you master the chakra breathing technique, your mission will be to instruct the teachers at the academy, enabling them to pass this method on to the children of the institution." The moment these words were uttered, the atmosphere in the conference room shifted to one of gravity and tension. The education department members, usually responsible for the nation's educational strategies, now appeared as if struck by lightning. Rendered speechless in shock, "General, are you saying that we must impart the chakra breathing technique to the children?" A middle-aged member with glasses stammered, his voice trembling. This is simply unbelievable." Another young female member could not contain her astonishment, exclaiming, "It feels as if we are opening the door to a new world. Can we truly accomplish this?" A seasoned member, battle-hardened, gasped in awe, "General, are you truly proposing to grant our children extraordinary powers?" His voice quivered with excitement and respect. "This represents not only an educational revolution, but a monumental leap for our nation's future." Lu Tian nodded with a smile, his gaze shimmering with anticipation and confidence for the future. "Indeed, I wish for our children to possess this power from an early age, empowering them to become even stronger in their future endeavors," that he stated. "Konoha will serve as the testing ground. Once stabilized, we will extend it across the entire land of fire. I am convinced that with our united efforts, our land of fire will usher in an era of unparalleled prosperity and brilliance." Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, several days passed by quietly. During this brief period, Lu Tian imparted the chakra breathing technique to Uchiha Hanye and Uchiha Fugaku, allowing them to experience an unprecedented surge of power and growth. Yet, Lu Tian did not cease his efforts there. He was acutely aware that true transformation required a comprehensive approach, penetrating from the top down and from the strong to the weak. His gaze shifted to the upper ninjas of the education department, the mentors entrusted with nurturing the next generation of ninjas. Under Lu Tian's meticulous guidance, these upper ninjas eagerly absorbed the chakra breathing technique. Their faces were alight with focus and excitement, as if they could already foresee their own empowerment in the days to come. The chakra breathing technique served as the key to unlocking the door to power for the weak. For the strong, it was a wondrous method enabling their ninjutsu to transcend into the realm of formlessness. Upon witnessing that all the upper ninjas had grasped the chakra breathing technique, an indescribable sense of fulfillment surged within Lu Tian. He knew that this transformation had taken a solid step forward. He ventured deeper into the academy, observing the learning progress of the middle-ranked teachers. It was there that Lu Tian encountered Irika, a teacher of modest aptitude yet considerable skill in pedagogy. That a spark of passion for education and genuine concern for his students lit up Irika's eyes, prompting Lu Tian to regard him with newfound respect. Almost all the middle-ranked teachers had mastered the chakra breathing technique, their faces radiating joy and pride. However, the treacherous Mizuki feigned encouragement towards Irika, saying, "Irika, keep it up. It's perfectly normal to feel unfamiliar with new concepts. Just practice a few more times." That Lu Tian approached silently, his gaze piercing, as if he could see through Mizuki's pretense. He asked coolly, Mizuki-sensei, how do you find the chakra breathing technique now that you've learned it? His tone conveyed a nonchalance towards power. Under Lu Tian's scrutinizing gaze, Mizuki could only manage an awkward smile, refraining from any semblance of negligence. General, this chakra breathing technique is quite beneficial. It allows for more convenient execution of my ninjutsu. By merely adjusting my breathing rhythm, it is far easier than forming hand seals. Is that so? That's good to hear. Keep up the good work. Lu Tian nodded slightly, shifting his attention to Irika, a playful smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Irika, I hear you excel in teaching. How have you fared in your own practice? Caught off guard by Lu Tian's sudden inquiry, Irika scratched his head, a hint of dejection crossing his face. General, I must admit that the chakra breathing technique is somewhat challenging for me to master. I feel I need to ponder it a bit longer. Lu Tian's expression revealed no disappointment. Instead, a flicker of admiration sparkled in his eyes that he smiled at Irika, saying, Then you must work even harder. Next month marks the official teaching period. If you have not yet mastered it by then, how will you instruct the children at the academy? Yes, what you say is true, General. Irika straightened his posture. Responding earnestly, I will definitely strive to improve. Content with Irika's resolve, Lu Tian nodded and departed from the academy. As he walked through the streets, his gaze suddenly sharpened. He noticed several suspicious figures lurking nearby. Stealthily casting glances towards the academy, a cold smirk crept across Lu Tian's face. These were evidently spies from foreign nations, their intentions clear as they sought to steal the secrets of the chakra-breathing technique. Yet, he felt no panic or concern. On the contrary, confidence gleamed in his eyes, as if he had everything under control. That he mused, These spies are truly laughable, thinking they can pilfer my techniques, but it matters not. I am unafraid of their learning. As long as I grow stronger and leave others far behind, they can only gaze at my dust from a distance. With this thought, Lu Tian donned a scornful smile and continued on his path. His silhouette elongated in the waning glow of the setting sun. Days passed, and time's relentless march ushered in a series of remarkable upheavals. During this period, Lu Tian cast a wide net to catch big fish. Utilizing his keen observational skills and formidable strength, he successfully unmasked and apprehended all the spies lurking in the shadows. Each time a spy was captured, Lu Tian's gaze sharpened, as if he could pierce through all deceit and falsehood. In the interrogation room of the intelligence department, he coldly scrutinized the captured spies. Regardless of whether they admitted their identities, Lu Tian unhesitatingly classified them as spies of enemy nations. His methods left even the interrogator. Ninja Ikibi, in awe, observing the spies being escorted before him. A trace of disdain graced Lu Tian's features. Your actions have severely infringed upon the security and dignity of the Land of Fire. You shall undoubtedly face the deserved consequences, he proclaimed to the spies, declaring, Wait and see. I will ensure your countries pay the price. Subsequently, Lu Tian personally drafted a denunciation notice, sending it to the nations of Chuan, Chao, Long, Yu, Feng, Tu, Lei, and Shui. In the notice, he incisively pointed out the nefarious acts of these nations in dispatching spies, demanding exorbitant reparations. A few hours later, within the solemn and austere office of the Third Hokage, Noki sat behind his desk, brow furrowed, his gaze profound. Uchiha Lu Tian is indeed a force to be reckoned with. His efficiency is astonishing. Within just a few days, he has captured all those spies. He fixed his eyes upon his son, K-Ri, standing before him, his tone laden with gravity and resignation. He has even sent out denunciation notices to various nations, unafraid of offending the entire world. He must have immense confidence in his own strength. Chapter 24. The ongoing reactions of the ninja nations. K-Ri, upon hearing this, wore a grave expression that he was acutely aware of his father Naka's loyalty and sense of responsibility towards the nation and could feel the weight of his father's anxiety. Taking a deep breath to steady his inner turmoil, he slowly spoke, Lord Third Hokage, regarding that chakra breathing technique, should we still send people to steal it? At this, Naka's brow furrowed even tighter. He fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing the pros and cons, contemplating the next course of action. No, we cannot take any more risks. Though the chakra breathing technique is powerful, it is not something we can easily acquire. After a period of reflection, he raised his head, his eyes gleaming with determination, stating, If we fail again, the land of Earth will be in an even more passive position. In the Wind Country, Sunagakure, the fourth Kazekage, or Shah, sat at his desk, fists clenched and brow furrowed. His gaze shifted between his two advisors, Kairaz and Chio, clearly seeking their counsel. That Uchiha Tian is truly arrogant. We cannot let this slide, Ursha exclaimed furiously. However, Kairaz shook his head. His tone resolute. That is unwise. We need to observe further. The current situation is too complex for us to act rashly. Besides, that Uchiha Tian is not to be trifled with. Wisdom flickered in Kairaz's eyes as he understood that the situation hung like a sword above their heads. A slight misstep could lead to unpredictable outcomes. Chio concurred. Indeed, let the winds blow a while longer, we cannot be the ones to stick our necks out. The fourth Kazekage will surely act, in the land of lightning's Kumogakure. The atmosphere was so stifling it felt as if the air had solidified. The fourth Raikage's fury surged within him like a tempest, as he forcefully slammed documents onto the ground, papers swirling like his unbridled wrath. His eyes wide, radiating anger and resolve, he turned to the composed one-eyed ninja, Dodai. That Uchiha Tian dares to publicly condemn so many nations and audaciously demands reparations. It is a grave insult to both Kumogakure and the land of lightning. His voice bore an undeniable firmness as he declared, "We must seize this opportunity to unite the nations and invade the land of fire. I want to see if he dares to be so arrogant then." Dodai furrowed his brow, aware of the Raikage's temperament. Yet it was evident that the Raikage was currently blinded by rage. "Raikage, do you mean to summon the leaders of all nations for an emergency meeting in the Iron Country?" He pondered cautiously. But this matter is far more complicated than the Five Kage Summit. The entanglements and conflicts of interest among the nations make it difficult to achieve unity that I care not. I simply want Uchiha Tian to pay the price. The Raikage's words were abruptly interrupted by his own blustering. Who does he think he is, daring to provoke Kumogakure like this? Meanwhile, in the depths of the land of water's Kirigakure, Uchiha Obito was manipulating the fourth Mizukage, preparing for the war's reserves. Under Obito's control, the fourth Mizukage appeared exceptionally volatile, his eyes wide, fists clenched as if ready to crush everything. He roared, "Prepare at once. Why is there such a delay in going to war? How many days has it been? Hurry up and gather the troops." His voice echoed through the empty corners, threatening to upend the entire Kirigakure. In response to his outburst, the senior members of Kirigakure exhibited a surprising composure. The young genius, Kirigakure's own Kaizoku Manatsu, clad with dual swords, spoke, "Mizukage, we cannot rush. Before the troops move, we must ensure adequate supplies." Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he added, "We need to prepare a substantial amount of war materials. We cannot afford to be hasty." Though youthful, his tone conveyed a sense of calm and resolve. The formidable warrior, Suigetsu, known for his blade, the K-Rin, also weighed in. "Mizukage, your impatience is concerning that we cannot afford to act so recklessly that we must await the right moment to ensure absolute success." His voice carried a hint of counsel. As if attempting to temper the Mizukage's fervor, the warrior, Kiba, who bore the blade of execution, nodded in agreement. "Mizukage, if we rush, the losses could be catastrophic." His voice was deep and resolute, reflecting his concern for Kirigakure's future. Meanwhile, in the land of Chuan, there lay a tranquil and prosperous ninja village. The leader of Chuanan village sat in the spacious and brightly lit council chamber, fiddling with an exquisite chess piece. His brow furrowed. Upon hearing of Uchiha Tian's actions, a grave expression crossed his face. Uchiha Tian is indeed a remarkable individual, he murmured to himself, admiration and trepidation lacing his voice. He dares to condemn so many nations simultaneously and demand reparations. Such audacity and resolve are beyond the grasp of ordinary men. Simultaneously, the leader of the land of Chao's Kusa village was deep in thought within his private chamber. His expression was stern, his eyes gleaming with sharp intensity. That a contemplative man, he seldom made decisions lightly, yet he recognized the urgency of choosing a course of action. That Uchiha Tian is truly a troublesome foe. He muttered, brow knitted in concern. His actions not only jeopardize our interests, but may also incite greater conflict. We must respond judiciously. In the land of Long, the leader of Takigakure convened with his think tank to discuss strategies. A decisive and resolute individual, he feared no challenge. However, in the face of Uchiha Tian's counterattack, he too felt the pressure mounting. That Uchiha Tian is indeed audacious, the Takigakure leader's voice held a hint of ire. Does he think he can challenge the entire ninja world with mere personal strength? How utterly ridiculous. In the land of Soup, the leader of the hidden soup village was engaged in a strategic discussion with his subordinates. A man of profound contemplation, he was adept at analyzing issues from multiple perspectives. This was Uchiha Hanye. His actions, though seemingly reckless, concealed a deeper intricacy. With a tone laced with caution, the leader of the hidden soup village asserted, "We must tread carefully and not allow him to lead us by the nose." Chapter 25. The suppression of surrounding ninja hideouts in the daughter nation atop the high mountains. This unique realm comprised entirely of female ninjas. The leader of the Fuko village sat upon a resplendent throne, contemplating how to navigate the unfolding situation. She was an intelligent and resolute woman, unafraid of any challenge. Uchiha Hanye was indeed an intriguing individual. With a subtle smile illuminating her face, her eyes sparkled with curiosity and excitement as she addressed her beautiful subordinates. "Send a few more of you to employ the wiles of seduction against him. I refuse to believe that a man could resist such charms. It is said that he has taken in hundreds of concubines. Surely he must be a lecher." Lastly, in the land of rain, a nation perpetually shrouded in precipitation, the rain-hidden village was further affected by the rain tiger freedom technique. With rain never ceasing to fall at this moment, Conan stood by the window, gazing vacantly at the drizzling rain. Her heart filled with confusion and unease. "What manner of man is Uchiha Hanye?" the rain shadow murmured, her brow furrowed. "His actions appear mad, yet they seem to hold some profound significance. How shall we respond?" "Conan, do not overthink. Only immense power is fundamental," Vortex Nagato proclaimed from his portable throne, his body enveloped in yin-yang release black rods. After a few coughs, he continued, "I believe that the Third Hokage will undoubtedly commission us. So, prepare for battle." In the days that followed, the ninja world was rife with tumult. Various nations, akin to cats with their tails stepped on, impatiently issued diplomatic statements, vehemently denying any involvement in the espionage incident. It was as if they were all performers in a meticulously choreographed drama, each nation playing the role of an innocent victim, pointing fingers at other potential adversaries, and the notion of compensation, which seemed so straightforward, now appeared utterly unattainable. Each nation, like a miserly rooster, refused to part with even a single coin, deeming the demand utterly preposterous and asserting that they would never pay for something that was non-existent. To Tian, all of this was merely ephemeral, akin to a master chess player who had already discerned the trajectory of the game. He continued to issue diplomatic statements with thunderous authority, drawing a red line for the nations. They must deliver compensation within 2.5 months, or face the consequences. And now, Tian, accompanied by a cadre of elite Uchiha clansmen, departed from the bustling Konoha, embarking on a mission to eradicate bandits. Under Lucian's meticulous guidance, these Uchiha clan members had mastered the essence of chakra-breathing techniques, significantly enhancing their strength. They moved like a sharp arrow, piercing through the bandit hideouts nestled within the mountains and forests. These hideouts had once served as sanctuaries for rogue ninjas, who either rebelled against the oppression of the major ninja villages or sought to carve out their own domains driven by ambition and desire. However, in Lucian's eyes, the existence of these hideouts posed a grave threat to the safety of Konoha. Thus, a fierce battle to eradicate the bandits erupted amidst the mountains and forests. "Charge, for the honor of the general's mansion. For the glory of the Uchiha," Tian bellowed, his voice reverberating like thunder through the wilderness. "Eliminate these scourges. Restore clarity to the land of fire." The bandit ninjas, upon witnessing this, drew their weapons, preparing to confront the onslaught. Yet, when compared to the Uchiha clansmen, their strength was as disparate as heaven and earth. "Humph, a mere rabble dares to obstruct our path," scoffed one Uchiha clansman, vanishing in the blink of an eye. When he reappeared, he stood behind a bandit, his blade gleaming ominously, poised to strike at the vital point. The bandit let out a chilling scream, collapsing in a pool of blood. The battle was imminent. Though the bandit ninjas were numerous, fear was evident in their eyes as they faced the Uchiha clan. That a palpable atmosphere of bloodshed permeated the hideout, yet it failed to deter the Uchiha clansmen in the slightest. "Stay coordinated. Do not underestimate them," Tian cautioned. His gaze piercing. He understood that despite the varying abilities of the bandit ninjas, cunning individuals among them were adept at utilizing terrain and traps for ambushes. Indeed, shortly after the battle commenced, several Uchiha clansmen found themselves ensnared. They had inadvertently triggered a hidden trap concealed within the grass, immobilizing them. Sharp bamboo spikes erupted from the ground, piercing their garments, and some had already sustained injuries. A Uchiha clansman cried out in agony, as a bamboo spike had deeply impaled his leg, blood gushing forth. "Beware of the traps," another Uchiha clansman shouted, alerting his comrades. Fortunately, their allies reacted swiftly. One Uchiha clansman, armed with a long blade, sprang forward, swiftly reaching the trapped clansman. He swung his blade, severing the ropes that bound him. Another Uchiha clansman wielded his long knife, unleashing chakra to create a whirlwind that dispersed the surrounding traps. "Brother, hold on, we're coming to save you," the Uchiha clansman who rushed to the aid shouted as he cut through the bindings. His eyes radiated determination and strength, as if they could dispel all darkness. The ensnared clansman felt the support of his comrades, gritting his teeth and enduring the pain. With their assistance, he successfully broke free from his restraints and stood once again to it. That moment, the remaining Uchiha clansmen launched a fierce counteroffensive. Enhanced by the chakra breathing techniques, their physical abilities surged several-fold. They moved like the wind, swiftly navigating the hideout, their long knives intertwined with chakra, culminating in a series of lethal strikes. Despite their numbers, the bandit ninjas stood no chance against the Uchiha clansmen's exquisite ninjutsu. In an instant, the hideout resounded with wails and cries of despair. After a fierce battle, the Uchiha clansmen ultimately vanquished all foes, capturing many alive. That I must say a few words here. Lucian's voice was deep and resonant, carrying an invisible weight that compelled the surrounding Uchiha clansmen to hold their breath involuntarily. His gaze swept over each individual, his sharp eyes seemingly capable of penetrating the depths of their hearts. "To be honest, I feel quite disappointed." Lucian's tone brimmed with dissatisfaction and ire, as if the flames of disappointment blazed within him. Furrowing his brow, he continued, "The strength of this hideout is so mediocre that it allowed our clansmen to be injured." The wounded Uchiha clansmen, upon hearing Lucian's words, bowed their heads in shame. Their faces were etched with guilt and self-reproach. They were left speechless and could only silently endure Lucian's reprimand. Chapter 26. Seeking Orochimaru in the land of rice. Luhan took a deep breath, seemingly inhaling all the disappointment and anger within him. Then he opened his mouth, unleashing a torrent of chakra that surged forth like a tempest, erupting into a blazing inferno that consumed the ruins of the hideout. The flames roared, illuminating everything around it. It was as if the fire carried Lucian's wrath and disappointment. His gaze flickered with resolute brilliance amidst the flames, as if he intended to cleanse all impurities and failures with this fire. "This failure shall serve as a stepping stone for our growth." He gazed at the flames engulfing the ruins and declared, "We must remember this lesson, train even harder, and prepare ourselves for the impending Great War." His words burned with fervor and determination. All the Uchiha clansmen felt his resolve and faith resonate within them. They all straightened their chests, bracing themselves for the challenges ahead. In the ensuing days, Tian swept through the surrounding mountain strongholds with the ferocity of a tempest. Their actions were swift and decisive, each strike resonating with thunderous might, instilling dread in the hearts of the ninjas guarding those strongholds. As each stronghold fell, Tian returned with batches of captives. These prisoners were uniformly housed, relegated to the role of laborers at the construction site. Many of them exhibited expressions of terror and unease, yet Tian regarded them with a calm and resolute gaze, as if he could penetrate the depths of their fears. "If there are any among you skilled in earth-style ninjutsu, step forward now." Tian's voice was deep and powerful, reverberating among the captives. No sooner had he finished speaking than a middle-aged man trembled as he stepped forward, his eyes betraying a mix of reluctance and resignation. I can perform earth-style ninjutsu," he stammered. Tian nodded slightly, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features. "Excellent. You shall become a part of our construction team at the Hokage rock site. That if you work diligently, I assure you, you will earn your chance at freedom." Upon hearing Tian's words, a glimmer of hope flickered in the man's eyes. "Really? As long as I work hard, I can attain my freedom?" "Indeed, I am the shogun of the land of fire, and I never deceived. My word is as good as gold," Tian affirmed. "As long as you demonstrate your worth, I shall grant you the treatment you deserve." In the days that followed, Tian personally oversaw the construction at the Hokage rock site. He frequently engaged with the captives skilled in earth-style ninjutsu, encouraging them to harness their abilities. Under Tian's encouragement, the captives gradually shed their fears and anxieties, immersing themselves earnestly in their labor. As time passed, the construction at the Hokage rock site progressed smoothly. The once barren land was transformed into an even and solid expanse through the diligent efforts of the captives. "You have worked hard," Tian remarked, observing the industrious captives with a smile as he painted a bright future for them. "As long as you toil diligently, I guarantee you will receive the rewards you deserve." Hearing Tian's words, the captives paused their work, turning their gazes toward him, their eyes brimming with gratitude and admiration, as if they had found newfound hope and belonging in that moment. Time flew by. And before long, over a dozen days had passed. The deadline for the ninja world's nations to pay their reparations was approaching. Tian had a destination to reach. Alone, he departed from the bustling Hidden Leaf village. Embarking on a journey to the land of rice, after a tumultuous journey of searching, Tian finally located Orochimaru's hideout in the land of rice. It was a gloomy forest, where towering trees cast shadows that obscured the sun, as though the very light had been devoured by the woods, leaving only coldness and silence. Tian inhaled the chilling air, sensing the eerie and perilous atmosphere that enveloped him. "Come forth, Orochimaru, you dark and sinister wretch. I have finally found you." Tian's voice echoed through the forest, imbued with determination and chill. His words sliced through the silence like a blade, as if to pierce the very heart of the forest. Without warning, a violent gust of wind surged towards him, akin to a raging storm. Drawing upon his wealth of combat experience, Tian reacted swiftly, moving like lightning to evade the sudden onslaught. Yet, the surroundings were not spared. Colossal trees toppled under the force, producing a deafening roar. Leaves spiraled through the air. As the forest appeared to be torn asunder by an invisible force, Tian steadied himself, his gaze fixed ahead. This force was not of nature. It was evidently a deliberate attack. From the chaos of fallen trees, a figure emerged. It was Orochimaru, clad in the Akatsuki's signature red cloud-patterned cloak, resembling a specter of darkness. A sinister smile played upon his lips, and his eyes glimmered with a dangerous light, as if he sought to consume the world itself. "How do you find the taste of wind release? Great breakthrough." Orochimaru spoke coldly, his tone dripping with derision and contempt. Yet Tian remained unfazed. He regarded Orochimaru with a cold stare, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. "Your words reek terribly. This wind carries an overpowering stench. Have you neglected dental hygiene, or is your mouth afflicted by disease?" Tian taunted, his words like sharp blades aimed at Orochimaru, causing the latter's expression to darken. Tian continued to fixate on Orochimaru, his voice icy. "Orochimaru, no matter how underhanded your tactics may be, do not presume you can easily succeed. Moreover, my strength surpasses yours. Humph! Enough prattle. Today marks your demise. Your Sharingan shall belong to me." Orochimaru roared, extending his hand as several serpent heads erupted from his sleeves, lunging at Tian. These serpentine heads were ghastly and exuded a chilling aura. However, Tian was well prepared. He swiftly activated his fire-release chakra mode, engulfing himself in roaring flames. Sidestepping the serpent's assault, he retaliated with a swift strike that cleaved through several of the serpent heads. The blow was infused with fierce flames and murderous intent, as if to incinerate the very world. The two were soon embroiled in a fierce battle, their blades and shadows intertwining in a breathtaking tableau within the forest. Tian's swordsmanship was sharp and rapid, each assault imbued with lethal intent, while Orochimaru, employing his peculiar agility and ninjutsu, deftly evaded Tian's strikes, searching for an opportunity to counterattack. "Orochimaru, I've had my fill of this. Now, submit to me." Chapter 27. Orochimaru offers his forbidden technique. Orochimaru possessed a secret base in the land of rice, his largest stronghold within the ninja world. This was the very reason Tian had come here. As Tian's words fell, the air in the forest seemed to thrum with a mysterious and sinister energy. In his eyes, 6 radiant tomos spun rapidly within his profound pupils, akin to stars twinkling in the night sky, emanating a mesmerizing brilliance. "This is the kaleidoscope Sharingan, hypnotic brainwashing." Orochimaru found himself enveloped by this sudden surge of power. He felt his consciousness being drawn by an invisible force, his mind gradually descending into chaos. Orochimaru's gaze became vacant, the cunning and malice that once characterized him evaporating, replaced by confusion and emptiness. His memories seemed to be surreptitiously altered by a mysterious force that in that instant, waves of loyalty and admiration surged within him, his reverence for Tian palpable. "Master, What are your commands? Orochimaru shall comply with all his might. His voice trembled, yet remained resolute, filled with unwavering obedience to Lu Tian, that he no longer appeared as the fearsome ninja he once was, but rather as a devoted aide to Lu Tian. Lu Tian nodded slightly, his eyes shimmering with satisfaction. He regarded Orochimaru intently before speaking coolly. Take me to your base. Without a moment's hesitation, Orochimaru respectfully led the way, his steps firm and purposeful, showcasing his familiarity and loyalty to the stronghold. After arriving at a certain location, Orochimaru unveiled a hidden passage in the ground. They traversed a labyrinth of corridors, navigating through layers of mechanisms, each step seeming to unveil an unknown and mysterious realm. Dim lights flickered, as if whispering untold secrets. Time appeared to stand still, the air heavy with a suffocating chill. This moment, the timeline was still early. Kabuto had yet to kill Yakushi Nanoko, and thus, no one accompanied Orochimaru. It was widely known that early in his career, Orochimaru had no true subordinates. Those who followed him were merely tools, insignificant in his eyes, devoid of any rights. Consequently, this secret base was devoid of life. Orochimaru, teach me your forbidden technique. Impure world reincarnation. Lu Tian followed Orochimaru into a certain chamber, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. That he gazed intently at Orochimaru, whose deep-set eyes glimmered with unwavering resolve. Orochimaru stood ensconced in shadows, his expression as tranquil as a still pond, as if he had anticipated this very moment. He slowly lifted his head, his serpent-like eyes shimmering with an eerie light in the dimness. A subtle smile graced his lips, laced with a hint of amusement, as he remarked, "This technique was initially conceived to cater to the master's needs. Hence, I have long since prepared it for you." As he spoke, he turned towards a concealed corner. His fingers glided gently across the wall, revealing a hidden door that creaked open. He retrieved an exquisite scroll from within, while simultaneously clutching another scroll in his grasp. Orochimaru pivoted, presenting both scrolls to Lu Tian. These are forbidden techniques. The technique of spiritual transformation, akin to the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation. That a look of near reverence crossed his face as he added, "These are my most treasured secrets. I beseech you, graciously accept them." Lu Tian accepted the scrolls, a flicker of satisfaction and admiration dancing in his eyes. He nodded slightly, his voice brimming with delight and exhilaration, proclaiming, "You have performed admirably. You have not only fulfilled your task, but have exceeded expectations. Your cleverness and loyalty have not gone unnoticed. Excellent." As Lu Tian's praise resonated, a triumphant smile emerged on Orochimaru's face. After perusing the scrolls on impure world reincarnation and spiritual transformation, an indescribable thrill surged within Lu Tian. At that moment, his comprehension was exceptionally acute. In mere instants, he absorbed the essence contained within the scrolls, as though he had grasped their quintessence. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated his mind. Akin to a beacon piercing through darkness, a spark of excitement flickered in Lu Tian's eyes, as if he had unearthed something monumental. "I comprehend," Lu Tian exclaimed, abruptly raising his head, his eyes shimmering with fervor. It seemed he had discovered a method to extricate his soul from his corporeal form, yet further contemplation and experimentation were requisite. He inhaled deeply, calming his racing heart, before turning to Orochimaru, a satisfied smile gracing his features. "Orochimaru, this is the Yin-Yang release. Shadow clone. Should you acquire this forbidden technique, you will be able to create authentic clones." Lu Tian produced a scroll, presenting it to Orochimaru with unwavering confidence, stating, "If you employ impure world reincarnation, this clone will exhibit no rejection. Thus, this technique complements impure world reincarnation splendidly." Orochimaru accepted the scroll, a glimmer of surprise and curiosity flitting across his eyes. As he unfurled the scroll, his expression gradually morphed into one of astonishment and elation. "This is simply a perfect pairing." Orochimaru raised his gaze to Lu Tian, his eyes filled with admiration and gratitude. In his perception, Lu Tian was not merely a formidable master, but also a genuine sage. The ingenuity displayed in devising such a combination left him in awe. "Orochimaru, your next mission is to infiltrate the Akatsuki organization and gather intelligence for me." Lu Tian's tone grew grave, his gaze radiating an unwavering resolve as he cautioned, "Exercise utmost caution and avoid any conflicts. Your task is to remain undercover and report the daily movements of the Akatsuki to me." "Yes, master," Orochimaru replied respectfully, his head slightly bowed, his eyes glinting with determination. He was mentally reinforcing himself, convinced that this was a test of his capabilities imposed by Lu Tian. Once all instructions were conveyed, Lu Tian departed from Orochimaru's clandestine lair, making his way back to Konoha. He was acutely aware that the ensuing days would be exceedingly hectic, as the curtain was soon to rise on a grand conflict. After all, the nations within the ninja world harbored no intentions of paying reparations. This compensation had merely served as Lu Tian's pretext for war. However, upon entering the village of Konoha, an unexpected event transpired. A beautiful woman suddenly turned towards him, her complexion pale, before she collapsed weakly onto the ground, feigning unconsciousness, trying to set a trap for me. A flicker of doubt crossed Lu Tian's mind as he approached. Gently patting her shoulder, he noticed her pallor and feeble breathing. This was no ACT. Lu Tian swiftly lifted the woman in his arms, hastening towards the hospital. His mind was a whirlpool of confusion and concern. Pondering, who is this woman? Why did she suddenly faint? Moreover, was her target indeed me? Chapter 28. The Kingdom of Daughters uses marriage to offset compensation. The distance to the renowned hospital within Konoha was not insubstantial, and Lu Tian was in a state of anxious haste. The gentle breeze carried a hint of chill, yet it did little to alleviate his inner turmoil at that moment. However, the beauty in his embrace stirred slightly. As if awakening from slumber. Handsome, I am so hungry. Her soft, feeble voice resonated like a nightingale's gentle song, strikingly clear amidst the stillness. Lu Tian halted abruptly. Hastily placing her on a nearby bench, he rummaged through his bag for a compressed biscuit, offering it to her with a glimmer of concern in his eyes. Have you fainted from hunger? What happened to you? The beauty accepted the biscuit, expressing her gratitude with a few words before eagerly devouring it. Though her manner of eating was somewhat unrefined, her bright eyes sparkled with determination. Lu Tian stood by, quietly observing the enchanting woman. Her attire was undeniably captivating, her form-fitting clothing accentuating her graceful silhouette. While her long hair danced in the breeze, resembling a beautiful painting, Lu Tian noted that her appearance was strikingly alluring. That he coughed lightly, attempting to dispel the lingering tension, and inquired, "Fair lady, what brings you to Konoha?" "Me? I have come for the shogun," the woman declared with unwavering conviction, as if making a solemn oath. She swallowed the last morsel of the biscuit, delicately wiping her mouth, then raised her gaze to Lu Tian. Determination flickering in her eyes, that a playful smile tugged at Lu Tian's lips as he leaned closer to her, whispering, "Oh, what is your purpose in seeking the shogun? I could assist in introducing you." A glimmer of joy danced across her face, but she quickly cast a cautious glance at Lu Tian. It seemed she had sensed the underlying implication in his words, prompting her to shift uneasily. Observing this, Lu Tian suppressed a chuckle that he deliberately altered his tone, hoping to instill a measure of fear in the captivating woman before him. "But let me be clear, should your intentions prove nefarious, I shall have no qualms about locking you away. Be advised, there are many lecherous men in those confines, and they will show you no mercy." As he spoke, he feigned a fierce expression, though a glimmer of mischief danced in his eyes. The woman was momentarily taken aback by Lu Tian's words, her countenance stiffening. Yet she swiftly regained her composure. Will not engage in wrongdoing. She clenched her teeth, as though swearing an oath, and proclaimed, "I merely wish to meet the shogun and express my admiration." A flicker of curiosity sparked in Lu Tian's eyes. He regarded the far-traveling beauty, his tone casual as he inquired, "First and foremost, dear lady from afar, would you kindly introduce yourself?" The beauty seemed to be captivated by Lu Tian's demeanor. Nodding slightly, her eyes glimmered with a unique radiance, reminiscent of distant stars. "Please remember, I hail from the faraway Kingdom of Daughters, the village of Fujiko, and my name is Hoshino Jing. I am Lu Tian." "It is a pleasure to meet you," he replied with a smile, his expression exuding a sense of free-spiritedness. Lu Tian's gaze then sharpened. He posed a direct question. "So, how do you intend to convey your feelings to the shogun? More importantly, from whence does this affection arise?" Hoshino Jing was caught off guard by the sudden inquiry, her face registering surprise as she furrowed her brow, seemingly struggling to recall something. "Lu Tian?" Hoshino Jing exclaimed, her expression morphing into one of astonishment, as if she had witnessed something utterly incredible. Trembling slightly, she stammered, "Are you the legendary shogun Uchiha Lu Tian?" "I prefer to be called Lu Tian," he replied with a faint smile, refraining from a direct answer and instead countering, "So, what exactly brings you here?" Are you after those so-called reparations? Or is it that you are, in fact, the reparation sent by Fujiko village? His voice was laced with a hint of mockery and a touch of provocation, as if he were testing the waters for Xingye Jing's reaction. Xingye Jing, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, felt a flicker of embarrassment and irritation in her eyes, yet she quickly regained her composure. She slightly lowered her head, avoiding Lu Tian's gaze, seemingly lost in thought. I am the compensation. Xingye Jing's voice trembled slightly, yet her eyes shone with unwavering resolve as she declared, "Please accept this, esteemed general. I implore you to forgive our village of Fusion. Please pardon our kingdom of daughters." Upon uttering these words, a steadfast expression graced Xingye Jing's face. She clenched her fists tightly, as if rallying her inner strength. "Are you suggesting that your village of Fusion seeks to resolve the issue through marriage?" Lu Tian raised an eyebrow, his tone contemplative. Sitting on the bench, Xingye Jing was taken aback, her face reflecting astonishment. She had anticipated Lu Tian would approach her with a flippant demeanor, perhaps treating her as a mere plaything to amuse the nobility. However, the seriousness with which he conducted himself was utterly unexpected. Taking a deep breath to steady the tumult within her, she inclined her head slightly, her gaze fixed on Lu Tian as if probing the depths of his true thoughts. "Esteemed general, are you earnest in your intentions?" Lu Tian nodded, responding slowly, "Indeed, I am sincere. Matters of marriage are not to be trifled with." His voice was steady and resolute, conveying his earnestness and determination to Xingye Jing. She was taken aback by his response. As two contrasting worldviews collided within her, stirring a warmth in her heart. She had believed her fate was at the mercy of destiny. Yet, in this moment, Lu Tian offered her an unprecedented sense of reassurance. Gazing deeply at him, gratitude and admiration shimmered in her eyes. Her chest rose and fell gently, as if she had made a significant decision. "Esteemed general, if this is the mutual desire of you in the village of Fusion, then I am willing to accept this arrangement." "How has this become my desire?" Lu Tian mused, a playful smirk curling at the corners of his lips. His laughter held a teasing undertone but was underpinned by a sense of comfort for Xingye Jing. He waved his hand dismissively, as if to dispel the tension in the air, and then, with a serious demeanor, he stated, "It is clearly the notion of your village of Fusion. I merely acquiesced," leaning slightly forward. His gaze locked onto Xingye Jing's, his eyes piercing and profound, as though capable of reading her innermost feelings. "Xingye Jing, I respect your choice. If you're unwilling to enter into marriage, I shall not compel you." As he spoke, Lu Tian's tone shifted abruptly, becoming sharp and incisive. His eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity as he declared, "War is merely a matter of declaration. Humph, the kingdom of daughters is but a trifling entity. For me, it is merely a piece of parchment demanding conflict." Chapter 29. The various shockwaves across the ninja nations. Xingye Jing was greatly startled by this sudden transformation. Thoughts of her homeland flooded her mind, and her complexion turned ashen, terror evident in her eyes. Hastily, she knelt, hands clasped together, pleading with Lu Tian, "Esteemed general, I was wrong. Please, do not attack our kingdom of daughters. I will comply with any request you have." "Then let me personally test the sincerity of your words," Lu Tian replied, a smile gracing his lips, his gaze sparkling with an ineffable light. Gently, he lifted Xingye Jing into his arms, caught off guard by this unexpected action. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and a hint of shyness flickered in her eyes. Yet amidst this shyness, there was a greater sense of trust and reliance upon Lu Tian. She clutched his garment tightly, allowing him to lead her into a tranquil grove by the roadside. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that danced upon them. The grove resonated with deep, rhythmic breaths, accompanied by the rustling of leaves, as if whispering an ancient and enigmatic tale. In this moment of camaraderie, Lu Tian not only imparted wisdom, but also firmly grasped Xingye Jing's conscience within his hands. When all was concluded, Lu Tian emerged from the grove, cradling Xingye Jing, who bore a rosy hue upon her cheeks. Lu Tian remained composed, as if the preceding events were merely a fleeting interlude in his life. Upon returning to the Hokage office, Lu Tian took his seat at the desk and began to draft a diplomatic missive. His fingers danced swiftly across the paper, each stroke imbued with the force of thunder. The contents of the missive read, "The Kingdom of Daughters has submitted the requisite compensation, demonstrating respect and sincerity towards our land of fire. Other nations are urged to promptly submit their compensations within the stipulated time frame. As a sign of reverence towards our land of fire, should there be a failure to comply, we shall regard you as foes and will not hesitate to initiate an assault." he instructed the Jonin of the Foreign Affairs Department to disseminate this missive, conveying the will of the Land of Fire to other nations. Once dispatched, the missive rapidly spread throughout the entire ninja realm within mere hours, igniting a storm of reactions. Kingdom of Daughters, Fusion Village. Truly exquisite, the allure of Xingye Jing is undeniably compelling. She has successfully ensnared Uchiha Tian in a gentle trap. The leader of Fusion sat upon her throne, lightly caressing her smooth jawline. A satisfied smile curved her lips, her eyes glimmering with cunning and excitement. She gazed at the array of beautiful women before her, an air of undeniable authority emanating from her gaze. Xingye Jing has paved the way for us. Go, urge the other beauties to take action as well. Ensure that Uchiha Tian lingers amidst these blossoms, extracting every last drop of essence from his spring sac. Upon hearing her words, the beauties nodded in agreement, their faces adorned with triumphant smiles. In the land of rivers, surrounded by mountains and flowing rivers, a tense atmosphere enveloped Chuan Village. The leader of Chuan sat in his ancient and solemn office, gripping the diplomatic missive from the Land of Fire tightly. His face was pale with fury, his eyes ablaze with indignation and defiance. He abruptly lifted his head, eyes wide as if thunder were crackling within them. Gritting his teeth, he spoke in a low yet resolute voice. Uchiha Tian, how dare you be so arrogant, treating my Chuan village as inconsequential? We are not to be trifled with. His voice echoed within the office, igniting the very air around him with his fury. With a resounding thud, he slammed his palm onto the table, shattering the diplomatic missive into fragments, causing the entire office to tremble from the force of the impact. In the land of grass, the lush and verdant Kusa-in village was also engulfed in chaos. Within the leader's office, the elders of Kusa-in gathered in earnest discussion. Their expressions were grave, murmurs of concern rising amidst them. The atmosphere crackled with tension and unease, as if a storm were on the horizon. Among them, an elderly elder furrowed his brow, his eyes reflecting profound worry. With a heavy sigh, he spoke, his tone laced with resignation. The Land of Fire is currently on the rise. Although we Kusa-in village boast a rich history and deep roots, it is unlikely we can confront them directly. As his words faded, a younger elder stood up, determination gleaming in his eyes. Elder, how can we so easily concede? Shall we allow the Land of Fire to trample upon us? We, too, possess our dignity and boundaries. We cannot allow the Land of Fire to underestimate us. His voice resonated powerfully, stirring a wave of warmth within the hearts of those present. The other elders and the leader of Kusa-in echoed their agreement, sparks of hope igniting in their gazes. Yet the elder remained furrowed in thought, gesturing for silence. Taking a deep breath, he slowly articulated, I understand your resolve, but we must approach this with caution. The Land of Fire wields immense power. Should we act recklessly, we may find ourselves in a far more dire predicament. The elders and the leader of Kiri village nodded in unison, for they understood that the elders' words were rooted in truth. Nevertheless, their fighting spirit remained undiminished. In the Land of Water, concealed behind the cascading waterfall, Kiri village had received the diplomatic missive that sent shockwaves throughout the entire ninja world. The leader of Kiri village gazed down upon the settlement, his countenance etched with gravity, resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption. The roar of the waterfall thundered in his ears, yet it could not drown out the tumultuous thoughts swirling within his mind. His gaze seemed to penetrate the waterfall, casting its sight toward the distant Land of Fire. With furrowed brows, he endeavored to decipher the profound implications hidden within the missive, taking a deep breath of the moist air. He pondered, what does Uchiha Rutten truly aim to accomplish? Is he genuinely intent on opposing the entire ninja world? His musings were whispered, laden with doubt and low in tone. The leader's fingers tapped lightly on the table, each rhythmic knock resonating within his heart, evoking an inexplicable sense of tension. His eyes sparkled with unwavering resolve, yet beneath that glimmer lay a profound anxiety. Did he recognize that this missive was not merely a challenge to Kiri village, but a provocation to the entire ninja world? He must tread carefully. Any misstep could unleash unpredictable repercussions. Suddenly, the leader turned sharply to face the elders behind him. Their faces mirrored his solemnity, as they too grappled with the same questions, drawing in a deep breath. He spoke slowly, we must rally all our forces and prepare to confront the impending storm. Uchiha Rutten may indeed seek to stand against the entire ninja world. Chapter 30. The Ninja World War appears imminent in the Land of Rain. Perpetually shrouded in precipitation, the atmosphere in Amigakure was fraught with tension. Nagato sat upon his specially crafted portable throne, his cough echoing in the air, his complexion pallid. Yet, his eyes shimmered with an unwavering determination. As if he were contemplating significant matters, Conan stood beside him, holding the diplomatic missive. After reading it aloud, she placed it gently aside and walked to the window, gazing at the drizzling rain, her heart a tumult of emotions. Her brow furrowed, reflecting deep concern as her fingers traced the windowsill, as if seeking solace. She murmured to herself, "Is the land of fire truly on the brink of war?" Nagata lifted his head to meet Conan's gaze, clearing his throat before speaking softly. "This missive reveals Uchiha Ruten's ambitions. The fourth great ninja war may be upon us." Though his voice was faint, it was imbued with conviction. The rain continued to fall, seemingly intent on drowning Omegakure.I in the land of wind. Where the sandy terrain characterized Sunagakure, the weighty pressure from the land of fire was palpable. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, observed the villagers bustling about. Their figures flickered in the swirling sands, akin to resilient warriors preparing to face the impending tempest. The Raza's heart churned with tumult, his gaze deep and resolute, as if foreseeing the shifting tides of fate. Drawing a deep breath, he inhaled the gritty air, stating gravely, "Uchiha Ruten's overwhelming force is evident. The ambitions of the land of fire are laid bare. We must brace ourselves for battle. This conflict may well escalate into the fourth great ninja war." His voice resonated with a deep and powerful timbre, striking like a hammer upon the hearts of his advisors. No sooner had he spoken than his advisor, Chiyo, furrowed her brow, though her hair was white. Her eyes sparkled with vitality. She spoke gravely, "Raza, we must swiftly gather all our strengths and formulate a comprehensive strategy." Another advisor, Karura, nodded in agreement, her eyes glinting with wisdom. "Chiyo is right. Although the land of fire is formidable, Sunagakure is not without the means to fight back. We can amass our forces and simultaneously seek support from other ninja villages." Raza acknowledged their wisdom with a nod, inhaling deeply before articulating, "I understand. Let us summon all elite ninjas at once. We shall convene an emergency meeting to discuss our countermeasures that in the land of earth." The atmosphere in Awagakure was thick with tension, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. The air was laden with the scent of dust, and each particle seemed to herald the impending clash. The third Hokage, Inoki, peered out from his office, his eyes glimmering with determination, clenching his fists, veins bulging. He turned to his son, Kuratsuchi. Yet, compared to his father's composure, Kuratsuchi's eyes reflected a blend of anticipation and unease. If Uchiha Ruten dares to invade, Iwagakure will not hesitate to engage in a decisive battle. Inoki's voice was low yet powerful, capable of piercing the soul, declaring, "Kuratsuchi, prepare for war." As he spoke, Inoki's gaze sharpened, akin to a sword drawn from its sheath. His tone, though not loud, resonated with strength and resolve, causing the very air around them to tremble. Kuratsuchi met his father's unwavering gaze, his anxiety gradually dissipating. Taking a deep breath, he straightened his posture, affirming, "Yes, father, Iwagakure shall defend our dignity and honor." In the land of lightning, high amidst the clouds of Kumogakure, the atmosphere was equally charged with tension as the missive arrived. A resounding crash shattered the silence, as the fourth Raikage's fury erupted like thunder, smashing yet another exquisite desk, splintering wood and scattering debris across the floor. His eyes blazed with wrath as he stared out at the sea of clouds beyond the window. The tumultuous clouds mirrored the turmoil within him. Roiling and restless, the fourth Raikage inhaled deeply, striving to quell his emotions, then turned to face his aide, Darui, his eyes glinting with resolve. Does Uchiha Ruten believe he can disrupt the order of the ninja world with his solitary strength? Such delusions are laughable. Darui, witnessing the Raikage's anger, felt a surge of empathy that he recognized the gravity of the situation and understood that, as representatives of the land of lightning, they bore a significant responsibility. "Raikage-sama, you are correct. Uchiha Ruten's actions have indeed crossed all boundaries. We must unite with other ninja villages to confront the threat posed by the land of fire." The fourth Raikage nodded, a flicker of approval crossing his features. He knew Darui was a capable aide and his most trusted partner. Clapping Darui on the shoulder, he declared, "You speak wisely. We must ensure the entire ninja world witnesses the determination and courage of the land of lightning and Kumogakure." In the land of water, amidst the hazy fog, Mizu no Kuni's Kirigakure stood quietly, seemingly isolated from the world. Yet, within its depths, an atmosphere of unease prevailed, as if a storm were imminent. Inside the Mizukage's office, the tension was palpable. The fourth Mizukage sat at his desk, his expression dark, casting a sweeping glance over the assembled ninjas, each face reflecting anxiety and trepidation. His voice resonated with a low, stern timbre, akin to a heavy hammer striking the hearts of all present. Controlled by Uchiha Obito, he proclaimed, "The land of fire is preparing to strike us. And what of our preparations? They are far from complete. What are you all doing?" His tone brimmed with anger and disappointment, a clear indication of his dissatisfaction with their performance. Hidden in the shadows, Uchiha Obito's eyes glimmered with a crimson light, radiating fierce anger and murderous intent. "Are you all waiting for the enemy to come to us?" The fourth Mizuki's voice turned cold and sharp, like a knife piercing the hearts of everyone present. He continued his tirade. "We are the Blood Mist. Where is your fighting spirit? Have you all forgotten?" As his words hung in the air, the atmosphere in the office grew even more tense. The ninjas were shaken by his outburst, their faces a mix of shame and indignation. They recognized that, as shinobi of Kirigakure, they ought to possess greater resilience and fighting spirit. "We of Kirigakure are not lambs to be slaughtered." The fourth Mizuki glared at the assembled ninjas, shouting, "We will use our strength to protect our homeland and our dignity." At this very moment, the venerable elder, Yuan Shi, was slowly making his way toward the office, supported by a few trusted aides. Though his steps were somewhat unsteady, each stride exuded a sense of composure and authority. With a slight furrow of his brow, his tone bore hints of reproach and confusion. "Shikazura, why have you become increasingly irritable?" Chapter 31. The pre-battle address by Tian in the southern region of the Fire Country. The lush forests resembled an unfinished masterpiece, with layers upon layers of verdant leaves concealing the figures of dozens of elite ninjas from the Mizutamon family. Their gazes were sharp as eagles, seemingly capable of perceiving all. Yet, amidst them, there existed a figure who blended and yet felt conspicuously out of place. Sarutobi Izuma. His eyes were filled with conflict and turmoil, and his complexion was poor. Not only had he ventured deep into the heart of the Mizutamon family, but he also frequently traversed the strongholds of the Shimizu and Tishin families. He was homeless, his whereabouts elusive, rendering him difficult to pin down. The three great families regarded him as a pitiable vagabond, akin to a homeless spirit. Little did they know that this seemingly unfortunate drifter was, in fact, a carefully placed undercover agent orchestrated by Tian. Through Asuma's intelligence, Tian had acquired detailed information regarding the strongholds of the three families, adequately preparing for the impending operation. Before departing, Tian sought out Might Guy. "The chakra breathing technique is exceptionally suited to you. You have grown stronger once again. I eagerly anticipate your performance," he stated, his voice imbued with confidence and resolve. "Indeed, ever since I began practicing the chakra breathing technique, I have felt a marked enhancement in my abilities." Guy replied, a hearty smile illuminating his face. His eyes sparkled with gratitude and admiration as he continued, "Previously, aside from summoning turtles, I was nearly incapable of utilizing ninjutsu and had to rely solely on taijutsu and the 8 gates for combat. However, now, even without activating the 8 gates, I am certain my strength rivals that of the 4th Hokage." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of appreciation flickered in Tian's eyes. He recalled certain encouraging phrases from the workplace, saying, "Excellent. I believe you will undoubtedly excel in the forthcoming mission. Keep up the good work. I have faith in you." With that, the two made their way to the main city gate. The crowd surged like a tide, each face reflecting a myriad of emotional hues. Tian's gaze cut through the throng like a bolt of lightning. Sharply locking onto the familiar, yet solitary figure of Kakashi, he approached Kakashi with steady steps, silently placing a gentle hand on his shoulder. Though the gesture was light, it was imbued with boundless determination and strength. Tian's eyes sparkled with resolute light, as if capable of piercing through all darkness. "Focus. Today marks your day of vengeance, as well as the day you vindicate your father," he intoned in a low, powerful voice. "Those who once forced your father to his demise are right there, Mizutamon in Tishin Koharu. Their crimes shall be brought to an end by you." At this juncture, Tian's Sharingan flared to life, activating the hypnotic mind control technique. Once more, Kakashi's body trembled slightly, as if drawn by an invisible force. His gaze growing complex, he clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging, as he struggled to suppress his inner turmoil and fury. Satisfied with this display, Tian felt an indescribable elation swell within him. Turning his attention to Guy, he allowed a gentle smile to grace his features, though the 6-pointed star in his eyes gleamed with a sharp, cutting light. "Guy, do you know, the encounter you faced with the 7 ninja swordsmen was not mere coincidence. It was a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy. Their goal was to drive your father, Might Due, to his death. At this revelation, Guy's body jolted, as if struck by lightning. A flicker of shock and rage coursed through his eyes, his clenched fists nearly squeezing out water. Taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, he nodded resolutely. Rest assured, General. Today, I shall avenge my father. Tian nodded in satisfaction, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, scanning the bustling crowd of ninjas before finally resting upon Hanye Hisashi. His brow slightly furrowed, as if preparing to unveil a long-buried, earth-shattering secret. With a deep, solemn voice that carried an undeniable authority, he asked, Hisashi clan leader, are you aware? Before he could finish, Hanye Hisashi seemed struck by lightning. His complexion changing abruptly, he stepped forward urgently, interrupting Tian. General, I already know. Please, do not say more. His voice trembled, as if desperate to prevent the unsavory truth from being aired publicly. Taken aback by this sudden interruption, Tian's brow furrowed even further. He fixed a piercing gaze upon Hisashi, his voice suddenly turning stern, like the biting cold of a winter wind. Do you know what I am about to say? Do not interrupt me. Hisashi shuddered in fear, momentarily taken aback, before respectfully lowering his head and taking a step back. Tian steadied his racing heart. During the Ninetales rampage, the fourth Hokage heroically sacrificed himself. Yet the hidden Cloud Village seized the chaos to instigate war. At the critical moment of peace negotiations, your daughter was captured by the Cloud Ninjas. He began to speak slowly, his voice laced with profound sorrow. Have you ever pondered why they managed to reach your home so effortlessly? Where were the Umbu? Were they utterly oblivious? Did the third Hokage know of all this? Each of Tian's words struck like a hammer upon Hisashi's heart. His face drained of color, his eyes glimmering with shock and anger. The surrounding ninjas also displayed expressions of alarm, their whispers echoing throughout the crowd. Noticing Hisashi's reaction, Tian reached out, gently placing a hand on his shoulder, signaling him to remain calm. His gaze swept across the crowd, meeting eyes brimming with curiosity and anticipation. Do not rush. Do not interrupt. Allow me to continue. Have you considered the possibility that the Umbu may have guided the Cloud Ninjas? Hisashi's body trembled violently, and he looked up at Tian. However, Tian paid no heed to his reaction, continuing, you killed the Cloud Ninja at that time, and the Umbu reported to the third Hokage, labeling you as the culprit. Subsequently, the third Hokage conspired with the Cloud Ninja to force your demise. At this point, Tian's voice was charged with fury and sorrow. He stared intently at Hisashi, hoping to catch a flicker of reaction on his face. After a moment of silence, Hisashi slowly nodded, his voice hoarse as he replied, General, you speak the truth. I have indeed contemplated these matters. Yet, the Hanye clan is weak, and we can only endure. Observing the anguish and helplessness etched across Hisashi's countenance, an indescribable rage surged within Tian. He raised his head abruptly, his gaze sweeping across the crowd, his voice resonating with grief and fervor. It is still early. I shall reveal to everyone some truths you may not yet know. Chapter 32. The siege of the remaining three great families. The ninjas in the crowd were captivated by Tian's words, their faces reflecting curiosity and anticipation. Everyone was aware that Orochimaru had once defected from Konoha. But did you know that his experiments led to the disappearance of many children in Konoha and the surrounding areas? Tian continued, in that experiment, one child even fused with the first Hokage's cells, granting him the ability to utilize would release. That child should now reside within the secret base of the Shimizu family. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted with astonishment. Conversations and exclamations filled the air. As everyone was taken aback by this shocking revelation, Tian observed the astonished faces, his anger seemingly intensifying. Why was Orochimaru able to escape successfully? How did that successful test subject end up in the hands of the Shimizu family? He suddenly raised his voice. Let me inform you all, before Shimura Danzo's death, that child was the root secret weapon. What? How dare he? A wave of gasps rippled through the crowd, all eyes fixated upon Tian. He surveyed the shocked expressions, his fury blazing like a raging fire. The third Hokage, a heinous criminal. He exploited innocent children for his experiments, driven solely by his own desires and ambitions. Such a Hokage is unworthy to lead us. Thus, I have rebelled against him. Eliminate him. His voice thundered, reverberating through every soul present. Tian's eyes glimmered with a fierce blend of rage and sorrow, his tone akin to the biting wind before dawn. Sharp and imbued with unyielding strength, he spoke slowly, each word cutting like a blade, piercing the hearts of his audience. Let me pose a question to you. The third Hokage, Does he not serve as a disgrace to our land of fire? His voice carried an undeniable authority. His gaze swept through the crowd, seemingly searching for answers, yet also seeking a resonance. The ninjas were stirred by Lu Tian's fervor, their faces beginning to manifest expressions of anger and resolve. They clenched their fists tightly, as if trying to condense all their fury into that singular moment. The Third Hokage is a disgrace to the land of fire, a young ninja was the first to shout, his voice brimming with indignation and determination. Indeed, he is our shame. He has betrayed us all. As the initial voice echoed, a chorus of furious shouts erupted from the crowd. These voices converged, ultimately coalescing into a formidable force. As if they sought to overturn the entire assembly. Lu Tian nodded in satisfaction, a flicker of a smile gracing his face. He spoke again, his tone growing even more impassioned. Now, let me ask you another question. Should the remnants of the four great families be exterminated? This time, his voice was sharper, more powerful. His gaze swept across the throng, as if he aimed to penetrate. However, a shadow flitted through the scene like a wraith. His movements were swift and fierce, each strike imbued with the force of a thunderclap. Could that be Shimura Kei's? A cold smirk curled at the corners of Lu Tian's mouth, his voice laced with disdain and contempt as he remarked, he truly intends to break through. He slightly turned his body, issuing orders to the ninjas behind him. Keep a close watch on Jia. Do not allow anyone an opportunity. I shall personally confront that audacious Shimura Kei's. With that, Lu Tian moved, vanishing like a specter from his original position. His speed was such that onlookers could only glimpse a fleeting afterimage. The surrounding ninjas widened their eyes in astonishment, marveling at Lu Tian's astonishing velocity. Lu Tian swiftly caught up with the master, attempting to escape. The figure before him was clad in black robes, his countenance stern. It was indeed Shimura Kei's, the foremost expert of the Shimura clan. Shimura Kei's, where do you think you are going? The world of ninjas is so small. Where can you possibly flee? Lu Tian fixed his gaze on Shimura Kei's, his eyes glinting with icy, murderous intent. The fleeing Shimura Kei's maintained an impassive expression, casting a glance back at Lu Tian. With a cold chuckle, he declared, as long as I survive, there is limitless hope. Yet, he failed to notice that Lu Tian's figure had vanished like a specter. In an instant, Lu Tian reappeared before Shimura Kei's like a bolt of lightning. His palm, fingers together, crackled with blinding blue arcs of electricity. A manifestation of potent high-voltage current surging forth. Lu Tian's gaze was as frigid as ice, devoid of any emotion. The weak are always prone to delusions. Shimura Danzo was like this. And so are you. Lu Tian's voice resonated like a chilling wind from the depths of the abyss. The powerful current transformed into a blue beam of light, his palm thrusting toward Shimura Kei's heart. Faced with such lethal intent, a flicker of terror crossed Shimura Kei's eyes, yet he was too late to react. The blue beam pierced through his body in an instant. His once beating heart was annihilated by the onslaught of electricity. Lu Tian retracted his arm, casually flicking away the blood from his palm. His face bore no expression, as if the act he had just committed was but a trivial matter. He cast a dispassionate glance at Shimura Kei's lifeless form, as if regarding a worthless plaything. Yet, in the next moment, something astonishing occurred. Shimura Kei's corpse vanished silently before the eyes of the onlookers. The air was infused with a faint metallic scent of blood, as if narrating the events that had just transpired. Lu Tian's brow furrowed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure, scanning his surroundings. His eyes glimmered with a sharp light, as if capable of piercing through all illusory appearances. Izanagi, is it? The brothers do enjoy playing such tricks. Lu Tian scoffed, his tone brimming with disdain and contempt. In an instant, he vanished once more from sight. Not far away, Shimura Kei's reappeared, his complexion pale, teeth clenched tightly, as if summoning his last vestiges of strength. Lu Tian, do not think you've won. This grand performance has only just begun. Shimura Kei's voice was hoarse yet resolute, proclaiming, prepare to meet your demise. In the face of such threatening words, Lu Tian remained unfazed, charging forward to deliver a fatal blow to Shimura Kei's. But at that moment, he suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of crisis surge within him. He whipped around, only to see a figure clad in root ninja attire stealthily approaching him. Lu Tian's heart raced, but it was too late to react. The root ninja's kunai lunged toward his back in an instant. Chapter 34. Public opinion shifts towards Uchiha. Time seemed to slow. The root ninja, like a ghostly shadow, passed through Lu Tian's body. The air was left with a barely perceptible ripple, as if even the wind held its breath. The moment the root ninja traversed through him, Lu Tian deftly flipped his wrist, effortlessly removing the opponent's black robe. The figure stood in the sunlight, their face obscured by a mysterious veil, rendering their features indistinct. Yet, Lu Tian discerned the multitude of Sharingan that adorned their body. His heart seized with shock. You are Shimura Ruck, the younger brother of Shimura Danzo, his third brother. Lu Tian's voice echoed across the open space, infused with an indescribable fury and disappointment. He fixed his gaze upon Shimura Ruck. His eyes seemingly penetrating the very soul of the other, he remarked coolly, I never imagined that your Shimura clan would be so deranged as to conduct experiments on your own bodies. Shimura Ruck stood there, his expression impassive, as if indifferent to Lu Tian's astonishment and ire. He slightly raised his head, his gaze flickering with an indescribable cunning, saying, Oh, you actually recognized me. Beside him, Shimura Ki seemed unwilling to be outdone. He tore away his own robe, revealing the same tight-fitting shorts as Shimura Ruck. His body too was adorned with a multitude of Sharingan. These eyes resembled gaping abysses, devouring the surrounding light, imparting an eerie and terrifying sensation. Witnessing this sight, even Lu Tian could not suppress a wave of revulsion. His fists clenched tightly, as hard as iron, his nails digging deep into his palms, as if to engrave that rage and disappointment into his very flesh. Under the influence of Uchiha Hanye, Lu Tian's countenance darkened ominously, his eyes ablaze with an inferno of wrath, as if he intended to consume the entire world. He glared fiercely at Shimura Ruck and Shimura Ki's. His gaze brimming with boundless hatred, Lu Tian roared in fury, his voice akin to a roaring torrent, carrying unfathomable anger and sorrow, reverberating through the dense forest and shaking every corner. You wicked Shimura clan. Each of his words sliced through the air like a razor, directly addressing the sins of the Shimura clan. How many of my Uchiha kin have you slain in pursuit of these twisted Sharingan? The surrounding ninjas were taken aback by this proclamation. They halted their actions, their gazes converging on Lu Tian and his direction. That it seemed the Shimura clan truly were a band of deranged lunatics, daring to meddle with such forbidden arts. One ninja muttered curses under his breath, his voice rife with anger and discontent towards the Shimura clan. That we cannot let them escape. We must catch them all. Another ninja clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with unwavering resolve. His voice resonated with a dedication to justice. This matter concerns the peace of the entire ninja world. We cannot afford to waver. How many have the Shimura clan killed for those warped Sharingan? Yet another ninja exclaimed in indignation, his voice filled with sympathy and sorrow for the Uchiha clan. Their crimes are likely beyond count. We must avenge the Uchiha clan. The crowd around them erupted with anger and accusations, their voices rising in unison. Yet, the two foremost experts of the Shimura clan remained unervingly composed. They seemed to inhabit a realm of their own. Deaf to the clamor and reproaches of the outside world, the weak cannot comprehend our pursuits. Shimura Ruck sneered, his voice dripping with mockery and disdain. He slowly lifted his head, his eyes gleaming with a madness and obsession that was palpable, declaring, We do not merely seek the Sharingan to harm the Uchiha, we pursue power, a power that transcends all. His words echoed through the forest, revealing a fanaticism and obsession that suggested he had already sunk into an inescapable abyss. Shimura Ki's echoed in agreement. Indeed, only our Shimura clan can truly harness the power of these Sharingan. This is a truth you shall never comprehend. His voice was infused with an air of confidence and arrogance, as if he had already trampled the entire shinobi world beneath his feet. That moment, the space surrounding the two seemed to contort under an invisible force, creating ripples akin to those on the surface of a lake. They appeared to be drawn by a terrifying power, on the verge of being sucked into the mystical realm of Lu Tian. A flicker of fear crossed the eyes of Shimizu Ruzang and Shimizu Heizang as they momentarily vanished. Straining with all their might to break free from the pull, their figures flickered in the distorted space, as if wrestling with an unseen force. In the instant they were about to be completely engulfed, their silhouettes abruptly disappeared from sight, reappearing not far away. Their faces were contorted with rage, gasping for breath, clearly exhausted from their recent escape. Lu Tian, witnessing this, displayed a glimmer of disdain in his eyes. In an instant, he pursued them with a speed that resembled a bolt of lightning streaking across the sky, leaving one breathless. Fleeing all you can do. Is this what you call strength? Lu Tian mocked loudly, his voice echoing through the forest, brimming with provocation and contempt. He clenched his fists tightly, seemingly poised to unleash a lethal blow at any moment. Shimizu Heizang, without glancing back, sneered as he fled, Don't underestimate our intelligence. We won't fall for your tricks. His voice was laced with wariness and cunning, evidently having seen through Lu Tian's taunts. Meanwhile, Shimizu Ruzang cast a glance back at the relentless Lu Tian, his eyes flashing with determination. He swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing the Earth Release. Earth Flow River. The ground beneath Lu Tian's feet suddenly transformed into a liquid-like substance. Surging wildly, it rapidly coalesced into a tumultuous river, roaring as if to devour everything in its path. Forcefully sweeping Lu Tian away. This power far surpassed that of a mountain torrent, its might astonishing. Lu Tian felt the terror of this force. Yet, his expression remained unchanged. Rather than retreating, it ignited his fighting spirit. He attempted to swim against the current, but found his legs ensnared by the viscous earth. This is Earth Release. Yellow Spring Marsh. Lu Tian struggled to break free, but the earth's pull grew ever stronger. Just then, Shimizu Ruzang launched another attack. He formed hand seals once more, executing Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet. The soil before him rapidly condensed into the head of a colossal dragon. The dragon opened its great maw, unleashing countless mud bullets that fell like rain upon Lu Tian's vicinity. Concurrently, Shimizu Hazang, also on the run, hastily formed hand seals, preparing to unleash water release techniques. Chapter 35. The situation of the other two clans' water release. Exploding water shockwave. A steadfast light flickered in Shimizu Hazang's eyes as he inhaled deeply. Seemingly drawing in the very air around him, as chakra rapidly gathered. A deep rumble emanated from his throat and a massive torrent of water erupted from Shimizu Hazang's mouth, crashing forth like a dam breaking loose. Surging towards Lu Tian. Engaged in fending off the earth release techniques, Lu Tian found himself caught off guard by the sudden water assault. The ground around him was instantaneously submerged, swiftly transforming into a watery mire. The swamp was treacherous, as if the very air had become heavy. Lu Tian felt the soil beneath him incessantly tugging at his legs, a wave of irritation surging within him. Yet Shimizu Hazang did not afford Lu Tian a moment's respite. Utilizing the swamp's environment, he launched another assault. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet. The water within the mire rapidly coalesced into a massive water dragon, its form agile and its scale shimmering. It opened its mouth wide, emitting a thunderous roar before charging violently at Lu Tian. Boom! With a resounding crash, the powerful impact sent the surrounding swamp into chaos, rapidly generating a dense mist. Within the fog, Lu Tian's figure appeared hazy. Have you forgotten my abilities? Why aren't you running? What gives you the audacity? Just as the words left his mouth, two blazing red flames pierced through the mist, resembling two burning meteors, hurtling towards the brothers, Shimizu Hazang and Shimizu Ruzang. This was the Uchiha signature move, the Great Fireball technique. The might of the flames seemed poised to incinerate everything in their path. Yet, the brothers did not exhibit any signs of panic. Their eyes gleamed with calm determination as they swiftly formed hand seals, chakra flowing rapidly within them. Wind Release, Vacuum Great Sphere. In unison, the brothers expelled a surge of chakra that swiftly coalesced in the air, ultimately forming a massive wind-based projectile. Like arrows released from a bowstring, it sped forth to meet the two great fireballs. The collision of these two forces erupted with a deafening explosion. The flames and wind energies intertwined, culminating in a spectacular energy storm. The shockwave from the explosion dispersed the surrounding mist. Lu Tian had now approached, as the wind rustled their garments. Shimizu Hazang and Shimizu Ruzang's gazes remained resolute. It seems we must reveal our true skills. Otherwise, we shall perish here. Shimizu Hazang took a deep breath, murmuring to Ruzang beside him. Though their voices were low, they resonated clearly on the battlefield, as if declaring war against Lu Tian. Meanwhile, in the secret base of the Mito family, the atmosphere was so tense it felt as if the very air had solidified. The stench of blood hung thick, with bodies strewn about like withered flowers, silently narrating the brutal battle that had just transpired. Kakashi wielded his Raikiri, resembling a silver dragon in flight that he clashed fiercely with the ninja, tools manipulated by Mito-en, each encounter accompanied by a thunderous roar, as if tearing apart the very air around them. At that moment, Mito-en resembled a frenzied puppeteer, unleashing countless weapons from the scrolls in his hands, pouring down like a torrential rain. His face bore the marks of rage and fury, desperately attempting to corner Kakashi. Damn it! How did you find us? Did Asuma betray us? Mito-en's voice echoed through the vast base, filled with resentment and bitterness. The chakra threads in his hands were densely woven like a spider's web, firmly controlling the weaponry. Each swing imbued with tremendous force, in another direction, Might Guy charged into the fray like a bolt of lightning. His muscles were taut, as if forged from steel, each step resonating like a war drum. He leaped into the air, executing the Leaf Hurricane. The astonishing speed and power seemed capable of tearing the surrounding air asunder. Yet, Midou's defenses were as unyielding as a fortress. He deftly maneuvered his shield, countering Might Guy's assault with incredible reflexes. Each clash produced a thunderous sound, echoing as though it could shatter eardrums. The battle raged on, yet both sides found themselves locked in a stalemate. Although Kakashi and Might Guy fought valiantly, Midou, as an early-stage Kage-level powerhouse, possessed overwhelming defense and offense, making it arduous for them to find an opening. Despite Midou holding the upper hand, unease and anxiety churned within him that he knew he could not sustain this prolonged confrontation. In his advanced age, he was ill-suited for a war of attrition. He had to devise a strategy to break the deadlock swiftly. Simultaneously, in the secret base of the Uzumaki clan, Hyuga Hizashi's face was etched with rage and sorrow. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his Byakugan seemed to blaze with an inner fire. He fixated on the figure of Uzumaki Koharu, as though he wished to consume her whole. He roared, "Uzumaki Koharu, your involvement in my brother's death cannot be absolved. Today, I shall make you pay in blood." Hyuga Hizashi stomped the ground, propelling himself like a cannonball towards Uzumaki Koharu. His hands swiftly gathered chakra, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that rippled through the air. 8 trigrams empty palm. The furious chakra shockwave surged forth, akin to a rampaging dragon, crashing towards Uzumaki Koharu. Yet, she stood undaunted. A cold smile graced her lips. Her eyes glinting with sharp intensity, she lightly waved her fingertips, channeling her chakra blade. That seemingly frail elder's palm erupted with astonishing power, colliding fiercely with Hizashi's shockwave. Boom! With a resounding blast, the shockwave was effortlessly dispelled by the chakra blade, ultimately dissipating into the void. Guangxin Xiaochun's form swayed slightly before she steadied herself. She cast a disdainful glance at Hyuga Hizashi and spoke slowly, "Hyuga clan leader, do not assume that my command of the medical department renders me devoid of combat prowess. In my youth, I was the personal bodyguard of the second Hokage. Such trifles cannot harm me in the slightest." Her words brimmed with confidence and arrogance, as if to declare, "You are unworthy to be my adversary." Upon hearing this, Hyuga Hizashi's expression grew increasingly sinister. He roared and charged once more at Guangxin Xiaochun. Yet she deftly evaded his attacks, much like a cat toying with a mouse. Her silhouette darted through the base, the chakra blade in her hand transforming into a streak of silver, swiftly inflicting a wound upon a Jonin's arm. The Jonin cried out in agony, clutching his bleeding limb as he collapsed to the ground. Guangxin Xiaochun showed no signs of halting her assault, her form once again lunging toward another target. Chapter 36, The Triumphant Return. After the campaign. After a harrowing and intense battle, Tian stood resolute on the shore like a god of war. His gaze was piercing, and his actions were merciless. His left hand gripped the throat of Shikamaru Kai's, while his right firmly held the head of Shikamaru Rukas, as if he controlled the very switch of life and death. The once proud Sharingan of the two brothers now appeared dim and fully closed, devoid of their former brilliance. To ensure the complete eradication of these two brothers, Tian spared no effort or time in his relentless pursuit. They narrowly escaped several times, nearly plunging into the unfathomable depths of the sea. Yet, in the end, through Tian's unwavering determination, the time for the Shikamaru brothers finally ran out. He handed their lifeless bodies over to the system for reclamation. And with the systems humming, a torrent of points surged into his account. Tian nodded slightly, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing his features. He then formed hand seals with one hand, swiftly assessing the status of his two shadow clones. Distinct from the ordinary, his shadow clones possessed independent consciousness and combat abilities, allowing him to remotely control them through a unique method. This capability enabled Tian to navigate the battlefield with ease, maintaining command regardless of his location. At that moment, the battlefield of the Midou clan was on the brink of collapse. Countless ninjas were manipulated by his chakra threads, their bodies involuntarily performing various actions, as if rendered marionettes by another's will. Even the elite ninjas Kakashi and Might Guy were not spared, their movements becoming sluggish and clumsy. The leaders of the Inuzuka clan were equally ensnared, their eyes filled with terror and helplessness. Yamashiro Kai, unable to strike against Midou Kage, displayed a reluctance to engage in battle. His indecisiveness exacerbated the dire situation, forcing everyone into a corner, just as they were about to be twisted into despair. Lu Tian's shadow clone appeared suddenly. He flashed forward, arriving beside Mito Kage in an instant. The six-pointed pinwheel of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan spun rapidly, and in the next moment, Mito Kage collapsed to the ground. Devoid of life. After slaying Mito Kage, Lu Tian's shadow clone turned to face Yamashiro Kai. His gaze was icy and questioning as he spoke. What were you doing just now? Do you not wish to see your daughter Ino lose her father? His voice was cold and resolute, each word striking Yamashiro Kai's heart like a hammer. Yamashiro Kai's complexion instantly turned pallid. He froze momentarily, gazing at Lu Tian's shadow clone with eyes filled with dread. He opened his mouth, attempting to offer an explanation, but ultimately found himself speechless, unable to defend himself. He could not conceal the guilt and fear that welled within. He knew that his moment of hesitation had wrought irreversible consequences. On the battlefield of the Zhuangqing clan, smoke billowed, and the atmosphere was taut as a tightly drawn string, ready to snap at any moment. The once nimble figures of numerous ninjas now resembled fallen leaves battered by a tempest. Scattered helplessly across the battlefield, their skin bore deep scars from the chakra blades, their muscles and tendons torn asunder by the relentless onslaught of chakra, rendering them immobile. Even Hyuga Hisashi, renowned for his formidable strength, could only rely on his indomitable will to maintain his defense. His eyes sparkled with unyielding resolve, sweat and dirt mingling on his determined visage, just as Zhuangqing Xiaochun prepared to raise her hand for a decisive blow against Hyuga Hisashi. Her body suddenly lost balance and crashed to the ground. This unexpected turn of events plunged the entire battlefield into brief silence. Lu Tian's shadow clone slowly approached from the shadows, wearing a humble smile. Yet his deep-set eyes radiated undeniable confidence and power. He looked at Hyuga Hisashi and softly said, "Hyuga clan leader, you have worked hard. Your efforts have drained much of her chakra, allowing me to eliminate her with ease." Hyuga Hisashi lifted his head to regard Lu Tian's shadow clone. A complex array of emotions flickered in his eyes, a blend of joy at victory and regret for having missed his opportunity. He took a deep breath and slowly replied, "Thank you for your assistance, General. I feel deeply ashamed for not seizing the chance." Lu Tian's shadow clone observed Hisashi's expression, feeling a ripple of emotion within. He smiled gently and said, "There is no need for you to blame yourself, Hyuga clan leader. The outcomes of battle are often unpredictable. You have performed admirably." After a prolonged duration of 2.5 hours, the ninja forces, divided into 3 factions, gathered once more before the secret base of the Shikamura clan, like scattered stars converging. The gentle breeze carried the remnants of the battlefield's atmosphere, still rife with the acrid scent of smoke. The figures within the crowd were noticeably fewer, many bearing the marks of battle, their faces etched with fatigue and resilience. Lu Tian stood at the center of the gathering, his gaze sweeping over each countenance. His voice resolute and powerful. "Ladies and gentlemen, although this battle was arduous, our efforts were not in vain. The bodies of both comrades and foes, along with the spoils of war, have been properly secured. Now, we shall return to Konoha." His words resonated like a morning bell, awakening the latent strength within everyone. Yet, amidst the throng, Might Guy wore an unusually heavy expression that he hung his head, his fists clenched tightly. As if bearing an immense burden. "Guy, what troubles you?" Lu Tian noticed his distress and inquired softly. Might Guy lifted his head, his eyes glistening with self-reproach and regret. He pounded his chest with fervor, his voice trembling. "General, if only I had been more decisive at that moment and used the 8 gates, those lives would not have been lost at the hands of Mito Kage. I have caused their deaths." His voice rose gradually, laden with uncontainable anguish and guilt. Lu Tian regarded him with a heavy heart. "Guy, war is brutal, and no one can predict every outcome. Your hesitation was simply due to a lack of experience." He stepped closer and gently patted Might Guy's shoulder. "But remember, failure is not to be feared. What is truly frightening is the loss of courage and confidence. Next time you face an enemy, unleash your most powerful techniques without hesitation, and you will prevail." Lu Tian's words were like a spring breeze, warming Might Guy's spirit. He raised his head to meet Lu Tian's steadfast gaze, a wave of warmth surging within him. He nodded vigorously, his voice resolute and strong. "Thank you for your guidance, General. I have gained insight." At that moment, Might Guy seemed to undergo a transformation. His eyes brimmed with determination and confidence. Lu Tian thought to himself, "Excellent. Might Guy has been completely won over." Chapter 37. The swift usurpation and the establishment of the great Han nation. Time flows like a fleeting stallion, and in the mere span of 2.5 days, It seems to vanish in the blink of an eye. During this brief interlude, a magnificent edifice has risen atop the mountains behind the Hokage rock, symbolizing the ascent of power and ambition. Tian stands on the rooftop of the Hokage building, gazing upward at the bustling construction site that a resolute and profound light flickers in his eyes. He draws in a breath of cold air, as if to imbibe the very essence of the world's strength into his chest. The gentle breeze caresses him, his garments fluttering, imparting an ethereal sensation that a faint smile graces Tian's face, a reflection of his unwavering confidence in the future. "I am prepared," he murmurs softly, his voice imbued with undeniable determination. His gaze burns with intensity, as if he can pierce through the mist of destiny to behold the glorious era that belongs to him. To wield military power is the first step to usurpation. A flicker of brilliance ignites in Tian's eyes, as he envisions himself commanding formidable legions and controlling all. He has already consolidated the military forces of Konoha, with many now serving as his loyal subordinates. To rise to the utmost heights, one must command the governance of the court. Tian's eyes reveal an insatiable yearning for the future. He understands that to succeed in his usurpation, he must elevate his status to its zenith, instilling awe and reverence in all that he intends to journey to the capital with the might of a tempest, striding into the court without deference, demanding homage without name. He yearns for all to kneel at his feet and submit to his authority, to manifest his elevated status. On the road to the capital, Tian has the elite shinobi carry him in a palanquin. He envisions the day he ascends to the throne, where the masses cheer and the heavens rejoice. His heart brims with dreams and anticipations for the future. It is as if he can already see that resplendent future beckoning him. Upon Tian's arrival in the capital, the entire city seems to tremble, enveloped in the unyielding majesty of his presence. Before the daimyo's court, the palanquin comes to a gradual halt. Tian steps out with poise, each stride resonating like thunder. Firm and resolute, he appears to seek dominion over the very earth itself. The sword at his waist sways gently with his movements, emanating a chilling gleam that sends shivers down the spine. As Tian enters the court, he does not cast a sideways glance, but strides directly toward the exalted throne of the daimyo. The ministers, witnessing this, display expressions of astonishment. Those once haughty ministers, who had looked down upon Tian, now feel a surge of trepidation, as if they foresee an impending storm. "Lord Tian, you have finally arrived." A loyal minister hurries forth, bowing deeply with utmost respect. Tian nods slightly, his piercing gaze sweeping over every individual present. His eyes are profound and sharp, as if capable of discerning the hearts of men, seeing through those who feign respect while concealing ulterior motives. Yet, he pays them no heed. His focus remains solely on the lofty throne of the daimyo. Tian approaches the daimyo, observing the pale visage of the ruler, supported by attendants, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. "The daimyo seems weary today. Allow me to alleviate your burdens." His voice is calm and confident, as though everything lies within his grasp. Upon hearing this, the daimyo's countenance shifts. He seems poised to speak, but Tian's mere glance silences him. Reluctantly, he nods and retreats behind the screen, supported by the attendants. Witnessing this, Tian unhesitatingly takes his seat upon the daimyo's throne. He surveys the room, his gaze like lightning, scrutinizing the faces of every minister. "The daimyo is unwell. From this day forth, I shall act as regent. Ministers, do you have matters to report? If not, the court may adjourn." His voice is calm, yet resolute, imbued with an undeniable authority. The ministers, upon hearing this, lower their heads, too intimidated to meet his eyes. In the ensuing days, Tian sweeps through the land of fire like a tempest. He is not merely content with securing his position in the court. He aims to etch his name upon this land. He desires for every stone, every drop of water to bear witness to his might and majesty. Tian issues commands to construct ancestral temples, establish the foundation of the state, and posthumously honor his ancestors. Each decree reverberates like thunder, shaking the very fabric of the land of fire. He seeks to make every inhabitant of this realm understand that a new era has dawned. And he, Tian, stands as its sovereign. He summons artisans and architects, urging them to toil day and night. The outline of the ancestral temple gradually takes shape, and the foundation of the state is laid stone by stone. As night falls, the brilliantly lit construction site resembles a constellation, illuminating the entire capital. Throughout this process, Tian remains ever calm and resolute. He knows this is merely the first step in his conquest of the land. The true challenges lie ahead. As the construction of the ancestral temple and state foundation nears completion, Tian selects an auspicious day to begin erecting the platform for the abdication ceremony. He personally oversees the progress, ensuring every plank and nail is meticulously chosen and confirmed by his hand. During these days, the daimyo visits daily, expressing his willingness to abdicate the throne to Tian. Yet, Tian smiles and respectfully declines each time. He seeks not only the throne but the genuine allegiance of the people of the Land of Fire. On the 9th day, news of the 8 refusals to abdicate spreads throughout the capital, prompting ministers to come forth to counsel him. They extol Tian's wisdom and greatness, portraying him as the destined ruler. Tian understands that the moment has arrived. He must make a decision. Sunlight cascades upon the abdication platform as Tian, clad in the dragon robe, stands aloft. He gazes down at the throngs of people below, a surge of grand ambition swelling within him. He proclaims loudly, "Today, I, Tian, accept the daimyo's abdication. I hereby declare the formal establishment of the great Han Empire." His voice, amplified by chakra, resonates like thunder throughout the capital, shaking the very souls of all present. The ministers kneel in reverence. Proclaiming "Long live the Emperor," the populace rejoices, as if witnessing the dawn of a new era. Tian turns to a trusted minister beside him and instructs, "Quickly, go to Xuanxi Street and summon Princess Tsunade of the former dynasty. I wish to bestow upon her the title of Empress of the Great Han Empire." The minister, awed by Tian's presence, feels a surge of reverence. He hastily bows his head and replies, "At once, Your Majesty. I shall attend to it immediately." The minister's form swiftly departs, while Tian remains on the platform, his gaze fixed intently upon the direction of Xuanxi Street. His heartbeat seems to synchronize with the pulse of the entire empire, each thrum filled with power and anticipation. Chapter 38. Princess Tsunade refuses to become the Empress. Uchiha Izumi, clad in a flowing black robe, glides silently into the bustling Xuanxi Street. His eyes, sharp as an eagle's, swiftly lock onto the extraordinary figure of Princess Tsunade at the street corner. He notices the Minister of Rites returning empty-handed. Uchiha Izumi approaches with measured steps, each one imbued with unwavering determination. As if propelled by an irresistible force, "Lady Tsunade," he intones, his voice deep and resonant, bowing slightly in respect. Princess Tsunade lifts her head, a flicker of surprise crossing her features, quickly replaced by composure. "Uchiha's young man, do you wish to take me away?" Her tone carries a hint of coldness. "That I must implore you to become the Empress of the Great Han Empire." Uchiha Izumi's tone is resolute, devoid of any trace of hesitation. Princess Tsunade gently shakes her head, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. "It is not fitting. Tian is but in his 20s, and my age is twice his. I could almost be his mother. We are simply incompatible." She attempts to reject the proposal through the lens of age, yet her voice betrays a sense of resignation. Uchiha Izumi's brow furrows, determination flickering in his eyes. Age is inconsequential. His Majesty does not concern himself with such matters. His words remain steadfast and fervent. Princess Tsunade exhales softly, regarding Uchiha Izumi with a glimmer of helplessness. She comprehends that she cannot refuse this request. Yet, she is equally aware that she does not wish to be ensnared in this political maelstrom. She gently shakes her head, affirming, "I will not lead a rebellion. You need not worry. However, marriage is truly not suitable for me." A faint trace of sorrow permeated her voice. Uchiha Shireen gazed at Tsunade, and an inexplicable emotion surged within his heart. He was acutely aware that he could not compel Tsunade to accept this decision. Yet, he also understood that he could not simply relinquish his resolve. He bowed deeply and spoke, "Lady Tsunade, I comprehend your concerns. However, please trust that this is not solely for the Land of Fire, but rather for the peace and stability of the entire shinobi world that I urge you to reconsider." Tsunade's eyes were shrouded in a layer of frost. Her voice was cold and resolute, akin to the biting winter wind. As she retorted, "What if I refuse?" A sinister smile crept across Uchiha Shireen's face. He slowly articulated, his tone laced with a menacing undertone, "Lady Tsunade, surely you would not wish to see the clan of the Land of Fire's daimyo fall into ruin, would you? After all, that is your lineage too." His words were like a razor, striking at Tsunade's vulnerable spot. Her brows furrowed tightly, her eyes flashing with anger and defiance. "If you do not consent to become the Empress of the Great Han Empire, His Majesty will eliminate all potential threats," Uchiha Shireen continued, his tone growing increasingly harsh. The fate of the Land of Fire's daimyo clan hinges upon your decision. Upon hearing this, a torrent of unnameable fury surged within Tsunade Hime. She swung her fist with a roar, the wind of her strike howling, and it propelled forward with the might of thunder, aimed directly at Uchiha Shireen. Uchiha Shireen evaded the blow with a swift movement, effortlessly sidestepping her attack. Yet, Tsunade Hime was undeterred. She swiftly shed her green gambling jacket, resembling a fierce tiger descending from the mountain, charging toward Uchiha Shireen, just as she was about to close the distance. A powerful chakra field erupted unexpectedly. Uchiha Shireen delivered a kick, channeling a force equivalent to 1,000 horses. This strike landed with the force of a sledgehammer, sending Tsunade Hime hurtling through the air. She crashed into the trees outside the short book street like a cannonball, foliage scattering and dust swirling. The entire woodland trembled under the weight of this force. Struggling to rise, Tsunade Hime's eyes sparkled with an indomitable spirit. She charged at Uchiha Shireen once more, but again, he easily sent her flying. Uchiha Shireen approached the fallen Tsunade Hime, a mocking smile gracing his lips. He extended his hand, attempting to raise her. However, just as his hand was about to make contact with Tsunade Hime, she summoned her strength, kicking him down to the ground. Tsunade Hime swiftly flipped upright, striking at Uchiha Shireen. Yet, he evaded her attack as if he were a specter. He closed the distance between them, their faces mere inches apart. At that moment, Uchiha Shireen's Sharingan had awakened, his eyes shimmering with an eerie light, as if capable of unraveling the very essence of a soul. He prepared to employ a hypnotic technique to utterly obliterate Tsunade Hime's will. Suddenly, Tsunade Hime's gaze hardened. Clenching her teeth, she fought with all her might against Uchiha Shireen's hypnosis. Their eyes locked in a fierce clash, as if sparks were igniting in the air. The surroundings seemed to freeze in time. Leaves halted their descent, and the wind ceased its whispering. In this critical moment of life and death, a third presence emerged, breathing like a fresh breeze amidst the tempest. A powerful arm suddenly reached forth, accurately grasping Uchiha Shireen and wrenching him away from Tsunade Hime, subsequently flinging him forcefully against a nearby boulder. Tsunade Hime looked up to see the newcomer was Jiraiya, missing an arm. His expression was grave, his eyes flickering with unwavering resolve, as if he were bearing the weight of the world upon his shoulders. Tsunade, I have arrived late. Jiraiya panted heavily, guilt and concern etched across his face. Let us go. I will take you to save them. His words brimmed with determination and strength, igniting a warm current within Tsunade Hime's heart. She nodded, preparing to follow Jiraiya away from this perilous place. In an instant, the world seemed to shift colors. A blade, forged from released chakra, burst forth with such speed that it was nearly impossible to react. The blade pierced through Jiraiya's body, and then through Tsunade Hime's as well. Their faces drained of color, they coughed up copious amounts of blood. Jiraiya, how despicable! Uchiha Shireen's voice echoed from afar, filled with mockery and fury. He retracted his Susanoo, and the two collapsed to the ground. Uchiha Shireen approached slowly, his eyes gleaming with cruelty as he remarked, Did you truly believe this would hinder me? His Majesty was correct. You are all worthless. Tsunade Hime's eyes widened in horror as she beheld the ghastly bloodstains on herself and Jiraiya. Her body trembled involuntarily, fear and despair crashing over her like a tidal wave. Tsunade, Jiraiya's voice resonated in her ear. Though faint, it was filled with unwavering conviction. Quickly, release the seal. Use the yang release techniques. If you do not tend to your wounds, you will succumb to blood loss. Chapter 39. After the fierce battle, discovering the illusion, Tsunade Hime turned to Jiraiya, only to see his face as pale as parchment. His eyes shut tight, seemingly in a state of shock. A wave of profound sadness and anger surged within her. Yet, she knew this was not the time for sorrow. She must survive, for Jiraiya, and for the Land of Fire. Gritting her teeth, she closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She felt the seal on her forehead begin to loosen, a powerful force surging forth, filling her entire being in an instant. A black, mask-like pattern appeared on Tsunade Hime's face, signifying the release of the seal. As the mask manifested, the grotesque wound on her chest began to heal rapidly, as if caressed by magic. She looked down at her injury. Sensing her body regaining strength, the fear and despair within her were gradually dispelled. She realized this was the last hope Jiraiya had bestowed upon her, and she must cherish it. Tsunade Hime lifted her head, her gaze resolutely fixed on the menacing Uchiha Shireen beside her. In her eyes, there was no trace of fear or hesitation, only an endless blaze of fury and determination. Fear of blood? Humph. You truly have overcome it? A mocking smile crept onto Uchiha Shirin's face. His brow arched slightly, as if taunting something. Adopting a particularly disdainful expression, he sauntered closer to Tsunade Hime, moving with the demeanor of a cat toying with a mouse. Lady Tsunade, you have certainly impressed me. Uchiha Shirin's voice dripped with sarcasm, deliberately emphasizing the words impressed me, as if to mock Tsunade Hime's prior fears. He slowed his speech, articulating each word distinctly. Lady Tsunade, you ought to be grateful to me. He continued to provoke. Just think, if it weren't for my instigation, how could you have so swiftly conquered that so-called fear of blood? Tsunade Hime clenched her jaw, her eyes wide as saucers. She glared at Uchiha Shirin with such intensity, it seemed she might devour him whole. Amidst her fury, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise at having actually overcome her long-standing fear of blood due to Uchiha Shirin's provocations. Yet she knew, this was not the result of Uchiha Shirin's influence, but rather the triumph of her inner resolve and courage over fear. Taking a deep breath, Tsunade Hime forcibly suppressed her anger. Coldly, she replied, Uchiha brat, spare me your delusions. Whether I have conquered my fear of blood is of no concern to you. Tsunade, through the essence of her blood, summoned forth a colossal slug, with a billowing white mist. The enormous blue and white creature occupied a stretch of grassland. The slug seemed to sense Tsunade's fighting spirit and initiated the attack. It opened its gargantuan maw and expelled a stream of aged phlegm. The yellowish substance, akin to molten lava in its searing heat and potent corrosiveness, traced a yellow arc through the air. Uchiha Izuna's gaze sharpened. His form flickered like a specter, effortlessly evading the slug's onslaught. A cold smirk crept upon his lips, as if he held Tsunade's prowess in disdain. The yellow phlegm splattered upon the ground, instantly emitting a hissing sound of corrosion, as though it consumed the very air around it. At that moment, the slug's body unexpectedly split into several smaller slugs. They danced like ethereal sprites, ultimately adhering to Jiraiya, healing his wounds. Witnessing this, Uchiha Izuna's expression turned grave. His figure surged forward like lightning, emanating a formidable electric charge. As if he sought to tear the world asunder, he clenched his fist, unleashing a force equivalent to 2,000 horsepower, aiming a devastating strike at Tsunade's delicate visage. Yet, Tsunade stood undaunted. Her eyes glimmered with unwavering resolve as she tightened her fist to meet Uchiha Izuna's assault. The moment their fists collided, a powerful shockwave erupted, shaking the very heavens and earth. With a resounding bang, both figures staggered back several paces. Tsunade's long hair billowed in the wind, her gaze sharper than ever, as if she aimed to pierce through Uchiha Izuna. Meanwhile, Uchiha Izuna fixed her with a cold stare, intent on utterly vanquishing her. Lady Tsunade, you have finally become somewhat interesting, Uchiha Izuna remarked icily, his voice laced with provocation and combativeness. Tsunade smiled faintly, her eyes sparkling with confidence. Her raised fist crackled with energy. Uchiha brat, your strength is hardly impressive. Today, I shall ensure your defeat at my hands. Tsunade's chakra surged violently, coalescing like a tempest. The air around her seemed to be ensnared by her presence, allowing not a whisper of wind to escape. The ground beneath her trembled, resonating with a deep, muffled echo under the weight of her power. Taking a deep breath, her eyes glimmered with determination. She propelled herself off the ground, launching toward Uchiha Izuna like an arrow released from its bow. Delivering a forceful punch aimed straight at his chest, with a resounding thud, Uchiha Izuna was struck down, blood spilling from his mouth as he collapsed helplessly to the ground. His complexion turned ashen. His eyes shut tight, as if life had abandoned him. However, this was not reality. What Tsunade experienced was merely an illusion conjured by Uchiha Izuna's Manjiki Sharingan, ensnaring her in a vivid dream. She turned to Jiraiya, who lay motionless on the ground, his visage pale. Tsunade, wake up! You've fallen under the spell of the Manjiki Sharingan. Wake up! Jiraiya's voice resonated urgently in Tsunade's mind. Filled with desperation and concern, Tsunade's chakra surged once more like a tempest. Her eyes flying open, radiating with steadfast light, she had broken free from the illusion of the Manjiki Sharingan. The sight before her momentarily stunned her. Jiraiya had indeed arrived, employing the needle-just technique. His once ordinary and soft white hair had transformed into a hardened steel-like substance, lengthening dramatically, enveloping both of them in an impenetrable fortress. Uchiha Izuna stood nearby, his gaze icy and ruthless. He relentlessly hurled shurikens at their position, launching a ferocious assault. Yet, the seemingly fragile needle-jizz acted like an impregnable barrier, deflecting his attacks with thunderous clatters. Chapter 40. Tian emerges to capture the two Jiraiya. Do you take pleasure in ambushing? Uchiha Izuna sneered, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. You previously ambushed his majesty, and now you've struck at me. How utterly despicable. Jiraiya furrowed his brow, a flash of anger crossing his eyes. However, he did not respond to Uchiha Izuna's taunts, instead focusing intently on maintaining the defense of the needle jizz. He understood that the situation was exceedingly unfavorable for them. They could only hope to turn the tide once Tsunade regained her strength. Tsunade felt the chakra surging within her, brimming with resolve. She knew she could not allow Uchiha Izuna to restrain her any longer. She needed to find a breakthrough swiftly, taking a deep breath. She swiftly formed hand seals, preparing to summon the slug once more. Oh, you think this will suffice to obstruct me? Uchiha Izuna scoffed, his eyes growing colder. You relics of the past shall witness the true extent of my power. He activated his in-release chakra mode. His gaze, profound as an abyss, commanded the Susanoo, which danced like a black specter under his control, transforming into a fearsome black armored figure, resembling a war god emerging from the depths of hell. Faced with such a situation, Jiraiya refused to yield. He unleashed an onslaught like a tempest. His hair writhed like frenzied tendrils, expanding rapidly, each strand morphing into a sharp appendage, ensnaring Uchiha Izuna. Those white strands, serrated like a saw, sought to shred the Uchiha warrior piece by piece. Just as the battle reached a stalemate, Tsunade stepped forward. Her bright eyes shone with unwavering determination. With a fierce cry, a massive slug materialized out of thin air. It loomed like a mountain, opening its mouth to unleash a torrent of yellowish mucus, seemingly intent on drowning everything in its viscous embrace. However, a new twist emerged. A cold yet commanding voice thundered through the air. Resonating like the rumble of thunder, the voice was imbued with supreme authority and gravitas, as if a sovereign ruler were issuing commands to the world. Have you had your fun? Time is running short. As the voice faded, the surrounding space twisted violently, as if torn by an invisible force. Within the distorted realm, a towering figure slowly emerged. He appeared as a general returning from the battlefield, each step resonating with the hearts of all beings, evoking an instinctive feeling of dread and reverence. This figure was Tian. His arrival instantly transformed the atmosphere, thickening the tension. The power that shattered space surged like a tumultuous wave. Both Jiraiya and Tsunade felt an overwhelming sense of oppression, as if crushed beneath an invisible mountain. Gasping for breath, teetering on the edge of suffocation, Jiraiya's face displayed shock, his eyes wide as he stared at Tian, struggling to comprehend the reality before him. Tsunade gritted her teeth, striving to remain upright. Uchiha Izuna knelt on one knee, his gaze ablaze with fervor. Tian coldly surveyed Jiraiya and Tsunade, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt. Slowly, he raised his hand, and a powerful aura erupted, as if threatening to envelop the entire world under his dominion. Jiraiya, did I not warn you? Do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Otherwise, you shall endure the agony that Saratobi Asuma did. Tian declared coldly, his voice brimming with confidence and authority. Tsunade, fear not. Even at the cost of my life, I shall ensure your safety. In the depths of Jiraiya's gaze flickered a resolute determination and unwavering resolve. He clenched his teeth, channeling every ounce of chakra into the palm of his hand. As his words fell, he thrust forward, unleashing a spiraling sphere of blue-white radiance that whistled through the air. The Rasengan was hurled forth, akin to a bolt of lightning streaking across the night sky, radiating an aura capable of rending all asunder as it surged toward the adversary. Yet, the assault proved futile. In the fleeting moment before the Rasengan was to collide with Tian, the latter's figure flickered like a specter. Emotionless, Tian materialized before Jiraiya. In the astonished gaze of Jiraiya, Tian swiftly extended a hand, pressing it against Jiraiya's abdomen. A resonating hum echoed, and instantly, countless runes emerged upon the fabric of Jiraiya's clothing. These runes emitted an eerie black glow, coiling around him like chains binding him tightly. It was the contract seal. A glimmer of terror flashed in Jiraiya's eyes. He could scarcely fathom that Tian possessed such formidable sealing techniques. Escape to my Bokuzen was now beyond his reach. Simultaneously, Tian's other hand swiftly grasped Tsunade's immense water sphere, which trembled violently. As if on the brink of shattering under Tian's grip, black runes also appeared on Tsunade's attire, signifying that the contract seal had also been executed upon her. Now, neither of you shall escape to the alternate realm of the beast of ninja. Tian's voice was cold and unfeeling, as if it could freeze the very air around them, striking Jiraiya's heart like a heavy hammer. Jiraiya struggled, attempting to break free from the dense web of black runes, yet no matter his efforts, those symbols clung to him as if imbued with sentience. His complexion paled, his eyes shimmering with anger and defiance. "Earlier, I spared you. Did you truly believe I was powerless against you?" Tian's cold laughter dripped with scorn, as if he were regarding an ineffectual weakling. Suddenly, a multitude of black runes materialized upon the skin of both Jiraiya and Tsunade. Akin to demons clawing their way from the abyss, consuming their life force. Is this the binding curse of Shimura Danzo? How could this be? A look of horror crept across Jiraiya's face as he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He was paralyzed, his strength swiftly draining away. At this critical juncture, Tsunade erupted with a surge of powerful chakra. The runes upon her dissipated in an instant, replaced by the liberated state of the Yin seal. Patterns reminiscent of a face paint appeared upon her visage. "Take this," Tsunade bellowed, unleashing a mighty punch directed at Tian. Although he was pushed back several paces, a gleeful smile spread across his face. "Ha! I find myself suddenly exhilarated." Tian's laughter resonated through the air, his gaze fixed intently upon Tsunade, as if she were an amusing quarry. "I must have you." Tian advanced, each step echoing like a relentless drumbeat against Jiraiya's heart. Chapter 41. Tsunade's sterilization of Jiraiya. A gentle breeze caressed the battlefield, as if nature itself were teasing the taut atmosphere of conflict. Tian stood firmly upon the solid earth, merging seamlessly with the ground beneath him. His gaze radiated unwavering light, resembling a spring compressed to its utmost limits, brimming with untold power, poised for eruption at any moment. In the next heartbeat, he sprang forth like a cheetah, his body tracing an elegant arc through the air. Akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky, hurtling towards Tsunade, their figures intertwined upon the battlefield, each clash igniting powerful gusts that seemed to shake the very air. The battle was fierce and merciless. Their garments ruthlessly torn asunder in the heat of combat, cascading to the ground like fallen leaves. After several exchanges, their attire lay in tatters, mere strips clinging precariously to their forms, with a single move. Tian's eyes glinted with ferocity, akin to a blade of ice in the harsh winter. Sharp and unyielding, he summoned forth his inner strength once more, deftly directing a fingertip towards Tsunade. The binding curse ensnared her as black chains, pulsating with a sinister light, writhed upon her skin as if alive, binding her body tightly. Yet Tian was not content. With another subtle motion of his finger, he invoked a more potent puppet seal. As this seal manifested, the very air seemed to solidify, an overwhelming force enveloping Tsunade. In that fleeting moment, she found herself ensnared by an unseen darkness, her body rendered immobile, her gaze fading into desolation. Observing her plight, Tian's lips curled into a smug smile that he struck, sending Tsunade crashing to the ground. He then swiftly discarded the tattered remnants of his clothing, revealing his chiseled physique brimming with strength. Tian tilted his head slightly, his gaze piercing as it fixated upon Tsunade's exquisite profile, akin to a masterpiece. His lips involuntarily curled upward, a hint of insatiable greed glistening in his eyes. A sinister desire flickered within him, as though he sought to devour everything before him. He chuckled ominously, his voice laced with madness and malevolence, as if it could rend the very fabric of the air. "Aunt Tsunade, at your age, shouldn't you be sitting idle?" His tone was low and chilling, each word resonating with malice, as if emerging from the depths of hell. An evil and twisted smile adorned his face, reminiscent of a lurking wolf. Its gaze fixed hungrily upon its prey. He continued to scrutinize Tsunade, his deep-set eyes glinting with mockery and wickedness, as if relishing in the meticulously orchestrated game he had devised. "Aunt Tsunade, it seems you have long been deprived of the taste of love." Tian's voice grew increasingly sinister, each word piercing Tsunade's heart like a sharpened blade. Upon hearing this, Tsunade trembled, her cheeks flushed with a mix of shame and fury. "Very well. Let us dispense with the pretense and delve directly into the matter at hand. I shall enlighten you on the meaning of self-inflicted humiliation." The sharp light in Tian's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Tsunade could not suppress a pained cry, her brow furrowing as anguish etched across her features. Supporting herself with her hands, her body quivered, as if enduring immense torment. Her voice was weak, saturated with endless suffering and pleading, her eyes rimmed with red. Crystal tears cascaded down her cheeks, splattering against the cold ground, each drop creating an almost imperceptible splash. Not far off, Uchiha Hanye observed Tian as he began to impart his teachings, Assuming the role of a guardian that he utilized shadow clones, strategically positioned in 6 locations. Employing the 6 red yang formation, in an instant, a hexagonal prism barrier coalesced into a translucent red flame. The barrier was adorned with crimson flames, preventing any external individuals from entering its confines and thwarting enemies within from escaping. Should one dare to touch the walls of the barrier, they would be scorched by the flames. Uchiha Obito stood outside the 6 Crimson Sun formation, observing that Tsunade's expression seemed to relax. Transforming into one of pleasure, she exhaled a long breath, feeling as though she had undergone a rebirth. A few minutes later, Tian supported Tsunade, as if guiding a unicycle with precision. They advanced toward Jiraiya, who was weeping profusely. The air was thick with a tense and eerie atmosphere, as if even the wind held its breath. Tian's smile grew ever more radiant, resembling a cunning fox toying with an unsuspecting prey. Just as they were about to reach Jiraiya, Tian's grin reached its zenith. Inwardly, he reveled. I, Tian, am truly born to be this bull-headed man. My methods are simply unrivaled, with a casual wave of his hand. A gust of wind chakra surged forth, slicing through Jiraiya's garments as if they were mere paper. Tattered strips fell like autumn leaves. That Jiraiya's body lay exposed to the air, his eyes filled with terror and shame. Through tear-filled eyes, he gazed upon the scene before him, wishing to utter something, yet finding himself devoid of the strength to speak. I am so powerless. His heart brimmed with despair and helplessness, as if the entire world had crumbled around him. Jiraiya, behold, I have realized your long-held dreams. You should be thanking me. Tian's words pierced Jiraiya's heart like needles, inflicting unbearable agony. Outside the 6 Crimson Sun formation, Uchiha Obito witnessed the pain and helplessness etched upon Tsunade's face. Yet more prominently, a sense of manipulation loomed over her. Team used. These 2 fools are truly bringing humiliation upon themselves. There was no need for matters to escalate this way. Jiraiya, observing the unfolding scene, felt his despair and anger erupt like a volcano. He yearned to struggle, yet his body remained shackled by invisible chains, rendering him immobile. He could only watch helplessly as events unfolded, powerless to intervene. Uchiha Obito surmised that Jiraiya could not resist. This Jiraiya has finally succumbed to his own instincts. Is this pain intertwined with pleasure? Moments passed, and indeed, Jiraiya's countenance appeared increasingly joyful. Ha ha ha. Jiraiya, is your expression not splendid? Your suffering has vanished. Are you not delighted? Tian laughed heartily, his exuberant laughter echoing within the 6 Crimson Sun formation, as if he sought to unleash all the suffering and humiliation of the world. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito noted a new twist in Jiraiya's apparent ecstasy. What a pity. He can no longer be considered a man. Jiraiya had undergone a sterilization procedure, ensuring he would face no further complications. He plummeted from paradise to hell. This was the ultimate indignity directed at him. His visage twisted in agony. He had completely shattered in this moment. Tsunade had rendered him a eunuch. Tears poured forth like a breached dam. His heart overwhelmed with boundless regret and torment, he loathed his impotence, detested his cowardice, and loathed this cruel and absurd world. I warned you to endure the pain of Saratobi Isuma. You brought this humiliation upon yourself. Thus, let the suffering intensify. Tian reveled in this sensation of elation and fulfillment. He felt like the sovereign of this world, toying with the fates of others at will. He continued to hurl taunts and provocations, subjecting Jiraiya to an even heavier burden of anguish. Chapter 42. The monitoring of black and white by the flytrap. Jiraiya's injuries were harrowing. Blood flowed like a shattered stream from his body, staining the surrounding earth crimson. His complexion was pallid as paper, lips pressed tightly, brows furrowed. He seemed to endure unspeakable torment. Tian observed coldly, a mocking curve forming at the corner of his mouth as he casually tossed aside a straw, as if toying with a helpless ant. Subsequently, he performed a yang release technique from afar. In a flash of brilliance, Jiraiya's wounds gradually closed, the flow of blood slowing to a halt. However, this fleeting respite brought no solace to Jiraiya. He struggled, but his body remained immobile, forced to witness Tian tormenting Tsunade further. His heart brimmed with despair and fury. Tian was reminiscent of a demonic entity, manipulating Tsunade with reckless abandon, compelling her under an overwhelming force to perform actions that were utterly distressing. Tsunade's eyes were filled with terror and helplessness, her tears cascading down. Yet Tian remained oblivious. Regret it now? You once refused to be my queen. Now, you shall be my slave. Tian laughed maniacally, reveling in the feeling of omnipotence. The very air seemed to freeze in response to his laughter, as if the wind itself ceased to blow. The surrounding trees trembled in the breeze, as if lamenting the brutality of this tragedy. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows, yet failing to dispel the pervasive darkness. Jiraiya, bear witness. Lu Tian turned his gaze toward Jiraiya. A sinister grin spread across his face, his eyes brimming with provocation and ridicule, as if he sought to trample upon Jiraiya's dignity and pride. Jiraiya clenched his teeth, a flicker of resolute light shimmering in his eyes. He understood that he could not simply yield to Lu Tian's tyranny. He needed a way to thwart this calamity, yet his body had reached its limits. Sadly, he lacked even the strength to move a single finger. Lu Tian continued to torment Tsunade, their cries and laughter merging into a haunting symphony of sorrow. After more than an hour of relentless torment, Lu Tian, akin to an endless volcano, approached the point of eruption. At that moment, lightning flashed across the sky, thunder rumbled within the clouds, as if the gods were roaring in anger. The wind howled, stirring up dust and fallen leaves from the ground. Lu Tian was poised to unleash everything he had. He was like a torrential flood, unstoppable in his descent, ready to deliver it all to Tsunade. Ha ha ha, feel my power, and Tsunade. Lu Tian laughed with wild abandon, his voice reverberating in the tempest, growing increasingly terrifying. As he poured forth all his accumulated might, Lu Tian's expression transformed suddenly, contorting into a visage of horror, his features twisted, imbued with madness, as if he sought to devour the entire world. He unleashed his pent-up energy with tremendous force. The air felt as though it had solidified. With a soft pop, Lu Tian stepped back, yet his crimson eyes continued to flicker with a frenzied flame. In that moment, within a nearby thicket, an indescribable atmosphere pervaded. Hidden among the dense foliage were sharp eyes, quietly observing all that transpired, much like a leopard stalking its prey, awaiting the optimal moment to strike. The owner of these eyes belonged to a plant resembling a flytrap, yet its form was grotesquely distorted, as if whispering secrets untold. The root of this plant, a head divided in black and white emerged. It was Kurwa and Shiroi. Like an invisible envoy, they lay in wait within the grove, their expressions devoid of emotion, yet their gaze was piercing, as if capable of unraveling every mystery. They followed Uchiha Obito's directives, dutifully monitoring Lu Tian's every movement. This guy is so perverse. Are people nowadays truly engaging in such twisted play? The corners of the white-faced Jew's mouth curled slightly upwards, revealing a hint of a mocking smile. His eyes sparkled with curiosity and confusion, as if he found it difficult to comprehend Lu Tian's actions, while simultaneously harboring a sense of intrigue. Do not speak. It would be disastrous if we are discovered. The black-faced Jew's expression was grave, his brow furrowed tightly. He scanned the surroundings warily, fearful that his voice might attract unnecessary trouble. He extended a hand and gently pressed it against the white-faced Jew's lips, signaling him to remain silent. The trees around them swayed in the wind, producing a rustling sound, as if providing a soundtrack to this bizarre scene. Lu Tian seemed to sense the presence of the black and white Jew. He examined his environment, searching for possible clues. The flicker of vigilance crossed the eyes of the black and white Jew hidden within the small grove. They subtly adjusted their stances, prepared to respond to any unforeseen changes. At that moment, Lu Tian appeared to notice something. He abruptly turned to look deep into the forest. The black and white Jews' hearts tightened, but they quickly regained their composure. In the next instant, Lu Tian's figure, like a ghost, abruptly materialized in the depths of the forest. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that the ground he had stepped upon was no longer the corner previously observed by the black and white Jew. Beneath another concealed patch of soil, the figures of the black and white Jew quietly sank into the earth. They seemed to merge with the embrace of the land, employing the enigmatic technique of mayfly. Binding their bodies closely with the surrounding vegetation and soil, they appeared to become a part of the earth itself, their forms transforming into invisible specters, merging with the land, intertwining with the roots of the plants and the underground water flow. They could instantaneously move at high speed to any desired location. During the execution of their ninjutsu, they severed all traces of their presence, as if vanishing from this world. Is it the flytrap form of the black and white Jew? Lu Tian's thoughts raced like lightning. His mind operated with the precision of a finely tuned machine, analyzing everything before him at high speed. In this world, a hidden shadow lurked. The image of that exceedingly cunning arch-villain gradually materialized in Lu Tian's mind. An inexplicable sense of urgency surged within him. He muttered, "Black Jew. This fellow excels at concealment. His escape speed is unparalleled. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, scanning the surroundings in an attempt to capture the threat lurking in the shadows. After a prolonged search yielded no results, Tian reluctantly chose to return. His eyes inadvertently swept over the unconscious Tsunade and Jiraiya, who were being quietly guarded by Uchiha Hanye, resembling two slumbering giants. With a grand gesture, Tian slowly opened a spatial rift. On the other side of the rift lay Tian's palace, a magnificent edifice radiating golden brilliance and solemn grandeur. He stepped through the spatial rift. "Return! Prepare for war!" Tian's voice echoed within the rift, resembling a command more than a mere declaration of intent. Chapter 43. The four great nations erupt in internal strife. Tian returned like a war god. Striding back to the resplendent palace, his gaze resolute as he made his way directly to the training grounds. Meanwhile, Tsunade was surrounded by maidens summoned by Uchiha Hanye, leading her toward the secluded palace of the Empress. The once meticulously prepared Empress's quarters now felt like an abandoned hall, devoid of life and somewhat desolate. The delirious Jiraiya, meanwhile, was silently dragged by several enigmatic ninjas to a hidden laboratory, where an unsettling atmosphere permeated the air. As if unknown dangers lurked nearby. In the training grounds, Tian donned resplendent attire, resembling an undefeated monarch as he stood upon the elevated platform. His gaze swept over the Uchiha clan's royal progeny below. His voice resounded like thunder, reverberating across the training grounds. "Tomorrow, I shall demand reparations from the nations of the ninja world. The Uchiha will no longer be the lambs to be slaughtered. We shall wield an iron fist and make the world aware of the Uchiha clan's majesty." His eyes radiated an unprecedented determination and dominance, stirring all present. In the distant land of Earth, a storm was brewing. The third Hokage, Inoki, hailed as the strongest Hokage, was leading numerous rock ninjas toward the capital. His aim was the daimyo of the land of Earth. He floated in midair, determination and ambition etched on his face. He sought to emulate Tian, as if aspiring to bring the entire land of Earth under his control. Behind him stood rock ninjas equally ambitious, their eyes sparkling with visions of the future. "Today, I, Inoki, shall follow in Tian's footsteps, overthrow this decaying daimyo system, and declare myself king. I will ensure that the land of Earth becomes the most formidable nation in the ninja world under my leadership." Inoki's voice brimmed with boundless authority and resolve. In the land of wind, at Sunagakure, the fourth Hokage, Gaara, stood within the deliberation hall. His figure loomed tall under the flickering candlelight, adorned in resplendent battle attire embroidered with the intricate Sunagakure emblem, signifying his esteemed status as Hokage. Surrounding Gaara were loyal sand ninjas, their eyes gleaming with admiration for him and anticipation for the future. The atmosphere in the hall was tense and solemn. As if the very air had solidified, Gaara took a deep breath. "Sunagakure was once a powerful ninja village, yet we have gradually lost our former glory under the daimyo suppression." His voice resonated like thunder in the wind. "Today, I shall emulate Tian, overthrow this decaying daimyo system, and declare myself king. We will revive Sunagakure and dominate the entire land of wind." Upon hearing this, the sand ninjas' faces lit up with excitement. They understood that this was a moment filled with both challenges and opportunities. They were willing to follow Gaara, fighting for the future of Sunagakure. "For Sunagakure, for our future, we must unite to overthrow the daimyo and welcome a new era." Gaara raised his arm high, shouting passionately. The crowd of sand ninjas echoed in unison, their voices reverberating in the deliberation hall, while Karura and Chiyo had no objections either, both siblings agreeing with Gaara's vision. With Gaara's command, the gates of Sunagakure slowly opened. A gust of wind howled through, as if heralding the impending transformation. Gaara led the multitude of sand ninjas down the path to overthrow the daimyo. In the land of lightning, beneath a sky crackling with thunder, the palace loomed solemnly and mysteriously in the twilight. The fourth Hokage entered the daimyo's quarters alone, his steps firm and resolute, each stride resonating like thunder. Inside the quarters, the atmosphere had reached a peak of tension. On the golden carpet, the daimyo appeared isolated and helpless, his expression betraying a mix of unwillingness and resignation to reality. As the fourth Hokage's figure appeared at the threshold, his gaze sharpened instantly. "Old acquaintance." The fourth Hokage's voice was deep and powerful. He slowly stepped into the quarters, locking eyes with the daimyo, saying, "You should abdicate gracefully. It would be for the best for everyone." The daimyo's fists clenched tightly within his sleeves, veins bulging, revealing the internal struggle he faced. Yet ultimately, he lowered his noble head, surrendering the fight. His voice trembled slightly as he said, "I am willing to abdicate. But please do not humiliate me like Tian. Do not insist upon excessive formalities." At these words, the fourth Rakich's lips curled into a mocking smile. He approached the daimyo, lightly patting his shoulder with a gesture imbued with an unspeakable disdain. "You and I are kin. Why would I humiliate you? However, since you mentioned Tian, I must remind you." The fourth Rakich's tone dripped with disdain. He humiliated the daimyo of the Land of Fire because he was tactless and unaware of when to advance or retreat. While you may have made a similar choice, at least you have some sense of propriety. The expression on the daimyo's face stiffened, and a wave of humiliation surged within him. Yet, he was acutely aware of his current predicament. He could only swallow his indignation in silence. Lowering his head even further, he ceased to speak. The fourth Rakic, witnessing this, burst into a hearty laugh. His laughter reverberated through the palace, as if it could bring the entire structure crashing down. He turned and sauntered over to a nearby couch, reclining upon it without a hint of courtesy. "Tonight, I shall make my stay here," he proclaimed lazily, stretching as if he had already seized control of the entire Land of Lightning. "Tomorrow, you shall abdicate, in the Land of Water, within the village of Kirigakure, which was perpetually shrouded in thick mist, seemingly isolated from the world. A special envoy arrived on this day. He was a messenger dispatched personally by the daimyo, bearing a significant mission. Standing in the village square amidst a throng of villagers, the envoy's countenance was grave, and his voice resonated powerfully. "By the order of the daimyo, I have come to denounce the fourth Mizukage of our village. His prolonged aberrant behavior has plunged the entire village into chaos." As the envoy's words echoed, the square erupted into a clamor. The villagers murmured amongst themselves, their faces rife with confusion and anger. Among the crowd, the elder, Master Yuan, stepped forward slowly, his gaze resolute and profound. Standing beside the envoy, he took a deep breath, seemingly gathering all his wrath for this moment. "Ladies and gentlemen," he declared loudly, "I have a scandal to unveil. Our Mizukage appears to have been manipulated. He is no longer the fourth Mizukage we once knew, but rather a puppet under someone else's control." His words struck like thunder, igniting shockwaves among the crowd. The villagers stared in disbelief, exchanging whispers filled with astonishment. Meanwhile, the fourth Mizukage's complexion turned ashen. He stood on the platform, his gaze evasive, unwilling to meet Master Yuan's eyes. Chapter 44. The Ninja World War and the new members of Akatsuki in an instant. Kirigakure divided into two factions. One side comprised ninjas supporting the fourth Mizukage, who believed in his innocence. The other consisted of those loyal to Elder Yuan, standing in opposition to the Mizukage. Tensions escalated between the factions, as if a battle could erupt at any moment. After a period of intense confrontation, Yuan's faction gained the upper hand. They launched a fierce assault, vanquishing all of the fourth Mizukage's followers and cornering him into a desperate situation. Upon his defeat, the Mizukage Genjutsu was dispelled, revealing his true self. He knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head, his voice trembling with remorse. "I was wrong. I was controlled by someone. I apologize to you all." Witnessing this scene, the villagers felt a whirlwind of emotions. Some were filled with rage, while others experienced pity and sympathy. Elder Yuan stood by, silently observing it all, his eyes brimming with resolve and determination. It was evident that the fourth Mizukage was unfit to govern the village any longer. Yet he mused, "We cannot be leaderless." He spoke slowly. "Now, I shall assume temporary leadership." At that moment, the winds of change were stirring. Under the cover of night, ninjas from many small nations, led by their leaders, stealthily launched an assault on the daimyo's estate. Their eyes glinted with fervor, and their blades shimmered coldly under the moonlight. Their movements were swift and ruthless, as if they intended to cut down any obstacles before them. "You scoundrels, utterly unaware of your folly!" The daimyo of the Land of River roared in fury. His face flushed crimson, hands clenched into fists, as if he sought to channel his wrath into his palms. Yet, under the cold gaze of the leader of the river-hidden village, his anger seemed pale and powerless. "Rituals collapsing. Ha! That is merely the hypocritical facade of your nobility," sneered the leader of the river-hidden village, his eyes filled with disdain and mockery. With a mere flick of his hand, his ninjas surged forth like a tidal wave, converging upon the daimyo and his guards. That moment, the clashing of blades resounded within the daimyo's estate, accompanied by the anguished cries of the guards. Flames flickered in the night sky, illuminating the land engulfed in the turmoil of war. The situation in other nations mirrored this chaos. The stars twinkled beneath the night sky, heralding the imminent disruption of tranquility across the ninja world. After this night, the landscape of the ninja world would be irrevocably altered. With the old order scattered like dust, many nations descended into chaos. Yet Lu Tian remained unconcerned. No reparations, then war. Even with reparations, war shall ensue. On the following morning, the sun ascended gradually, casting golden rays across the entire ninja world. Lu Tian sat upon the dragon throne in the court. The golden threads of his dark-hued dragon robe glimmered in the sunlight. His gaze was piercing, exuding an undeniable authority. Today, I shall initiate the Fourth Ninja World War. Mobilize the troops immediately. I shall personally lead the charge into battle. Lu Tian's voice rang loud and resolute, echoing like thunder throughout the court. Each word brimmed with power, causing the ministers present to feel a palpable tremor in their hearts. His pronouncements resonated like war drums, stirring the blood of every individual present. Upon concluding his declaration, Lu Tian abruptly stood, his robe billowing in the wind, reminiscent of a colossal dragon poised to soar. He swiftly shed the dragon robe, revealing the battle attire beneath, crafted from a unique material that was not only lightweight and sturdy, but adorned with a golden soaring dragon embroidered across the chest, symbolizing Lu Tian's valor and majesty. The ministers on either side knelt in reverence, their eyes filled with awe and astonishment. They had not anticipated such decisiveness from Lu Tian, nor did they expect him to personally take command of the expedition. Their gazes reflected admiration and trepidation, for they understood that this monarch was no ordinary ruler. He possessed unwavering will and boundless wisdom, destined to guide the ninja world toward a new horizon. Under the watchful eyes of the assembly, Lu Tian exited the grand hall. His strides were firm and resolute, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. There was no hint of hesitation or fear upon his countenance, only an indomitable resolve to forge ahead. His urgency stemmed from an acute awareness of the pressing time. Those envoys might have brought reparations, yet Lu Tian believed that war was the sole path forward. He was determined to unify the ninja world in the shortest possible time. Thus, he had to act swiftly, launching a war with the speed of lightning. Lu Tian embarked on his campaign, accompanied by an elite guard composed of the Uchiha royal family. Clad in battle attire, their gazes were sharp, ready to confront any challenge. Beside them marched the ninja armies of other clans from the Land of Fire. No, they were now to be referred to as chakra martial artists. This formidable army boasted a strength of 100,000. Though it may seem insignificant, it is a power that cannot be overlooked in the realm of the ninja world. Each warrior is meticulously selected, having undergone countless life and death trials to emerge as an elite. Their presence is akin to an unstoppable torrent, capable of instilling dread in any adversary. Even Shin Urshi Hanye would feel a twinge of anxiety upon hearing this. In the rain country, the overcast sky appears perpetually shrouded over the land. Raindrops fall like endless longings, ceaseless and unwavering. At this moment, Sarutobi Asuma, accompanied by the youthful figure of Uzumaki Naruto, steps into the legendary Akatsuki organization. The two of them arrive at the cyberpunk-infused hidden rain village, traversing through a labyrinthine corridor. Each step resonates on the steps crafted from ancient stone and modern metal, producing a deep echo. Conan leads the way, her steps light yet resolute, akin to a lighthouse guiding light through darkness. Under Conan's guidance, they reach a grand hall. In the center of the hall sits a tall figure draped in a black cloak, Pain, the core figure of the Akatsuki organization. His gaze is profound and indifferent, as if it could pierce through all facades. In Pain's hand rests a ring that glimmers with a mysterious light. The crimson ring symbolizing the identity of the Akatsuki. The ring's radiance dances in the darkness, as if narrating a new chapter about to unfold. Asuma approaches, feeling a formidable aura emanating from Pain. Yet, he does not waver. He straightens his chest, his gaze unwavering. Pain regards him, a flicker of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Sarutobi Asuma. Pain's voice reverberates like thunder, echoing throughout the hall. You will become Orochimaru's partner. Together executing missions, the Nine Tails will accompany you. Asuma nods slightly, a determined expression gracing his features. He turns to look at Orochimaru beside him. Their eyes meet, a silent understanding passing between them as they both acknowledge their roles as moles. It seems they can already foresee the days of fighting side by side. Meanwhile, the young Naruto remains closely by Asuma's side, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Chapter 45. The second target of the Akatsuki in a concealed chamber within the hidden rain village. A figure stealthily materializes, cloaked in black, hooded, and adorned with an orange whirlpool mask, the one-eyed visage exudes an air of invincibility. This is Uchiha Obito, presently manifesting as Uchiha Madara. Before him sits Nagato, the Uzumaki. Perched upon a portable toilet, the atmosphere in the room instantly solidifies. Nagato is visibly taken aback, his brow furrowed as he fixates on Obito. I heard you were discovered in the hidden mist village. His voice is low and frigid, seemingly penetrating the very soul. His eyes brim with wariness and intrigue. Obito bursts into laughter, a swift flick of his cloak unleashing a powerful aura that causes the entire room to tremble. He slowly raises his head, revealing the murderous Sharingan, as if it seeks to consume the world itself. And what of it? Obito's tone is icy and resolute, as if echoing from the depths of the abyss. When have I, Uchiha Madara, ever needed to hide? His words are infused with confidence and dominance, as if no force in the vast realm could hinder his brilliance. Though Nagato is momentarily daunted by Obito's presence, he does not retreat. He comprehends that Obito's arrival bears a significant purpose. Uchiha Madara, what is it you seek here? He inquires, his voice steady. A glimmer of cunning flashes in Obito's eyes as he strides closer. Stopping before Nagato, their gazes intertwine under the dim yellow light, an invisible force seemingly colliding. That he peers into Nagato's profound eyes, speaking with deliberate clarity, I wish to wage war. This declaration detonates in the room like a bomb, sending ripples throughout. Nagato, taken aback by this sudden proclamation, inhales deeply, striving to quell the turmoil within. Yet, the astonishment and confusion remain evident in his gaze. And with whom do you wish to engage in battle? Obito provides Nagato little time for contemplation, turning his gaze to the window. Through the panes, he observes the storm clouds looming over the hidden rain village, flickering with faint lightning, as if heralding an impending tempest. His eyes seem to penetrate through the thick clouds, gazing towards the distant land of fire. He slowly pivots back, his focus once again on Nagato, eyes ignited with fervor. Who else could it be but the land of fire? We reside in chaotic times, where flames of war are omnipresent. Besides, if we do not strike the land of fire, will they spare us? It is highly improbable. Do you believe otherwise? His voice crescendos, infused with passion and fervor, each word seemingly ablaze, as if intent on igniting the entire room. Nagato, swayed by Obito's fervent emotions, reflects a similar resolve in his gaze. Yet, he maintains his composure and rationality, inquiring once more, are you certain you wish to proceed with this? The first phase of our reserve funding is incomplete, and our strength remains insufficient. A glimmer of confidence flickers in Obito's eyes as he steps closer to Nagato, his voice low yet resolute. Have you forgotten what the second step of the Akatsuki entails? You once stated that we must establish a mercenary organization not bound to any nation, instigating minor wars. This is how we can gradually amplify our strength and realize our ambitions. He pauses, then continues. Initially, we will monopolize the warring commissions of smaller nations at a low cost, intensifying the scale of conflict, subsequently dismantling the economic framework of the great nation's ninja systems, monopolizing all wars. Engaging in battle now does not imply a direct confrontation with the land of fire. Rather, it is about continuing as mercenaries, accumulating experience and wealth. His voice seems to encapsulate visions of future victory. Nagato appears moved by Obito's words, fully aware that despite the risks, Obito's plan harbors immense potential and opportunity. He gazes deeply at Obito, nodding in agreement. The second target remains unchanged. We must seize the opportunity to amass more funds amidst the chaos. With matters settled, Obito's figure swiftly distorts and vanishes. In the afternoon, sunlight pierces through the clouds, cascading over the buildings of the hidden rain village, enveloping all in a golden radiance. Pain seeks out Asuma, standing before him with a gaze that is deep and a voice calm yet filled with authority. Asuma, you are now a member of our Akatsuki organization. Soon, you will embark on your first official mission. Asuma's eyes shimmer with anticipation and excitement at these words. He straightens his posture, fists clenched as if gathering strength. He raises his gaze, locking eyes with Pain, awaiting the forthcoming orders. Pain nods slightly and continues. The land of water has employed us, requesting an attack on the neighboring land of grass. Therefore, your mission is to collaborate with Orochimaru to disrupt the territory of the land of grass. This statement reverberates like thunder in Asuma's ears. He furrows his brow, a grave expression crossing his face. He understands the significance of this mission and the intricate web of consequences entwined within. Yet, as a ninja, he has never shied away from challenges, and he does not intend to do so now. He resolutely nods, stating, yes, leader, I accept this mission. Pain observes the determination in Asuma's eyes, nodding in satisfaction. He places a hand on Asuma's shoulder, his voice softening slightly. Well done, Asuma. The success of this mission will directly impact the future of our Akatsuki organization. I believe you will accomplish it admirably. In the forthcoming period, Sarutobi Asuma was engrossed in the preparation of equipment for the impending battle. He meticulously selected each weapon and piece of gear, ensuring they would perform to their utmost potential. His gaze was imbued with unwavering resolve and determination, as if he could already glimpse the dawn of victory. Once everything was in order, Sarutobi Asuma, accompanied by Uzumaki Naruto, set forth to rendezvous with Orochimaru. They traversed the base of the Akatsuki, walking beneath the golden rays of sunlight. "Senpai Orochimaru," Sarutobi Asuma called out, even before nearing the meeting point. Recognizing the figure ahead from a distance, he quickened his pace slightly, advancing a few steps to greet him respectfully. However, Orochimaru did not respond immediately. His eyes were deep and contemplative, lost in his own thoughts. It was not until Sarutobi Asuma's voice rang out once more that he slowly lifted his head. Casting a serpentine glance at Sarutobi Asuma, "Time is of the essence. We must depart at once. Should any issues arise, we will address them en route," Orochimaru stated, his tone carrying a subtle undertone of indifference and vigilance, as if hinting at something unspoken. Chapter 46. Lu Tian's expedition and Obito's assault. Upon hearing this, a chill ran through Sarutobi Asuma's heart. Yet, he swiftly concealed his emotions, nodding in acknowledgement as he walked alongside Orochimaru. The trio departed from the hidden rain village, embarking on their journey towards the land of grass. Surrounding them were dense forests and winding mountain paths. The rain had gradually subsided. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. The air was laden with the moist scent of earth and a faint fragrance of foliage, evoking an indescribable sense of tranquility and comfort. However, this serenity was short-lived. After walking for a brief while, Orochimaru suddenly halted, turning to Sarutobi Asuma. "You are also an undercover agent assigned by the master, correct?" The words struck Sarutobi Asuma like a thunderclap in spring, jolting him. He glanced around, yet maintained a calm demeanor. He slightly raised his head, meeting Orochimaru's gaze, and nodded solemnly. "Indeed." "Senpai." A flicker of complex emotions crossed Orochimaru's eyes as he scrutinized Sarutobi Asuma. In that case, we ought to collaborate effectively. I must inform you that here, you need to remain vigilant and not trust others lightly. A few minutes later, Lu Tian stood at the edge of the border between the land of rivers and the Great Han Empire. Before him lay a breathtaking panorama of meandering mountains and rivers, intertwined with lush hills and forests. He found himself on a precipice, overlooking a tumultuous river that crashed against the boulders with a deafening roar. He gazed into the distance, where the battlefield between the two nations lay. Faint sounds of battle could be heard from the woods. Mingled with the clashing of weapons, the mountain winds whispered a hint of bloodshed. In that fleeting moment, a faint voice resonated in his mind. His original chakra communication technique. This skill was remarkably effective, surpassing even radio or mobile phones, as long as one occupied the same world. Information could be transmitted. Ninjas needed to master the nature transformation of in-release chakra to learn this technique. But for practitioners of chakra martial arts, no such rigid requirements existed. Orochimaru's voice echoed in his mind, detailing the mission assigned to the three of them. Lu Tian listened attentively, his fingers lightly tapping against the rock beside him, producing a crisp sound. His eyes reflected steadfastness and composure, as if he had everything under control. "I have received the information. You are doing excellently. Maintain our connection," Lu Tian swiftly replied to Orochimaru. His gaze returned to the distant battlefield, where the cacophony of combat reverberated, as if the very sky had been stained crimson. A surge of intense emotions welled within him. The land of soup, is it? Even amidst internal strife, they can still hire mercenaries to assault neighboring nations. They truly possess some strength. He mused inwardly. Lu Tian turned to observe the elite forces of the Uchiha royal family behind him. Their eyes sparkled with the fervor for battle and the anticipation of victory. Lu Tian's chest heaved as he felt the immense power of the vast universe surging within him. It is time. Let the entire army advance. Let the river ninjas and warriors know that we are an unstoppable force. We shall trample their defenses with the might of thunder, directly seizing their capital and ninja village. He exhaled deeply, his voice resonating with clarity and conviction. echoing through the valley like thunder. Lu Tian's words were filled with determination and authority, each syllable striking the hearts of the soldiers like a hammer. His eyes shimmered with a fiery intensity, as if two flames burned within. The muscles of his face were taut, the lines defined, reflecting the steadfastness and strength within him. Taking a breath, he continued, "The land of rivers shall become the possession of our great Han Empire." The elite forces of the Uchiha royal family were inspired by Lu Tian's imposing presence, their eyes ignited with fervent battle spirit, gripping their weapons tightly, their bodies tense and poised for imminent charge. They collectively roared, "For the great Han Empire, for glory, long live the Empire, long live our sovereign, long live, long live." With this thunderous cry, the entire battalion surged forward like wild stallions breaking free. They crossed rivers and scaled hills. Racing towards the distant battlefield, Lu Tian stood at the forefront of the troop, his silhouette towering in the sunlight. He brandished his long sword, its tip pointed towards the horizon, leading the entire battalion towards victory. Almost simultaneously, the sky above the great Han Empire was shrouded in a thick gloom. A fierce wind swept through, dark clouds gathered, and amidst the oppressive atmosphere, Uchiha Obito once again set foot upon this land. His strides were imbued with an unyielding fervor and resolve. Known as Uchiha Hanye, his temperament was inherently radical, though not particularly intelligent. His madness and tenacity were enough to instill fear. He could no longer suppress the wildness within. Yearning to unleash a tempest of bloodshed once more. He had endured for far too long. At this moment, he could no longer endure the torment within. He aimed to unleash all his rage and dissatisfaction. In the palace's training grounds, the space suddenly warped, and a figure materialized out of thin air. It was Uchiha Obito. Clasping his hands together, a frenzied light glimmered in his eyes that he unleashed the wood release. Birth of the Forest. Just as he had instigated the Nine-Tails rampage in Konoha, this time, he intended to wreak havoc in the capital of the great Han Empire using wood release. The ground began to tremble violently. As if countless giant serpents writhed beneath the surface, numerous trees erupted from the earth, their lush branches and leaves blocking out the sun, enveloping the entire training ground in greenery. Fear, tremble, despair, die. This world is naught but hell. Uchiha Obito roared amidst the sea of trees. His voice was laced with madness and malevolence, as if he sought to instill all fear into the hearts of those present. The palace of the great Han Empire descended into unprecedented chaos. The rooftops of the palace were torn asunder, walls were shattered by the onslaught of trees, countless treasures were scattered amidst the turmoil, becoming victims of this calamity. The innocent maidens and guards faced utter devastation. Crying out in agony and struggling beneath the weight of the trees, the residents of the capital, confronted with this sudden disaster, were paralyzed with terror. They rushed into the streets, gazing in horror towards the palace. The towering trees had become the source of their nightmares, instilling profound fear and helplessness. Panic ensued among them. "Help, the palace is in trouble. Someone is using wood release. Who could it be? Who possesses the wood release of Senja Hashirama? Quick! Alert the city defense forces. This enemy is formidable. The Imperial Guards may not stand a chance." Chapter 47. The battle between Uchiha Fugaku and Obito, the green-haired tortoise as the leader of the city guard. Uchiha Fugaku bore the heavy responsibility of safeguarding the tranquility of the imperial capital. In the face of such circumstances, his gaze shimmered with unwavering determination and resolve. Within his heart, the fervent dedication to the safety of the imperial city blazed like an unquenchable flame, illuminating the path ahead. Yet, the worries that gnawed at him rendered him restless, for his former wife Makoto and son Sasuke resided within the palace at this very moment. In this instant, Uchiha Fugaku had transcended the man he once was. Lost and adrift, he had undergone a profound transformation, dedicating his entire being to his majesty, even at the cost of his wife and child. This loyalty and resolve fortified him, making him stronger and more resolute. With a commanding shout, he led the elite city guard comprised of the Uchiha clan. They surged into the palace like a tempest of darkness. Empowered by the shadow manipulation chakra mode, he transformed into a war deity clad in black armor, exuding an overwhelming aura that none could withstand. Mounted upon a chakra-formed steed, he galloped through the broad streets, the thunderous sound of hooves echoing as if to shatter all obstacles in his path. "Makoto, Sasuke, you must remain safe." Deep within Uchiha Fugaku's heart, anxiety burned like an inferno. The depths of his eyes betrayed an unmistakable concern, an aching longing for his beloved family. He was not merely the leader of the city guard. He was also a former husband and father who had once cherished his family dearly. Gripping the reins tightly, his fingers whitened with exertion. The chakra steed sensed its master's urgency, letting out a whinny and racing down the street like lightning. The leaves along the roadside danced wildly in the wind, producing a rustling sound as if cheering for this valiant warrior. Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting dappled shadows upon Uchiha Fugaku. Illuminating his resolute and steely visage, his eyes sparkled with a fierce light, as if capable of piercing through the shadows to unveil the enemy ahead. He entered the palace, but his gaze abruptly fixed upon a familiar figure, Uchiha Obito. Once a kinsman, now a foe, he stood before him like an insurmountable barrier. In an instant, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes ignited with fury and murderous intent. Bold traitor, how dare you disturb the palace? Prepare to meet your end. His voice resonated like thunder, as if to topple the very edifice of the palace itself. He swung his sword, a long blade imbued with shadow manipulation chakra, surging towards Uchiha Obito like a colossal black dragon. Yet, Uchiha Obito merely scoffed, standing unfazed as if Uchiha Fugaku's assault were inconsequential. The blade passed through his form, propelled by inertia, with Uchiha Fugaku charging forward atop his steed. In the next moment, thick wooden branches, akin to tentacles, erupted from all directions, attempting to ensnare Uchiha Fugaku under Obito's command. However, Uchiha Fugaku was no ordinary adversary. With a swift turn, he unleashed a fierce sword aura that cleaved through the branches, breaking free from the encirclement and gazing coldly at Uchiha Obito. Fugaku, have you forgotten that you were once the clan leader? Your wife has been taken from you, and yet you remain so loyal? Your mind is truly flawed, Uchiha Obito taunted loudly. Beneath the orange spiral mask, a smirk played upon his lips. Yet, Uchiha Fugaku's heart remained as unyielding as a mountain, unperturbed by Obito's derision and provocation. He stood resolute, as if no cacophony could shake the steadfastness within him. The depths of Uchiha Fugaku's eyes glimmered with a fervent light, akin to the North Star guiding his path forward. He pressed his lips together and spoke deliberately. His Majesty is everything to the Uchiha clan. Whatever His Majesty requires, I, Uchiha Fugaku, shall offer unreservedly. Without a second thought, a cold smile graced his lips, revealing an unwavering determination and resolve. His gaze radiated a steadfast brilliance, as if capable of dispelling all darkness, illuminating the road ahead. And now, as the leader of the city guard, safeguarding the palace and protecting His Majesty is merely fulfilling my duty, he declared, his voice resounding with clarity and conviction throughout the wooden glades of the palace. No sooner had his words echoed than two chakra arms materialized behind him, coalescing into a long sword that shimmered with a chilling light. As if capable of cleaving through the very fabric of reality, his chakra-formed steed transformed into a fleeting shadow, hurtling toward Uchiha Obito with unrelenting speed. The dark sword aura threatened to rend the palace asunder, while the surrounding trees succumbed to the force of Uchiha Fugaku's onslaught, crashing down with a deafening roar. In a state of intangibility, Uchiha Obito commanded the wooden branches, manipulating them like agile appendages to launch a fierce assault against Uchiha Fugaku. Yet, Uchiha Fugaku met each attack with poise, weaving through the branches with ease, his eyes filled with unwavering resolve and determination, as if no force could ever shake his conviction. In Uchiha Fugaku's heart, there existed but a singular goal: to protect Mikoto and Sasuke within the palace, shielding them from all harm. As the battle raged on, the atmosphere within the palace grew increasingly tense. The wind howled, and the leaves danced wildly. Despite Uchiha Fugaku's formidable strength, he struggled to bring Uchiha Obito to defeat. Yet his presence stood as an insurmountable barrier. The once frenzied wooden forest within the palace abruptly ceased its rampage. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. All the wooden branches appeared to respond to an unseen summons, converging towards the positions of the two combatants. They intertwined in the air, forming a colossal wooden barrier that enveloped the two warriors in a tight embrace. The expression hidden beneath Uchiha Obito's mask turned grave, his eyes glinting like icy blades, flashing with a fierce light. He understood that Uchiha Fugaku was a formidable opponent who could not be underestimated. He mustered all his strength to vanquish him. With a sudden flourish of his hand, a surge of powerful chakra coalesced upon his arm composed of white Zetsu cells. In an instant, sharp wooden spikes sprouted from his arm, resembling a volley of arrows aimed directly at Uchiha Fugaku. This is the wood release insertion technique. The wooden spikes sliced through the air, accompanied by a whistling wind, hurtling toward Uchiha Fugaku. Upon witnessing this, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes momentarily widened in surprise. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, his figure flickering as he evaded the assault of the spikes. However, he remained vigilant, knowing that this was merely the commencement of Uchiha Obito's offensive. Chapter 48. Obito's blindness and Izanagi, just as the spikes were about to miss their target, they suddenly halted mid-air, swiftly branching out and growing, ultimately forming a dense net of wooden spikes. This web resembled a colossal spider's trap, descending upon Uchiha Fugaku. "Umph, you think to ensnare me and pierce my heart." Uchiha Fugaku scoffed, his eyes gleaming with disdain. His form seemed to shift like a grand translocation. Vanishing from his original position, when he reappeared, he found himself behind Uchiha Obito. "Your tricks are utterly futile against me." Uchiha Fugaku bellowed sternly, simultaneously launching 3 swords toward the back of Uchiha Obito. This assault was infused with formidable chakra energy. Should it connect, it would undoubtedly inflict severe damage upon Uchiha Obito. Yet, Uchiha Obito had entered a state of intangibility, evading the attack with effortless grace. He deftly sidestepped Fugaku's onslaught, and in the same breath, swung his arm once more. The wooden spikes that had sprouted within him shot forth again towards Uchiha Fugaku. Predictably, Fugaku was struck. The wooden thorns proliferated like rampant vines, swiftly penetrating his body. These spikes did not merely perforate, they continued to bifurcate within his form, as if taking root in his very flesh and blood. Ultimately, they pierced through Fugaku's skin, with shoots emerging from the wounds, rendering him a grotesque sculpture draped in verdant foliage. The crimson droplets of blood resembled blooming flowers, intensifying the macabre scene. Uchiha Obito's would release. Cutting technique was exceedingly ruthless. However, Uchiha Fugaku would not be so easily vanquished. A cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth, and disdain flickered in his eyes. This was merely a shadow clone he had conjured using in-release chakra mode. His true self lay hidden in the shadows. Observing the unfolding events with a detached gaze, the figure enveloped in wooden spikes suddenly erupted in a violent explosion, scattering a dark, viscous liquid that tainted the surrounding air with its inky hue. This substance rapidly spread, obscuring Uchiha Obito's vision like a demon emerging from the depths of darkness. Taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, Uchiha Obito stood stunned. The black liquid was evaded by his intangibility. Yet it writhed as if it possessed a life of its own, mocking his ignorance. Uchiha Obito widened his eyes, his Sharingan straining through the orange vortex mask, desperately seeking Fugaku's whereabouts. Do you truly believe this will be your victory? You are gravely mistaken. Fugaku's voice echoed from the darkness, laden with sarcasm and contempt. His figure surged forth from the ground's dark liquid, still towering and formidable. "Traitor Obito, you rely too heavily on the powers of the Manjiki Sharingan. That is your downfall. My foresight surpasses yours." Fugaku declared coldly, his gaze brimming with scorn. Chakra surged like a wild stallion, propelling Uchiha Fugaku toward Uchiha Obito like a bolt of lightning. Fugaku's 3 swords gleamed with a chilling light. Consolidating all his will and strength, he unleashed another ferocious assault on Obito, the sword tip slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper's call, instilling dread. Yet, Uchiha Fugaku's form passed through Obito once more like a wraith. Witnessing this, a glint of malice flashed in Uchiha Obito's eyes that he swiftly recalibrated his stance, preparing to counterattack. His gaze fixated on Fugaku, while the wooden appendages on his arms sought the opportune moment to strike. Just as Uchiha Obito was about to launch his assault, the black liquid on the ground erupted violently. It seemed imbued with life, writhing madly and transforming into countless sharp spikes that launched a fierce attack on Uchiha Obito. These spikes rained down like a torrential deluge, leaving nowhere to evade. The sudden onslaught pierced Uchiha Obito, eliciting a pain scream as his body convulsed violently. He felt an overwhelming force erupting from within. As if it were tearing him apart, he could not suppress the torrent of blood that erupted from his mouth, his countenance beneath the mask turning ghastly pale. "What is this power?" Uchiha Obito exclaimed in horror. His eyes filled with fear and confusion. He had never encountered such a bizarre and potent means of attack, plunging him into despair. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku observed coldly, his expression impassive. He knew this was merely a fraction of his power. With a subtle wave of his hand, the dark liquid obediently enveloped Uchiha Obito. "Traitor Obito, you have been defeated. I shall end your life." Uchiha Fugaku stated indifferently, his voice devoid of any tremor. Just as Uchiha Fugaku was poised to deliver the final blow, Obito's form suddenly dissipated like a fleeting dream, seemingly merging with the air. Uchiha Fugaku's pupils constricted sharply, a wave of intense unease surging within him. He understood well that Uchiha Obito had activated the reality-altering ocular technique. Izanagi. When Uchiha Obito reemerged, his left eye had lost its former luster, now dull and lifeless. Yet, he appeared as though reborn, A sinister smile gracing his face beneath the mask. He materialized behind Fugaku, executing a formidable wood-release ninjutsu. The cutting technique. Wooden spikes erupted instantaneously from his arm, slicing through the air like myriad venomous serpents, exuding a lethal intent that surged directly toward Uchiha Fugaku's body. Uchiha Fugaku felt a chilling dread as he sensed the impending threat from behind. He swiftly dodged, attempting to evade this lethal assault. The wooden spikes seemed to possess a tracking ability, relentlessly pursuing Uchiha Fugaku's form, but a shiver ran down his spine. He realized he was ensnared in a perilous situation. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated his chakra to its utmost limit, bracing himself for the final confrontation. At that moment of crisis, a figure suddenly emerged from the side. It was Uchiha Shisui. He activated in-release chakra mode. A faint black aura enveloping him. Brandishing four razor-sharp blades, he lunged toward Uchiha Obito's back. Faced with this sudden assault, Uchiha Obito's eyes flashed with shock and fury. His pupils ignited like flames, radiating an intense brilliance of madness and arrogance. It was entirely beyond his expectations that someone would dare to execute such a bold ambush in this life-and-death moment. From his back, a myriad of wooden spikes erupted violently, resembling a mass of twisted serpents, launching a fierce counterattack against the encroaching Uchiha Shisui. Chapter 49. The Arrival of the Flower Tree Realm and the Method of Breaking the Deadlock. The wooden spikes, like bloodthirsty serpents, swiftly approached Uchiha Shisui's face. In a moment of peril, Uchiha Shisui's form flickered, and instantaneously, he transformed into numerous figures. He weaved through the battlefield like a phantom, each clone appearing as a tangible entity, making it difficult to discern the genuine from the false. Uchiha Obito, witnessing this, was taken aback. He had not anticipated Shisui could execute the clone technique with such swiftness. With each clone appearing so lifelike, he inhaled sharply, feeling the white Zetsu cells within him erupting with astonishing power, hardening his skin to a wooden-like resilience, and unleashing a multitude of wooden spikes that lashed out like monstrous serpents toward all of Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Fugaku. Both men sensed the overwhelming assault approaching. Their expressions grave yet devoid of panic. With a flash, they leaped into the air like two bolts of lightning, skillfully evading Uchiha Obito's onslaught. Their forms intertwined midair, resembling a breathtaking dance of survival. At this moment, the palace lay deserted, all living souls having retreated to safety. This sudden clash had plunged the entire palace into chaos and fear, yet it had now transformed into the stage for the ultimate showdown. Upon the rooftops of the palace, Uchiha Shisui quickly steadied his breath, his gaze resolute as he regarded Uchiha Obito. Drawing a deep breath, he addressed Uchiha Fugaku. "Uncle Fugaku, everyone has evacuated to safety. Reinforcements are en route. Do not let him escape." Uchiha Fugaku nodded solemnly, his eyes shimmering with trust and determination. He was acutely aware of Uchiha Shisui's formidable abilities and held a steadfast belief that they could emerge victorious from this confrontation. Below, Uchiha Obito resolved to unleash his ultimate technique. Wood release. Flower Tree World descends. In that instant, it felt as though a mysterious force enveloped the world. This was an enhanced version of Wood Release, Tree World. A powerful jutsu among the techniques of Wood Release. Uchiha Obito inhaled sharply, his chakra surging like a bubbling spring, continuously pouring into the earth beneath him. In a heartbeat, the once tranquil ground began to stir, as if a slumbering giant was awakening. From the depths of the earth, enormous branches erupted, rapidly growing like colossal dragons coiling around the palace. These branches were not only massive but possessed astonishing strength, capable of cleaving mountains and piercing rocks, enveloping the entire terrain. More strangely, vibrant blossoms began to bloom upon these gigantic branches. In an instant, they emitted an alluring fragrance, concealing a deadly peril. Inhaling their pollen could incapacitate even shadow-level ninjas in an instant. Be cautious. This is Wood Release. Flower Tree World descends. Uchiha Fugaku's expression grew grave as he continued to warn. During the battle at the Valley of the End, Senja Hashirama had employed this very technique. Even the mighty Uchiha Madara had succumbed to disorientation upon inhaling the pollen. As he spoke, he swiftly adjusted to the in-release chakra mode. A faint black mask veiled his face, leaving only his piercing eyes gleaming with resolute light. The air was thick with the fragrance of pollen, yet it bore a lethal threat. Beside him, Uchiha Shisui also adjusted to the in-release chakra mode, forcibly suppressing his inner fears and anxieties. "Uncle Fugaku, we must find a flaw in this jutsu." Uchiha Shisui spoke in a low voice. He needed to identify the critical point to unravel this seemingly flawless technique. He attempted to utilize fire release, vowing to incinerate the wildly growing trees. Uchiha Shirsue's hands came together forcefully, as if gathering the hottest energy in existence. Behind him, the air began to warp that a powerful wave surged forth, and suddenly, a torrent of black flames materialized as if summoned from the depths of the abyss. Roaring fiercely, this was the legendary Amaterasu Black Fire. Unlike ordinary flames, its temperature was so high it could incinerate anything. Its deep, ominous hue seemed capable of consuming souls. Under Uchiha Shirsue's control, these black flames coalesced into a massive fire circle. This was the light mode behind the in-release chakra mode. A resolute gleam flickered in Uchiha Shirsue's eyes. With a swift movement, the fire circle began to whirl in the air like a living entity. As the black fire circle spun rapidly, it hurled countless fireballs, streaking through the sky like shooting stars, carrying destructive force towards the poison-emitting flowers. Burn! Reduce these poisonous flowers to ashes, Shirsue roared, his voice resonating with unwavering conviction and boundless fury. He understood that only through this most potent flame could they hope to utterly obliterate this seemingly invulnerable technique. As the fireballs relentlessly struck, the flowers gradually withered, and the toxic gas began to dissipate. Yet, the trees appeared to grow even more frenzied, struggling to engulf the battlefield once more. Shirsue gritted his teeth, aware that this was merely the beginning. He had to persist until he could completely dismantle this jutsu. Standing on the rooftop nearby, Uchiha Fugaku was moved by Shirsue's valor. He silently commended him. Shirsue, you are indeed the pride of our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku, equally resolute, his eyes gleaming with determination, swiftly brought his hands together as if summoning some mysterious power. Behind him, the air warped instantaneously. The torrent of black flames erupted, akin to infernal fire from the abyss, searing and profound, rapidly forming a terrifying fire circle that cast Uchiha Fugaku's silhouette in an imposing light. His gaze sparkled with unwavering intensity as he surveyed the toxic flowers, the corners of his mouth curling into a frosty smirk. Shirsue, I shall lend you my strength, he declared, his voice imbued with resolve and potency. The black fire circle, under Fugaku's command, spiraled wildly, resembling a colossal vortex. Countless Amaterasu fireballs erupted from the circle, hurtling towards the flowers with searing temperatures and annihilative power. Like a meteor shower, the fireballs traced dark arcs in the air, akin to the scythe of death, mercilessly cleaving towards those malevolent blossoms. Each fireball contained the terrifying might of Amaterasu Black Fire. Upon striking its target, it would instantly reduce it to ashes. The two appeared as divine deities descending from the heavens, their forms silhouetted against the raging black flames, reminiscent of hellfire, intense and terrifying. Chapter 50. Uchiha Shirsue's fierce battle with Obito. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shirsue stood atop the palace roof, their hands clasped together as they deftly manipulated the fire circle behind them. Each fireball they launched was accompanied by their resolute will and boundless wrath. The black flames sliced through the night sky like lightning, illuminating the darkness. Under the brilliance of the Amaterasu Black Fire, the shadows of the surrounding branches became starkly defined. The previously rampant branches and poisonous flowers were swiftly reduced to ash beneath the relentless assault of the fireballs, consumed by an insatiable darkness. Burn! Annihilate! Reduce these wicked branches and flowers to cinders, Uchiha Shirsue bellowed, his voice echoing with conviction and determination. Uchiha Fugaku nodded slightly in agreement, his resolve unwavering. They continued to control the fire circle, launching fireballs until every last flower was incinerated. After several minutes, the final flower vanished, and the surrounding toxic gas gradually dissipated. Be wary. That traitor Obito could be lurking anywhere. Uchiha Fugaku's voice was low and powerful that he furrowed his brow, his gaze piercing as he scanned every corner. After the recent battle, he was acutely aware of the threat posed by this traitor. His betrayal was not merely a treachery against their clan, but a menace to the entire Dahan Empire. In this moment of eerie silence, a chilling sensation pierced Uchiha Fugaku's heart like a swift arrow. He abruptly looked down, his pupils constricting. There, he beheld a hand as pale as a ghost, seemingly reaching from the abyss of hell, exuding a bone-chilling coldness. With a force akin to a thunderbolt, that hand crashed through the tiles of the roof without warning, swiftly locking onto Uchiha Fugaku's ankle with unerring precision. The strength of that grip was as unyielding as steel, rendering Uchiha Fugaku's ankle firmly ensnared, leaving him unable to break free despite his fervent struggles. In the next instant, a powerful pulling force erupted from that hand, akin to a surging undertow, dragging Uchiha Fugaku into its depths. This force was as profound as a black hole, seemingly intent on pulling him into an endless abyss of darkness. Uchiha Fugaku let out a cry of alarm, in an instant. His complexion turned as pale as parchment, and his eyes brimmed with terror and despair. He exerted every ounce of strength to steady himself, yet the force pulling him felt like the grip of a malevolent claw, rendering him utterly immobile. Beneath the eaves, there stood Uchiha Obito, now possessing a new left eye that shimmered with an eerie glow. His right eye distorted the very fabric of space, creating swirling vortices of energy, as if it sought to consume the entirety of existence. A mocking and cold smile graced Obito's face as he observed Fugaku's futile struggles against the pull, as though he were merely a spectator to an inconsequential performance, with a firm downward motion of his hand. The force intensified, ensnaring Fugaku entirely within a pitch-black void. At that moment of almost palpable tension, Uchiha Shursui suddenly sprang into action. His form moved like lightning, and the 4 blades he wielded sliced through the air simultaneously, resembling 4 silver bolts tearing through the night sky, crashing forcefully against the roof tiles. With a resounding bang, the tiles shattered under the impact, scattering like a blossoming firework amidst a cloud of dust. Within this tempest of debris, Uchiha Shursui descended like a specter. As he fell, his pupils constricted, and through the swirling dust, he distinctly perceived the figure beneath the roof, Uchiha Obito, who was in the midst of unleashing his ocular technique. The radiant aura behind Shursui spun with fervent intensity, releasing several blazing Amaterasu fireballs that surged forth like black holes, aimed directly at Obito. The fireballs traced searing arcs in the air, as if intent on igniting the entire space. Upon witnessing this, Obito's expression shifted slightly. Reluctantly, he relinquished his grasp on Fugaku's ankle, his form plummeting swiftly as he adeptly evaded the lethal onslaught. The scorching shockwave distorted the air around him. Obito landed firmly, the sound of shattering tiles echoing beneath his feet, as if the very ground trembled at his arrival. Amidst the chaos of flying rubble and swirling dust, Uchiha Shursui also landed gracefully on the ground. He stomped down with force, causing the hard tiles beneath him to shatter, fissures spreading like spider webs, shards flying in all directions. He regarded Obito with eyes filled with cold determination, in the midst of the broken tiles and swirling dust. Shursui stood tall, resembling an unyielding mountain. His voice was sharp and clear, each word piercing like a frigid blade into Obito's heart. "Traitor Obito, you have betrayed our clan and forsaken your beliefs. How dare you act so brazenly here?" Shursui's voice reverberated within the room, laden with unassailable authority and fury. There was no trace of hesitation or pity upon his face, only the relentless coldness and wrath directed at the traitor. Uchiha Obito stood not far away, his expression concealed beneath a mask, dark clouds of anger brewing within. He sensed the formidable aura and icy killing intent radiating from Shursui, sending a chill coursing through his heart. Yet, he did not falter. Instead, he straightened his posture, meeting Shursui's gaze head-on. "Humph, Shursui, who do you think you were to treat me with such disrespect?" Obito retorted with a mocking laugh, his voice brimming with provocation and arrogance. He shifted, preparing to launch an attack against Shursui. However, Shursui denied him that opportunity. Utilizing body flicker technique, he appeared almost instantaneously before Obito, the 4 blades in his hands emanating the energy of In-release chakra. Aimed directly at Obito's throat, his gaze was resolute and fierce, as if intent on slaying the traitor before him with a single stroke. "Prepare to meet your end," Shursui declared coldly. In a flash, the blades glimmered with silver light. Yet Obito activated his intangibility once more. His form flickered between reality and Kamui space, evading Shursui's lethal strike as though he were a wraith. Although Shursui's blades were swift, they struck only air in the face of Obito's extraordinary ability. Obito offered no respite, his figure darting past Shursui's body. A chain descended rapidly, moving through the air like a serpent. In an instant, Obito materialized, ensnaring Shursui's form within the chain. At this critical juncture, Shursui exhibited his astonishing body flicker technique. His imposing figure vanished like a specter, leaving only the chain to swing helplessly in the air, producing a sharp metallic clang. As Chapter 51 of this tale unfolds, reinforcements arrive to confront Obito. Upon witnessing this turn of events, a flicker of astonishment crossed Obito's features, his eyes widening in disbelief. He could scarcely comprehend the reality that Shursui had so effortlessly freed himself from his chains. In a breathtaking display of speed, Shursui appeared above and behind him, reminiscent of that legendary figure who once repelled him. The 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, In Shirsue's hands, the four blades shimmered like meteors, slicing through the air with unwavering resolve. His gaze was filled with determination and decisiveness, as if he intended to pour all his rage and power into this singular strike. "Traitor Obito, all your sins shall be met with justice today," Shirsue shouted with icy intensity, and in a heartbeat, the blades pierced through Obito's torso. This unexpected assault caught Obito off guard, his eyes bulging in disbelief. In that instant of pain, he felt an excruciating jolt as he struggled to resist. Yet, Shirsue's strength was insurmountable. As unyielding as a mountain, he could only watch helplessly as his body was pinned to the ground beneath the blade's oppressive force. The surrounding dust was sent swirling into the air from the impact, creating a scene of chaos. Pain and indignation marred Obito's expression as he struggled to utter a word, but the searing agony silenced him entirely. In that moment, an oppressive silence enveloped the area, broken only by Shirsue's cold voice echoing through the air. "Traitor, accept your punishment." Suddenly, without warning, Obito's form vanished, reappearing several meters away, intact as if no injury had ever befallen him. His face twisted in rage, his jaw clenched as he bellowed, "Damn you, Shirsue." The left eye he had recently acquired now lay useless, as if it were merely a decorative trinket. Obito, shaken and drenched in sweat, glared with fury, his teeth grinding. "Reinforcements are likely to arrive soon. Let us endure a little longer." His gaze was resolute and sharp, scanning the surroundings with unwavering focus, his hands instinctively clenched, betraying the tension and alertness within him. At that moment, the atmosphere was palpably tense, as if the very air had solidified. The surroundings were enveloped in an eerie silence, reminiscent of death itself. Only the gentle breeze whispered through, stirring a barely audible sound. Uchiha Fugaku's brow furrowed slightly, his expression gravely serious. He nodded slowly, a hint of fatigue barely concealed in his eyes, yet overshadowed by an unwavering determination. In mere minutes, the atmosphere grew increasingly taut. The formidable reinforcements finally made their grand entrance. The first to arrive was Uchiha Black Claw, his eyes cold and piercing like distant stars, sharp and frigid, as if capable of penetrating all. He emanated a powerful aura that sent shivers down the spine. He resembled a fierce beast poised to pounce on its prey, coiled and ready to strike at the opportune moment. The next to arrive was Uchiha Shikuin. His demeanor was as indifferent as an ancient glacier, radiating a chilling and merciless presence. The last to appear was Uchiha Hanye. A confident smile graced his face, and his strides were steady and forceful, as though he held dominion over all existence. These three were the illustrious Uchiha warriors, each a formidable force in their own right. They had all activated the release chakra mode. Observing their expressions, one could sense an extreme coldness that was utterly chilling. They were trusted confidants of the Emperor, their strength surpassing even that of Uchiha Shirsue and Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Black Claw's gaze was sharp as lightning, akin to that of a hawk, with an air of authority. He declared, "Haha, I have arrived. That treacherous scoundrel shall have nowhere to flee." Uchiha Shikuin coldly surveyed the surroundings, his expression unreadable. He remained silent, yet an overwhelming aura of authority emanated from him. Uchiha Jiyen's lips curled into a self-satisfied smile as he softly stated, "With my presence here, all shall be under my control." Uchiha Fugaku's eyes brightened suddenly. He stepped forward, clasping his hands toward Uchiha Black Claw and the others, his voice trembling with excitement as he said, "We are deeply grateful for your timely assistance." Uchiha Shirsue also nodded slightly, a glimmer of joy flashing in his eyes as he proclaimed, "With you all here, we are like tigers with wings." Uchiha Black Claw laughed heartily, thumping his chest as he remarked, "We are all here to serve the Emperor. There is no need for such formality." Uchiha Shikuin remained as frosty as ever, simply stating, "Let us resolve this enemy swiftly. There should be no delays." His tone was succinct and resolute, exuding an undeniable determination. Uchiha Jiyen smiled and affirmed, "We shall give our all, never to disappoint His Majesty's expectations." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku replied, "Then I entrust this matter to you." Among the trio, Uchiha Shikuin was particularly adept at chakra sensing. He surveyed the area, releasing a surge of chakra fluctuations that a contemplative expression crossed his face as he remarked, "I sense no other presences. The traitor Obito has likely fled." Just then, a voice echoed eerily, seemingly emerging from the depths of the underworld. It was Uchiha Obito's distinctly recognizable voice, bizarrely cutting through the oppressive silence. His tone dripped with mockery, reminiscent of a cunning fox. laced with unabashed disdain that it was as if everyone around him were mere ants in his eyes that he declared, "Who says I have fled?" Chapter 52. Jiraiya's experience in the path of a man. Several meters away from them stood a solitary tree, appearing as if it were an island unto itself, exuding a sense of desolation and solitude. Suddenly, an eerie wisp of black smoke billowed forth. Uchiha Obito's ghostly figure materialized beside that tree without warning. Beneath the cold mask concealing his face, his expression was utterly brazen. The arrogant aura he radiated spread like a tidal wave. The smirk curling at the corner of his mouth was as menacing as a demon's fangs. Recklessly tearing through the it seemed he wished to rend the very fabric of existence apart. Alas, the mask obscured most of his features, leaving the onlookers unable to discern his grotesque expression. Yet, his revealed Sharingan flickered with an enigmatic and inscrutable light, as if it concealed secrets from an endless abyss, both mysterious and perilous. Humph! Uchiha Obito scoffed derisively, filled with contempt and disdain. "You ignorant ants truly believe you can do anything to me? Let me tell you, I have already perfectly achieved my goals." With his arms crossed defiantly across his chest, he adopted an air of invincibility, as if proclaiming himself the one and only sovereign of this world. Uchiha Obito seemed to raise his voice, declaring, "I have no intention of lingering with you any longer. Let this farce come to an end." As he spoke, he slightly tilted his head, casting a coldly contemptuous glance at the crowd, as though viewing them as a collection of worthless insects. Then, his form wavered slightly before he vanished from sight. Though his demeanor appeared casual, it was, in reality, a rather flimsy excuse. Uchiha Obito's posture, while seemingly nonchalant, was tinged with a hint of panic as he hastily retreated. The onlookers were left in a state of shock, frozen in disbelief. Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow tightly, his face a mask of astonishment. Mouth agape in disbelief as he uttered, "I thought a confrontation was imminent, yet he has fled." Beside him, Uchiha Hanye mirrored the astonishment, his eyes wide with confusion and shock. The others exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and astonishment at the surreal turn of events. Gradually, their gazes shifted to the surroundings of the imperial palace, now engulfed in a verdant expanse. The dense forest, born from wood-release ninjutsu, had completely overtaken the palace. The colossal tree trunks, as robust as the limbs of giants, intertwined with flourishing branches and leaves, as if to recount the ferocity of the recent battle. One individual could not contain a deep sigh, his brow furrowed in concern. Uchiha Fugaku remarked, "Alas, given this situation, the palace may no longer be usable." The others nodded gravely in agreement, their faces etched with resignation and worry. Uchiha Shursui softly concurred, "Indeed, it appears we must construct a new palace." Amidst the scene of disarray and devastation, a palpable gloom hung over them. After some time, Uchiha Fugaku directed his men in the city guard to attend to the myriad of trivial matters. Meanwhile, he summoned his chakra once more, miraculously conjuring a magnificent steed. Without hesitation, he mounted the noble horse. The city remained chaotic, and they must diligently seek out any survivors. Uchiha Fugaku spoke with an air of authority. His right hand sweeping forcefully through the as he shook the reins in his grasp. The sound of galloping hooves echoed forth. Like a tempest, Uchiha Fugaku dashed towards the refuge beyond the city gates. Upon reaching his destination, his gaze, sharp as lightning, swiftly scanned the crowd. He soon located the royal Yulin army, and, amidst the throng, his beloved ex-wife Uchiha Mikoto and their cherished son Uchiha Sasuke caught his eye. In that fleeting moment, a wave of relief washed over Uchiha Fugaku's countenance. He exhaled a long sigh of relief. However, it dawned upon him that he was ill-suited to approach them. After all, in the twisted memories that had ensnared his mind, he had willingly offered up his wife and child. Thus, he could only observe from a distance, standing silently, his eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. He remained there, quietly guarding them from afar. Unbeknownst to many, beneath the mysterious and shadowy depths of the royal palace lay an immense barrier. This barrier resembled a vast underground city, exuding an ancient and eerie aura. In this chilling place, Jiraiya found himself ensnared. He hung suspended by heavy chains, his body swaying helplessly. His face bore the marks of anguish and defiance, his eyes radiating stubborn resolve. Around him gathered a circle of menacing figures, each with a sinister glint in their eyes, reminiscent of demons clawing their way from the depths of hell. Gritting his teeth, Jiraiya endured his grim circumstances, his heart aflame with resentment akin to that of a practitioner of the second path. "If you dare, release me, you scoundrels. I shall make you pay." he bellowed, glaring fiercely at those encircling him. One among them snickered derisively. Ha! Jiraiya, spare yourself the struggle, accept your fate. You are but our plaything. Jiraiya writhed against his restraints. The chains rattling ominously. Jiraiya shall never submit. Just wait and see. His determined gaze pierced through the throng, filled with unwavering resolve. The men around him revealed grinning, malevolent smiles, their laughter echoing like a chilling wind that could penetrate the very soul. Among them stood a burly man, his eyes glinting with avarice. Clutching a bottle tightly in his right hand, he suddenly exerted force, shattering it with a resounding crack. The sound echoed starkly in the stillness. As the lubricant within erupted like a fountain, splattering into the air. Orochimaru swiftly formed hand seals with both hands, and then suddenly opened his mouth wide. A powerful gust of wind erupted from his lips, howling forth with the ferocity of a raging tornado, sweeping forward with unparalleled force. As it passed, dust and debris were flung into the air, and everything in its path was violently shattered and scattered. Many hastily constructed makeshift shelters crumbled under the onslaught of this tremendous power, akin to fragile playing cards, ruthlessly blown away in an instant, rolling through the air before vanishing entirely. In the midst of the chaos, Sarutobi Asuma's expression turned grave, his mouth slightly agape. He expelled a cloud of gray dust from his lips. This was no ordinary dust. It seemed to possess its own life and force. Rapidly, it spread through the air, forming a murky haze that enveloped the area. This dust carried an unusual texture, as if imbued with some mysterious energy, possessing a certain stickiness and a lingering burn that could disrupt and harm any enemy that came into contact with it, hindering their movements and ensnaring them in difficulty. The surviving ninjas and samurai were engulfed in a state of panic, yet the assault was far from over. Sarutobi Asuma unleashed his signature jutsu once more. Drawing in a deep breath, he violently expelled a ball of searing hot ash forward. The ash billowed forth like a blazing fireball, hurtling towards the enemy with terrifying heat. Where the ash landed, foes felt the unbearable sting of scorching damage. After a brief moment, a fierce glint flickered in Asuma's eyes. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed a tremendous explosion with a resounding boom. Flames surged skyward, illuminating the surroundings as if it were day. Ha! Let us give you all a real show. Orochimaru's sinister voice echoed. The corners of his mouth curled into a chilling smile, revealing an unsettling grin. His elongated eyes squinted into mere slits. Exuding an aura of endless malevolence, he opened his cavernous mouth, as if ready to swallow everything whole, resembling a terrifying gateway. With a sudden burst, countless serpents surged forth like a tidal wave from his maw. These serpents writhed with their elongated, slick bodies, charging towards the already chaotic battlefield with astonishing speed. The sky darkened further due to this unexpected horde. A nauseating stench permeated the air. The grass ninjas and samurai faced this overwhelming onslaught of serpents. Their faces contorted in terror, their eyes widened in sheer despair and fear. The anguished cries echoed as they struggled desperately against the serpent attack, but to no avail. Trapped in a nightmare from which escape seemed impossible. Meanwhile, Orochimaru stood aside, relishing the spectacle, his twisted visage filled with pride and arrogance. Chapter 54. The Akatsuki organization engages in active missions in the Land of Rain, moving westward towards the Land of Birds. Night fell like a vast black curtain over the land. Under the dim moonlight, two figures clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds moved stealthily. They were Kakuzu and Sasori. Prior to this, Pain had solemnly assigned this task to them. The Land of Bears had hired the Akatsuki, requesting them to unleash their destructive means within the borders of the Land of Birds. Kakuzu wore an expression of indifference. As if nothing in this world could stir his emotions, he strode ahead with steady and determined steps, his red clouded cloak fluttering slightly in the night breeze, narrating tales of his untamed and cold demeanor. Sasori, however, quietly concealed himself within the massive Hiriko puppet, crawling slowly behind. The friction of the puppet's exterior against the ground produced a faint yet irritating scratching sound. Hey, Sasori, Kakuzu suddenly halted. Turning around, his furrowed brow resembled two intertwining centipedes. With visible impatience, he exclaimed, "Can't you just stand up and walk? Look at your sluggish pace. It's infuriating." His gaze betrayed a hint of disdain and dissatisfaction. As he spoke, his mouth moved animatedly, and the muscles in his face twitched slightly, struggling to suppress the anger boiling within. In contrast, Sasori, hidden within the Hiriko puppet, seemed oblivious to Kakuzu's words. That he continued to crawl at his leisurely pace, appearing utterly unfazed by Kakuzu's reprimand. Suddenly, without warning, he launched an attack. The Hiriko erupted with a terrifying momentum, akin to a wild beast thoroughly provoked. In an instant, it unleashed a chillingly astonishing speed, whipping out a metallic tail gleaming with a cold light from its rear. The tail struck through the air with a sharp, piercing whistle, resembling a lethal whip, and with an unstoppable force, it aimed directly at Kakuzu. Noticing this, Kakuzu's expression darkened immediately, like storm clouds gathering. His reflexes were lightning fast. He pushed off the ground with both feet, leaping upwards with the agility of a swift bird, narrowly evading the vicious strike. In midair, he appeared weightless, his legs slightly curled, his face displaying an expression of utmost seriousness. "Sasori, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind?" Upon landing, Kakuzu furrowed his brow tightly, scolding loudly. "I merely pointed out your slow walking. I want to wait for you." Simultaneously, in the land of grass, the air was thick with smoke, and scorching dust swirled in the atmosphere. Sarutobi Asuma stood resolute, determination gleaming in his eyes. He clenched his teeth and ignited his jutsu. With a tremendous roar, the dust erupted once more, shrouding the sky as if the end of days had arrived. Everyone in the area was instantly reduced to mere flesh in the violent explosion. Yet, at that moment, Asuma's thoughts drifted elsewhere. "Red, I wonder how you are faring now. Are you happy with your master?" His face bore the weight of longing and concern, his brow slightly furrowed, eyes shimmering with complex emotions. Meanwhile, Orochimaru summoned a gigantic yellow serpent, which opened its gaping maw and greedily devoured the half-cooked corpses scattered across the battlefield. Orochimaru's narrow eyes flicked towards Asuma, coldly remarking, "Hey, Asuma, don't lose focus. If someone takes advantage of this moment to ambush you, it will be your end." No sooner had he spoken than Orochimaru swiftly produced a soldier pill. Flicking it with his bony finger, the pill shot towards Naruto Uzumaki's mouth like a speeding bullet. Without hesitation, Naruto opened his mouth wide, swallowing the soldier pill whole. Resembling an obedient dog, he smacked his lips eagerly, asking, "Uncle Orochimaru, do you have more to eat?" His eyes sparkled, and his face bore a look of imploring anticipation as he licked his lips, seemingly unsatisfied. Orochimaru's shadowy eyes fixated on Naruto, and he couldn't help but recall Minato Namikaze, who had once been his rival. Although he wasn't overly fixated on the position of Hokage, the sting of his defeat still lingered within him. Slowly, Orochimaru extended his hand, gently stroking Naruto's head as one would pet a docile dog. The corners of his mouth curled into a sly smirk as he teased, "You want more, do you?" With that, he flicked out another soldier pill at lightning speed. Naruto leapt up excitedly, his mouth agape, perfectly timing his swallow of the pill. Seeing this, Orochimaru's face broke into a smug and somewhat eerie smile, emitting a sound akin to kakik. A peculiar, eerie laughter escaped his lips. Suddenly, he stretched out his arms and tightly embraced the head of Uzumaki Naruto, as though he were toying with a pet dog. While he twisted Naruto's head, he incessantly murmured, "Such a good boy, such a good boy, such a good boy." At that moment, the very air around them seemed to warp under Orochimaru's bizarre antics, the chilling atmosphere sending shivers down one's spine. "Orochimaru-senpai, let us depart," Asuma Sarutobi exclaimed loudly, striding forward with a hint of irritation etched on his face. The night was shrouded in darkness, mirroring his tumultuous emotions. Upon approaching, Asuma kicked at Naruto with considerable restraint, causing him to stumble precariously. Fury flickered in Asuma's eyes, his teeth clenched tight. He had never assumed the role of a teacher, and his demeanor was far from that of the characters depicted in the comic. All his pent-up frustration was unleashed upon the innocent child, Uzumaki Naruto. He glared menacingly, barking, "Behave yourself." He then turned to Orochimaru, adopting a respectful expression, and said, "Orochimaru-senpai, we should leave promptly." Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly, observing the entire scene with a barely perceptible, cold smirk gracing his lips. "Asuma, such impatience is unbecoming," he drawled, his voice dripping with a sinister undertone, as if it emanated from the depths of the underworld. Asuma hastily lowered his head, a hint of trepidation in his voice as he apologized. "I am sorry, Orochimaru-senpai. I simply feel we are wasting too much time here." With a scoff, Orochimaru replied, The youth are ever so restless." He cast another glance at Naruto, his gaze inscrutable, before stating, "Let us proceed, and do not delay any further." With that, Orochimaru took a step forward, and Asuma hurriedly followed, though he frequently cast back glances at the still-dazed Naruto. Chapter 55. Lu Tian's battle against the leader of Chuan-in village the following day. As dawn broke, sunlight cascaded like golden threads upon the estate of the daimyo in the land of rivers. This towering edifice, bathed in sunlight, appeared to don a robe of golden splendor. Sunlight filtered through the lofty eaves, casting mottled reflections upon the bluestone floor, enhancing an air of mystery and majesty. Tian stood tall and proud in the center of the estate's courtyard, a triumphant smile gracing his features. His eyes gleaming with the light of a conqueror, he gazed down at the leader of Chuan-in village and the despondent daimyo, a mocking curve playing upon his lips. Did you not anticipate this? When the clam and the snipe contend, it is the fisherman who benefits. Tian's voice was sharp and clear, laced with scorn. The daimyo's eyes widened in disbelief, his face contorted with rage as he glared at Tian. Hurling profanities, you scoundrel, I swear upon my ghost, I shall not spare you. His voice trembled with fury, as if he were venting every ounce of his wrath. Meanwhile, the leader of Chuan-in village, typically composed, now bore a countenance as dark as the clouds preceding a storm. His teeth ground together, clenching in an effort to contain the anger swelling within him, his gaze directed at Tian with lethal intensity. As if he intended to rend him asunder. In an instant, he swiftly formed hand seals. Each movement was executed with the swiftness of a tempest, dazzling to behold. In a heartbeat, he unleashed the earth release, earth flow river. The ground beneath Tian trembled violently, as if an invisible force were tearing it apart. The next moment, the earth morphed into a mass of soft soil, surging forth like a torrential flood, striving to sweep Tian away. Having succeeded with his initial attack, the leader of Chuan-in village showed no signs of hesitation. His hands danced once more, conjuring the water release, water wave explosion. A torrent of water erupted from his mouth, the pressure akin to a dam bursting, unstoppable in its advance. The water intertwined with the soil, rapidly forming massive mudslides, interspersed with boulders that roared like a dragon in tumult, hurtling toward Tian with unparalleled ferocity. Yet, amidst this deluge, Tian remained unerringly composed. He anchored himself firmly, his feet seemingly rooted in the soft earth, merging with the very ground beneath him. With a disdainful snort, a smirk crept upon his lips, as though he mocked the impending onslaught. Just as the mudslide coalesced, poised to strike, he activated his Yin-released chakra mode. A formidable surge of Yin-released chakra erupted from within him, enveloping the sky in an instant. In that moment, Tian appeared clad in a dark battle garb, glimmering with an aura of mystery, akin to armor born of the netherworld that he unfurled for massive obsidian wings from his back, radiating a chilling presence. With a powerful flap, he ascended into the air like an arrow released from a bow, effortlessly evading the subsequent ferocious mudslide, as if dancing with the forces of nature. At that instant, Tian resembled a majestic black eagle soaring through the storm, surveying the chaos below with eyes filled with contempt and disdain. He embodied a sovereign who commanded all, effortlessly navigating through any challenge that arose. The leader of Chuan-in village and his entourage could only gaze upward, their hearts heavy with awe and trepidation. Since you are so ungrateful, allow me to escort you to your rightful destination. A cold glimmer flickered in Tian's eyes. In his palm, a sphere of darkness coalesced, resembling a vortex that threatened to devour all. With a swift motion, he hurled the black orb into the air. The sphere rapidly expanded, unleashing a terrifying gravitational pull, as though it sought to consume the entire world. In an instant, everything within the daimyo's estate was drawn into this force, all succumbing to Tian's domain. The very region appeared to tear apart, ultimately forming a gaping chasm, akin to the earth's wound, grotesque and fearsome. Yet amidst the tumult, one figure flickered, hastily burrowing underground, seeking to escape this terrifying realm through the subterranean river. Leader of Chuan-in village, as a leader, how can you be so cowardly, only thinking of your own escape? Why do you not fight me to the death? Tian chuckled coldly, a trace of disdain flickering in his gaze. He concentrated his chakra into a long, black spear, its tip gleaming with a deadly radiance. Like a fisherman casting a net, he launched the spear, which elongated in midair as if to pierce the very earth itself. It accurately struck the leader of Chuan-in village hidden underground. Has the battle concluded? Has the emperor captured the leader of Chuan-in village, just as the onlookers presumed the leader had been impaled? A new development unfolded. The ground trembled violently, and a colossal figure erupted from the earth. A giant formed of mud and stone, the leader of Chuan-in village, now a fearsome titan, with massive arms that seemed capable of rending all asunder. He charged at Tian with unbridled fury. Tian's expression grew grave, He recognized that the leader of Chuanin village was no weakling. "Oh, you wish to kill me? Then let us see if you possess the capability." Lu Tian's eyes shimmered with a ruthless glint, as if he sought to consume the entirety of existence. He inhaled sharply, his form dissolving into a wisp of azure smoke, vanishing from sight. An air of tension and foreboding permeated the atmosphere. Like a specter, Lu Tian reappeared behind the leader of Chuanin village, his movements fluid and commanding, brimming with power and authority. With fists clenched tightly, his muscles taut and veins prominent, Lu Tian struck a powerful blow toward the Titan's massive head, the air itself seeming to tear asunder in his wake. Bang! Accompanied by a deafening roar, it felt as though the very heavens and earth trembled in response. The colossal figure of the leader of Chuanin village swayed slightly under the impact of a single punch. Clearly bearing the brunt of tremendous force, the entire capital of Chuan Nation quaked under this surge of power, seemingly unable to withstand such terrifying might. Buildings shook, the ground cracked, and people screamed in terror as they scattered in all directions. The leader of Chuanin village let out a thunderous roar, reverberating like a clap of thunder. He pivoted sharply, facing Lu Tian, his enormous eyes ablaze with a furious light, akin to flames poised to incinerate all in their path. With arms as formidable as mountains, the leader launched another fierce assault towards Lu Tian, exuding boundless power and authority. Fragments of mud and stone swirled through the air, rapidly coalescing into a series of terrifying storms that engulfed the entire capital. Yet, in that very moment, a shocking occurrence unfolded. The seemingly indomitable mudslide giant appeared as if it had been weathered by the ravages of time, its surface riddled with numerous fissures. These cracks spread like a spider's web, fragmenting its massive form into shattered pieces. Noticing this, a glimmer of derision flickered in Lu Tian's eyes. In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing before the leader of Chuanin village, clenching his fists. He summoned all his strength and delivered a devastating blow to the already crumbling giant. With a resounding crash, it was as if the very earth trembled in response. The mudslide giant disintegrated completely under the overwhelming force, transforming into a heap of rubble and earth scattered across the ground. Lu Tian seized the leader of Chuanin village by the neck, lifting him high. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, a hint of a sardonic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. In a cold voice, he intoned, "You wish to live, do you not? Then I shall grant you an opportunity. Will you seize it? Make sure you do." The leader, awestruck by Lu Tian's terrifying aura, flashed a look of fear in his eyes. Trembling, he stammered, "What do you want? What do you seek?" Lu Tian's smile widened, a glint of mockery flaring in his eyes as he replied, "Have you married at your age? Let me see your wife. Do you have a daughter? A niece? Surely, there must be young women in your household." The leader flushed crimson, stuttering, "I have none of what you speak of." Upon hearing this, disappointment and disdain flickered in Lu Tian's eyes, as if he were profoundly disillusioned with the leader before him. Beneath his furrowed brow, his piercing gaze glinted with cold light, as if he could see into the depths of one's soul. "Ah, what a pity, such a shame," Lu Tian sighed, a sardonic curve gracing his lips. "I had hoped to find something interesting from you." He fixed his icy stare upon the leader, his voice chilling as the winter wind. "To think you are of no use even for this. Then I have no reason to keep you." Without further hesitation, Lu Tian silently commanded, "System, retrieve all individuals from the realm of paradise and those in my possession." Those in the realm seemed to be enveloped by an invisible force, vanishing in an instant, leaving behind an empty space as if everything that transpired was merely an illusion. Lu Tian amassed a wealth of system points, a satisfied smile gracing his features as he lightly applauded his own decision. The cheers of his soldiers rose in a crescendo, their eyes filled with adoration as they looked upon Lu Tian. Turning to face the jubilant soldiers of the Dahan Empire, a victorious joy radiated from Lu Tian's visage. He inhaled deeply and proclaimed, "Warriors, we have emerged victorious. The Chuan nation has fallen." The Uchiha Hanye, with a hairstyle split down the middle, approached Lu Tian like a gust of wind. Each step he took resonated with a fierce vigor, embodying both agility and grace. Sunlight illuminated his resolute face, reflecting the steadfast light in his eyes. "Long live your majesty. News from within the realm indicates that the traitor Obito has dared to openly challenge your authority and has attacked our capital." Uchiha Hanye knelt on one knee, his hands clenched tightly. His voice rang out powerfully, like iron striking stone, as he reported, "The royal palace has been reduced to ruins by would release ninjutsu." A scene of utter devastation. Lu Tian raised his head slightly, a glint of icy determination flashing in his eyes, as if capable of freezing the air around him. He regarded Taiho with calm poise. his voice low yet imbued with immense authority and confidence. "And no matter, I was already aware of this." His words conveyed an unshakable composure, as if nothing in the world could sway his resolve. Lu Tian's gaze shifted to a figure not far away, the long-haired Uchiha Hanye, who stood tall under the sunlight, casting a long shadow. His deep and piercing eyes seemed to possess the ability to unravel the secrets of the world. "Hanye, it is time to showcase your abilities. That I command you to depart immediately and capture all young men of the Chuan nation and bring them to the concentration camp." That Lu Tian approached Hanye, his voice low yet powerful. "That I must eradicate the living forces of the Chuan nation entirely, ensuring they pose no further threat to us." Upon hearing this, a fervent light flickered in Uchiha Hanye's eyes. He straightened up, bowing respectfully, his voice resonating with strength and resolve. "At your command, your majesty. Hanye shall spare no effort and will not disappoint your expectations." Minutes later, Lu Tian strode steadily into a vast encampment, resembling a treasure trove filled with countless precious items collected from the capital of the Chuan nation, shimmering enticingly. Sunlight filtered through the tint seams, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the array of treasures. Lu Tian's gaze slowly swept across this bounty, as if he could perceive the stories hidden within each item. Not far away, a burly figure, Uchiha Hanye, busily directed his subordinates in organizing the spoils of war. Upon sighting Lu Tian, he promptly ceased his work and approached with great respect. A shrewd glimmer sparkled in Uchiha Hanye's eyes as he bowed, saying, "Your Majesty, all the spoils have been collected. How shall we proceed with the treasures?" Lu Tian nodded slightly, satisfaction flickering in his gaze. He replied calmly, "Since everything has been gathered, let us proceed according to protocol. These treasures shall be distributed among the troops, while the remaining items will be stored for future use." Uchiha Hanye's eyes brightened at this, and he quickly bowed again, his voice booming with enthusiasm. "Understood, Your Majesty. We shall ensure the spoils are properly managed." Living up to your expectations, as Uchiha Hanye departed, the camp buzzed back to life with activity. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed through the air. Uchiha Hanye appeared before Lu Tian with a flash. Though weariness graced his features, excitement sparkled in his eyes. He bowed respectfully, pride evident in his voice. "Your Majesty, the task has been completed. All young men of the Chuan nation have been successfully brought to the concentration camp." Lu Tian nodded in satisfaction, a hint of admiration gleaming in his eyes. That he turned toward the direction of the concentration camp, followed closely by Uchiha Hanye and a cadre of loyal guards. Chapter 57. The discovery of Beiluhu in Gue Yaoyuo. The makeshift concentration camp buzzed with life, housing tens of thousands of Chuan nation's men, their faces etched with fear and unease. As Lu Tian entered, his gaze swept across the crowd, a surge of indescribable emotion welling within him. These men of the Chuan nation are all potential threats. To eliminate future troubles, they must all be eradicated. As he contemplated, his fists clenched tightly, a glimmer of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. That in his heart, he thought, "These little lives are utterly detestable. Let them all transform into system points." As he issued commands to the system, a barely perceptible wave rippled through the crowd. The men from the land of rivers, who were initially filled with dread, in that fleeting moment, appeared as if enveloped in an invisible, mysterious veil, the silence broken only by the gentle rustle of the wind against their garments. These men seemed to be drawn by an irresistible force, their forms gradually becoming indistinct, as if dissolving into the very air around them. The system's feedback arrived in an instant, akin to a lightning bolt cleaving through the night sky, illuminating the depths of his soul. An overwhelming influx of system points surged into his account, filling him with a profound sense of satisfaction. And Lu Tian's lips curled into a slight smile, a glimmer of contentment flashing in his eyes. That he inhaled deeply, as if attempting to draw this elation into his very being. Yet, he was not content to rest on his laurels. Lu Tian swiftly opened the system interface and allocated all his points to his comprehension. In that instant, he felt as though his soul had undergone a sublime transformation. His thoughts raced with fervor. Lu Tian keenly detected an unusual disturbance in the air. He pivoted sharply, his gaze sharp as an eagle's talon, locking onto a direction that seemed to conceal an unspeakable secret. There, he beheld something resembling a Venus flytrap. Its eerie form sent a chill down his spine. Instinctively, Lu Tian sensed a whiff of danger. With a swift motion, he teleported to another location. Just as he did, he felt a powerful wave emanating from his previous position. Upon arriving, he found the area eerily deserted, clearly indicating that someone had already fled the scene. Black and white, That flytrap-like form is unmistakable. It must be that fellow. Anger etched across Lu Tian's face as he gritted his teeth. He understood all too well that the existence of these beings posed a continual annoyance and a significant threat to his plans. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Tian struck a nearby tree with a fierce punch, causing the trunk to splinter instantly. From the fissure, a figure clad in white was forcefully extracted. The individual struggled to escape, but Lu Tian seized him by the throat with a vice-like grip. It was none other than a doppelganger of Baiju. The creature writhed in a futile attempt to break free, but the disparity in strength rendered it powerless against Lu Tian's hold. Lu Tian regarded it coldly, stating, "Indeed, there is something here. However, the important one has already slipped away." Without hesitation, he snapped the doppelganger's neck, obliterating it entirely. He then commanded the system to extract cells from the remains, transforming them into an essence. Gazing at the large test tube filled with the essence, excitement sparkled in his eyes. Cells from the chakra god tree? Now, this is a splendid material. It appears this endeavor was not fruitless after all. Lu Tian's perceptive abilities functioned like a radar, continuously scanning the surrounding environment for hidden threats. In an instant, he detected another anomalous wave emanating from the opposite end of the forest. His expression sharpened, and he vanished from his location. When he reappeared, he had already reached the far side of the forest. His gaze fixed upon a man with white hair wrapped in bandages. The man seemed to sense Lu Tian's presence, his body trembling slightly before he regained his composure. He looked up at Lu Tian. A flicker of terror crossing his features, quickly replaced by a frenzied demeanor. Lu Tian observed him coldly, a sardonic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "You're the forbidden technique ninja. Obito, I didn't expect to encounter you here. Your forbidden technique, Ghost Bud, has piqued my interest. I shall gladly accept it." Upon hearing Lu Tian's words, Obito's eyes flickered with a hint of panic, but he quickly regained his composure. Shouting maniacally, "Humph, if you desire my forbidden technique, then merge with me, become my power." Sensing the precariousness of his situation, Obito swiftly formed hand seals. In the next moment, several uniquely shaped ninja beasts were summoned, roaring as though they sought to devour everything in their path. In a flash, Obito merged with these beasts, transforming into a grotesque chimera, a creature that was neither human nor demon, exuding a chilling aura of darkness. Tentacle-like limbs writhed in the air, threatening to engulf the entire forest. A dark power surged forth from him, akin to swirling black whirlwinds, rushing towards Lu Tian. Lu Tian's eyes glimmered with cold resolve. Yet he remained unperturbed. He moved with ghostly agility, effortlessly evading Obito's assault. With a disdainful chuckle, he vanished again, reappearing directly behind Obito. He unleashed a powerful punch, radiating with a blinding light, as if infused with boundless strength. With a resounding crash, his might collided with Obito's form, sending him arcing through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Struggling to rise, the overwhelming force had already dealt him a grievous blow. His complexion turned ashen. Obito lifted his gaze to Lu Tian, eyes filled with terror and disbelief. "How can this be? How can you possess such immense power?" Lu Tian regarded him with an expression devoid of emotion. "In the face of absolute strength, all forbidden techniques are futile. Obito, I shall claim your Ghost Bud, and you shall cease to exist." Suddenly, deep, black energy surged from Lu Tian's hands, resembling a black hole in the night sky, consuming all surrounding light. This energy was formidable and mysterious, instilling a sense of dread within Obito. He launched an attack with both hands, his movements wild and expansive, as though he aimed to tear through space itself. As Obito sensed the overwhelming energy wave, terror etched itself onto his face. He attempted to rise, but the force had him firmly ensnared. He could only watch in despair as the energy wave surged toward him. In an instant, Obito's body was struck by this power, rendering him as if in a vegetative state. He collapsed to the ground, the surrounding trees swaying ominously, threatening to topple at any moment. Chapter 58. Lu Tian's fierce battle with Uchiha Hanye. Through the system's meticulous extraction, Lu Tian finally succeeded in acquiring the forbidden technique, Ghost Bud. Yet, in that moment, a strange echo resonated within his mind. "Return my body to me. You, otherworldly demon. I, Uchiha Hanye, shall never yield to you." The voice was filled with fury and resentment, as if it sought to tear Lu Tian's very soul apart. Lu Tian furrowed his brow, firmly slapping his head in an attempt to dispel the eerie voice. Yet, it only grew clearer, impossible to ignore. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly formed hand seals, summoning forth a powerful force of yin-yang released. A dark, formless entity gradually emerged from his body, swiftly morphing into a complete human form before him. This was a body created through his yin-yang release, a perfect vessel. Tian carefully introduced the precious god tree cell liquid into this new body. He pressed his hands firmly upon its head, wholly focused on guiding the fusion of the cell liquid with the body to that moment. An overwhelming wave of dizziness crashed over him, assaulting his nerves. His body swayed uncontrollably, as though it might collapse at any moment. Yet, he gritted his teeth, persevering to complete the final step. Just as Tian was about to fall, the new body slowly opened its eyes. Those eyes were extraordinary, revealing a pair of violet six-tomo rinnegan. They sparkled with a mysterious and profound light, as if capable of perceiving all that exists. Ha ha ha. I have indeed succeeded, Tian exclaimed, brimming with uncontainable excitement and pride. Sage body, sage eyes. Is this what bloodline inheritance entails? Marvelous. As he was immersed in the euphoria of success, an unexpected situation unfolded. The body of Uchiha Hanye, which was supposed to remain in silence, slowly opened its eyes. Those eyes brimmed with hostility and vigilance. As if poised to launch an attack at any moment, Uchiha Hanye struggled to sit up, his gaze fixated intently on the new form of Tian. His complexion was pale and ghastly, as though he were enduring immense pain and torment. Yet, his eyes radiated determination and tenacity, filled with loathing and animosity towards Tian. You vile creature from beyond, Uchiha Hanye croaked, his voice hoarse and trembling. I have reclaimed my body. You shall meet your demise. In the face of this sudden turn of events, Tian revealed not a hint of panic. On the contrary, his eyes sparkled with calmness and confidence. Drawing a deep breath, he instantly entered the Sage of Six Paths mode, transforming his entire demeanor dramatically to that moment. Tian was clad in a sleek black robe, seemingly merging with the darkness itself. 9 orbs of truth floated behind him, rotating slowly, imbued with boundless mysteries and power. Uchiha Hanye, do you truly believe you can escape my grasp? Do you think I would be unprepared for you? Tian spoke coldly, his voice exuding an undeniable authority. The 9 orbs of truth emitted a brilliant black light simultaneously, morphing into piercing rays that shot towards Uchiha Hanye, as if intent on impaling him. However, Uchiha Hanye was no ordinary adversary. In a flash, he vanished from his original position, the piercing rays missing their target and exploding in the air with a deafening sound. In the next moment, Uchiha Hanye appeared behind Tian, his hands gathering chakra, ready to unleash a lethal strike. Yet, Tian seemed to have anticipated this. He too vanished from his spot, reappearing behind Uchiha Hanye, fist clenched tightly, and struck out with a powerful blow. With a resounding crash, Tian's fist collided brutally with Uchiha Hanye's body, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that reverberated through the air, causing it to hum ominously. Uchiha Hanye was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. He struggled to rise, only to find his body ensnared by an invisible force, a binding created by the orbs of truth that had transformed into shackles around him. Tian slowly approached Uchiha Hanye, looking down at him with an air of disdain and mockery. Do you truly believe that your pathetic tricks can be of any use against me? You, who possess such a shallow understanding of my chakra and martial prowess. Pathetic tricks? You dare refer to us, the denizens of this land, in such a manner? Uchiha Hanye's eyes blazed with fury. He fought to stand, his voice resolute as he declared, You are indeed a malevolent entity from beyond, devoid of any true respect for this land and its people. Tian merely smiled coldly, unfazed by Uchiha Hanye's outrage. He extended a finger, gently touching the air, as if gathering some arcane force. Suddenly, he thrust it forward, the tip landing precisely on Uchiha Hanye's forehead. A surge of potent chakra flooded into Uchiha Hanye's body, binding him tightly. Under the influence of this force, Uchiha Hanye's body seemed to lose all vitality, becoming utterly rigid. Just as Uchiha Hanye was on the verge of complete surrender, an astonishing transformation occurred. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Susanoo. The entire forest was instantly obliterated under the terrifying power of Susanoo, replaced by the towering figure of a giant, standing over 200 meters high. This giant, clad in heavy armor and wielding an enormous sword, exuded an air of majesty and terror. Uchiha Hanye appeared at the center of Susanoo's forehead, his eyes shimmering with determination. Faced with a former version of himself and such a formidable opponent, Tian gasped in astonishment as his form rapidly expanded. The power of the celestial manifestation surged within him, and in an instant, he transformed into a giant over 900 meters tall. Tian stretched out his colossal hand, firmly grasping Uchiha Hanye's Susanoo. With tremendous force, he relentlessly crushed the diminutive giant. Each crushing motion was accompanied by a thunderous roar and violent tremors, as if the very heavens were trembling in response. "Prepare to meet your end, you disruptor of my peace," Lu Tian bellowed, his voice echoing like thunder across the skies. He intensified his grip, continuing to mercilessly crush Susanoo. Under Lu Tian's overwhelming power, the armor of Susanoo began to fracture. Despite Uchiha Hanye's desperate attempts to resist, he appeared utterly insignificant and helpless against this force. After a few agonizing seconds, Susanoo shattered under Lu Tian's unstoppable strength, disintegrating into countless fragments that scattered into the air. Uchiha Hanye's body plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground. He struggled to rise, but his body had sustained grave injuries, rendering him immobile. Once Uchiha Hanye was subdued, Lu Tian's form rapidly diminished, returning to his original appearance. He bent down slowly, his hands like iron pincers, firmly gripping Uchiha Hanye's throat. In that moment, the entire battlefield fell into silence, with only Lu Tian's cold and resolute voice resonating. "You should have perished long ago." Chapter 59. The Inyang clone ventures to various nations. Uchiha Hanye, nearly suffocated by Lu Tian's grip, managed to lift his head. Gazing into Lu Tian's indifferent and profound eyes, the anger and resentment in his gaze intertwined, culminating in an indescribable sense of despair. Lu Tian continued, "If not for me, you would have been killed by Uchiha Itachi long ago. I saved your life, yet you repay my mercy with intent to murder. Therefore, I shall now reclaim your life." As he spoke, Lu Tian tightened his grip once more. A deep bruise materialized around Uchiha Hanye's neck, and he felt his life force rapidly waning, yet he found himself powerless to resist. The air around them seemed to solidify, with only Lu Tian's frigid voice echoing continuously. Uchiha Hanye's complexion grew increasingly pale. His eyes filled with despair. He realized that his chances of survival today were perilously slim. Yet even so, a flicker of unwillingness and anger remained within him. He could not fathom why he had come to such a fate. "System, are you still there? Retrieve him for me," Lu Tian roared internally, his voice reverberating like thunder in his mind. But all he met was an eerie silence. The system seemed to have vanished without a trace. Offering no response, Lu Tian furrowed his brow, a hint of confusion and unease crossing his face. He took a deep breath, attempting to quell the turmoil within, and called out, "System, are you still there? I need your power. Retrieve him for me." Still, there was no response. Lu Tian realized a critical issue. The system appeared to be bound solely to his original body, and now that he had exchanged bodies, the system had lost its connection. It seems the system is tethered to this body. Nevertheless, he dismissed any lingering hope in the system. That a glimmer of resolve passed through Lu Tian's eyes. He prepared to take matters into his own hands. His hands exerted tremendous force as chakra surged wildly within his palms, ultimately forming a powerful force. A visible aura of chakra burst forth, accompanied by a sharp crack. Under Lu Tian's formidable chakra, Uchiha Hanye's neck was instantly crushed. His head separated from his body, rolling a short distance away, blood gushing forth and staining the ground red. Gazing at the headless corpse sprawled on the ground, Lu Tian was overcome with an indescribable sense of euphoria. He had finally liberated himself from this troublesome adversary who had long plagued him, obliterating him with his own hands. He howled to the heavens, his voice brimming with exhilaration and madness. "Wonderful! I am finally free." Ha 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 ha. His laughter reverberated across the desolate battlefield, seemingly liberating all worries and sorrows. The dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, revealing bright rays of sunlight. Lu Tian suddenly clapped his hands together. His figure appeared to fracture like a mirage, with numerous clones emerging from his being, showcasing his proud technique of Inyang Shadow Clone Jutsu. These clones, like phantoms awakened from a dream, swiftly ascended into the sky, soaring towards the heavens. They pierced through the dense layers of clouds, ultimately reaching the stratosphere. There, they scattered like dandelion seeds across the vast expanse of sky, each heading towards the various nations of the ninja world. Meanwhile, Lu Tian's true form remained grounded, gazing upwards with a resolute expression. Taking a deep breath, he seemed to draw in the very essence of the universe. His voice erupted like thunder, resonating throughout the land of rivers. As he roared, a tremendous chakra burst forth from his body. Surging like a raging flood, this chakra rapidly amplified his voice, echoing across the entirety of the land of rivers. Every inch of land, every tree, and every river seemed to sense the existence of this formidable power. "Inari, Tetsu, come forth to meet me." Lu Tian's voice was filled with authority and strength. Following his command, a searing black flame ignited from his form, as if intent on incinerating the very fabric of existence. This chakra flame intertwined with natural energy, ultimately coalescing into a unique force that evoked an unprecedented sense of awe and oppression. Moments later, two figures dashed forth like the wind. revealing themselves to be Uchiha Inari and Uchiha Tetsu. They halted, breathless, their gazes fixed upon the towering figure of Lu Tian. At this moment, Lu Tian was no longer the familiar presence they once knew. His new form was tall and slender, seemingly brimming with boundless energy. The malevolent aura emanating from him was chilling, yet carried an indescribable majesty. Uchiha Inari and Uchiha Tetsu exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting surprise and trepidation, although they were aware of Lu Tian's prowess. The current manifestation of his power overwhelmed them with an unprecedented sense of pressure. Lu Tian turned to face the two members of the Uchiha clan. I have transcended to a new realm. This is the power of the legendary sage of six paths. This is the essence of strength. A smile flickered across his face as he extended a hand towards them, beckoning. Come here. I shall impart my techniques to you. Upon hearing Lu Tian's words, Uchiha Inari and Uchiha Tetsu were taken aback. They were aware of Lu Tian's relentless pursuit of greater power, yet they had not anticipated him achieving such a level. After a brief moment of hesitation, they ultimately resolved to trust Lu Tian. Cautiously, they approached him, ready to receive his teachings. Lu Tian began to channel his chakra. Waves of potent energy materialized in his hands, flowing through the air like a tangible substance. With his movements, a colossal force surged forth like a torrent, enveloping Uchiha Inari and Uchiha Tetsu in an instant. Their bodies trembled under the impact of this power, as if on the verge of disintegration, yet they gritted their teeth in determination. Clenching their fists, their eyes sparkled with unwavering resolve. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They understood that this was a gift bestowed upon them by Lord Lu Tian. This power was what they had longed for, the strength they had always desired. They would not relent. They would endure until they fully absorbed this force. Throughout the process of impartation, Lu Tian's expression grew increasingly solemn. His brow furrowed, as if communicating with some mysterious power on a profound level. The air around them began to stir, rapidly forming delicate whirlpools. These whirlpools contained boundless energy, as if intent on devouring everything. Yet under Lu Tian's control, this energy flowed gently into the bodies of Uchiha Inari and Uchiha Tetsu. When the impartation concluded, a formidable aura erupted from Uchiha Inari and Uchiha Tetsu. Their bodies felt as if they had been reborn. Every cell brimming with strength, their gazes sharpened, becoming piercing and profound, as if they could see through all illusions. Lu Tian regarded the two Uchiha clan members before him, a satisfied smile gracing his face. One imbued with pride and reassurance, he patted their shoulders, declaring, Well done. You have successfully received my power. Go forth. Use this strength to conquer the ninja continent. Let all know the might of our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Inari and Uchiha Tetsu nodded excitedly, their eyes alight with fervor and anticipation. Chapter 60. Lu Tian's destruction of the ninja nations in the tranquil lands of the Land of Grass. Lu Tian's Yin-Yang shadow clones had quietly arrived. He found himself amidst a dense forest, his gaze penetrating through layers of leaves, far off in the distance towards the location of Orochimaru and others. Lu Tian gradually emerged from the woods, his steps steady and powerful, each one seeming to tread upon the very nodes of time. Approaching Orochimaru, his eyes exuded an undeniable authority. Little snake, your infiltration mission ends here. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Lu Tian's mouth as he spoke in a low, frigid tone. I shall now commence the fourth great ninja war in full. A flicker of fear crossed Orochimaru's eyes. He had never seen Lu Tian so merciless. He felt as though he were confronting a volcano on the verge of eruption, harboring world-ending power. Yes, master. Orochimaru bowed his head respectfully, aware that he could not resist Lu Tian's will and was left with no choice but to obey his commands. Just as Lu Tian had stated, he intended to initiate the fourth great ninja war comprehensively. At that moment, the first nation to face annihilation would be the Land of Grass. He led Orochimaru and the others towards the capital. In the bustling capital city, the streets thrummed with life, yet beneath this tranquil facade lay an impending storm. Lu Tian, accompanied by the three, stealthily approached the heart of the city. His gaze scanned the surrounding buildings and crowds, already formulating a plan. Turning to face Orochimaru and the others, he declared, The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto, is rather obedient. I could spare him, but he must serve my purpose. Orochimaru and the others were taken aback, their hearts racing. A sly smile danced across Lu Tian's face. As if savoring the drama about to unfold, he slowly raised his hand, a formidable force beginning to coalesce within his palm. Let us commence this game. Lu Tian murmured, his voice brimming with confidence and arrogance. Like a flash of lightning, he lunged towards Naruto. His fist, imbued with the power of thunder, struck forcefully at Naruto's abdomen. The blow landed with the force of a hammer. Naruto felt an unprecedented impact. His body involuntarily propelled backward, that a surge of immense chakra erupted from his mouth. The power of the nine-tailed fox sealed within him. With Lu Tian's powerful strike, the nine-tails chakra was forcibly unleashed. Swiftly coalescing into a colossal fox form, the nine-tails roared, its massive body thrashing within the capital of the land of grass. Its eyes glimmered with a blood-red glow, as if intent on devouring all. The surrounding populace was gripped by terror, fleeing in a cacophony of screams. Its form was overwhelmingly colossal, its fur gleaming, eyes ablaze with rage. Innocent people scattered in panic, desperately seeking to escape this impending destruction. Yet, in the face of the Nine-Tails' power, their struggles appeared utterly insignificant, their existence feeble and powerless. Lu Tian stood aloft, surveying the chaos beneath him. A playful smile graced his face, as if delighting in the imminent disaster. Little lives, all of you shall perish. I will obliterate. In Lu Tian's heart surged a wave of ecstatic exhilaration, as if, in that very moment, he beheld the entire shinobi world bowing submissively at his feet. The nine-tails fox continued to roar, its claws and tails thrashing through the air, each strike capable of obliterating a building. Meanwhile, in the capital of the land of birds, Lu Tian's other shadow clone descended from the heavens. Resembling a meteor streaking across the sky, imbued with the power of destruction, directly plummeting towards the daimyo's mansion. With a deafening crash, the mansion was instantly reduced to rubble, debris and dust scattering in all directions. As Lu Tian landed, a surge of power erupted from him. Under the influence of the law of heaven and earth, he grew to an immense size, akin to a deity descending from the heavens. Surveying the terrified city below, his visage bore no expression, only indifference and resolve. The blade in his hand glimmered with a chilling light, seemingly capable of severing all. With a mere flick of his wrist, the blade flashed, and an entire structure crumbled to dust beneath it. The surrounding residents screamed in terror, having never witnessed such a horrific spectacle. Some attempted to flee, but before such overwhelming power, they appeared utterly powerless. Lu Tian paid no heed to their cries and wails. His gaze was solely filled with cold detachment and a thirst for slaughter. He wielded his blade with graceful elegance, each swing accompanied by the collapse at present. The swirling Nagato has yet to be drained by the outer path's golem. Lu Tian suddenly propelled himself off the ground with a fierce kick. With a resounding crack, the solid earth shattered instantaneously beneath him. He soared upward like a cannonball, ascending straight into the sky. His figure cleaved through the heavens, and with an unstoppable momentum, he traversed the towering, majestic mountain range. The peaks were enveloped in swirling mists. Resembling a celestial realm. Lu Tian swiftly reached the presence of pain, the Deva path. His gaze sparkled with a piercing intensity, and his expression was chillingly cold. With his right arm's muscles bulging, he unleashed a punch imbued with cataclysmic force. Upon witnessing this, Devapath's countenance darkened, a flicker of grave concern crossing his eyes. He hastily activated the almighty push, attempting to withstand Lu Tian's ferocious strike. Boom! With a deafening roar, the immense shockwave rendered Devapath powerless. He was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily onto the ground and raising a cloud of dust. Lu Tian hovered in the air, gazing downwards. A smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. Laced with a hint of mockery, he proclaimed loudly, "Humph, Nagato, you are far too reliant on the Rinnegan. Look at me. I have fought you for so long without employing its power." Yet, in the next moment, a glimmer of cunning flashed within Lu Tian's Rinnegan. He activated the universal pull of the Rinnegan. The overwhelming gravitational force rapidly drew Devapath, who had just landed on the ground, towards him. Devapath was taken aback, unable to react before Lu Tian struck again. Bang! This punch landed squarely upon Devapath, and under the onslaught of such tremendous force, his body was shattered into countless fragments. His nearly desiccated remnants scattered in all directions. Humph, indeed, this is quite unsatisfying. Your current state is deplorable. Lu Tian's face bore a mix of defiance and arrogance. His eyes shimmered with a fervent light. Fixated on the direction of the hidden rain village, that moment, the village remained shrouded under a gloomy sky, thick clouds cloaking it like a suffocating veil. Lu Tian's gaze seemed capable of piercing through all barriers. His eyes possessed a long-range vision akin to the Byakugan, directly spotting Nagato within the hidden rain village. A smirk played on his lips, tinged with disdain. He proclaimed, "Ha ha, Nagato, in your current crippled state. Suffering from the prolonged absorption by the outer path golem, you cannot muster your full strength to combat me. Come now, let us engage in a most exhilarating battle. Upon finishing his words, a powerful aura surged from Tian. The chakra cloak enveloping him rustled in the wind, sprouting 3 pairs of wings. With a flourish of his wings, he shot towards the hidden rain village like a bolt of lightning. Tian's speed was astonishing. Leaving behind a long, fading afterimage, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished beyond the horizon. Chapter 62. Restoring Nagato's injuries like a tempestuous gale, Tian howled into the hidden rain village. Where he passed, sonic booms erupted endlessly. His countenance was stern, tightly grasping a white Zetsu clone in his hand. Tian crashed through the wall of the room where Nagato resided, akin to a projectile. Bricks scattered like raindrops in an instant, revealing a gaping hole in the wall. Through the swirling dust, Tian spotted Nagato seated upon a portable toilet, with the vigilant Conan at his side. Prepared for action. Tian remained unfazed. He strode forward with purpose, each step seemingly laden with immense weight, causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath him. He halted directly before Nagato, tilting his head slightly. His eyes brimming with an air of unassailable arrogance. A smirk played upon his lips, infused with a hint of jest. He scoffed. Nagato, your plight is truly pathetic, drained by the outer path golem for so long. You appear utterly incapacitated, yet I have no desire to bully the disabled. As he spoke, Tian tightened his grip on the white Zetsu clone, as if clutching a feeble ant. His eyes sparkled with fervent intensity, as if he aimed to crush all shackles of the world. Suddenly, he exerted force. The strength in his hand erupted like a volcanic blast. The white Zetsu clone crumbled before this onslaught, disintegrating into a cloud of minuscule cells. Simultaneously, Tian's chakra surged within him like a torrent, enveloping him in an invisible halo. An overwhelming aura instantly permeated the space. Beside Nagato, Conan's formerly tranquil expression transformed, akin to a flower withered by frost. Instantly drained of color, witnessing Tian's impending madness, she rushed forward to intervene. Yet, as she advanced a single step, she felt as if ensnared by an invisible giant hand. The torrent of chakra bore down on her like a mountain, pinning her firmly in place. Conan's eyes widened, reflecting Tian's visage and the terrifying force. She struggled desperately, but her body felt bound by invisible chains, rendering her immobile. She trembled like leaves in a winter gust. Unable to contain herself, despair flooded her heart, as if swept into an endless abyss by an icy tide. At that moment, she sensed a warm liquid trickling down her thigh, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. She internally lamented, Tian is far too powerful. Even I am terrified of him. What a disgrace. Tian's movements were as swift as a tempest. A simple wave of his hand seemed to command the fates of all in existence. The massive cells traced a brilliant arc in the air, akin to a meteor streaking through the night sky, imbued with boundless force and velocity, rapidly merging into Nagato's body. At that moment, Nagato's expression darkened like the ominous clouds before a storm, heavy and oppressive. He clenched his teeth, icy glints flashing in his eyes, as if he intended to freeze everything around him. He fixed his gaze on Tian. His voice as frigid as ancient ice, he asked, Tian, what do you intend to do? Why are you merging this mass of cells into my body? Upon hearing this, Tian erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous jest. His laughter reverberated throughout the room, shaking the very air around them. He crossed his arms defiantly, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Exuding an air of utmost arrogance, he provocatively responded, I merely wish to engage in a spirited battle with you. What is the matter? Even you, the so-called god, are afraid. Seated upon his portable toilet, Nagato's eyes blazed with fierce determination. He clenched his fists, veins bulging, as if he sought to concentrate all his power in that singular moment. Coldly, he glared at Tian, his voice icier still. Tian, you shall pay dearly for your arrogance. Though the ninja world is vast, it shall not tolerate your kind of madness. Tian, in response, scoffed dismissively, a mocking grin gracing his lips. He retorted, then let us await the outcome. The stage of the ninja world is far too small, allowing room for only me. If you can manage that, I shall eagerly anticipate that moment. But before that, let us engage in a true contest. Vortex Nagato was suddenly engulfed by a warm current surging within him, akin to the gentle embrace of spring sunlight enveloping his entire being, rendering his body immeasurably comfortable. This sensation of comfort was far more intense and profoundly ingrained than his previous experience within Conan's body. To his astonishment, he discovered that he could effortlessly rise to his feet. His legs, somewhat stiff from prolonged inactivity, were now capable of supporting his frame. Gradually, he distanced himself from the mobile toilet that had accompanied him for so many years. A long-forgotten smile graced his face. Though he had regained his ability to stand, his legs were still unaccustomed to the task. He felt somewhat clumsy, reminiscent of a child taking its first steps. He attempted to walk a few paces, but soon found himself swaying unsteadily due to a lack of balance. In that moment, he recalled the power of Deva Path pain that resided within him. Taking a deep breath, he began to summon that force. With a mere flicker of his intent, his body began to levitate. He floated in midair, his feet no longer touching the ground, as if he had transformed into a true deity. An indescribable sense of fulfillment surged within him. Vortex Nagato's heart was ablaze with a fierce determination. His eyes sparkled with unwavering resolve. He inhaled sharply, his voice resonating with an ineffable authority and confidence. "Bold rogue Lu Tian," he proclaimed loudly, his voice echoing through the chamber, seemingly penetrating the hearts of all who heard it. "I warned you that you would regret this." Before he could finish his sentence, an astonishing force erupted forth. His Rinnegan flared with blinding brilliance, akin to two stars igniting in the night sky. A tremendous repulsive force emanated from his eyes. This was Shinra Tensei. Vortex Nagato leaned forward slightly, as if to pour all his strength into this singular strike. His gaze was filled with determination and ferocity, as if he aimed to utterly annihilate Lu Tian. The intense repulsion rapidly coalesced into a concentrated force, bearing the weight of destruction as it surged directly towards Lu Tian. Observing this, Lu Tian's previously carefree demeanor swiftly transformed into one of caution. He quickly summoned the chakra embedded within his eyes, preparing to unleash his own Shinra Tensei. His gaze shimmered with a peculiar light, as if two brilliant stars were blooming in the night sky. The two formidable powers collided, akin to two cannonballs crashing violently together. In an instant, a powerful shockwave erupted, radiating outward from the two combatants. The rooftop crumbled in an instant, debris and dust swirling, as if the entire room had been obliterated. Nearby, Conan was caught off guard by the sudden shockwave. Staggering unsteadily, she let out a terrified scream, her body retreating uncontrollably. Having previously soiled herself in fear, the impact of the shockwave caused her urine to splatter everywhere, exposing her disheveled state. Her face flushed a deep crimson as she hurriedly covered her face with her hands, attempting to mask her embarrassment. Yet, this trivial episode paled in comparison to the cataclysmic battle unfolding around her. Chapter 63, continuously countering Nagato's techniques at the highest point of Rain Village. Vortex Nagato's chamber lay in ruins. The once sturdy roof had been torn asunder, the walls collapsed, leaving only the endless sky and the howling winds. If a fight is what you seek, let us leave Rain Village first. Vortex Nagato's voice reverberated like thunder across the vast expanse. With a swift movement, he soared into the sky like a great rock, ascending towards the clouds. Standing amidst the rubble, Lu Tian gazed intently at Vortex Nagato's ascending figure. He glanced at Conan beside him, a roguish smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "I do enjoy your spirit. Go clean yourself up. I'll have some fun with you later," he remarked playfully. With that, Lu Tian shot into the sky like a meteor, pursuing Vortex Nagato. The two engaged in a breathtaking battle high above Rain Village. The sky darkened ominously, as if a storm were brewing. Lu Tian and Vortex Nagato exchanged blows, each collision accompanied by thunderous roars. Their figures darted through the clouds, moving with such speed that they were almost a blur. Moments later, the tide of battle shifted. Vortex Nagato's Shinra Tensei ruthlessly sent Lu Tian hurtling away. His body rocketed through the air like a shattered arrow, crashing into a distant hill with immense force. The hill collapsed under Lu Tian's tremendous impact, as if crushed by an invisible giant's hand. Debris scattered in every direction, dust obscuring the sky, enveloping everything in a haze of gray. Lu Tian's form gradually emerged, struggling to rise from the rubble. Miraculously, he bore not a scratch or a drop of blood, as though the cataclysmic strike had left him unscathed. His eyes shone with a fierce brilliance, flickering with unwavering determination, seemingly piercing through the enveloping dust to confront Vortex Nagato above. Lu Tian looked skyward, where Vortex Nagato regarded him with an icy stare. His silhouette, shrouded in dust, loomed like an insurmountable mountain, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Is this your power? Hardly impressive. Lu Tian's voice echoed through the dust, rife with disdain and provocation. A smirk danced across his lips, as if he regarded Vortex Nagato's strength with contempt. Yet, Vortex Nagato remained unfazed by Lu Tian's taunts, his expression serene. His physical condition had returned to its peak, and he felt no fear that he began to weave hand signs, each motion fluid and powerful. In the distance, a colossal extraterrestrial meteor was drawn toward him, hurtling with astonishing speed towards Lu Tian. Upon witnessing this, Lu Tian's gaze sharpened. He understood that he must treat this threat with utmost seriousness. As Vortex Nagato intensified his technique, the atmosphere became palpably tense. The incoming meteor, seemingly imbued with destructive power, accelerated furiously toward Lu Tian with the force of thunder. Humph, let us see just how formidable your meteor is. ILL tester metal. Lu Tian faced this lethal assault without a hint of trepidation, his eyes alight with exhilaration. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated all his strength into his right fist. Swinging it with ferocity as the meteor approached, with a mighty strike, Lu Tian unleashed a colossal fist of chakra, colliding with the meteor in a thunderous clash. The explosion resonated like thunder, shaking the heavens as if the very earth trembled. Lu Tian's chakra-formed fist and the meteor collided with cataclysmic force. The sound of the explosion was deafening, sending shockwaves rippling outward. The meteor shattered instantly under Lu Tian's assault, disintegrating into countless fragments and dust that filled the sky. The debris transformed into fine powder amidst the explosion, as if heralding an apocalyptic event. Ha! Is that all you've got, Vortex Nagato? Lu Tian laughed heartily, his figure appearing amidst the remnants of the explosion. He gazed at Vortex Nagato in the sky, his eyes brimming with defiance and combativeness. Datara, Vortex Nagato coldly uttered those 4 syllables, as though declaring Lu Tian's doom. He initiated his technique once more, causing the ground to tremble violently as a multitude of stones erupted from the earth, coalescing into a myriad of colossal boulders. These boulders fell like rain upon Lu Tian. Observing this, Lu Tian moved with grace, weaving through the shower of stones like a dragon in flight. With each punch he threw, a resounding boom accompanied the shattering of the boulders beneath his onslaught. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Vortex Nagato began to weave hand signs again, directing his palms toward the boundless cosmos. In an instant, numerous meteors seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, hurtling toward Rain Village. Humph, do you truly believe this will defeat me? How naive. Lu Tian regarded the approaching meteor shower with eager anticipation. He took a deep breath, channeling all his strength into his fists. Come on, let me see the might of your meteor shower. Lu Tian let out a thunderous roar as he charged towards the endless swarm of meteors. His figure darted through the meteor shower, each punch accompanied by a resounding crash that shattered the falling rocks into fragments. The clash between the two had reached a fever pitch, with each strike imbued with cataclysmic force. Lu Tian gazed at the figure of Nagato, the vortex of chaos before him, a flicker of admiration igniting in his eyes. What other techniques do you possess? Feel free to unleash them. I offer you ample opportunity. Lu Tian's words dripped with provocation, yet his gaze betrayed an acknowledgement of Nagato's formidable prowess. Upon hearing this, Nagato's expression darkened, a shadow of indignation crossing his features. He felt as though he were perceived as a mere puppet to be manipulated at will, an affront that stung deeply. Drawing a deep breath, he forcibly suppressed the tumult of rage within him, his hands forming seals once more. Humph, do you think I would concede so easily? I have proclaimed myself a god. Nagato retorted coldly, his words slicing through the air like a frigid blade. Lu Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, yet within him, no spark of interest ignited. Before him, Nagato rapidly formed hand seals, a surge of immense power coiling within his being. His gaze sharpened, as if he were poised to devour the very world around him. As the final seal was completed, an enormous outer path Goliath emerged from a shroud of smoke. He has summoned the outer path Goliath, but to no avail. Lu Tian shook his head in disappointment, and with a sudden motion, he struck forth. An invisible force propelled the Goliath into the vastness of space in an instant. Useless. Have you exhausted your arsenal? Then it is my turn. Lu Tian's expression bore a hint of disappointment, yet a playful smile curled at the corners of his mouth. With a swift motion, he grasped Nagato, drawing him closer. Nagato struggled against the pull, yet all efforts proved futile against Lu Tian's overwhelming strength. Lu Tian regarded him, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. I extended you a chance, yet you proved inadequate. With a soft sigh, he extended his other hand and gently pressed it against Nagato's chest. A mysterious energy surged from his palm, enveloping Nagato entirely. He employed a special ninjutsu, yin-yang release, body modification. Nagato felt as if enveloped by a warm current, his injuries vanishing in an instant. Confusion washed over him as his form began to transform. His skin became smooth and delicate, his physique rounded and petite. He stared in disbelief at his altered body, a mix of astonishment and fury swirling in his eyes. "What have you done?" he bellowed, his voice trembling with rage. He struggled to break free from Lu Tian's grasp, yet he was rendered powerless. Lu Tian surveyed the transformed Nagato, a playful smile gracing his lips. "I offered you a chance, but alas, you proved ineffectual. Allow me to gift you a surprise. You insolent wretch." Nagato roared in fury, yet he could do nothing but watch as his body underwent a dramatic metamorphosis. Lu Tian observed this transformation with satisfaction, releasing his grip and allowing Nagato to fall to the ground. At that moment, Nagato had become a voluptuous and alluring woman, her eyes brimming with anger and defiance. The ground beneath them erupted with lush greenery, as if the earth itself was breathing. Each blade of grass sang of vibrant life, intertwining to form a vast emerald sea, soft and resilient like a grand mattress. Lu Tian stood atop this verdant expanse, concern shimmering in his eyes as he turned towards Nagato, his voice imbued with unwavering certainty. "Nagato, now, let me examine your condition and see if you've healed." Before the words left his lips, he lunged towards her. Though his actions were somewhat brusque, they resonated with a harmony of friendship, each movement laced with care. He meticulously inspected Nagato, leaving no corner unchecked. His gaze focused and earnest as if seeking the miracles of life. Once he finished, he turned his attention to Konan in the distance, a sudden pull drawing her gently to his side. He placed her in a nearby pool of water, the clear liquid swirling to envelop her, cleansing her of impurities. "Konan, were you not meant to cleanse yourself? Such a lack of cleanliness. Fear not. I shall ensure you are properly washed." Lu Tian remarked, embodying the wisdom of the adage that among three travelers, one must be a teacher. At that moment, they seemed to exist within a serene and splendid dream. The fragrance of grass filled the air, invigorating the soul. As the symphony of life unfolded around them, both Nagato and Konan emitted melodious sounds. A gentle breeze rustled through, causing their garments to dance. "Konan, you have a vital task ahead of you. You must teach Nagato how to live as a true woman," Lu Tian said, his gaze holding a complex emotion as he spoke earnestly. "She appears to be struggling with her newfound identity. Unable to adapt to her new life." Konan's eyes widened in surprise and confusion, her brow furrowing as she grappled with the sudden revelation. "What? This woman is Nagato." A flicker of uncertainty crossed her features as she softly inquired. "How did she suddenly become a woman?" "I recall her being frail yet immensely powerful. Konan, I recognize that this may be difficult for you to accept. Yet, the truth remains, Nagato is now a woman." Lu Tian reassured, gently patting her shoulder. "I hope you two can coexist harmoniously and become true sisters. Let there be no more strife between you due to me." Konan nodded slightly, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips as she gazed at Nagato. The latter, head bowed and hands clenched tightly, seemed to be wrestling with her emotions. "I understand. Nagato. Do not be too disheartened. Your dreams have come to fruition, and with the unification of the ninja world, there shall be no more war." However, before she could finish, Nagato suddenly lifted her head, tears glistening in her eyes. I truly do not know what to do. I have become a woman, and it feels as if I have transformed into an entirely different person." Observing her distress, Lu Tian activated his persuasive charm, subtly wielding the power of his Rinnegan. "Nagato, do not fear. You are now a woman, and you should feel joy." He gently grasped her hand, speaking tenderly. "You possess newfound possibilities. You can experience that which you once deemed unimaginable. You can bear children. You can embrace the greatness of maternal love." His words. A flicker of confusion crossed Nagato's eyes as she sought to comprehend his sentiments. She nodded slowly, tears streaming down her cheeks. I will strive to adapt to this new identity." Seeing Nagato's tear-streaked face, Lu Tian could not help but smirk playfully. "Nagato, do not weep. Your tears ignite a fire within me." Stirring excitement like never before, Nagato's face flushed crimson, yet her tears flowed more fiercely. She turned to Konan, her eyes pleading for help, her voice trembling. "Do not come near. I only need Konan's company." Understanding Nagato's turmoil and helplessness, Konan sighed softly, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. "Nagato, it is all right. We will stand by you, supporting you as you adjust to this new identity." The grand harmony of life seemed to form an invisible bond, tightly intertwining the three individuals. Time appeared to come to a standstill in that moment, stretching on for over an hour. Meanwhile, on the distant horizon, Lu Tian's true form was making its way back to the capital of the Dahan Empire. Weaving through the border woods of the Fire Nation, suddenly, a sound of slicing air echoed through the atmosphere. Tian glanced upwards to behold three figures descending from the heavens. Otsutsuki, Pushur, Sunflower, and Sasuke. The moment Otsutsuki Pushur laid eyes on Tian, a glimmer of greed flickered in his gaze. He swiftly brandished his fishing rod, attempting to ensnare the chakra within Tian's body with the slender fishing line. The line traced an elegant arc through the air, heading straight for Tian. Observing this, a flicker of disdain crossed Tian's eyes. He extended a hand and effortlessly grasped the delicate line. Then, with a forceful tug, he attempted to draw Otsutsuki Pushur towards him. Feeling a powerful force emanating from the line, Otsutsuki Pushur's heart raced in alarm. He exerted every ounce of strength to stabilize his form. Yet he was inexorably pulled closer to Tian. How is it possible that you can grasp my fishing line? Pull me towards you. What are your intentions? Chapter 65. The future Sasuke and Sunflower. Otsutsuki Pushur's face paled. Recognizing the precariousness of his situation, he decisively swung his hand, causing the fishing rod to snap, the line flailing in the air like a kite severed from its string, spiraling out of control. A resolute expression flashed across his face, clearly prepared for retreat. Activating his Rinnegan, a black rift suddenly appeared beside him, gaping like the maw of a demon, devouring everything in its vicinity. You think you can ambush me and escape? Such good fortune does not exist in this world. Tian scoffed coldly, a look of contempt crossing his features. In a blink, he appeared before Otsutsuki Pushur, gathering formidable chakra in his palm, poised to deliver a fatal blow. However, Otsutsuki Pushur flickered and vanished into the black rift, leaving behind only a mocking laugh that echoed in the air. Tian. Today is merely a meeting. There will be time enough in the future. Do not be so arrogant, for I shall surely take your life. Not far off stood two figures, 12-year-old Sunflower and 32-year-old Sasuke. They stood silently, having witnessed the breathtaking spectacle unfold before them. Both were rendered speechless, astonished by the events that had transpired, as if time itself had frozen at that moment. Sunflower's face bore an expression of disbelief, her bright eyes glimmering with admiration. She gazed at Tian, her voice trembling slightly as she exclaimed, "Big brother, you were truly incredible. That Otsutsuki Pushur, so formidable, was utterly helpless before you. As if you were toying with him at will." Tian inclined his head slightly. His gaze falling upon Sunflower's youthful visage, he recognized her as the daughter of Uzumaki Naruto, who had traversed from the future. A hint of gentleness flickered in Tian's eyes that he smiled faintly, tenderly ruffling Sunflower's hair. "Little one, you are still young. The road ahead is long. If you dedicate yourself to your training, you too shall become strong like me in the future." Beside them, Sasuke wore a grave expression. She regarded Tian solemnly and stated, "Your Majesty, your strength is unfathomable. Our escape from Otsutsuki Pushur's pursuit was made possible only by your timely intervention and assistance." Tian waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor nonchalant. He had also recognized Sasuke as the future version of herself. "There is no need for formalities, Sasuke. The pressing matter at hand is that Otsutsuki Pushur has fled. We must pursue him. However, before that, I would like to hear your story. How did you come from the future, and why were you being pursued by Otsutsuki Pushur?" Upon hearing the inquiry, Sunflower and Sasuke fell into silence. They exchanged glances, seemingly communicating without words. Ultimately, it was Sasuke who broke the silence. "As your Majesty has surmised, we hail from the future. That Otsutsuki Pushur traversed time and space using a turtle." As she spoke, she slowly retrieved a pink turtle from her bosom. The turtle emitted a faint glow, as if it contained boundless mysteries. She continued, "We are unaware of Pushur's intentions, but since he is able to use this turtle to traverse time, his ambitions must be considerable. To thwart him, we fought against him." Tian listened quietly, his gaze shifting between Sasuke and Sunflower. He nodded, indicating that he comprehended all they had conveyed. "I understand." Then, he turned to Sunflower, his eyes filled with concern and seriousness. "Sunflower, do you have something in your palm?" Gently, Tian lifted Sunflower's left hand. Indeed, in her palm lay a peculiar mark, as if branded deep within her very soul. Tian's voice turned grave. "This mark is known as the Otsutsuki's wedge. It signifies a powerful force, but also indicates that you are possessed by an Otsutsuki. If left unchecked, you will inevitably be consumed by this power, losing your sense of self." Upon hearing this, Sunflower's complexion paled further. She bit her lip tightly, her eyes flickering with fear and unease. Sasuke clenched her fists, as if rallying strength for Sunflower. Observing this, Lu Tian gently patted Sunflower's shoulder, offering reassurance. "Do not worry, Sunflower, I have a way. You must trust me, and also believe in yourself. In this world, there is nothing that cannot be resolved." Sunflower looked up at Lu Tian, a flicker of determination crossing her eyes. She nodded, as if stealing her resolve. Lu Tian's gaze shifted from Sunflower's wedge mark to Sasuke beside her. Though Sasuke's expression remained cool, a softness and allure had crept into her features. Lu Tian paused. Then a playful smile emerged on his lips. He scrutinized Sasuke, noting a certain feminine grace in her form. Clearing his throat, he remarked with a hint of jest, "Sasuke, have you undergone a transformation? Why do you appear so delicate?" Upon hearing this, a blush crept across Sasuke's cheeks. She nodded gently, her voice imbued with warmth. "Yes, your majesty. In the future, you altered my body, allowing me to choose my own path in life. Moreover," she paused, a glimmer of happiness illuminating her eyes. "I now go by the name of Suyue, and I have borne you a child in the future." The former Sasuke had now been reborn as Suyue, her cheeks tinted with a rosy hue, resembling a blossoming peach flower. Lu Tian's face broke into a delighted smile. He approached Suyue, gently taking her hand, his gaze full of tender warmth. "How wonderful, Suyue. You have sacrificed so much for me. I am truly grateful." Suyue lifted her gaze to meet Lu Tian's deep, affectionate eyes. A wave of warmth surged within her. She whispered, "Your Majesty, this is merely what I should do. Bringing forth a child for you is the most joyous occasion of my life." Lu Tian softly patted the back of Suyue's hand, his eyes shimmering with pride. "What name have you given the child?" A smile of happiness graced Suyue's face as she replied softly, "Your Majesty, we have named him Lu Zhengyang. We hope he will grow into a powerful yet gentle person, just like you." Hearing this name, Lu Tian could not suppress a satisfied smile. He nodded gently, envisioning the child he had yet to meet. Yet, at that moment, Suyue uttered words that took him by surprise. 2.5 years after the establishment of the Han Empire, Your Majesty's true form suddenly vanished. A flicker of worry crossed Suyue's eyes as she continued. "The Inyang Dun clone has informed me that it can no longer sense your presence." Chapter 66. The annihilation of the second-generation Wind Shadow and Dust Escape as Wu was lost in her memories. An inexplicable aura suddenly enveloped the surroundings. Dust began to swirl around, and a bald man abruptly materialized before the crowd. A vivid dragon tattoo coiled around his head, its claws ominously hovering over his eyes, exuding an eerie and perilous presence. Despite his otherwise unremarkable appearance, tinged with an air of mediocrity, his arrival commanded an undeniable sense of oppression in the atmosphere. Lu Tian's brow furrowed deeply, his gaze intense. He instantly recognized the man. Second-generation Wind Shadow, Shaman. A hint of astonishment laced Lu Tian's voice as he inquired, "How is it that you are here? Were you not a corpse long buried?" Shaman approached slowly, flanked by a legion of puppets. Beside him flowed a river of sand, serpentine in its movement, reminiscent of a colossal dragon. His icy, cruel eyes seemed poised to consume all in their path. "Lu Tian, you are the scourge of the ninja world." Shaman's voice dripped with animosity. "Your existence has plunged this world into chaos. You must perish here. Puppets and sand. Such trivial contrivances cannot possibly challenge me." Lu Tian stood resolutely, disdain evident in his eyes. Suddenly, his body contorted in an unusual manner, as if torn by an unseen force. The new Inyang clone emerged from within him, born from the void. Standing quietly beside Lu Tian, a mocking smile crept across Lu Tian's lips as he surveyed the surroundings with contempt. His Inyang clone raised an arm, fingers delicately gesturing at a radiant bolt of lightning, as brilliant as the stars, coalesced in an instant, surging toward Shaman with an imperceptible swiftness. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted as the lightning struck Shaman, enveloping him in a cloud of dust. When the haze settled, Shaman had vanished without a trace, leaving only a scattering of sand behind. Merely a sand clone. Bring forth whatever you have. Let me witness your remaining techniques." Lu Tian scoffed, his gaze filled with scorn and derision. Just then, the surrounding sand began to writhe as if imbued with life, swiftly coalescing into numerous sand clones identical to Shaman. Their eyes gleamed with a cold light, as if intent on devouring Lu Tian. "Do you question my capabilities?" Shaman's voice echoed from all directions, reverberating throughout the sand-laden battlefield. Each sand clone seemed to embody his essence, his tone laced with mockery and provocation. "Let us see if you can truly endure this." Before his words could fade, All the sand clones and puppets surged toward Lu Tian like a tempest. They transformed into indistinct shadows, rushing forth with irresistible force, seemingly intent on drowning Lu Tian in an endless tide. In the face of this seemingly overwhelming assault, Lu Tian remained unervingly calm. He narrowed his eyes slightly, a contemptuous smile gracing his lips, as if he had already seen through it all. You think to employ a strategy of sheer numbers against me? How laughable the thoughts of the weak, Lu Tian sneered. His yin-yang clone charged forth toward the sand clones and puppets, emanating a powerful gravitational pull. An invisible force seemed to tether everything nearby, rapidly drawing all sand clones and puppets toward it, binding them tightly together. In the next moment, a tremendous repulsive force erupted from within Lu Tian's shadow clone. This energy surged forth like an invisible storm, instantly shattering the bound sand clones and puppets. Bang! A series of collisions echoed as the sand clones and puppets were effortlessly dismantled by this repulsion, the air filled with scattering grains of sand, transforming the battlefield into a scene reminiscent of a ravaged land after a sandstorm. Lu Tian observed with cold indifference, his gaze brimming with confidence and arrogance as he regarded the chaos wrought by his clone. He lifted his chin slightly, a sardonic smile playing upon his lips, as if mocking Shaman's impotence. Do you see this? This is the chasm that lies between us. Lu Tian taunted. I need not lift a finger. And yet you are already vanquished. Allow me to remind you. I have discerned the location of your true form. Do you truly believe you can evade me? Each word he uttered resonated with power and authority. Is this your true self? Transforming your body into sand through the sandification technique. Lu Tian's original form extended a hand slowly. The surrounding sand, as if summoned by some arcane force, began to coalesce toward his palm. These grains interwove and spiraled through the air, swiftly forming small whirlpools that ultimately coalesced into a vague silhouette. The shaman's figure gradually became distinct, yet his complexion was as pale as parchment, his eyes brimming with terror and despair. He struggled to flee, but an invisible power held him firmly in place, rendering him immobile. Lu Tian's gaze bore into Shaman, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. With ruthless intent, Lu Tian extracted Shaman's soul. As if tearing it apart with a daunting force, Shaman writhed in agony, his form contorting as he battled against the overwhelming grip of Lu Tian, yet he could not escape. He once again experienced the dread of death. His soul subjected to the most harrowing torment imaginable, akin to a gravely ill patient, drooling and losing control of bodily functions. He felt the essence of the barrier surge forth towards Lu Tian and Shaman. Upon contact, it violently expanded, attempting to engulf everything in its vicinity. Just as the dust release was about to unleash its terrifying power, Lu Tian once again showcased his astonishing abilities, utilizing the power of the Rinnegan. He absorbed the surrounding chakra into his body, directly assimilating the dust release barrier of the second Hokage. The same trick will not work against me. Lu Tian sneered at the second Hokage, his eyes filled with disdain and mockery. Moreover, you have never succeeded before. No matter how many times you try, it will be in vain. With that, Lu Tian suddenly raised his hand and hurled Shaman towards the second Hokage. Instinctively, the second Hokage reached out to catch Shaman. The moment he made contact, he felt a powerful curse seal emanating from Shaman, instantaneously invading his body. The self-imposed binding puppet curse seal. Lu Tian coldly uttered the term, his eyes glimmering with madness and excitement. Now, you too shall be bound by this curse seal. You will become my puppet. As the power of the curse seal erupted, both the second Hokage and Shaman lost control simultaneously, crashing down from the air. Their bodies created a massive crater upon impact with the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Lu Tian stood at the edge of the crater, looking down at the disheveled second Hokage and Shaman. A smug smile curling at the corners of his lips. He lifted his gaze towards the boundless sky, his eyes sparkling with ambition and arrogance. Who can match me? Surely no one, not even the Sage of Six Paths. After all, this stage of the ninja world is far too small and cramped for me. Just as Lu Tian reveled in his triumph, the sky suddenly darkened. The once clear heavens began to drizzle lightly. However, this rain was no ordinary precipitation. Lu Tian keenly sensed the chakra fluctuations within it. He realized that this was not natural rain, but a precursor to some ninjutsu. In the next moment, the sky seemed to tear apart. Thunder roaring and lightning flashing. A deafening clap of thunder rolled through the clouds that a storm was imminent, with violent bolts of lightning rampaging through the sky like a dragon. Suddenly, a massive bolt struck Lu Tian's two bodies with pinpoint accuracy. His form trembled slightly under the onslaught of the lightning sealing technique. Is it? Quite intriguing. He sensed a formidable force attempting to seal away his chakra and actions. The lightning resembled an endless sealing technique, continuously eroding his power. At that moment, a figure slowly emerged from the rain and lightning, clad in armor of electricity, wielding the thunder god's hammer, resembling a deity descending from the heavens. Tian recognized this unwelcome guest as the First Hokage. The First Hokage's gaze was cold and piercing as he stared at Tian, a contemptuous smile gracing his lips. He spoke slowly, his voice deep and authoritative. Do you believe yourself invincible? Today, I shall show you what true power is. With that, the First Hokage moved, merging with the lightning barrier. He swung the thunder god's hammer, harnessing the surrounding lightning power to launch a fierce assault against Tian. In an instant, the battlefield erupted with a tempest of thunder. As if the very skies trembled in response, silver lightning streaked across the horizon, weaving into a net of electricity that enveloped the entire battlefield, rapidly forming a terrifying lightning domain. In this thunderous onslaught, Tian resembled a drifting leaf, swaying precariously amidst the lightning. His figure flickered in and out of visibility, each strike of lightning threatening to shatter him. Is this the power of the First Hokage? It's astonishing. Tian struggled to speak, his eyes filled with unwillingness and despair. His voice was weak and quivering amidst the thunder's roar, yet it brimmed with boundless anger and struggle. However, just when everyone thought Tian was on the brink of defeat, his expression suddenly turned comical. He grinned widely, revealing a peculiar smile. It's useless. Ninjutsu is merely sustenance to me. No matter how much you throw at me, I can consume it all. The Rinnegan in his eyes glimmered with an eerie light under the flashes of lightning. At that moment, Tian activated the power of the Rinnegan once more, devouring everything around him. The First Hokage's prideful lightning release barrier began to dissipate slowly under the Rinnegan's absorption. The sky gradually cleared, and the lightning faded away. As the last remnants of lightning vanished, Tian stood once more upon the battlefield. His wounds had mysteriously healed, as if everything that transpired was merely an illusion. Standing tall and proud, he surveyed his surroundings, as though the entire battlefield lay within his control. He proclaimed loudly, I have told you, I am an invincible existence. No matter how many of you come, no matter how many ninjutsu you employ, you cannot defeat me. As his words settled, a spatial rift suddenly tore open behind Tian, a ghostly blue portal swiftly materializing. Through the ethereal glow, onlookers could glimpse the capital of the Han Empire, its outline appearing almost translucent, as if merely a step away from entering that resplendent imperial city. The air surrounding the portal seemed distorted by this mysterious force, emitting faint, anguished sounds. Tian turned around, his gaze intense, fixated upon Zhao and Xiangriki. His eyes brimmed with concern and protection, as if wishing to shield them closely behind him. With a gentle wave of his hand, the portal appeared to come alive. Swiftly moving towards Zhao and Xiangriki, the two were left dumbfounded by this spectacle, watching as the portal approached, their hearts filled with trepidation and unease. The ghostly blue light radiating from the portal possessed a captivating power, inducing a dizzying sensation within them. Chapter 68. The Sage of Six Paths in a frenzied recruitment. Just as the two hesitated, an overwhelming force suddenly emanated from the portal. Zhao and Xiangriki felt their bodies lighten, as if swept away by a torrent, swiftly passing through the portal. When they regained their footing, they found themselves outside the capital of the Han Empire. Turning back, they saw the portal still wide open, its ghostly blue light flickering. Through that glow, they could almost perceive Tian's resolute figure and confident gaze. A booming voice resonated from within the portal. This level of battle is far too dangerous for you. Stay here and watch as I deal with them. The voice was filled with confidence and authority, flooding Zhao and Xiangriki's hearts with warmth. On the other side of the portal, a figure descended like a bolt of black lightning, shattering the surrounding silence. He was a man of African descent, robustly built with bulging muscles, his eyes glimmering with sharp intensity. He was the Second Hokage, a formidable ally of the First Hokage, having mastered the bloodline elimination, lightning release. He was as powerful as the First Hokage, clad in a black battle robe embroidered with patterns of thunderclouds, exuding an imposing presence. The Second Hokage wielded a massive lightning blade, its edge shimmering with the brilliance of thunder. Capable of cleaving through any obstacle, with a low growl, the air around him seemed to freeze, a powerful surge of lightning rapidly coalescing around him. He and the First Hokage simultaneously unleashed lightning release, their powers intertwining to create yet another tempest of lightning. As lightning crackled and flashed, threatening to tear apart the very fabric of space, Tian merely smiled slightly, activating his Rinnegan. He swiftly absorbed the lightning storm barrier cleanly. Once the tempest dissipated, Tian stood there as if nothing had ever occurred. He raised his head, gazing at the second and first Hokage with a look of contempt. Bloodline elimination, lightning release. Is that all? Bring me more. With such a meager amount of chakra, how could it possibly satisfy my hunger? His voice brimmed with confidence and mockery, as if he reveled in the futility of his opponent. A sharp glimmer danced in his eyes, suggesting an ability to see through all illusions. The second and first Hokage were left pale with fury at Tian's words. Meanwhile, in the sanctum of the ninja world, a mysterious entity was casting formidable spells. It was the Sage of Six Paths. He stood in the sacred space, his garments billowing as if he were one with the sanctum itself. His gaze was profound and resolute, seemingly capable of penetrating every corner of the ninja world and the sanctum. The sage understood deeply that the fate of the ninja realm was inextricably linked to the sanctum. He had to intervene in this unforeseen conflict. As he exerted his efforts, the air around him began to warp, a mysterious force coalescing around his form. In the forest not far from Tian and the others, where the trees remained untouched by the battle, a figure emerged. It was the first Mizukage, Hakuren. Though he had long been lost to the annals of ninja history, he was now resurrected by the Sage of Six Paths the moment Hakuren appeared. The environment around him underwent dramatic changes. He spotted a few individuals in the distance, his eyes flickering with surprise before resolutely shifting back to determination. Clapping his hands together, he transformed into a swirling mass of scalding steam. This was his Kekiai Jinkai, steam release. He possessed the ability to manipulate water vapor and convert it into high-temperature assaults. As Hakuren morphed, the surrounding air felt as if it had ignited, becoming intensely heated. An abundance of water vapor materialized from thin air, coalescing into clouds of white, each exuding a suffocating heat. These vaporous clouds drifted through the air, as if intent on enveloping the entire sanctum in a wave of scorching warmth. Just then, a peculiar ripple spread once more. The figure of the second Mizukage, Kaigetsu, materialized from nothingness. His striking yellow hair was slicked back, and he donned a high-collared trench coat, cinched at the waist with a black ribbon. The inner lining a vibrant green, exuding both elegance and authority. His face, devoid of eyebrows, was accented by a goatee and a slight mustache, which added a touch of humor to his presence. He appeared beside the recently resurrected Hakuren. My esteemed predecessor, do not be in haste. Since the Sage of Six Paths has resurrected us, there must be profound reasons behind it. Our mission indeed is to save the ninja world and eliminate Tian. However, combat is no trivial matter. We require strategy and patience for the opportune moment, so let us wait a while longer. As he spoke, Kaigetsu playfully winked, revealing his characteristic sense of humor. His voice was gentle yet firm, instilling an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Upon hearing this, Hakuren was momentarily taken aback but then nodded in agreement. A look of understanding crossing his face. He recognized that although Kaigetsu often exhibited a humorous demeanor, he could always analyze situations calmly and provide the most reasonable advice at critical moments. No sooner had his words fallen than another ripple emerged in the vicinity. The spatial waves rippled. The figure of the first Tsuchikage, Ishikawa, gradually came into view. He stood like a towering mountain, steady and dignified. Ishikawa was renowned in the ninja world for his unique sense of humor. Even in the midst of life and death in the sanctum, he maintained his innate wit. Now, having returned to life, a teasing smile graced his face, as if the tension and solemnity surrounding him were of no concern. His gaze swept around, and when it landed on the second Tsuchikage nearby, he tilted his head slightly, a playful smirk curving his lips. His eyes sparkled with wisdom, as if concocting an amusing scheme. Point to Mizukage, do you know what the second Tsuchikage looks like without his bandages? Ishikawa's voice was deep and magnetic, laced with a hint of jest and curiosity. Kaigetsu raised an eyebrow, a playful smile forming on his face. He glanced at the second Tsuchikage, then turned back to Ishikawa, saying, "Oh, I certainly do. After all, I was the one who scorched his entire body, leaving him reliant on bandages to survive, even ensuring his lineage ceased." As he spoke, Kaigetsu's face radiated pride and satisfaction, as if boasting of his accomplishments. Ishikawa couldn't help but burst into laughter, his mirth akin to a gentle spring breeze that instantly dispelled the surrounding tension. He patted Kaigetsu on the shoulder, saying, "Haha. Enough of the jests. We need to fulfill the task assigned by the Sage of Six Paths, not dwell on past events." With that, Ishikawa's laughter faded, and his expression turned serious. Yet, in the next moment, another figure was resurrected. Chapter 69. The successive resurrection of the 5 Kage. The atmosphere in the forest altered once more. A sudden, intense fluctuation rippled through the space, as if an invisible force was thrashing violently, sending waves of energy surging forth. The first wind Kage, Retsudu, was unexpectedly resurrected, clad in a robe as white as snow. It billowed gently in the breeze, rustling softly, as if recounting the passage of time. Underneath, he wore a tight black suit that enveloped his neck and chin, seemingly attempting to isolate himself completely from the outside world. He emanated an ineffable aura of coldness. The Retsudu's piercing gaze, sharp as a hawk's, scanned the surroundings with an icy authority. When his eyes finally settled on Hakurin and Ishikawa, a look of astonishment flickered across his face. His lips quivering slightly, that he slowly spoke. "You two have been resurrected by the Sage of Six Paths. He claims this is a manifestation of Yin-Yang release. I never imagined the mastery of Yin-Yang release could reach such astonishing heights." Allowing the dead to be brought back to life. As he spoke, disbelief washed over his features, as if he were witnessing the most incredible phenomenon. Gradually, he extended his hand, gently stroking his chin, his gaze deep in contemplation. Pondering the mysteries behind it all, Hakurin nodded slightly, his expression grave, akin to a frigid stone. That he replied, "Indeed, it is the Sage of Six Paths who has brought us back. The ninja world now faces a tremendous crisis." Floating in midair, Ishikawa crossed his arms over his chest, his demeanor solemn like a bottomless lake. That he spoke in a low, resonant voice. "Regardless, since we have been resurrected, we must accomplish the task entrusted by the Sage of Six Paths." His brow furrowed tightly, as if he were earnestly contemplating their next course of action. Upon hearing their words, Retsudu's eyes flashed with determination. He was not one to forgive easily, and his expression darkened ominously. He spoke in a low growl. "Humph, I never expected I would have to fight alongside you. Previously, you threatened me, claiming the 4 great ninja villages would join forces to attack my Sunagakure. Humph, I still remember." Hakurin's countenance darkened, irritation flashing across his features as he retorted, "Wasn't that merely a discussion during the Kage summit? We never laid a hand on you." Indeed, he had once stated that if the 4 nations united, it would be a trivial matter to obliterate the Wind Country. Yet, he remained defiant, straightening his neck and glaring at Retsudu, exclaiming, "Are you seeking a duel with us? We refrained from engaging before, but now we are more than willing." As he spoke, Hakurin's eyes blazed with fury, his fists clenching unconsciously. The first Tsuchikage placed his hands on his hips, his face flushed with anger. He shouted, "Retsudu, that was clearly your fault. You were the one trying to swindle us. Shouldn't we be allowed to criticize you?" Recalling the Kage summit, Senja Hashirama had clearly proposed selling tailed beasts. Yet, Retsudu twisted it to claim that Konoha was providing tailed beasts to him. However, since he had no need for tailed beasts, he audaciously demanded that Konoha grant him the adjacent land. What sort of arrangement was that? It was nothing short of a no-lose deal. The Wind Country acquired tailed beasts without cost, while the other 3 countries had to pay for them. Moreover, he shamelessly declared that he would impose a 30% tax. How outrageous! At that moment, Kagetsu displayed a mischievous expression. He shrugged and said, "Hiki, I wasn't present at the time, but I heard all about it. Lord Retsudu is quite the capitalist." As he spoke, he extended his finger and lightly tapped, a mocking smile gracing his face. The atmosphere was palpably tense, with everyone on edge, poised for an imminent clash. Just as a fierce confrontation seemed inevitable, a sudden and intense wave of energy erupted in the nearby space. This surge resembled a tumultuous tide, causing the very air around them to ripple. To their astonishment, the first Hokage, Senja Hashirama, had been resurrected. He stood there majestically, adorned in vibrant crimson armor reminiscent of blazing flames, the intricate patterns of which shimmered under the light. His authoritative visage first registered surprise, before swiftly scanning the gathered crowd. With an anxious expression, Hashirama urgently called out, "Everyone, please do not fight. Grant me this favor." In his eagerness, he seemed prepared to kneel and kowtow. His face was filled with earnestness, his brows knitted tightly as he reached forward with trembling hands, fearful that the others might disregard his plea. Yet, at this critical moment, another unusual fluctuation occurred beside him. In the blink of an eye, his brother, the formidable second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, was also revived. Tobarama's silver hair danced wildly in the wind, but his expression quickly soured, dark lines of frustration marking his face. He charged forward, firmly grasping his brother's arm, his eyes ablaze with annoyance and resignation as he bellowed, "Brother, stop kneeling so recklessly." At that moment, Haku, who had been observing, interjected with a serious demeanor, "The first Hokage over there in battle once stated that a person who seeks to restore order in a chaotic world should not kneel without purpose." Haku's face bore a hint of skepticism and scrutiny as he paused. Then continued, his gaze fixed intently on Hashirama. "Thus, it would be wiser for you to temper your humility. You are aware, are you not? People often suspect you of ulterior motives." Suddenly, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was resurrected as well. He appeared slowly before the crowd, still bearing the visage of a man over 60. His weathered face was etched with the lines of time. Just as he opened his mouth, seemingly to speak, he was interrupted by the revival of the third Hokage, whose long, lustrous black hair billowed softly in the air, his imposing countenance marked by a hint of coldness. His emergence sent a shiver through the entire space. He stood silently, his indifferent gaze sweeping over everything, landing on Haku, his former student, who had been maintaining a relatively calm expression until an eruption of anger overtook him. Haku's brows furrowed, his eyes wide with fury as he pointed and shouted, "Hey, you squinty-eyed brat, how many times have I told you, when observing others, could you please open your eyes wide? Stop squinting. It looks utterly lecherous." As he spoke, Haku's body trembled slightly with rage, one hand waving in the air, as if itching to deliver a slap to the third Hokage. His expression was severe, as though he had witnessed his most incompetent student commit an unforgivable error. The third Hokage's previously calm demeanor shattered like a serene lake disturbed by a sudden boulder. His face flushing with embarrassment, his brow furrowed as if it could crush a fly, and his mouth twitched awkwardly, betraying his discomfort. "Teacher, look, I assure you, my eyes are as wide open as they can be," he protested, his eyes straining to widen like copper bells, even blinking rapidly in his earnestness. He seemed desperate to prove his innocence to Haku, one hand scratching his head sheepishly, his expression a portrait of helplessness, resembling a child awaiting punishment for a misdeed. "Especially with so many outsiders present, must you berate me in front of them?" The third Hokage cast a pleading glance towards Haku, who remained unyielding, determined to vent his pent-up frustration. "I am your teacher. What is wrong with scolding you a little? Have you grown wings?" Haku's brows knitted tightly, his gaze sharp as two piercing blades. "I must ask you, have you properly passed down the bloodline limit, the boil release, that I painstakingly taught you?" Haku pointed accusingly at the third Hokage, leaning slightly forward as if to unleash all his grievances. "Teacher, I am truly ashamed." The third Hokage replied, his face a mask of bitterness. He lowered his head, resembling a chastised child unwilling to meet Haku's eyes. "I selected many candidates, yet none could master the boil release. I have let your esteemed technique fade into obscurity." As he spoke, he shook his head gently, his face etched with disappointment, evoking sympathy from those who beheld him at that moment. Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had initially refrained from interjecting, could no longer contain himself. His expression turned grave, as if overshadowed by ominous clouds. He took a step forward, his tone serious as he addressed the third Hokage. "My lord, do not deceive yourself. You ushered in the iron-fisted era of the Mist Village, infamous as the Blood Mist." His eyes glinted with sharpness, as if he sought to penetrate the third Hokage's innermost thoughts. After a brief pause, he continued, "You indiscriminately slaughtered, and ultimately, it was your own subordinates who turned against you." "How dare you, Sarutobi?" the third Hokage retorted, his expression transforming into one of furious indignation, akin to a cat whose tail has been stepped on. His eyes bulged with rage, as if they might pop from their sockets, and his hair seemed to bristle. "Sarutobi, you appear rather aged yourself. Tell me, did you die of natural causes?" At this, Hiruzen faltered momentarily, his countenance darkening as memories of being swiftly defeated in the Uchiha clan's territory flooded back to him. The third Hokage smirked coldly, a mocking glint in his eyes. "Your expression reveals all. You too were overthrown by your own." Hearing this, Tobirama could no longer restrain himself, his brow furrowed, eyes filled with confusion and questions. "Monkey, what transpired? You seem no younger yourself. How could you have been usurped? What did you do?" As he spoke, Tobirama clenched his fists, leaning slightly forward, eager for answers. Hiruzen's gaze flickered, attempting to deflect the inquiry. He offered an awkward smile. "Oh, come on. Why is the teacher getting all flustered?" At that moment, Hashirama seemed to recall something. His expression shifted, and he sighed heavily. "Let us not delve too deeply. Tobirama, the monkey's affairs are matters that arose after our demise. Let it go. Hashirama shook his head in resignation, a complex expression on his face. The very air around them felt heavy, laden with the weight of their discourse. Suddenly, a series of loud crashes echoed through the air. The second Tsuchikage and the second Kazekage were unceremoniously hurled like sandbags through the air. The tremendous impact shattered several sturdy trees, their broken trunks sprawled haphazardly across the ground, leaves cascading down in their wake. I have been observing you for quite some time. Your incessant chatter is insufferable. Lu Tian's face contorted with impatience. As he spoke loudly. He swung his robust arm, carelessly tossing the second Hokage aside, as if he were mere refuse. In that moment, he resembled an invincible deity of war. Gripping the first Hokage firmly in his right hand, he tilted his chin slightly, his eyes brimming with disdain and arrogance, declaring loudly, "Hurry up, do not waste my precious time." As he uttered these words, his brow furrowed tightly, the muscles of his face quivering ever so slightly, as if he harbored profound dissatisfaction with the individuals before him. The atmosphere surrounding them seemed to grow increasingly oppressive and tense. Influenced by both his words and actions, Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze gradually descended upon Lu Tian, his eyes filled with perplexity and contemplation, as though he were striving to unearth memories of this person from the recesses of his mind. He furrowed his brow, his expression grave, murmuring to himself, "Why does this person before me seem so familiar, yet I cannot recall who they are?" After a moment of silence, it was as if he had stumbled upon a startling revelation. His eyes widened, fixating intently on Lu Tian's, and he exclaimed, "Your eyes are the Rinnegan. Who exactly are you?" Upon witnessing the revived Sarutobi Hiruzen, Lu Tian initially displayed a hint of astonishment. Subsequently, his expression transformed into one of keen amusement. As if he had encountered something exceedingly humorous, a sly smile crept upon his lips, and he remarked, "Have you forgotten who I am? Do you truly wish to know? Haha, I fear that by the time you finish listening, you may suffer a heart attack." As he spoke, he deliberately raised an eyebrow, his gaze brimming with provocation. Immediately, Sarutobi Hiruzen's demeanor shifted to one of utter disarray, his face a picture of panic and urgency. He hastily waved his hands, exclaiming, "Teacher, do not listen to his nonsense. He is sowing discord." At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was even sweating profusely, his eyes reflecting a deep sense of anxiety. Meanwhile, Senju Hashirama stepped forward with a grave expression, each stride seemingly laden with immense pressure. His piercing gaze locked onto Lu Tian as he proclaimed, "Young man, what is your intention? To disrupt the nations of the ninja world and establish your empire? Humph, I suspect your ambitions extend far beyond that." As he spoke, Senju Hashirama stood tall, exuding an aura of unassailable authority. The air around them thickened with a palpable tension as a gentle breeze stirred up dust. Swirling languidly in the atmosphere, Lu Tian's previously placid expression suddenly morphed into one of great interest. His lips twitched slightly, his eyes glinting with an unusual light. He tilted his head back, a hint of disdain and mockery dancing in his features, and declared, "Senju Hashirama, humph, to speak of it, you are the very root of all evil. Were it not for you, how could the conflicts of the ninja world have escalated to such proportions?" He gestured emphatically towards Senju Hashirama, his excitement palpable. "Do you understand? After your demise, the ninja world has endured 3 catastrophic ninja wars, and now, we are on the brink of a 4th. He paused momentarily, a glint of madness flickering in his eyes. The winds around them seemed to resonate with the weight of his words, howling as the leaves rustled in response. Lu Tian crossed his arms defiantly, his gaze filled with unwavering determination and fervor. "However, this time will be different. I shall swiftly bring an end to all wars. I aim to unify the ninja world, ensuring that this land knows no more strife." Upon hearing these words, Senju Hashirama's eyes widened, sparkling like stars with incredulity. Deep within his pupils burned an intense fury, his facial muscles taut as waves of anger surged forth. Clenching his fists, he bellowed, "Your words are utterly absurd. They lack any semblance of truth. Humph, how could I, Senju Hashirama, easily place my trust in the ramblings of a charlatan like you?" Yet Lu Tian remained remarkably composed. He casually toyed with the first Hokage in his hand, as if it were merely a trivial trinket. A smirk of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth, his eyes gleaming with a predatory sharpness. He fixed his gaze squarely upon Senju Hashirama and leisurely replied, "Oh, do you believe that I, Lu Tian, require the approval of an insect such as yourself to act? You, Senju Hashirama, are rather presumptuous." Each of Lu Tian's words struck like a razor-sharp blade, piercing deeply into Senju Hashirama's heart. The fury that once dominated Senju Hashirama's countenance was now tinged with a newfound depth. His trembling hands clenched tightly, as if he were grappling to rein in his emotions. Lowering his head, he inhaled deeply, then slowly raised it, a flicker of supplication in his gaze. Lu Tian, I bow before you, imploring you to cease your actions and spare the nations of the ninja world. Upon hearing this, a playful smile graced Lu Tian's face. His voice, however, was as frigid as the winter wind, cutting and icy. Senju Hashirama, when did you become so weak and gullible? If the one unifying the ninja world were not I, Lu Tian, but rather your descendants, you would likely be overjoyed and filled with pride, wouldn't you? At these words, Senju Hashirama's complexion drained of color, his expression pale as parchment. A flicker of anger and indignation flashed in his eyes. He abruptly raised his head, determination igniting within his gaze as he prepared for one final stand. Lu Tian, though I, Senju Hashirama, may not be invincible, I shall never yield to you. If you desire battle, then let it be so. Lu Tian's smile widened in triumph. His hands caressed the first Hokage delicately, as if he were composing a silent symphony. With each movement of his fingers, the once majestic figure of the first Hokage began to undergo a remarkable transformation. The rigid contours of his physique softened, replaced by an alluring, graceful form. In an instant, the image of a middle-aged man in his 30s metamorphosed into that of a young woman in her 20s. Her features were strikingly beautiful, her eyes radiant, shimmering with the vibrance of youth. Lu Tian gazed upon his creation with satisfaction, his eyes glimmering with pride, much like an artist admiring a flawless masterpiece. Turning his attention to Senju Hashirama and the others, a provocative smile graced his lips. Senju Hashirama, allow me to broaden your horizons. This is the latest technique I have developed. I can alter anyone's gender, age, and physique at will. Senju Hashirama stood astonished, his face betraying disbelief as he beheld the transformation before him. His eyes widened in shock, staring at the youthful visage with the awe of witnessing an extraordinary miracle. Taking a deep breath, he fought to steady his emotions, then spoke solemnly. Lu Tian, you are indeed a genius. But what is your true aim in doing this? Lu Tian smiled faintly, replying, Senju Hashirama, I believe you have strayed from the topic. What I initially intended to discuss was the actions of the Third Hokage. His tone shifted to one of gravity, as if recounting a weighty historical account. Before we commence our battle, let me articulate my thoughts clearly. Please refrain from interrupting my discourse. He sought to embellish his narrative with his own fabrications. Sarutobi Hiruzen, on the surface, presents himself as a paragon of justice, yet in truth, he is a cunning and treacherous hypocrite. Lu Tian's eyes gleamed with a sharp light, his voice brimming with indignation and dissatisfaction. He covertly manipulates the entire ninja world, resorting to any means necessary for his own gain. His actions have incited the discontent and fury of countless individuals. His emotions surged as he clenched his fists tightly. Continuing, Senju Hashirama, you are a legendary figure in the ninja world, yet you have been blinded by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Fixating on Senju Hashirama's eyes, he pressed on. You believe he is striving for the peace of the entire ninja world. But in reality, he is merely paving the way for his own ambitions. I cannot bear to witness the entire ninja world being ruled by such individuals. Senju Hashirama was taken aback by Lu Tian's words, a complex expression crossing his face. Clearly, he found Lu Tian's claims hard to believe. After a moment of silence, he took a deep breath and said, Lu Tian, your words have left me astounded. However, I shall investigate the matter of the monkey myself. If what you say holds any truth, I will not stand idly by. Chapter 72. Lu Tian unveils the secrets of Otsutsuki. Senju Tobarama approached with measured steps, exuding an undeniable aura of authority, his face bearing a hint of grimness and his gaze sharp as an eagle's. Slightly raising his head, he fixed his eyes on Lu Tian, his voice laced with sarcasm. Brother, do not listen to his nonsense. The Uchiha clan is an inherently malevolent race. Their ambitions have long been laid bare. Upon hearing this, Lu Tian's brows knitted together, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. He shot Tobarama a piercing glare, his tone icy as he retorted, Do you know how others perceive you, Tobarama Senju? Your ambition and wickedness have led many to label you as the embodiment of evil. As soon as the words left his lips, Tobarama trembled slightly, as if struck by an invisible force, and was sent flying through the air. He tumbled several times before landing awkwardly, his face a mask of resentment and fury. The atmosphere grew tense, and the five Kage regarded Lu Tian with wary eyes. Meanwhile, Senju Hashirama raised a hand, signaling the five Kage to remain still. His gaze was deep and resolute, as if capable of quelling all disputes. He turned to Lu Tian, his voice low yet powerful. You just claimed I am the source of all evil. What do you mean by that? Tian let out a cold laugh. His eyes filled with provocation. Are you truly concerned about that title? Then allow me to elaborate. Were it not for you, the ninja world might not be in such disarray. The warring states period, though tumultuous, pales in comparison to the scale of conflict we face today. After the establishment of the 5 great ninja villages, warfare intensified and grew more expansive. The death toll from the 20 years of the warring states period does not compare to a single great ninja war. All of this is due to you, Hashirama Senju. Tian's voice grew increasingly impassioned, his expression almost comical, as if mocking Hashirama's ineptitude. Yet his words struck like a sharp blade, piercing deep into Hashirama's heart. After a moment of silence, Hashirama slowly lifted his head, his gaze resolute and profound. He inhaled deeply and replied, his voice steady and powerful, "Perhaps you are correct, but I have never abandoned the pursuit of peace. Though war is brutal, as long as we hold steadfast to our beliefs, we shall one day find the dawn of tranquility." As Hashirama spoke, the surrounding air seemed to solidify. Tian wore a mocking smile, surveying each person present, especially focusing on Hashirama's face. With a slight grin, eyes glinting with challenge, he proclaimed, "The peace you speak of is, in my view, none other than myself." His voice resonated with a compelling force, as if imbued with an irresistible charm that drew the attention of all present. His words exuded an overwhelming confidence and ambition, as if he had already envisioned his glorious future of unifying the ninja world. "Once I unify the ninja world, there will be no more strife," Tian declared emphatically, his eyes ablaze with fervor, as if he could already see that peaceful world. "Thus, those who obstruct me, including you and the Sage of 6 Paths." Otsutsuki Kagaya, as Tian's declaration hung in the air, his gaze shifted to the 5 Kage, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "Not long before your emergence, a being from beyond appeared. That being is Otsutsuki Kinshiki, a relative of the Sage of 6 Paths." Tian's voice gradually rose in intensity, as if he aimed to engrave this revelation into the hearts of everyone present. He paused, scanning the crowd, noting their astonished expressions. Satisfied, he continued, "Are you not curious why he has not sent Kinshiki to deal with me, but rather summoned you to confront me?" A triumphant smile played upon his lips, as if he had deciphered the thoughts of the gathered assembly. "That is because I drove Kinshiki away. You were merely pawns, serving to buy time." With those words, the battlefield fell into a brief silence. The 5 Kage wore expressions of disbelief, unable to fathom that Tian could defeat a being as formidable as Kinshiki. Seemingly pleased with his performance, Tian continued, "That Kinshiki is likely seeking allies as we speak. Do you know who he will turn to? Otsutsuki Kagaya's partner, Otsutsuki Ishiki." "Who exactly is this figure you speak of?" Hashirama inquired, his brow furrowed with seriousness and confusion, his gaze fixed on Tian. He sought any hint of truth in the other's eyes. Tian's lips curled into a sly smile, a glimmer of cunning flickering in his gaze. He stepped forward slowly, as if each stride pressed heavily upon the hearts of those present. He spoke in a low voice. "This, my friends, is the blind spot in your understanding. A millennium ago, or even further back, 2 beings from beyond, like shooting stars, descended upon this planet. Before their arrival, this world was devoid of chakra. Only natural energy existed." Tian continued, his eyes sparkling with a profound light, as though he could pierce through the barriers of time to glimpse that ancient era. It was only when Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Ishiki planted the god tree that contention arose between them. Changing the subject, he paused, surveying the 5 Kage, as if waiting for them to digest this astonishing revelation. "Oh, you know what the prerequisite for planting the god tree is?" Tian asked again, his gaze imbued with a probing glimmer. The 5 Kage exchanged bewildered glances, clearly perplexed by the question. Tian inhaled deeply and continued, "The prerequisite is the sacrifice of a living Otsutsuki." Otsutsuki Kagaya was the sacrificial offering. However, she ambushed Otsutsuki Ishiki, causing him to feed the 10 tails. As his words faded, the battlefield succumbed to a brief silence. The 5 Kage's faces were painted with shock, unable to comprehend this astounding secret. As the leader among them, Hashirama was the first to regain his composure. His brow furrowed tightly as he questioned, "Otsutsuki Ishiki is dead. Did you not just say that Kinshiki went to find him? How can he seek assistance from a deceased individual?" Tian chuckled softly, his eyes brimming with disdain and derision. "That is the peculiar nature of the Otsutsuki. They can replicate themselves and digitize their essence, embedding it within another's body. The recipient bears a black diamond mark in their palm as a sign. That mark allows the Otsutsuki to seize control and resurrect. They transcend death itself. Lu Tian's words conveyed a chilling and merciless tone, as if he had unveiled the Otsutsuki's secrets in their entirety. Chapter 73. Sowing discord among the five Kage and the Sage of Six Paths. A fierce wind surged, dark clouds roiling overhead. As if heralding an impending storm, Lu Tian stood before the five Kage with an air of casual confidence. His posture was upright, his gaze sparkling with cunning and provocation. He resembled a masterful chess player, with the five Kage as mere pawns at his mercy, ready to be manipulated at will. With a slight upward curl of his lips, he displayed a look of triumph and began to speak. Thus, this is the reason the Sage of Six Paths sought to resurrect you. He implanted a mark known as the wedge within your bodies. His voice was low and sinister, as if a chilling breeze from the depths of the underworld had pierced the hearts of the five Kage. The sudden revelation left them stunned. Exchanging bewildered glances, they looked at one another, their eyes betraying confusion and unease. Opening their palms, they inspected closely but found no trace of the diamond mark, as the foremost among the five Kage. Hashirama was the first to regain his senses, his brow furrowed, his gaze piercing as he fixed it on Lu Tian. He declared in a deep voice, "There is no such mark. You are deceiving us." His voice brimmed with anger and skepticism, as if he sought to utterly shatter Lu Tian's words. Standing alongside him, Senju Tobarama's gaze was equally sharp. Clenching his fists, a hint of discontent seeped into his tone as he declared, "What he said before must surely be lies. Brother, do not be deceived by him." His demeanor was resolute, as if he had already braced himself for a confrontation with Lu Tian as the inaugural Tsuchikage of Awagakure. Sure, he expressed his discontent directly. He widened his eyes, glaring at Lu Tian with authority in his voice, proclaiming, "Young man, do you think us fools? Do you believe your mere words can sway our convictions?" Upon witnessing this, a sardonic smile curled at the corners of Lu Tian's lips. It seemed he had anticipated the reactions of the five Kage, his eyes shimmering with cunning light. With a subtle flick of his finger, an invisible force enveloped the first Raikage, effortlessly tearing away her garments. The eyes of the five Kage immediately fixated on the exposed back of the first Raikage, where a prominent diamond-shaped mark was etched. This mark glimmered with a sinister light, as if it were a curse deeply imprinted upon her spine. The remaining four Kage gasped in unison, an inexplicable dread swelling within them. In that moment, tumultuous waves of disbelief surged in their hearts as they struggled to accept the grim reality that they had indeed been utilized as vessels by the Sage of Six Paths. Lu Tian's voice resonated with triumphant mockery as he taunted, "Do you now find it in your hearts to believe my words?" Suddenly, a blinding light pierced through the forest, akin to lightning splitting the night sky. As the brilliance faded, the figure of the Sage of Six Paths materialized, descending regally before them. He floated in midair, seated in a meditative posture, draped in a robe as pure as freshly fallen snow, which shimmered with a soft luminescence, seemingly harboring endless mysteries. His eyes glinted with profound depth, as if they could see through the world's illusions. His mere presence rendered the entire forest motionless, the wind that had once stirred now stilled in reverence. Too intimidated to whisper a sound, the very atmosphere felt suspended, with only the sage's mountain-like steadiness breathing life into the silence. Observing the bewildered expressions of the five Kage, the Sage of Six Paths displayed a flicker of urgency and wrath. His brow furrowed, resembling two swords poised to intersect, his gaze piercing, as if he could penetrate the hearts of the five Kage, unveiling their doubts and anxieties. Abruptly, he swept his sleeve with a force that echoed like thunder throughout the woods. "You ignorant fools," he thundered, as the sage of the ninja world. "I possess boundless strength and wisdom. If I can resurrect you, why would I need to possess your bodies? Would that not be redundant? A self-inflicted nuisance?" His voice surged like a torrential river, compelling the five Kage to retreat a few paces. Yet, Senju Hashirama remained steadfast, unmoved. The five Kage widened their eyes, gazing at the sage's furious and imposing visage. Their hearts filled with awe and trepidation. The sage's eyes swept over them, as if scrutinizing the depths of their souls. Drawing a deep breath, he endeavored to quell his inner fury. Why the haste? Lu Tian remained unfazed, a smirk of derision playing upon his lips. He cast a cold glance at the sage, as though he were witnessing a farcical spectacle, raising his gaze to the clouds scattered by the wind. He remarked with a hint of mockery, "How amusing that you react so passionately to my mere words." Turning his attention to the five Kage, a glimmer of cunning sparkled in his eyes. It is because your time of demise in the ninja world has long since passed. Your power has waned significantly. You are no longer capable of independently governing this realm. Thus, you require the five Kage as a springboard to re-enter this world in your prime. At these words, the sage's countenance darkened, transforming into a pallor of fury. He glared at Lu Tian, his eyes aflame with indignation, trembling as he pointed accusingly. You speak nonsense. Disrobe and see for yourselves. I have left nothing upon you. The five Kage stood in stunned silence at the sage's proclamation. They exchanged glances, uncertainty flickering in their eyes. Yet, in this critical moment, they chose to trust the sage. Gradually, they began to shed their garments, layer after layer, until their bodies stood bare in the open air. Their clothing fell away. Their skin gleamed alabaster in the sunlight. To their astonishment, no diamond-shaped mark appeared upon their forms. Their skin was as smooth as jade, devoid of any blemish. In that instant, the five Kage comprehended Lu Tian's sinister plot. A flash of anger ignited in their eyes, their gazes toward Lu Tian turning icy and piercing. Clenching their fists, they appeared ready to transform their fury into strength, poised to vanquish this detestable adversary. Observing their reaction, Lu Tian's lips curled into a chilling smile, as if he had foreseen this outcome, his eyes glinting with mischief and provocation. As the five Kage's wrathful gazes bore down upon him, he slowly raised his hand, as if to make a move. At that moment, the Sage of Six Paths struck. A powerful force erupted from him, sending Lu Tian hurtling through the air. You shameless wretch, cease your deceitful words. The sage bellowed, his voice reverberating like thunder throughout the forest, shaking the very souls of all present, his face flushed with rage. The flames of fury flickered in his rinnegan, as though he sought to incinerate the cunning Lu Tian. The five Kage, infected by the sage's wrath, clenched their fists, their faces etched with indignation and resolve. Yet, the truth was far more intricate than they had imagined. Though Lu Tian had deceived them, the Sage of Six Paths too concealed certain truths. Chapter 74. A twist, and the position of the wedge. The wind in the forest howled, lifting the garments of the five Kage as if rolling waves, unveiling the layers of mist that shrouded them. Though Lu Tian had been cast away by the sage's formidable power, a barely perceptible smirk lingered at the corner of his mouth. His gaze remained fixed upon the five Kage, his eyes glinting with cunning anticipation. The five Kage's minds had yet to settle from the shock they had just endured when they heard the sage's ethereal and enigmatic voice once more. Turning their attention, they beheld the sage's form becoming increasingly indistinct, shrouded in a delicate mist, as if he could dissipate into nothingness at any moment. The power the sage projected upon the ninja world seemed to dwindle after his recent confrontation with Lu Tian. His figure swaying in the wind, as though he might vanish at any given moment, his gaze swept over the five Kage, imbued with an expression of helplessness and resolution, as if he were entrusting all hope to them. Drawing a deep breath, his chest heaved, seemingly gathering all his strength for this pivotal moment. Slowly, he spoke, his voice heavy with the weight of ages. The monumental task of safeguarding the ninja world is now entrusted to you. Each word struck the hearts of the five shadows like a heavy hammer, instilling within them an overwhelming sense of gravity and responsibility. Upon finishing his speech, the figure of the Sage of Six Paths began to gradually dissipate. His form grew increasingly blurred, ultimately transforming into a wisp of azure smoke. Vanishing into the ether, his voice receded, leaving behind a profound silence and the bewildered gazes of the five shadows within their hearts. It was as if a tempest had erupted, with confusion and unease shrouding them like ominous clouds. They exchanged glances, each seeking a glimmer of clarity from the equally perplexed expressions of one another. Yet, they discovered that each pair of eyes resembled bottomless lakes, brimming with bewilderment and incomprehension. At that moment, Lu Tian, like a specter, slowly rose from the ground. He dusted himself off, a smug smile gracing his face, as if everything that had just transpired had been anticipated by him. With a composed gait, he strode toward the five shadows, each step echoing like a heartbeat in the chests of those present. Quickening their pulses, the corners of Lu Tian's mouth curled into a sly arc, embodying the essence of a sage who held dominion over all. His eyes gleamed with a chilling light, fixating upon the five shadows, as if he sought to penetrate the very depths of their fears. Do you know? He spoke, his voice low and frosty, resonating through the air. Each syllable coalesced into a sharp blade, piercing directly into the hearts of the five shadows. His tone was akin to the cold flicker of a serpent's tongue, caressing their nerves and sending involuntary shivers down their spines. That so-called mark of the wedge is actually etched upon the surface of your hearts, Lu Tian continued, his gaze flickering with an eerie glint. As if everything lay within his grasp. At his words, the five shadows were instantly engulfed in shock. Senju the second Hokage of the Land of Fire, was the first to rise in dissent. This is impossible. We have never sensed anything amiss. Moreover, how could you possibly know of such a secret? The first Wind Shadow, Redo, followed suit, his brow furrowing, eyes gleaming with suspicion. Tian, what evidence do you possess? Such a claim is utterly ludicrous. Yet, Tian remained unfazed, a cold smile playing on his lips. Evidence? My eyes can see through all. I have witnessed the wedge upon the surface of your hearts. He stated. An imprint upon the hand can be severed by another's aid, but one etched upon the heart cannot be extricated. The other five shadows from various nations felt a tempest rise within them at his words. They instinctively clutched their chests, as if sensing the intangible mark pulsating against their hearts, sending chills through their veins. They exchanged fearful glances, disbelief etched upon their faces. They could hardly fathom that the wedge lay hidden in such a perilous location. This revelation loomed over them like a vast black hole, devouring their trust and sense of security. The five shadows found themselves engulfed in chaos and uncertainty, unsure of whom to trust or how to confront this sudden truth. Observing the terror etched upon their faces, Tian felt a surge of satisfaction that he continued with a mocking tone. The Sage of Six Paths refrained from revealing the truth because he knew that once you learned this secret, doubt would fester within you towards him. And now, he no longer possesses the strength to uphold this deception. That I in the tranquil and solemn Pure Land. Otsutsuki Kagaya's previously serene expression darkened with fury upon hearing Tian's words. Lightning danced in his eyes, as if he intended to ignite the entire realm. That he had not anticipated that despite his immense efforts, he would still be unable to control the situation, clenching his fists. The joints of his fingers cracking like thunder, he felt the weight of his frustration and anger. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he resolved to employ the contingency plan he had long prepared. Determined to safeguard the peace of the ninja world. That I in the forest, Senju Hashirama held skepticism towards Tian's assertions. A legendary ninja of the Land of Fire, he possessed sharp insight and judgment. Having been resurrected by the Sage of Six Paths, he had been enhanced, no longer needing to form seals. He could manipulate the surrounding flora with mere thought. The once tranquil woods and blooming flowers instantly transformed into his weaponry. As Hashirama focused, the plants responded to his call, surging towards Tian. The verdant foliage entwined around Tian like ethereal serpents, binding his movements, while the thick branches coiled around him like monstrous tentacles. Seemingly intent on choking him, taken aback by the sudden onslaught, Tian's face contorted in a feigned struggle. He attempted to free himself from the bindings of vines and branches, only to realize how insignificant his strength appeared against the plants. Fear flickered in his eyes, evidently taken aback by Hashirama's formidable abilities. Do you enjoy playing the fool so much? Then I shall take your life. Hashirama glared at Tian, his gaze brimming with disdain and contempt. Tian, do you believe your lies can deceive everyone? I, Senju Hashirama, am no fool to be easily misled. With that, he gestured once more, and the surrounding flora appeared to receive new commands, launching into a frenzied assault on Tian. Tian donned a comical grin, retorting, "You claim not to be a fool, yet your attack on me. Do you truly believe that is your own volition?" Chapter 75. The Five Shadows Unite to Assault Tian. Senju Hashirama suddenly erupted with overwhelming energy. Drawing a deep breath, a mysterious and majestic visage began to manifest upon his face, symbolizing sage mode. The environment around him pulsated with each breath he took. The seemingly ordinary plants entwined around Tian now appeared to be infused with life. They grew wildly, twisting, and ultimately coalescing into a colossal green dragon. The dragon writhed in the air, its scales shimmering with a faint green light, each scale seemingly brimming with boundless power. The constraining force of the dragon was suffocating, as if it sought to control everything within its grasp. Its body emitted an unusual wave, capable of absorbing all chakra in the vicinity, whether from foes or allies alike. However, Tian was no ordinary adversary. He too possessed the ability to absorb chakra. Thus, a breathtaking tug-of-war unfolded between the two. Tian and the wooden dragon faced off, a vortex of chakra forming around him. Whenever the wooden dragon attempted to siphon his chakra, Tian, fortified by sheer will and skill, would redirect it back. Do you think this can ensnare me? Tian smirked, a hint of disdain surfacing on his face. He suddenly opened his mouth, unleashing a torrent of searing flames that surged forth like two fire dragons in the air. Let us play a little, savor this, Tian roared, his voice echoing like thunder across the battlefield. The flames transformed into two fire dragons, roaring as they lunged towards the wooden dragon. The wooden dragon emitted a deafening roar, its massive form thrashing violently before the fire dragons, desperately attempting to consume them. Yet, the fire dragons moved as if imbued with life, skillfully weaving through the chaos, each encounter seemingly devouring the wooden dragon's chakra. Senju Hashirama stood nearby, witnessing the unfolding chaos. That a grave expression took hold of his features as he comprehended that if this continued, the wooden dragon's chakra would soon be exhausted by Tian. He could not remain passive. He needed to swiftly conclude this battle. Drawing a deep breath, the chakra fluctuations around him surged with renewed vigor. He clasped his hands together, chanting, "Sage art would release, true thousand hands, Buddha of the summit." With a thunderous shout, a colossal statue of the thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara suddenly emerged behind him. This statue was immensely large, dwarfing the Nine Tails by several magnitudes. Should the Nine Tails have been present, a single hand from the statue would effortlessly subdue it. It radiated a golden light, illuminating the entire battlefield. Countless enormous arms extended from the statue, towering like ancient trees, casting shadows over the land. These arms simultaneously launched an assault on Tian, aiming to overwhelm him in one fell swoop. Thousands of massive fists descended, each strike seemingly capable of shaking the very heavens and earth. Yet, Tian remained unperturbed. He transformed into a swirling mass of black flames, incinerating the wooden dragon beside him to ashes in an instant. Subsequently, he summoned an immense black flame shield, deflecting all the statue's attacks. "Is this all the might you possess, thousand-armed Hashirama?" Tian's eyes gleamed with disdain as he prepared to counterattack. He resembled a cheetah poised to pounce on its prey. In the blink of an eye, thousand-armed Tobirama moved. His eyes sparkled with a sharp brilliance akin to stars, seemingly capable of piercing through the darkness. He clapped his hands, inhaling sharply, and unleashed a high-pressure jet of water. Water release. Water bullet. The water shot forth like a silver sword, dazzling and imbued with an icy ferocity. It sliced through the air in a perfect line, aimed directly at Tian. The water rippled, filling the air with a humid atmosphere. The sheer destructive power was heart-stopping, as if the very fabric of space were being torn asunder by this force. The surrounding air was drawn into this power, emitting faint cracking sounds. Tian's expression turned grave. Just as he adjusted his stance to evade this lethal blow, the speed of the water bullet was astonishing, akin to lightning, and it rapidly closed in on him once more. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through the air. Tian observed as Retsudo clapped his hands, unleashing a powerful gust of wind-released chakra from within him. This was his proud bloodline limit. Hurricane release. Under his command, the gale howled towards Tian, laden with countless sharp wind blades. They danced and spun in the air, emitting a shrill sound that seemed to slice through space itself. Tian sensed two formidable forces converging upon him simultaneously. Yet, he remained calm, even more composed than before. He flickered like a specter, weaving through the tempest and the water waves. Each flicker was accompanied by a thunderous boom and blinding light, as Tian traced luminous arcs through the darkness. He effortlessly dodged all attacks, as if everything were under his control. Tian, let us see how you withstand this dual onslaught. I refuse to believe you can evade forever, Retsudo bellowed, his voice brimming with confidence and authority. But Tian remained undaunted. In the next moment, his figure vanished from sight, only to reappear mere meters in front of thousand-armed Tobirama. He raised his hand high, as if to deliver a crushing blow. However, Tobirama remained unfazed. He flickered out of existence, employing the flying thunder god technique. When he reappeared, he stood several meters behind Tian. He had meticulously prepared, marking the surroundings with the flying thunder god seals. Tobirama swiftly conjured a water vortex in his hands, condensing it into a spear made of water. He hurled it with all his might. The water spear spun rapidly in the air, resembling a blooming silver lotus. Upon contact with its target, it would instantly unleash a massive water tornado, an awe-inspiring display of power. Tian keenly sensed the oppressive force bearing down on him from behind, like a hammer striking his heart. He attempted to evade once more, but his feet suddenly felt as though bound by invisible chains. Heavy and immovable, he looked down in astonishment, realizing that the ground beneath him had transformed from simple earth into living tendrils, wrapping tightly around his legs, akin to seaweed ensnaring him in the depths of the ocean. A tremendous force surged from below, as if a deluge sought to swallow him whole. Tian struggled to break free. Yet the weight felt as immovable as a mountain. As if he were a magnetized iron block, utterly immobilized, he raised his gaze to the figure hovering above. First Hokage, Ishikawa, with his hands clasped behind him. Ishikawa exuded an air of casual confidence. A mocking smile graced his lips as he gazed at Lu Tian. He spoke slowly. Lu Tian, stand there obediently. Before me, you have no escape. Chapter 76. The Sage of Six Paths executes his plan. Lu Tian transformed into a blazing inferno of black fire. Amidst the roaring flames, countless spectral entities danced wildly. The black fire tore through the skies, infused with boundless might and rage, propelling itself towards the infinite firmament. The heavens seemed to be rent asunder by this black blaze. The surrounding air warped by intense heat, creating a cacophony of explosive sounds that he shattered the layers of restraint. None could hinder his advance, be it the confines of space or the shackles of time. Lu Tian let out a fierce roar in midair. His voice resonated like the roar of dragons and tigers, reverberating through the hearts of all who heard it. His face was alight with madness and exhilaration, as though this conflict and carnage were merely an exhilarating game to him. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. How delightful. Lu Tian laughed, his eyes gleaming with mockery as he remarked, "You lot are simply too amusing. I almost feel reluctant to end your lives." His words dripped with derision and disdain, as if his foes were mere insects, unworthy of his full strength. Just as his words faded, his gaze sharpened. Locking onto a particular figure, there stood Sarutobi Hiruzen. But there is one exception, Lu Tian coldly declared, his voice laced with murderous intent. "And that is you, Sarutobi Hiruzen." His eyes glimmered with an icy light. As if intending to freeze Hiruzen in place, as he spoke, the black flames surged once more, becoming even more ferocious. Lu Tian shot forth like a colossal arrow, imbued with cataclysmic power, hurtling towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. His speed surpassed the very limits of space, rendering evasion impossible. Hiruzen's expression shifted to one of gravity. He could feel the terrifying pressure approaching him. With a steely gaze, he swiftly formed seals with his hands. Drawing a deep breath, he opened his mouth wide. In that instant, a mass of purple lightning coalesced within his mouth, roaring forth like a great purple dragon, charging towards the incoming Lu Tian. This was the advanced technique he had covertly learned from Uchiha Madara. In release, Thunderburst. Yet, in the face of this thunderous assault, Lu Tian remained unfazed. The black flames he embodied surged in the air, resembling an arrow ignited by the fires of darkness. It cleaved through the sky, bearing the weight of annihilation, and shot directly at the purple dragon. The purple dragon roared, attempting to use its thunderous might to resist the encroaching dark flames. However, before the arrow imbued with dark power, the purple dragon was instantly engulfed in flames, transforming into a brilliant shower of sparks, ultimately dissipating into the endless void. Sarutobi Hiruzen was left with nothing, not even a trace. This spectacle left all present in shock. They had never anticipated Lu Tian's strength to be so overwhelming, rendering even Hiruzen's ultimate technique utterly ineffective against him. "Monkey, how dare you kill him?" Upon witnessing the scene, Senju Hashirama let out a furious roar that reverberated through the air like thunder, shaking the very souls of all present. In an instant, the ground beneath Lu Tian began to tremble violently. Countless colossal wooden hands erupted from the earth, resembling gigantic vines, stealthily ensnaring Lu Tian. These wooden appendages emanated a potent vitality, as if they sought to engulf Lu Tian entirely. Yet Lu Tian remained unfazed. The black flames enveloping him surged with renewed intensity, seemingly poised to ignite the entire world. As the wooden hands made contact with the black flames, they were instantly reduced to ashes, dissipating into the air. Lu Tian cast a cold gaze upon the assembly, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Could you not form a line and allow me to deal with you one by one? Must you resort to a collective assault? Very well, then I shall refrain from playing." The black flames around him roiled once more, as if intent on consuming the very heavens and earth. Shurha, the first Hokage, narrowed his eyes. With a thunderous shout, he declared, "Youngster, do you dare to underestimate us, the five Kage? Today, you shall learn what it means to be at the pinnacle of the shinobi world." He formed a series of hand seals, unleashing his unique technique, bloodline elimination, earth release. The soil surrounding Lu Tian surged, transforming into lifelike clay figures, armed and advancing from all directions. These earthen constructs exuded a heavy earthy aura, as though they aimed to bind Lu Tian within the very soil itself. A flicker of disdain crossed Lieutenant's eyes. He moved with the swiftness of a specter, weaving through the clay figures. However, he soon realized that these figures were no mere tricks. The earth-release jutsu they wielded caused a slight delay in his chakra flow. "Ah, this technique again. How utterly tedious." Lu Tian scoffed, his body suddenly convulsing as a powerful surge of black flames erupted from within him. The clay figures surrounding him rapidly cracked under the heat, ultimately crumbling into a puddle of mud scattered across the ground. Just as Lu Tian prepared to press his advantage, he was suddenly struck by an overwhelming pressure descending from above. The air around him seemed to sink under this immense weight, transforming into a viscous liquid. Lu Tian found himself momentarily immobilized, unable to glide as effortlessly as before. Earth release. Gravity crush technique. The voice of Tsuchikage Yuki reverberated across the battlefield. Suspended in midair, he clasped his hands together, his gaze piercing. The very soil of the battlefield appeared to be drawn towards Lu Tian by a mysterious force, as if the earth itself trembled, threatening to tear open a vast chasm under this crushing weight. Lu Tian's black flames flickered like a candle in a tempest, wavering perilously on the brink of extinguishment. Lu Tian felt the gravitational force pressing in from all sides, akin to numerous mountains bearing down upon him, suffocating him to the ground. He struggled to rise, yet each attempt felt as if he were ensnared by invisible chains, rendering him immobile. Meanwhile, the others were far from idle spectators. Ryota hovered high above, taking a deep breath as he rapidly formed hand seals. In that instant, a fierce gale erupted around him, swiftly coalescing into razor-sharp wind blades. These blades, augmented by the gravity, surged towards Lu Tian with the lethality of sharpened steel. The three Mizukage joined forces to execute their jutsu. Byakuren clasped his hands together, unleashing a torrent of white steam that billowed towards Lu Tian's head. The third Mizukage employed the same technique, while Kirigakure's H-Getsu leapt into the air, unleashing a massive column of water. Senju Tobarama likewise performed water release jutsu, intertwining his water spouts with H-Getsus to form an enormous curtain of water. Behind Senju Hashirama, the Senju cannon initiated an assault. As thousands of colossal hands surged towards Lu Tian like an unstoppable tide, these mighty hands radiated formidable would-release power, each swing capable of shaking the very foundations of the world. At that moment, a mysterious radiance suddenly erupted from the five Kage, enveloping the entire battlefield. This was the contingency of Sage of Six Paths, a powerful sealing force that surged towards Lu Tian. In the face of this power, all of Lu Tian's struggles became utterly futile. He felt his body being drawn by an invisible force, ultimately vanishing from the spot. Have you exerted yourselves so greatly merely to seal away a single body of mine? Moreover, you seem to have overlooked me. Chapter 77. Otsutsuki Pushur finds Ishur at this moment. In the desolate plains of the land of winds northwest, the sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, foreboding an impending storm. Amidst this oppressive atmosphere, a figure flickered like a specter, frantically fleeing. Otsutsuki Pushur, his eyes glimmered with fury and disdain, a mocking curve gracing his lips. In this barren land, Otsutsuki Pushur sensed a disturbance beneath the earth. He located Otsutsuki Ishur, who had taken residence within the body of Jisien. After shrinking his incomplete upper body, he had parasitized Jisien's brain. At this moment, Jisien, clad in a white feathered garment, wore the Roman numeral 4 beneath his left eye, with a wedge-shaped mark upon his chin. He exuded gentlemanly grace, currently savoring a meal and sampling fine wine. Confronted by the sudden arrival of Otsutsuki Pushur, he faced him through Jisien's body. Look at your current state, barely clinging to life. Ishur, Otsutsuki Pushur taunted. His voice echoed within the subterranean cavern, laced with mockery and arrogance. You were ambushed by your own subordinates. Reduced to this pitiful condition, it is an embarrassment to us both. I share your rank, and I find this humiliating. Pushur's words struck Otsutsuki Ishur like a sharp blade, piercing deep into his heart. Yet, Ishur remained indifferent, continuing to sip his wine through Jisien's body. If your sole purpose is to mock me, you needn't bother. If you seek to reclaim the divine tree, then do so swiftly. Do not waste time. I am here for 3 significant matters, and at present, my task is to discipline the traitor. Otsutsuki Pushur's chilling voice resounded through the vast underground cavern. He instantly opened the portal to the Yellow Springs, resembling a profound black hole that consumed everything around it. Stepping through this portal, Otsutsuki Pushur's figure vanished in an instant, arriving in the initial realm of Otsutsuki Kagaya. This space resembled an ancient sanctuary forgotten by time. Suffused with rich chakra energy, the air imbued with boundless vitality. Ancient runes flowed through the space, whispering secrets unknown to mortals. As Otsutsuki Pushur stepped into this realm, a disdainful smile blossomed upon his face. He scanned the surroundings, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk, instantly locking onto the frail figure of Otsutsuki Kagaya in the corner. In a swift motion, he appeared before her like a phantom, He extended his long, pale fingers, gently grasping Kagaya's disheveled hair, as if toying with a helpless kitten. Bloodline net, rabbit hair needles. Otsutsuki Kagaya's hair transformed into countless needles, launching an assault against Otsutsuki Pushur. Faced with such an onslaught, Otsutsuki Pushur's eyes flashed with impatience. He abruptly struck Otsutsuki Kagaya across the face. The sharp crack echoed throughout the initial realm, as if time itself had paused. Kagaya's body arced through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, producing a dull thud. Otsutsuki Pushur crouched down, leaping onto Kagaya's back, repeatedly exerting forceful pressure. A blaze of fury ignited within his eyes, threatening to erupt forth, his voice brimming with anger and contempt. You, the worthless traitor to your superior, defeated by your own son, sealed away for countless years, and now, you dare to resist me? How utterly laughable! Otsutsuki Kagaya struggled in agony, yet her gaze remained resolute. She gritted her teeth, summoning every ounce of strength to break free from Otsutsuki Pushur's grasp. Her fists clenched tightly, as if to muster a final flicker of energy for retaliation. Bloodline net. 80 Gods Void Strike. However, Otsutsuki Pushur did not grant her this opportunity. With a sudden kick, he struck out with the ferocity of thunder. Otsutsuki Kagaya's body arced gracefully through the air before crashing heavily to the ground once more. She rolled several times upon the earth, a trickle of fresh blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. Struggling to raise her head, Otsutsuki Kagaya's eyes still glimmered with an indomitable spirit. She gazed at Otsutsuki Pushur, and, though her voice was faint, she resolutely declared, "I will not yield to you." Otsutsuki Pushur let out a cold laugh as he rose to his feet. With a swift motion of his hand, a powerful force instantly drew Otsutsuki Kagaya towards him. He looked down upon her, his gaze tinged with mockery as he observed her disheveled state. Then, with a fierce wave of his hand, he callously hurled Otsutsuki Kagaya into the portal of the Yellow Springs. In that moment, it felt as though the entire world had succumbed to darkness. Her body traced a mournful arc in the air, resembling a withering leaf, before crashing heavily at the feet of Otsutsuki Pushur. Her hair was in disarray, her garments torn, yet her eyes burned with an unyielding flame, an embodiment of her defiance, determination, and boundless fury. Otsutsuki Pushur, once her superior, now regarded her with cold indifference through the vessel of Tian. His eyes flickered with a complex light, a mixture of anger at Otsutsuki Kagaya's betrayal and an unexpected admiration for her resilience. Yet, Otsutsuki Pushur's ire swiftly morphed into a twisted desire. He slowly approached Kagaya, a cruel smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he remarked, "You have borne 3 children, causing me considerable trouble. How about you bear me one as well?" No sooner had he spoken than he reached out, brutally tearing apart Otsutsuki Kagaya's already tattered clothing. She struggled in vain, striving to resist, yet her body felt as though it were paralyzed. Unable to move, her eyes brimmed with terror and despair, but more prominently, they reflected a steadfast commitment to her dignity. This was the junction of the land of wind, the land of the dead, and the land of bears. Tian, possessing a nearby body, was attuned to the chakra fluctuations around him. He swiftly rose, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from his location, upon entering the mysterious underground cavern. The sight before him ignited a profound fury within him. He beheld Otsutsuki Kagaya, once a formidable presence a millennium ago, now lying on the ground like a discarded doll, battered and disheveled. His gaze then shifted to the 2 Otsutsuki poised to commit unspeakable acts. His eyes turned crimson with rage as he clenched his fists, chakras surging violently around him. Tian roared in fury, "You shameless scoundrels! How dare you engage in such despicable deeds?" With his thunderous shout, the entire underground cavern seemed to tremble. Otsutsuki Pushur and Otsutsuki Pushur simultaneously lifted their heads to regard this unexpected intruder. Surprised glimmers flashed in their eyes, but they were quickly overshadowed by disdain and contempt. Tian, however, granted them no opportunity to react. In an instant, he reappeared before Otsutsuki Pushur, unleashing a powerful punch infused with boundless fury directly into Tian's chest. With a resounding crash, Tian's body was sent flying against the cavern wall. Blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, Tian did not relent. He vanished once more, reappearing before Otsutsuki Pushur. His eyes shimmered with a cold, steely intensity as he unleashed another strike. This time, he shattered Otsutsuki Pushur's form, reducing him to nothingness. Chapter 78. Tian versus the 2 Otsutsuki. Your performance has come to an end, but do not presume that I will merely sit back and watch. Tian announced coldly from within the forest, his voice resonating with undeniable authority. Before him stood 10 exquisitely crafted stone chairs, emanating a faint glow. The past Hokages were drawn to these chairs by an invisible force. Each compelled to take a seat, they attempted to move, only to discover themselves ensnared by a formidable binding power, rendered immobile. Do not waste your efforts. This is my self-imposed binding puppet curse seal. Tian stated calmly. The faces of the past Hokages turned ashen, as though they had glimpsed their own demise. At that moment, a colossal screen unfurled before them, revealing a scene that left them all in shock. Tian's other body engaged in battle. In the dimly lit underground cavern, an unseen force surged. 3 Otsutsuki figures stood out prominently, 2 males and 1 female, each radiating an immense aura capable of rending space itself. The eyes of the 5 Hokages focused on Otsutsuki Kagaya, the former ruler of the shinobi world, who now appeared so wretched. Her garments lay in tatters, her fair skin marred with wounds, and her gaze reflected boundless pain and despair. This sight stirred a wave of inexplicable sorrow and indignation within the Hokages, who could not help but feel pity for the once mighty ruler. On the opposite side of the cavern, Tian stood like a valiant warrior, unafraid in the face of the 2 formidable Otsutsuki. His figure darted swiftly through the cavern, each strike imbued with the force of a tempest, as though he sought to rend the very fabric of the cave apart. The 5 Hokages watched in awe, their hearts brimming with reverence and astonishment for Tian. Is this truly the extent of his power? Senju Hashirama murmured, his eyes filled with shock and respect. He had never fathomed that a human could possess such astounding strength. Far beyond his imagination, how could we possibly stand against him? Shura's face betrayed sheer terror, his voice trembling as he struggled to accept this reality. They had always believed themselves to be the pinnacle of strength in the shinobi world. Yet now it was evident that the gulf between them and Tian was insurmountable. The battle on the screen was far from over. The astonishment of the onlookers. Otsutsuki Pusher seemed not to be entirely defeated. He struggled to rise, consuming all the chakra from the fish basket. Yet even then, that immense energy seemed insufficient to satiate him. In a frenzied roar, he devoured his own 2 Rinnegan eyes as well. As he consumed the chakra and Rinnegan, Otsutsuki Pusher's body underwent a staggering transformation. His already towering form grew even more imposing, akin to an unyielding mountain. His skin turned as white as jade, radiating a divine luminescence. Upon his forehead, a golden Rinnegan slowly opened, emanating dazzling brilliance. His face was adorned with black runes, as if marked by the imprints of footsteps, these runes exuding a strange yet potent aura. Simultaneously, Otsutsuki Ishur, possessing Cicn, began his own transformation. He utilized the wedge form change, numerous runes appearing upon his body. These runes slithered like serpents, entwining and intertwining around him. A sharp horn sprouted from the right side of his head, emitting a chilling glow. His gaze turned cold and cruel, as if he sought to consume everything in his path. Otsutsuki Pusher's hands moved in a frenzy. With each motion, purple energy orbs shot forth like meteors streaking across the night sky. Tian stood not far away, his eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve as he attempted to harness the power of the Rinnegan, aiming to absorb these purple energy orbs. Yet he soon discovered that these energy spheres possessed unique attributes, rendering them impervious to his absorption. Alarmed yet unflustered, he quickly recalibrated his strategy, preparing to prioritize defense. With a deafening boom, Tian felt a powerful impact. He staggered momentarily but quickly regained his footing. What else have you gained besides the ability to launch these energy orbs? Has your physique merely grown stronger? Tian gazed at Otsutsuki Ishiki, a glimmer of curiosity flickering in his eyes. At that moment, Otsutsuki Ishiki prepared to strike. With a sudden, forceful wave of his hand, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from within him. Countless black cubes materialized from an alternate dimension, descending upon Tian like a torrential downpour. These ominous black cubes emanated a bizarre aura that sent a shiver of dread through Tian. Yet, he did not falter. Instead, he inhaled sharply, steeling himself for the impending onslaught. Bang, bang, bang. The black cubes continuously collided with Tian's form, producing deafening reverberations. However, Tian stood resolute, embodying an indomitable barrier. No matter how fiercely the cubes assaulted him, they could not budge him in the slightest. After enduring a relentless barrage, Tian shattered every last one of the black cubes. He remained steadfast, his gaze radiating a cold, fierce light. Otsutsuki Ishiki, taken aback by Tian's prowess, felt a flicker of astonishment. He had not anticipated such formidable strength from Tian. capable of withstanding even his divine techniques without sustaining any tangible harm. Nevertheless, he was undeterred and prepared to unleash a more ferocious attack, once again conjuring violet energy orbs. These orbs flickered like stars, morphing into lethal projectiles that rocketed toward Lu Tian with astonishing speed. Each release of energy was accompanied by violent tremors in the air and the tearing of the night sky. As if the very cosmos trembled in response, the violet luminescence illuminated the surroundings, engulfing the underground cavern in a purplish blaze. Otsutsuki Ishiki's eyes narrowed with urgency as he turned to Otsutsuki Kagaya, exclaiming, "This one is formidable. Coordinate with me in battle. I am about to unleash my ultimate technique." Upon hearing this, Lu Tian, standing amidst the rain of violet energy orbs, displayed an expression of disdain. His gaze remained calm and resolute, as if these attacks were mere trifles. He lifted his head to regard the disheveled figure of Otsutsuki Kagaya, the progenitor of chakra in the ninja world. "Do not worry, Kagaya. I shall dispatch them swiftly," Lu Tian declared, his voice laced with unwavering confidence. In an instant, Lu Tian sensed an unusual presence that he glanced down, discovering a diminutive entity attempting to burrow into his ear from his shoulder. A flicker of alarm crossed Lu Tian's mind as he recognized it as Otsutsuki Ishiki's technique, Sh10 no Jutsu. With a huff of disdain, Lu Tian resolved not to let Otsutsuki Ishiki succeed. He swiftly extended his hand, executing a deft motion to capture the shrunken Otsutsuki Ishiki with precision. "The chasm between us is insurmountable," Lu Tian scoffed, holding Otsutsuki Ishiki captive. "Your trivial tricks cannot harm me in the slightest." Chapter 79. Farewell to Black Zetsu. After a fierce battle, the underground cavern lay in ruins. The once solid rocks had shattered under the force of the energy blasts, the sounds of collapse echoing like the earth's wrath. A vast opening, several meters in diameter, had formed at the cavern's apex, leading straight to the surface. Sunlight streamed through the aperture, illuminating the chaos within. Lu Tian stood amidst the wreckage, gripping tightly the two incapacitated Otsutsuki Ishiki and Kagaya. Their garments lay in tatters, their expressions a mix of terror and despair. Lu Tian regarded them with disdain and contempt. "You are like indomitable cockroaches. No matter how I strike, you persist in your survival. It is truly exhausting." His voice resonated through the cavern, tinged with mockery and derision. With that, he raised his hands high, as if showcasing his trophies. "Since you are so tenacious, allow me to annihilate you according to your customs." A cruel smile curled upon Lu Tian's lips, his eyes glinting with icy resolve. He slowly opened his mouth, compressing the two Otsutsuki within his grasp. Their struggles and cries proved futile against the inevitable. Bathed in sunlight, Lu Tian's figure appeared increasingly grand and imposing, his gaze imbued with unwavering determination, as if nothing could hinder his advance. The two Otsutsuki had become mere sustenance for him. Delicious, Lu Tian inhaled deeply, his eyes sparkling with satisfaction and joy. As though he had just consumed the finest delicacies in the world, he felt the surging power within him, each strand pulsating with boundless energy, sending tremors through his soul. "I sense the power boiling within me. I have grown stronger." Lu Tian reveled in the sensation, a grin of contentment gracing his face. In that moment, he felt invincible. Any foe before him would crumble effortlessly. Turning his gaze toward the distant figure of Otsutsuki Kagaya, her silhouette appeared increasingly graceful under the sunlight. Lu Tian approached her, a gentle smile adorning his features. "Congratulations, Kagaya. You have finally liberated yourself from the shackles of your unruly progeny." His voice was warm and powerful, akin to a gentle spring breeze that he reached out, gently patting Kagaya's shoulder, offering her encouragement and solace. Otsutsuki Kagaya blinked in surprise, her previously sharp gaze softening at Lu Tian's words. Gradually, she lifted her head, her eyes meeting those of the man who had just rescued her. A complex mix of emotions flickered in her gaze. Wariness of the unknown mingled with a subtle hint of gratitude. Once an invincible being, her power had been ruthlessly restrained during her years of confinement, her spirit shackled in perpetual darkness. The bindings shattered and freedom returned. A tumult of emotions surged within her. She had not anticipated Lu Tian's gesture of congratulations and concern at such a moment. This unexpected kindness left her taken aback and slightly at a loss. Yet soon, a grateful smile graced her lips, radiant and warm like the sun of early spring. Otsutsuki Kagaya's smile conveyed an innocent purity, her eyes sparkling with hope and longing for the future, akin to a child who had just emerged from darkness. Reclaiming her freedom, this aspect of her stirred something within Lu Tian. He understood that although Otsutsuki Kagaya possessed immense power, her heart remained akin to that of an innocent child, Her simplicity and kindness had been the key to Naruto and Sasuke's success in sealing her. Had she not embodied such a persona, perhaps the outcome of their battle would have unfolded differently. Kaguya, could you summon your third son? Tian inquired, his brow slightly furrowed. His gaze penetrating as he regarded Otsutsuki Kaguya with undeniable authority. Her eyes shimmered as if capable of piercing through the fabric of time and space. She nodded gently, her demeanor composed. I sense his chakra. He is already on his way. Meanwhile, in the distant forests of the great Hanjin Empire, Tian had completed his masterpiece. Standing in a clearing surrounded by lush woodlands, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a golden halo around him. Before him sat 10 former shadows of power, now transformed into petite, enchanting maidens. Their once-fitting garments appeared ill-suited, and their faces bore expressions of shyness and astonishment, as if they could scarcely believe their transformation. Tian surveyed the beautiful maidens with satisfaction, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He reached out, gently caressing the cheek of Senja Hashirama, who now exuded a delicate charm. My beauties, your rebirth has arrived. I have liberated you from your constraints. Be sure to express your gratitude. Transformed. Senja Hashirama's once stalwart visage now radiated a gentle allure. Biting her lip, tears of humiliation glimmered in her eyes. She lifted her gaze, meeting Tian's with clear yet defiant eyes. Just kill me, she implored, her voice trembling. Tian observed her obstinate demeanor, an inexplicable surge of emotion swelling within him. He remarked, your appearance has stirred my excitement. Yet, with a swift change in tone, a glimmer of jest flickered in his eyes as he smirked. However, I am not the lustful fool known as Uchiha Hanye. Let us continue watching the film. His words conveyed an air of lightness and teasing, instantly alleviating the previously tense atmosphere. The 5 Kage, guided by his remarks, redirected their gazes back to the screen. On the screen, a black and white creature resembling a Venus flytrap slowly emerged from the ground. Its body was a bizarre amalgamation of black and white, exuding an aura of mystery. Upon spotting Otsutsuki Kaguya, its eyes widened in astonishment. As if on the verge of tears, Daiti trembled as it uttered, Mother, have you broken free from the seal? Its voice brimmed with anticipation and excitement, as though it had awaited this moment for an eternity. Kaguya gazed at the black and white entity, a flicker of complex emotions crossing her face. She nodded slightly and stated, I have regained my freedom. Though her voice was calm, the latent power within it was undeniable. Upon hearing this, the creature leapt with exhilaration, its form twisting in midair as if to release all its joy. It exclaimed, Wonderful, Mother, we can finally restart the God Tree project. Its voice resonated with confidence and determination, as if it could already envision the hope of the future. Meanwhile, the 5 Kage, captivated by this scene, found their hearts filled with anticipation and curiosity, eager to discover what would unfold next and what plans Kaguya and the black and white creature would devise. Chapter 80, The Resurrection of Uchiha Madara. At this moment, the pure land of the ninja world was suffused with a gentle luminescence of souls, resembling a dreamlike haze. The sage of 6 paths donned an ancient robe, standing at the heart of the pure land. His gaze was profound and enigmatic, akin to the brightest star in the night sky, seemingly capable of penetrating the very fabric of existence. He slowly extended his hand, and a radiant orb of light began to materialize in his palm, containing an infinite reservoir of spiritual power. Drawing a deep breath, it appeared as though he sought to absorb the very souls of the pure land into himself. With each breath he took, the souls of lower ninjas and ordinary people converged like a flowing stream. They swirled and coalesced within the sage's palm before he consumed them whole. The Otsutsuki clan were known to be soul-devouring monsters, and the sage of 6 paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, was no exception to this notion. After devouring the souls, the sage's gaze sharpened, as if flames were igniting within him. A formidable aura erupted from his being, sweeping through the pure land like a tempest, instilling an unprecedented sense of oppression. Having satiated his hunger and restored his powers to their zenith, the sage of 6 paths slowly extended his hand, which seemed capable of touching the very edge of the universe. His palm radiated a soft, golden light, the purest essence of power in the ninja world, a symbol of his strength. With a gentle wave of his hand, a brilliant streak of light tore through the void like a meteor, soaring towards the heavens. The brilliance was so intense that it was nearly blinding. As the light faded, the soul of Uchiha Madara miraculously materialized. His figure flickered within the luminescence, exuding an indomitable pride. Initially, Madara's eyes widened in surprise, but he quickly suppressed it, reverting to his customary indifference. He coldly scrutinized the sage of 6 paths, his gaze filled with wariness and skepticism. Who are you? What do you intend to do with me? Madara's voice was deep and frigid, each word seeming to be forced out through clenched teeth. The Sage of Six Paths smiled faintly, his expression imbued with mystery and depth. His eyes appeared to see through Madara's innermost thoughts, leaving him no room for evasion. I am the Sage of Six Paths. The ninja world is currently facing an unprecedented crisis. I require your strength. Let us join forces to protect the world we both cherish. The sage's voice resonated with unwavering conviction and hope. No sooner had he spoken, Madara found himself transported from the Pure Land to an unfamiliar locale. He surveyed his surroundings, catching sight of Korezetsu, Kagaya Otsutsuki, and Lu Tian, all of whom were fixated upon him, as if he were the focal point of this realm. Upon witnessing Madara's emergence, Lu Tian's eyes flickered with astonishment, his gaze appraising Madara from head to toe. Could this be the handiwork of Otsutsuki Hagoromo? He murmured to himself, this power seems akin to yin-yang release. Yet, Madara offered no response to Lu Tian's inquiries. He felt the overwhelming power surging within him, as if it threatened to rend him asunder. Unable to contain himself, he let out a low growl, his voice laden with excitement and anticipation. However, he soon discovered that he was unable to control his own body. The will of the Sage of Six Paths began to invade his being, his eyes growing hazy. The sage spoke through Madara's lips. This is yin-yang release, transmigration of the mundane. As long as the soul persists, I can resurrect it anywhere within the ninja world. Uchiha Madara, you shall become my trusted ally in safeguarding the ninja realm. What? You dare to attempt to control me? Madara's voice seethed with rage and defiance. He struggled to break free from the sage's grasp, but that power clamped down on him like an iron vice. This is all for the sake of the ninja world. Endure this slight for now. The Sage of Six Paths declared, and in an instant, Madara's voice vanished entirely. His body felt as though it were being manipulated by an unseen force, becoming rigid and frigid. The spark that once animated his eyes faded, leaving them hollow and bewildered. The air around them seemed to freeze in that moment. Ultimately, only the voice of the sage echoed in the atmosphere, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, as if proclaiming his dominion over this world. Meanwhile, Madara stood there like a soulless shell, the most tragic existence in this realm. He resembled a jester, his visage having morphed into that of the Sage of Six Paths. The sage's eyes were as profound as the starry night sky. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze piercing through the clouds, as if he could perceive the passage of time and the dust of the past. He gradually turned to Lu Tian, a flicker of appreciation gleaming in his deep-set eyes. He nodded slightly, his expression solemn as he remarked, Lu Tian, your perceptiveness is indeed sharp. That I have not truly perished. However, my true self is confined to the Pure Land, and my power can only descend into the ninja world in projection form. As he spoke, the sage's gaze shot towards Kagaya Otsutsuki like a sharp arrow, his eyes brimming with complex emotions. He spoke in a deep voice, Mother, your former power poses a significant potential threat to the ninja world. For the sake of peace and tranquility within it, I must seal you once more. Upon hearing this, Kagaya's expression paled as if drained of color. A flicker of shock crossed her eyes, followed by profound sorrow. Those eyes, once filled with maternal love, now brimmed with confusion and disappointment, as if a brilliant star had suddenly dimmed. Observing this, Lu Tian could not suppress a sardonic smile. Seizing the opportunity, he interjected, his voice rife with discontent and fury. What threat to the ninja world? It is clearly your ambition at play. In your quest to monopolize the ninja realm, you would turn against your own mother. You once attempted to kill her, only to realize she is indestructible. Thus, you resorted to sealing her. His voice grew increasingly impassioned, rising in pitch. After sealing your mother, you distanced yourself from your brother, banishing him from the ninja world. Everything you have done is merely to satisfy your own selfish desires, to dominate the entire ninja realm. Upon hearing these words, the Sage of Six Paths furrowed his brow into a deep furrow, fury flashing across his face. He clenched his fists, as if he were on the verge of unleashing his pent-up rage. Yet, he ultimately restrained himself. Foolish Lu Tian, do not distort the truth. Everything I do is for the peace and tranquility of the ninja world. Kagaya Otsutsuki could no longer restrain her emotions. Two streams of tears cascaded from the corners of her eyes, resembling a string of broken pearls. She trembled as she inquired, is this truly the case? You actually summoned Uchiha and the others? Her voice quivered and was faint, as if a gentle breeze could disperse it. Her gaze was filled with despair and sorrow, as if the entire world were collapsing at that very moment. Sage of Six Paths felt a sharp pang in his heart upon witnessing his mother's distress. He took a deep breath, striving to calm his emotions. Hidden behind a facade of filial piety, traces of performance lingered in his eyes. Mother, I have indeed committed some wrongs, but please believe me. Everything I have done is for the peace and tranquility of the shinobi world, that I hope you can understand my intentions. The novel can be downloaded via the open source, free Xingxuan downloader developed by Xingyu. If you have obtained the novel file through a proxy download and the merchant has not provided the software source code or open source address, please request an immediate refund and report the merchant. Author's email, xingyououtlook.com.authors QQ, 20175937110. Official QQ group, 149050832. Official TG group, https, t.me fqtool. Chapter 81. The five shadows watch and discuss the performance just as the words were spoken. The moment quickened. Sage of Six Paths seemed to transform into the very eye of a storm, his aura surging dramatically. His eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. I in the palms of his hands, the marks of yin and yang power twisted like two serpentine dragons. Releasing an oppressive force, he was poised to unleash the Six Paths, planetary devastation. Yet, Tian shifted his form, appearing before Kagaya Otsutsuki like a specter. His fists were clenched tightly, muscles taut, seemingly brimming with boundless strength. Chakra martial arts, life magnetic field, 100,000 horses. Tian suddenly unleashed his fists, the sound of air splitting as he sent the Sage of Six Paths hurtling away. The sage's figure traced an arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Struggling to rise, his face was a mask of shock and defiance, his eyes blazing with fury as they locked onto Tian. Simultaneously, Black Zetsu swiftly detached from the body of White Zetsu, transforming into a shadow that darted into Kagaya Otsutsuki's sleeve. He poked his head out, urgency lacing his tone. Mother, we must leave this place at once. Tian's strength is unfathomable. It is unwise for us to linger. At these words, a flicker of hesitation crossed Kagaya's eyes. She glanced at the Sage of Six Paths, then at Tian, her heart rife with conflict and turmoil. Ultimately, she chose to heed Black Zetsu's counsel. Nodding gently, she prepared to open the gate to the afterlife. In that electrifying moment, Tian abruptly turned his head. His gaze pierced Kagaya Otsutsuki like a sharp arrow, a mockery curling on his lips. That smile conveyed disdain and derision for all that lay before him. He spoke slowly, his voice deep and magnetic, as if each word bore an enchantment. There is no need for concern. Both Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Uchiha have been consumed by me. Their power, their wisdom, now reside within me. Otsutsuki Yui is but a mere jester in my eyes, easily extinguished. His words echoed across the desolate battlefield, brimming with confidence and arrogance. In that moment, he seemed the sovereign of this world, as if all was under his dominion. Not far away, the Sage of Six Paths' expression darkened at these declarations. His eyes widened in rage, as if he might breathe fire. His aura surged once more, akin to a torrential flood, causing the very air around him to tremble. Meanwhile, Kagaya Otsutsuki bit down hard on her lip, her eyes flickering with complex emotions. Shock at Tian's power mingled with wariness. She regarded Tian intently, deliberating her strategy. In the forests of the Great Han Empire, the five shadows observed the epic confrontation like an audience, their spirits shaken by the clash, their thoughts growing numb beneath the weight of such vast information. Among them, the first Third Hokage, Uchiha, currently a silver-haired beauty, wore a grave expression, her brow furrowed. She gazed at the screen. Disbelief etched across her features. I never imagined that the legendary goddess of the moon would be the mother of the Sage of Six Paths. The intricacies of this entanglement are far more complex than I had envisioned. Her voice was filled with astonishment and confusion, as if everything surpassed her comprehension. Her hands instinctively clenched into fists. Seeking a semblance of strength, the surrounding five shadows were drawn to Uchiha's words, their gazes shifting toward her, their faces reflecting similar surprise and bewilderment, as if pondering the mysteries at hand. The first Kazekage, Redo, who had originally maintained a calm demeanor, now appeared profoundly shocked. Her eyes widened, as if striving to comprehend the battlefield before her more clearly. I too did not foresee that the Sage of Six Paths would be such a person. Redo's countenance revealed deep disappointment and anger, as if a belief she held dear had shattered in that instant. She turned to Senju Hashirama, speaking with resolute conviction. Hashirama, my perception of him has completely crumbled. Such a wayward child does not deserve my respect. Senju Hashirama furrowed his brow slightly, His gaze reflecting a profound contemplation, he sought to comfort his old friend. Reto, do not speak so hastily. Things may not be as simple as they appear. He could have his own reasons. Seated nearby, the first Mizukage, Balian, let out a disdainful snort, her brow knitted tightly, her expression rife with contempt. Casting a sidelong glance at Senju Hashirama, she coldly remarked, "Reasons? What possible reasons could there be? He just launched a sneak attack. Such actions are unforgivable." Suddenly, Lu Tian's voice rang out like thunder, shattering the fervent discussions among the five shadows. His sharp gaze swept over them, his expression tinged with impatience. "Can you all keep it down while watching the movie?" he said coldly, his tone imbued with authority and undeniable command. The five shadows were momentarily stunned by his reprimand. They hastily fell silent, embarrassment creeping onto their faces as they exchanged glances, acknowledging their mutual awkwardness. The first Hokage was the first to recover, clearing her throat in an attempt to ease the tension. She slightly bowed her head in respect to Lu Tian while signaling to the others. Seeing this, the five shadows followed suit, lowering their heads and refraining from further comment. They redirected their attention to the screen, resuming their observance of the battle. There, Kagaya Otsutsuki's magnificent sleeves fluttered ever so slightly. A shadow writhing within, none other than Black Zetsu.it approached Kagaya's ear like a tendril, whispering urgently. Black Zetsu's eyes glimmered with caution. Leaning close to Kagaya's ear, its voice was low and mysterious. "Mother, I sense that Lu Tian is no good. His aura is filled with the unknown and danger that it would be wise for us to remain vigilant." Upon hearing this, a complex emotion flickered in Kagaya's eyes. Within her profound gaze lay boundless wisdom and resolve. She nodded gently, seemingly in agreement with Black Zetsu's sentiment. Sensing her affirmation, Black Zetsu felt a modicum of relief, yet its vigilance remained unyielding. It melded back into Kagaya's sleeve, ever prepared to confront any unforeseen changes. However, Lu Tian's perception was as penetrating as the wind itself. Unbeknownst to him, he caught the hushed exchange between Black Zetsu and Kagaya Otsutsuki. He subtly tilted his head, as if listening to the distant whispers of the wind. Yet a glimmer of disdain sparkled in his eyes. A mocking laugh escaped Lu Tian's lips, reverberating across the battlefield, laced with a hint of derision and provocation. He turned to face Kagaya Otsutsuki directly, a smirk of contempt curling at the corners of his mouth. "There is no need for your wariness. Your defenses are but child's play to me. Even if you take every precaution, you will ultimately remain within the reach of my perception. Thus, there is truly no need for such efforts." Chapter 82. The Sage of Six Paths seeks to harness the dragon vein. The battle between Lu Tian and the Sage of Six Paths appears unadorned. Yet it conceals a power that embodies a return to simplicity. Each punch thrown is a direct clash of might, rendering any feigned tactics superfluous. Lu Tian's movements are swift and precise. He seizes the wrist of the Sage of Six Paths, rendering him immobile. His other hand descends upon the sage's face like a torrential downpour, each blow imbued with the force of a tempest. "Otsutsuki Kagaya, you wretched unfilial son, you insufferable scoundrel," Lu Tian roars, his voice echoing across the battlefield. His eyes blaze with fury and disdain as he continues. "How dare you summon Tsutsuki Kagami and audaciously ambush your own mother? Truly, you are brazen beyond measure." With Lu Tian's furious outcry, his assaults intensify. The visage of the Sage of Six Paths, under the relentless barrage, gradually crumbles, revealing the concealed form of Uchiha Hanye beneath. His eyes betray terror and despair, as if he has foreseen his imminent defeat. The air around them warps in response to the ferocity of their conflict, resonating with deafening roars. The chasm in the ground continues to widen under Lu Tian's storm-like onslaught. Eventually, the body of the Uchiha Hanye, possessed by the Sage of Six Paths, can no longer withstand the assault, disintegrating into a mass of shattered cellular tissue. Meanwhile, in the Pure Land, the true form of the Sage of Six Paths engages in an even more horrific act of consumption. His eyes flicker with a frenzied light, as if he is ravenously devouring all that surrounds him. His voice reverberates throughout the Pure Land, filled with wrath and madness. "Cursed Lu Tian, once I have consumed every Chunin in this realm, I shall return to the shinobi world. Await my return." The Chunin within the Pure Land scream in terror as their souls gradually vanish under the sage's voracious appetite. The sage's demeanor is now grotesque and terrifying, as if he is no longer the revered figure once honored by the world. His eyes are filled with insatiable greed and madness on the side of Tsutsuki Kagaya in the shinobi world. The atmosphere is palpably tense. After concluding the battle, Lu Tian gently brushes off his garments, As if to tidy his appearance and exhibit his calm demeanor, he gazes directly at Tsutsuki Kagaya, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Goddess of the Moon, Tsutsuki Kagaya, my invitation for you to the capital of the great Han Empire is not to be taken lightly. As he speaks, a portal of space opens, revealing a breathtaking scene of an entirely different world. Imbued with mystery and tranquility, Tsutsuki Kagaya gazes upon the portal, her eyes glimmering with surprise and curiosity. It seems she is struck by the power Tian has displayed, while simultaneously harboring a deep interest in the unknown realm. Observing this, Tian's lips curl into a confident smile, that he continues, to safeguard against any potential ambushes on my nation. I have relocated all territories and entities above ground to this hidden paradise. It is my domain and the wellspring of my strength. In preparation against those like Abido, my other bodies have already taken action, and my empire has been transferred to this sanctum. Tsutsuki Kagaya is also influenced by his imposing presence, her eyes reflecting a flicker of admiration and anticipation. The 5 Kage, who had been watching from afar, unwittingly find themselves transported to the hidden paradise, just as Tsutsuki Kagaya prepares to step through the portal into Tian's sanctuary. A voice emanates from her sleeve, that of Kagaya's dark half. Mother, he is trying to deceive you. His intentions are not pure. Do not trust him. Do not be fooled. He seeks to make you bear his offspring. She lowers her gaze slightly, her eyes scanning the source of the voice, revealing a complex array of emotions within her profound gaze, as if weighing her options. After a moment, Tsutsuki Kagaya slowly raises her head, her focus returning to Tian. A glimmer of wariness and scrutiny flashes in her eyes. Her brow furrows slightly, as she contemplates Kagaya's dark half's words while observing Tian's reactions. Tian, noticing her demeanor, offers a playful smile, seemingly unaffected by the warning of Kagaya's dark half, instead solidifying his resolve. That he steps forward, standing face to face with Tsutsuki Kagaya, his eyes shimmering with steadfastness and confidence. Kagaya, I understand you may harbor doubts about me. Tian begins, his tone gentle, but my invitation for you to my hidden paradise is devoid of malice. It is a beautiful and mysterious world, and I believe you will find it to your liking. Tsutsuki Kagaya remains silent, her gaze fixed intently upon Tian. Her heart is a battleground of conflicting emotions. On one hand, she is filled with curiosity and longing for the unknown. On the other, she is apprehensive of Tian's true intentions. The voice of Kagaya's dark half resounds once more from her sleeve, now more urgent. Do not trust him, mother. He seeks to exploit your curiosity and kindness. You must not go. Taking a deep breath, Tsutsuki Kagaya appears to reach a decision. She slowly raises her head, her gaze resolutely fixed on Tian. Tian, I accept your invitation. However, I must inform you that if I wish to leave, you shall not be able to stop me. Tian smiles subtly, seemingly unsurprised by Kagaya's response. Welcome to my hidden paradise, he says with a smile, gesturing for her to enter. Tsutsuki Kagaya inhales deeply, taking a step forward into the unknown world. Meanwhile, in the vast deserts of the Wind Country, the ruins of the ancient Lulan kingdom stand silently, as if forgotten by time. Suddenly, a mysterious force surges forth from the depths of the ruins, shaking the surrounding sands. A powerful figure from the Warring States period is resurrected, clad in archaic armor and wielding a long spear. His eyes gleam with sharp intensity. He surveys his surroundings, feeling the pulsating power of the dragon vein. A flicker of greed and desire crosses his face, for he knows that this power could elevate him to his former peak, or even beyond. The Sage of Six Paths speaks through him, stating flatly, you are merely a tool I shall use to awaken the dragon vein. Do not harbor any grand illusions. The face of the Warring States warrior darkens with reluctance, yet he understands the unfathomable strength of the Sage of Six Paths. Knowing he cannot resist, thus, he is compelled to relinquish control of his body to the Sage. There is no other choice. My mother has been taken. I can only proceed this way. As the Sage of Six Paths drew near, the dragon vein surrounding the sandy sea began to tremble violently, as if something was on the verge of awakening. At that moment, Tian, who remained in the land of wind with his Inyang doppelganger, sensed this anomaly. In a flash, he vanished from his original position, leaving behind only a faint afterimage. He swiftly traversed the desert, hastening towards the ruins of the ancient Lulan kingdom. Upon his arrival at the ruins, he found the entire site had been utterly transformed. The sandy sea surged, as if a colossal beast were roaring within. Chapter 83. The fusion of 3 eras. In that instant, the world underwent a cataclysmic transformation. The distortion of the surrounding space intensified, and Lu Tian's heartbeat seemed to become the sole melody, echoing throughout the desolate and eerie desert. His eyes widened, a blend of astonishment and confusion weaving into a chaotic tapestry. As he attempted to perceive the warped reality before him, the sky above the desert morphed into a kaleidoscope of colors, with vibrant light spots dancing and swirling in the air, resembling a frenzied ballet. Lu Tian felt as though he were ensconced within a colossal kaleidoscope. Each turn unveiled a fresh vista, yet left him dizzy. His senses appeared to lose their original form amidst this distortion. He attempted to touch his own face, but felt as if his fingers passed through an invisible barrier, unable to connect with his true self. This sensation instilled within him an unprecedented dread. As though he were gradually losing his perception of this world, he beheld peculiar plants emerging around the desert. These flora twisted and contorted, as if born from a realm entirely foreign, their branches and leaves contorted into various shapes, seemingly conveying an incomprehensible language to Lu Tian. He stared intently, striving to extract a clue from these plants, yet his thoughts were wholly captivated by the bizarre spectacle. Everything around him became blurred and abstract. Lu Tian sought to grasp something to stabilize himself, but discovered nothing upon which to rely. He could only surrender to the swirling chaos of this distorted desert, sinking deeper, as if he might never find an escape. At that moment, Lu Tian beheld a blinding light, liberating him from the warped desert. He tightly closed his eyes, attempting to shield himself from the intense brightness. When he reopened them, he found the strange phenomena had vanished. Gasping for breath, beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Lu Tian surveyed his surroundings. The twisted and eerie sights had completely dissipated. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm the tumult within his heart. What had transpired in those abstract images that had now become so nebulous? What had the Sage of Six Paths done? Lu Tian murmured to himself, his voice imbued with perplexity and bewilderment. He understood he must seek answers. Otherwise, the strange visions would continue to haunt him. Cold sweat fell from his brow like a string of unstrung pearls, soaking his collar and dampening his inner fear. Lu Tian felt as if he were ensconced in an unknown domain, each cell clamoring with a sense of danger. The disappearance of the anomalies did not bring solace. Rather, it amplified his unease. He glanced around once more, realizing the desert's edge appeared endless. The once familiar dunes and landmarks now lay shrouded in a veil of mist, rendered indistinct and distant. Lu Tian inhaled sharply, striving to quell the fear within. He knew he must remain composed. Otherwise, he would be unable to confront whatever might transpire next. Slowly raising his head, he gazed into the boundless sky, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. He clenched his fists, as though gathering all his strength in that singular moment. With a sudden leap, Lu Tian propelled himself skyward, akin to an arrow loosed from its bow. The howling wind tousled his hair and garments. Yet he pressed forward, unafraid. With renewed resolve, as he ascended, Lu Tian finally reached heights approaching the stratosphere. He cast his gaze across the vast desert, where the limitless expanse seemed intent on devouring all. He fixated on the distant capital of the Land of Wind, his expression filled with confusion and incredulity. His brow furrowed, as if attempting to unravel this enigma. He endeavored to steady his emotions. Yet the tumult within him surged like a tempest. That capital, which he had once personally obliterated, with all its structures and land having been absorbed into his domain, now stood intact, even more magnificent than before. The resplendent palace glittered in the sunlight, as if mocking Lu Tian's impotence. He swung his arms in a fervent attempt to disperse the bizarre sight, yet the capital remained unscathed. Gradually, he closed his eyes. Merging his spirit with the surrounding environment, he felt the caress of the wind and the movement of the sand. As though he could hear the distant capital whispering secrets, Lu Tian did not hesitate long. In a flash, he soared into the heart of this bewildering capital. His arrival stirred the crowd into a frenzy, as if a tempest had swept through. People gazed upward, witnessing a figure streak across the sky like a shooting star, ultimately landing firmly on the ground. Lu Tian's gaze swept over the throng, and suddenly, it fixed upon an individual clad in the attire of the Land of Wind's daimyo. His brow furrowed, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes. He distinctly recalled that the daimyo of the Land of Wind had been usurped and slain by the fourth wind shadow. Who, then, was this person garbed in the daimyo's raiment? Lu Tian approached, eager to uncover the truth. Upon drawing near, he observed the inhabitants' attire was exceedingly chaotic. Some were dressed in outdated, tattered garments, as if they had traversed through decades, while others donned avant-garde clothing, seemingly hailing from a future era. The stark disparity induced a sense of psychological discomfort within Lu Tian. As he surveyed his surroundings, attempting to comprehend it all, a group of samurai suddenly encircled him, swords in hand, their expressions stern. "Who are you?" The leader of the samurai demanded, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized Lu Tian, as if seeking to penetrate his very essence. Lu Tian remained silent, merely casting a dispassionate glance at the samurai. His eyes were filled with indifference and disdain, as if these warriors were no more than mere ants to him. Lu Tian turned his attention back to the individual clad in the attire of the Land of Wind's daimyo. He spoke slowly. "Can you tell me what era this is?" The man hesitated for a moment, not immediately responding to Lu Tian's inquiry. Yet one of the surrounding samurai interjected, "Our Wind Shadow is Lord Rido." No sooner had he spoken than another voice eagerly chimed in. "What are you saying? Lord Rido is but a legend. The current Wind Shadow is undoubtedly Lord Gaara." The conflicting responses deepened Lu Tian's confusion. He furrowed his brow, a flicker of doubt illuminating his eyes. Lu Tian began to question whether his suspicions were correct. Had a convergence of parallel worlds truly occurred here? He did his utmost to keep his tone calm as he said, "I am somewhat bewildered by your statements. Could someone elucidate for me what has transpired here?" Chapter 84. Rido and Gaara in a struggle for power. An elder samurai stepped forward, his face etched with gravity and seriousness. "It appears you are not from this world. Indeed, the Land of Wind has recently experienced some anomalies. The entire city seems as if it has been reset, and people's memories are in disarray. Some recall the first Wind Shadow, Lord Rido, while others remember the current Wind Shadow, Lord Gaara. More importantly, there are now two great